Chapter 1. Unfamiliar Classmates. Konoha Ninja Academy. Yu gazed out at the fluttering leaves beyond the window. He mused to himself, 12 years have passed, I've been in this world for 12 years, and I never imagined time could slip by so swiftly. Yu is a transmigrator who encountered the chaos of the Nine Tails upon his birth. His parents perished during the tumult of the Nine Tails. 6 years later, he successfully enrolled in the Ninja Academy. In every regard, he appeared no different from the other students. Upon entering the academy, his grades were unremarkable. His ranking average, the only commendable aspect was his decent appearance. With his mediocre performance, he was but a shadow among his classmates, unnoticed by most. Unlike Uchiha Sasuke, who consistently ranked first in every exam, or Uzumaki Naruto, who perpetually brought up the rear, drawing attention to himself. Yu had no extraordinary encounters. He spent the past 12 years in a rather ordinary manner. He exhibited nothing particularly remarkable to catch the eyes of the third Hokage or Danzo. There were no invitations for tea from them either. Idol system, activation successful, binding host. Yu was momentarily taken aback. A system? Idol system, at your service. Yu furrowed his brow, suspecting he had fallen under an illusion. He bit into the back of his hand. The sharp pain confirmed that he was not ensnared by a jinjutsu. System, you are 12 years late. Yu stated calmly, devoid of emotional fluctuation. After 12 years, he had grown accustomed to his circumstances. Who could have anticipated the emergence of a system now? The idol system offered no response to Yi's remarks. What a rather aloof system, he mused, unaware that the idol system possessed neither emotions nor intelligence. Yi remained silent as if failed to reply. Curious, he inquired, what functions do you possess? Idle system. This system is an idle system. Simply remain idle for a designated time to receive rewards. Yi chuckled softly. That sounds quite simple. And how do I utilize it? Idle system. You are currently utilizing it. The idle system is already serving you. Yi was somewhat astonished. Am I using it right now? I wonder what rewards await. Having spent 12 years familiarizing himself with this world, Yi was indifferent to the presence of the idol system. Whether it existed or not, he would continue to live his life. Its absence would merely mean a more mundane existence, while its presence might add a touch of flair, a negligible difference. Shifting his focus from the realm of consciousness, he observed Irika addressing the class from the podium. Yi thought, are we finally graduating? I wonder which class I will be assigned to. The graduation exam was imminent, testing the students on the clone technique. Despite his ordinary grades over the past 6 years, Yi was confident in his ability to pass. He had mastered the technique well. In fact, apart from Naruto, who was influenced by the Nine Tails, every student in the class had mastered the clone technique by this time. Irika announced from the stage, now, I will call out the names of students. Please proceed to the next room when I do. First up, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika called Sasuke first. Since the beginning of their enrollment, he had consistently ranked at the top of the class. His name was indeed the first on the list. Sasuke rose expressionlessly, his demeanor cold, and walked towards the adjacent room with his hands in his pockets. Many female classmates gazed at Sasuke with infatuation. Sasuke is so handsome. Go, Sasuke. I love you, Sasuke. These girls were utterly captivated by him, akin to fervent fans. From below, Naruto watched Sasuke with clenched teeth. Damn it, that bastard Sasuke. What's so great about him? Shikamaru, seated not far from Naruto, replied lethargically, Sasuke is the top of the class and has been for quite some time. Shikamaru, I will surpass him one day. I am destined to become Hokage. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at Naruto and promptly laid his head on the desk to sleep. In class, only Shikamaru and Inuzuka Kiba were willing to associate with Naruto. Others shied away from him, influenced by their families, while Yu chose to avoid trouble. Within a few minutes, Sasuke returned, having passed effortlessly. Irika even contemplated letting him skip the exam entirely. Sasuke had mastered the clone technique in his first year at the academy. In Irika's eyes, Sasuke was undoubtedly the strongest of his cohort. The subsequent exams unfolded as Yu had anticipated. Apart from Naruto, everyone else passed without issue. Soon after, the third Hokage appeared to deliver a speech to the graduating students, filling them with unrealistic fantasies about their upcoming careers as ninjas. Naruto sat despondently on a swing beneath a tree, enviously watching his classmates who had successfully graduated. Before long, he vanished from beneath the tree. Yu pondered he must have been lured away by Mizuki. Yu had no intention of involving himself in Naruto's escapade to steal the scroll. As he made his way home from the ninja academy, he passed by Ichiraku Ramen. Not wishing to cook for himself, he decided to enjoy his dinner at Ichiraku. However, upon entering the ramen shop, he encountered Irika treating Naruto to a bowl of ramen. Having spent 12 years in this world, Yu had forgotten many events. He had not anticipated Irika would treat Naruto at this moment. As he contemplated slipping away, he was called over by the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. Yu, what will you have today? Yu frequented Ichiraku more than Naruto, developing familiarity with the owner over the years. The owner's words caught the attention of both Irika and Naruto. With no choice but to proceed, Yu entered. Hello, Irika-sensei. Naruto, you're here for ramen too? Both of Yu's parents were ninjas, leaving him with sufficient funds to sustain a normal life until adulthood. He typically avoided coming here when Naruto was around. Over the years, he had never encountered Naruto at this establishment. Upon seeing Yu, Irika smiled. You did well today. Naruto, however, was unfamiliar with Yu. Yu's presence in class was akin to that of Yamanaka Ino. Naruto did not recognize him at all, having no recollection. After taking a seat, Yu offered a polite smile. It is all thanks to your excellent guidance. Yu replied with a touch of sophistication. Naruto, puzzled, furrowed his brow, trying to recall who Yu was. Yu paid little mind to it. When Naruto could not remember, he leaned closer to Irika and whispered, Irika-sensei, who is he? Is he my classmate? Irika, about to say something to Yu, was momentarily speechless by Naruto's inquiry. He looked at Naruto with a twitching smile. Naruto, this is Yu, your classmate. You don't recognize him? Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Irika-sensei, I genuinely have no memory of him. Naruto replied earnestly. Chapter 2. Lifting the chakra limit, Irika awkwardly addressed Yu, saying, You don't take it to heart. Naruto simply has a poor memory. After uttering those words, Irika himself felt that this excuse was rather flimsy. No matter how poor one's memory might be, it was implausible for one to forget a classmate they had shared 6 years with. To Irika's surprise, Yu did not seem angered. Instead, he smiled and replied, It's all right. I am simply not very adept at socializing. Don't say that. It's just that Naruto is rather forgetful. Irika spoke earnestly that it was also the first time Naruto had noticed Yu. Irika-sensei, did Yu pass the graduation exam? Irika turned his head, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes, and replied, Of course. You are the only one in our class who did not pass. What have you been doing all these years? Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head and said, Irika-sensei, I just struggle with the shadow clone technique. My sexy jutsu, on the other hand, is quite good. The mention of the sexy jutsu caused Irika's face to flush with anger as he exclaimed, Let us not mention that lewd ninjutsu. Naruto shrank slightly, muttering under his breath, but you did get a nosebleed from watching it. Shut your mouth and stop talking. After being exposed, Irika's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Yu remained unfazed. With a smile, he called out, Uncle, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. Handato, while preparing the ramen, cheerfully asked, You passed the ninja school exam, and you're going to become a ninja now that I'll add 2 extra eggs for you today. Handato had a good relationship with Yu. Yu smiled in response. Thank you. Uncle. At that moment, Iam placed a bowl of beef in front of Yu and smiled. Yu, I'm very happy for you, due to Yu's handsome appearance and his frequent visits to Ichiraku Ramen. He had left a very favorable impression on Iam. After Irika finished speaking with Naruto, Yu had nearly finished his meal. With Irika and Naruto present, Yu ate much faster than usual. After finishing, Yu stood up and said, Irika-sensei, Naruto, please take your time. I'll be leaving now. Irika was taken aback, not expecting Yu to eat so quickly that he glanced at Naruto and understood the situation. However, he did not blame Yu. After all, Yu's parents had perished during the Ninetales incident. It was entirely normal for him to harbor feelings of dislike towards Naruto. Unaware of anything, Naruto laughed heartily as he bid farewell to Yu. Goodbye, Yu. Let us hang out together sometime. Yu offered a faint smile, said nothing, and departed, courteous yet distant. While Naruto remained oblivious, Iruka could perceive the subtlety. Yu was already doing much better than others. At least his eyes did not reflect overt disdain for Naruto. What Iruka did not know was that Yu's distance from Naruto stemmed merely from a desire to avoid trouble. Upon returning home, Yu lay on his bed, closed his eyes, and pondered when the reward would arrive. He wondered whether the system was truly real, that he waited until the early hours of the morning, nearly falling asleep when suddenly the voice of the system echoed in his mind. You have been idling for a day. Congratulations, you have lifted the chakra limit. Yu frowned, still uncertain of what this reward entailed. Suddenly, he felt a faint blue glow emanating from his body. Having already extracted chakra, Yu recognized that this blue light represented chakra, that he was astonished, for the concentration of this chakra was extraordinary, that it had actually materialized. What a rich chakra! This amount must be 100 times my previous capacity. He thought that this truly my reward. In the next moment, a torrent of chakra surged into Yu's body, that instant. Yu felt a profound sense of comfort, so pleasurable that he almost cried out. Had he not bitten down on his blanket, he likely would have aroused the suspicions of his neighbors regarding what he was doing. After a long while, Yu finally absorbed all that chakra. This is astounding. I can actually absorb chakra from the external environment. In the world of ninjas, chakra was typically extracted from one's internal cells. Yu had previously done this as well, that he had always worried that extracting chakra would weaken his body. In truth, he had overthought it. This world operated under different rules than the one Yu was familiar with. In this realm, extracting chakra would not harm the body, unless done excessively. However, the amount of chakra extracted from the body was significantly limited by one's physical constitution. In simpler terms, individuals hailing from ninja clans often possess superior physiques compared to ordinary ninjas, resulting in a greater chakra capacity. Yu had always had a rather average chakra level, as his parents were merely civilian ninjas. His chakra level could not compare to Sasuke's. The disparity was approximately tenfold. Compared to Naruto, the gap was even more staggering, exceeding thousands of times. This was not accounting for the Nine Tails chakra, that if one were to consider only the chakra derived from Naruto's Uzumaki lineage, the difference was still pronounced. Moreover, as Naruto aged, his chakra would continue to grow, further widening the gap between him and Yu. In this world, lineage was of utmost importance. Without it, one would be lucky to achieve fleeting brilliance, akin to Guy. Now, Yu felt that his chakra was 100 times stronger than before, roughly at the level of a J-nin. Furthermore, he could extract chakra from the external environment, meaning he could draw upon chakra anytime, anywhere, a feat many ninjas could not achieve. The energy present in nature far surpassed that within Yu's body, that he sensed that an endless stream of energy was flowing into him. Its quality was exceptionally high. Unbeknownst to Yu, the chakra he absorbed from the external environment was natural energy, which was inherently of a much higher quality than ordinary chakra. This natural energy could be used not only for combat, but also to nourish the body. Yu's body was not particularly robust, that it was precisely this limitation that hindered his capacity to absorb more chakra. Had he possessed Naruto's physical attributes, his chakra levels would have surpassed Naruto's by at least 100-fold. At present, Yu simply felt a profound sense of comfort, more soothing than a hot bath. This system is remarkably powerful. It has already provided me with such a delightful surprise on the first day. Regrettably, outside of the shadow clone technique, he knew no other ninjutsu, that Yu's parents had left behind no ninja scrolls, as they were not high-ranking ninjas. Both were merely ordinary chunin, that I'll take it slow. Perhaps the system will provide something in the future. The increase of chakra by 100-fold was already remarkable. Now, his chakra was much greater than Sasuke's, that Sasuke possessed a significant amount of chakra. Far more than an average student, but it paled in comparison to Naruto's, that after all, compared to Naruto, everyone had less chakra. The Uchiha clan was renowned for its abundant chakra, yet they fell short when compared to the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Without sufficient chakra, it was challenging to even wield the Sharingan, let alone the Mangekyou Sharingan. Chapter 3, An unforgettable scene. The following day, Yu arrived at school. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed that Naruto had already arrived. Yesterday, Naruto had remembered Yu. Unlike Shino, Yu did not isolate himself. Previously, people had overlooked him simply because he rarely participated in activities or socialized with classmates, often leaving for home as soon as class ended. When he saw Yiyu, Naruto stood up and waved enthusiastically. "Hey, Yiyu." Yiyu was somewhat taken aback, but smiled and nodded in acknowledgement that he found an empty seat and sat down. Naruto's actions drew the attention of many students in the class. Although he had always been at the bottom of the rankings, he was still capable of capturing his classmates' attention. Many turned to look in Yiyu's direction. Some female classmates were momentarily stunned upon seeing Yiyu. They had not realized there was such a handsome boy in their class, that he is not inferior to Sasuke at all. "I never knew of his existence before," they murmured. "What nonsense, Sasuke is the best. No one can compare to him. But he is indeed quite good-looking." The female students debated whether Yiyu or Sasuke was more attractive. Many believed Sasuke was superior, though not solely based on looks, but rather on overall capability. Some female students had already taken the initiative to approach Yiyu, such as Ino. She was inherently attracted to good looks, having liked Sasuke solely for his appearance, now that she had discovered a classmate whose looks rivaled Sasuke's. She would not let the opportunity pass. Ino approached Yiyu, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino. How come I've never seen you before?" Yiyu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "Did I truly lack such presence before? Although I didn't want to stand out, it's absurd that no one has ever seen me." Yiyu felt rather speechless. He simply wished to avoid trouble, not to be reclusive. Yet he was astonished that his classmates genuinely had no memory of him. They had been in the same class for 6 years, and all that resulted in was the statement, "I've never seen you before." Looking at the shy and flustered Ino, Yiyu could only offer a smile and say, "I am Yiyu. It's a pleasure to meet you." The playful banter from Yiyu left Ino feeling quite embarrassed. She awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry, Yiyu." However, Yiyu had merely been teasing Ino and bore her no real grudge. After all, the situation was primarily his own fault. It's quite all right. Let us consider this our first meeting. Yiyu smiled gently. Upon witnessing Yiyu's smile, Ino's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly causing her to faint. The girls in this world could be rather exaggerated. When struck by emotion, they could genuinely lose their composure due to a racing heartbeat. Just then, Shikamaru sauntered over, lazily remarking, "It's only natural that your gaze is often directed at Sasuke. You wouldn't notice Yiyu otherwise." That he settled down beside Yiyu and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Shikamaru. I noticed you often left right after class, and we never truly got to know each other." Yiyu was slightly surprised that Shikamaru had been attentive to him. "I'm Yiyu," he replied, shaking Shikamaru's hand. It was only logical for Shikamaru to take notice of him. After all, with his intellect, he was bound to recognize Yiyu's presence. In terms of appearance, only Sasuke could rival him in their class. After exchanging a few casual words, Sasuke entered. The moment he arrived, all the girls' attention was instantly captivated by him. "Ah, Sasuke is so handsome." Many girls rushed towards him. Shikamaru slumped onto his desk, exasperatedly commenting, "Women are truly troublesome." Just then, Ino shot him a sharp glare, having overheard his remark. "Shikamaru, what did you say?" Turning to face Ino, Shikamaru realized she had not joined the throng of girls rushing towards Sasuke. "I wasn't talking about you," he stammered, to which Ino rolled her eyes. "Humph." Although Ino had glanced at Sasuke a few times, her focus was primarily on Yiyu. In the past, Sasuke had always drawn her attention, overshadowing Yiyu's presence. However, when she finally noticed Yiyu, she discovered he was alone and equally appealing in appearance. She certainly knew how to make her choice. While Sasuke was admirable, he was surrounded by too many girls, including Sakura, her rival. In an instant, Ino reached her conclusion and made her choice. Meanwhile, Naruto observed Sakura fawning over Sasuke. Her expression utterly smitten, and felt an intense surge of frustration. "Damn it, Sakura only has eyes for Sasuke. That jerk, I will never let you have Sakura." With that, Naruto marched towards Sasuke's vicinity, drawing the attention of many, including Yiyu. Naruto leaped onto Sasuke's desk, crouching there and glaring at him. Sasuke, too, refused to back down, his gaze locked onto Naruto. The surrounding girls were incensed by Naruto's audacity. "Idiot Naruto, don't glare at Sasuke like that." Naruto quickly hopped down. "How dare you stare at Sasuke?" Yiyu watched the scene unfold, feeling a sense of familiarity. His memories were somewhat hazy, yet he sensed that something astonishing was about to transpire. Indeed, in the next moment, someone inadvertently elbowed Naruto, causing him to lose his balance and tumble towards Sasuke. What followed was a spectacle that left Yu wide-eyed. The nearby female classmates were heartbroken at the sight. "Ah, idiot Naruto, what are you doing? How dare you? Sasuke's first kiss, gone." They cried out in dismay. In that moment, Yu was equally stunned, his lips twitching slightly. Their relationship must be rather close. Shikamaru beside him could only shake his head. What a foolish Naruto. Ino mirrored Yu's expression. Both of them must be experiencing their first kiss, right? In the past, Ino would have been furious, but now she felt a distinct lack of that emotion. Unlike Sakura, who was genuinely infatuated with Sasuke, Ino's interest stemmed partly from her rivalry with Sakura and partly from Sasuke's looks. Thus, her affections could shift quite rapidly. Yu felt that the scene between Naruto and Sasuke was something he would remember for a lifetime. A dark thought crept into his mind. Could it be that Naruto had some special feelings for Sasuke? He quickly dismissed the notion, feeling an unsettling discomfort wash over him. Such absurdity warranted immediate elimination from his thoughts. It was a chilling contemplation. Both Sasuke and Naruto were left retching from the earlier incident. Sasuke glared at Naruto in disgust. "Naruto, you idiot! What were you thinking?" Naruto, unyielding, retorted, "I should be asking you that, you jerk." The two quickly fell into a heated argument. Sakura, exasperated, intervened to separate them, positioning herself between the two to prevent further conflict. From that moment on, Sakura became the bridge maintaining the balance in their relationship. Chapter 4. Class Division. This spectacle was also witnessed by the seasoned shinobi in the Hokage's office. All of them exchanged bemused glances while observing the crystal ball. Asuma Sarutobi remarked, "So this is the top student of this cohort, Uchiha Sasuke. Judging by his grades, he is exceptionally talented, not inferior to the Kakashi of my time." Kakashi, who had been silently observing the crystal ball, commented nonchalantly, "Perhaps he is even stronger than I was back then." He mused to himself. After all, he is an Uchiha. The Uchiha clan held significant weight in Kakashi's mind. His friends and former subordinates had all belonged to that clan, and he had witnessed their formidable prowess firsthand. The third Hokage, witnessing the scene, sighed internally, pondering, "That Naruto, why does he always manage to create such unexpected situations?" Meanwhile, none of them paid any heed to Yu. His academic performance had been rather average over the years. Not particularly good, yet not lacking either. Even the third Hokage bore no distinct impression of him. This was quite normal. After all, Yu had always appeared as just an ordinary student, lacking any exceptional traits and not hailing from a ninja clan, thus drawing little attention. After a brief wait, Iruka entered the room. Under the watchful eyes of the students, he retrieved the class assignment list. Sitting beside Yu, Ino silently prayed, "Please let me be in the same class as Yu." Unbeknownst to her, her fate had already been predetermined by the third Hokage and their forebears. The trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji would not be separated, or rather, the Konoha 12 had long been arranged as such. There was no room for others as expected. Iruka read through several names without mentioning Yu. When he finally reached Class 10, he announced Class 10. Narashiro, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka, Inu had anticipated this outcome. Even though he had forgotten many details, having lived in Konoha for over a decade, he had come to understand the general dynamics of the various clans. The trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were destined to remain together. Ino slumped over her desk, feeling defeated. What a disappointment. This class division is terrible. "I can't believe I'm not in the same class as Yu," Shikamaru, exasperated, replied. "Hey, can you not say that in front of us? We're still teammates, after all." Ino huffed in response. When she glanced at Yu, she saw him remarkably calm, as though he had anticipated this result long ago. Sighing, she said, "Yu, I'm not in the same class as you." Yu smiled reassuringly. "The teachers must have their reasons." Iruka continued, Class 11. Yamada Shuki, Jingwen Yu, Honya Taiko. Yu thought to himself. As expected, my classmates are two unfamiliar faces. Class 11 comprised 3 students of common descent, and Yu was certain their teacher was not one of Konoha's renowned jonin. It was likely an ordinary jonin assigned to them, or perhaps even a chunin. The 2 classmates, whom Yu had never previously noticed, were currently searching the classroom for their teammates. Yamada Shuki was a boy with a personality reminiscent of Naruto, sporting a rather peculiar ponytail. Honya Taiko was a rather attractive girl, with long golden hair cascading down her waist, adorned in a pristine white outfit and a simple black skirt, exuding a quiet demeanor. Yu had never paid them much attention before, and Yamada Shuki and Honya Taiko had no notable impression of him either. However, the two shared a good rapport with each other to TO them. Yu was merely a stranger. Once the class assignments were finalized, the guiding Jonin arrived to lead their students away. The first to arrive was Asuma. Upon entering, he looked toward Shikamaru and the others, stating, "Students of Class 10, I am your guiding Jonin. Follow me." As Ino prepared to leave, she turned to Yu, reluctantly saying, "Yu, my family owns a flower shop on the commercial street. I help out there. You must come visit me." Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement that if he had not responded, Ino would likely have been unwilling to depart. Shikamaru added, "Yu, we'll take our leave now." Yu chuckled. "Well, you may go ahead." After the three departed, Yamada Shimoku and Ben Yatako seated themselves beside Yu. Yamada Shimoku, with a cheerful disposition, turned to Yu and extended his hand, smiling, "Greetings, Yu. I am Yamada Shimoku. We shall be classmates from now on, and I look forward to your guidance." Yu responded with a smile. "Hello, Shimoku. I am Yu, and I hope to receive your guidance as well." Yu. "I am Ben Yatako. I also hope to benefit from your guidance," Ben Yatako said, extending her hand graciously. Yu gave a slight shake before releasing it, smiling, "Yatako, I too look forward to your guidance." Thus, the three became acquainted. During their handshake, Yu sensed that the chakra levels within both individuals were rather modest, merely at the standard of a typical genin. This was a characteristic of natural energy, which rendered one particularly sensitive to energy, exhibiting heightened awareness not only towards chakra, but also to potential dangers at this moment. Yu had formed a preliminary understanding of his two companions. He did not harbor any dislike towards them. Both possessed amiable personalities. While Yamada Shimoku's demeanor bore similarities to Naruto's, it lacked the latter's exuberance, being merely cheerful. Conversely, Ben Yatako's character resembled Hinata's, though she was not as reserved. Being simply more tranquil, in terms of appearance, she was no less appealing than Hinata, and her fashion sense was markedly superior. You could discern that, although Ben Yatako did not hail from a ninja clan, her family circumstances were undoubtedly affluent. As her garments suggested considerable value, it was reasonable to conclude that Ben Yatako was a little heiress. Both Ben Yatako and Yamada Shimoku were exceedingly curious about Yu, as they had surprisingly little recollection of him. Unable to contain himself, Yamada Shimoku inquired, "Yu, why do I not recall you? Are you perhaps a transfer student?" Ben Yatako also looked towards Yu. Her curiosity piqued. Yu felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that, aside from Shikamaru, few in the class recognized him. Despite having been in the same class for 6 years, with patience, Yu replied, "I have been in this class for 6 years." Shimoku was taken aback, exclaiming, "You mean to say you've been here for 6 years?" He found it hard to believe that after such a duration, he had no memory of Yu. Ben Yatako covered her mouth in astonishment. She too was shocked. Yu offered a wry smile. "Perhaps I simply prefer not to engage much with others." Yamada Shimoku nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have no recollection of you, either. It is quite strange. Nonetheless, we shall be comrades now, and we won't let you be alone any longer." Shimoku laughed brightly. Yu was somewhat surprised. It appeared that such individuals were not exclusive to the main cast. These supporting characters were quite commendable, albeit their abilities fell short, relegating them to mere background figures. Some unfortunate souls even perished in the Fourth Great Ninja War, while others met their demise during missions before the war even commenced. Chapter 5. The test. As Yamada Shimoku and Ben Yatako finished speaking, a rugged ninja, appearing to be in his 40s and boasting a robust physique uncharacteristic of a ninja, entered the classroom. The fierce aura he exuded instantly silenced the previously boisterous classroom. The newcomer approached the podium, surveying the room with a keen gaze, swiftly locking onto Yu and his companions. "Class 11, step forward," he commanded succinctly. This ninja was indeed the instructor for Yu and his peers. Having delivered his message, he exited the classroom. Yamada Shimoku and Ben Yatako were visibly frightened by this instructor. "Why must our teacher be such a fearsome figure?" Yamada Shimoku lamented. Ben Yatako expressed her concern. "It seems we are in for a rough time." Yu, however, remained unfazed, contemplating. This individual's imposing presence and heavy bloodlust suggest a background in the Umbu or similar divisions. Yet, this could be a fortuitous circumstance. Being part of the Umbu indicates a certain level of strength. The Umbu are not exclusively upper ninjas. Even mid-level ninjas can join, but those who do are often the elite among their ranks. Let us proceed. If we do not follow soon, we may lose sight of him, Yu advised his companions. After Yu and his peers left, Naruto, seated at the back, finally exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. Yu is doomed. His instructor looks rather intimidating that I shall mourn for his future as a ninja. Sakura, sitting nearby, echoed his sentiments. Who is that teacher? He feels as though he is capable of murder. Only Sasuke appeared contemplative. The aura surrounding that ninja bore a resemblance to that of his brother, Itachi Uchiha. He likely emerged from the Umbu. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke possessed broader experiences. Upon exiting the classroom, Yu and his companions silently trailed their instructor. Yamada Shimoku and Ben Yatako were intimidated by the instructor's aura, while Yu remained taciturn. Their instructor, too, refrained from speaking. The four walked in silence out of the Ninja Academy and arrived at one of Konoha's training grounds. Konoha boasts numerous training areas, and among the most renowned is the Forest of Death, which spans a diameter of 20 kilometers. Standing before their instructor, Yamada Shimoku and Ben Yatako trembled slightly, while Yu remained composed. The instructor glanced at the trio before focusing his gaze on Yu. Almost immediately, Yu felt an oppressive force weighing down upon him, an uncomfortable sensation he recognized all too well. He was aware of the source of this pressure. However, he had no intention of yielding. Even as his mind swayed, he stood firm against the instructor's oppressive aura. Under the terrifying weight, Yu's countenance remained unchanged. He appeared unaffected. The instructor was astonished. An intriguing little brat, he mused. The pressure he exerted failed to faze Yu, sparking the instructor's interest. After all, Yu was merely a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. It was remarkable that he could maintain such composure in the face of the instructor's overwhelming presence, a feat that even mid-level ninjas often struggled to achieve. Haha, little brat, you truly surprised me. I initially thought I was assigned mere children, but it seems I have stumbled upon someone as fascinating as you, the instructor remarked. With the instructor's oppressive aura dissipated, Yamada Shimoku and Ben Yatako began to feel somewhat relieved. Though they regarded him with trepidation, having never encountered such a terrifying experience. Both turned to Yu, astonished that he had maintained his composure amidst such a daunting presence that Yu himself was taken aback. He had assumed he was on par with his companions, only to discover the vast chasm between them. They remained oblivious to the fact that the instructor's pressure had primarily targeted Yu. Had they known, their astonishment would have deepened. The residual effects had nearly rendered them unconscious. One could only imagine the immense strength Yu possessed, having borne the brunt of that pressure. Yu did not refute the instructor's words. Offering an explanation would have seemed contrived. The instructor, however, did not dwell on the matter, instead appearing quite pleased. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Kimoto T-Ichi. You may address me as T-Ichi-sensei. What you just experienced was a small test, and you performed adequately, especially you, Yu. Kimoto T-Ichi expressed satisfaction and surprise at Yu's earlier performance. Now, it is your turn to introduce yourselves. Upon hearing T-Ichi's words, Yamada Shimoku eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Teacher, I am Yamada Shimoku. My favorite food is grilled meat, and I detest green peppers. My dream is to become the strongest ninja in the world and, ultimately, the most powerful Hokage of Konoha. Yamada Shimoku bears a striking resemblance to Naruto, with even their dreams mirroring one another. However, the aspiration of becoming Hokage is likely a shared ambition among the majority of children in Konohagakure. Moku-ben, with a gentle smile, remarked, Then you must strive diligently. After all, there are numerous formidable ninjas in this world. To become the strongest ninja, one must exert efforts that surpass others. At that moment, Moku-ben no longer exuded the aura that kept others at bay, appearing rather amiable. Yet Honya Taiko still recalled the fear Moku-ben had instilled in her earlier. With a trembling voice, she introduced herself. I am Honya Taiko, 12 years old. Her voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Originally delicate and charming, she now appeared even more pitiable, her waist-length golden hair accentuating her beauty. Even Yu found himself momentarily captivated by her allure. Such a beautiful girl had never crossed his path. It seemed a tragedy if she were to perish during some mission. Yu frowned slightly. Both Honya Taiko and Yamada Shimu had left a favorable impression on him. Although they had only just met, Yu had already accepted them, that he pondered whether his presence would alter their destinies. After Yu introduced himself calmly, "I am Jingwen Yu, and my dream is to become an exceptional ninja," he articulated a rather ordinary aspiration. Indeed, he lacked any lofty dreams. Prior to acquiring the system, he had none, and even after, little had changed. Chapter 6. The Death Exam. After the trio had introduced themselves, Moku Ben smiled. "All right, that will suffice for today. Tomorrow morning, gather here. I shall take you to accept a mission." With that, he vanished without affording the trio a chance to respond. Yamada Shimu and Honya Taiko stood in a daze, gazing at the now empty space. Yu shook his head in resignation. "It seems this teacher is rather unreliable. Yamada, Honya, then I shall see you tomorrow." With Moku Ben's departure, Yu had no intention of lingering. However, just as he was about to leave, Yamada Shimu called out to him. "Yu, wait. Today is our graduation day, and our first day as a team. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Before Yu could respond, Honya Taiko enthusiastically chimed in. "Great idea. Let us go for barbecue. ILL treat. Yu, we haven't had a proper chance to know you yet." The now rejuvenated Honya Taiko bathed Yu with her captivating gaze, making it difficult for him to decline that if Honya insists, then I shall accept. Although he suspected Honya Taiko hailed from a wealthy background, he felt a twinge of discomfort at the prospect of her treating them. After all, dining on barbecue in Kanehagakure was far from inexpensive. Unlike ramen. Yamada Shima chuckled. "You needn't feel awkward. Taiko's father is a renowned tycoon in Kanehagakure. Her monthly allowance is equivalent to the reward for an A-rank mission. Shimu, if you continue like this, I might just make you pay for your own meal." Honya Taiko retorted, seemingly vexed by comments about her wealth. Yamada Shima laughed. "All right, I shall refrain from mentioning it as so. What do you say, Yu? Shall we go?" Yu was somewhat taken aback by Honya Taiko's affluence, that he had suspected she came from a privileged background. But he hadn't anticipated it to be this substantial. Tio put it into perspective. The reward for an A-rank mission ranges from 80,000 to 200,000 Ryo. Even at the minimum of 80,000 Ryo. Honya Taiko's monthly allowance could buy her over 1,000 bowls of ordinary Ichiraka ramen. Meanwhile, Yu's monthly living expenses amounted to a mere 5,000 Ryo, which allowed him to live quite comfortably. Honya Taiko's allowance was at least 16 times greater than his living expenses. Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating the vast disparity between the rich and the poor. Since someone was treating him to barbecue, Yu naturally wouldn't decline, that he smiled. "All right, let's go." Upon arriving at the most famous barbecue restaurant in Kanehagakure, a favored gathering spot for ninjas, they were greeted by a voice as soon as they entered. "Yu, over here." Yu turned towards the sound to find Ino and her companions present as well, that he glanced at Honya Taiko, seeking her opinion. Honya Taiko smiled. "It seems Yu and Ino have a good rapport." Yu replied nonchalantly, "We just met today," that he was uncertain of the implication behind Honya Taiko's inquiry. However, Yamada Shimu sensed an unsettling chill. Could it be that Taiko was feeling envious, while Yu was oblivious to Honya Taiko's character? Yamada Shimu was well aware. Although Honya Taiko was generally gentle, she occasionally exhibited a sarcastic demeanor. Upon hearing Yu's response, Honya Taiko smiled. "Then let us go join them." Yu felt indifferent, yet Yamada Shimu sensed foreboding. He hoped this barbecue would proceed without incident, though he knew that was unlikely. Yamada Shimu could already envision the unfolding drama. The trio approached Ino's group. Indeed, Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, and their instructor Asuma were all present. As Yu settled beside Ino, Honya Taiko took a seat between him and Ino. "Ino, I didn't expect to see you here." Ino glanced at Honya Taiko. They shared a decent relationship. Previously, during their time at the Ninja Academy, she was among the few girls who weren't infatuated with Sasuke, which resulted in minimal competition between them. Moreover, although Honya Taiko was a T from a ninja clan, she belonged to a wealthy family in Kanehagakure, fostering a cordial relationship between the two. However, today, Ino couldn't shake the feeling that Honya Taiko was acting differently than usual. This perception was noted by both Yamada Shimu and Shikamaru. Yu seated himself beside Yamada Shimu. Meanwhile, Shikamaru introduced Yu. "This is our instructor Sarutobi Asuma." Yu, Yamada Shimu, and Honya Taiko promptly stood Asuma-sensei. The trio was well aware of Asuma's stature. Even without considering his lineage as the son of the third Hokage, his status as an elite jonin warranted their respect. Elite jonin are formidable figures within ninja villages, often capable of serving as leaders in smaller villages that in Kanagacore. The number of ninjas possessing elite jonin strength was limited, making them among the most powerful individuals in any village. Observing the trio's formality, Asuma quickly waved his hand, that had no need for formality. "Please have a seat." Once seated, Asuma looked at Shikamaru and his companions with a hint of exasperation. "Look how considerate these students are. You all should learn from them." However, Shikamaru and his companions were unfazed. Despite their respect for Asuma, they saw no need to overly accommodate him, given that the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans were equally prestigious as the Sarutobi clan. Ino paid no heed to Asuma. Instead, her intense gaze was fixed on Yu. "Yu, how did you finish so quickly? Did your teacher not give you an assessment?" Ino spoke past Honya Taiko, eliciting a hint of displeasure from her. Though she remained composed, everyone turned their attention to Yu, eager to hear his response. Although they had graduated and become ninjas, they still needed to pass their instructor's assessments. Failure to do so could result in being sent back to the Ninja Academy for re-enrollment. Yu explained, "Our instructor's assessment was quite simple, so we finished quickly." However, Yamada Shimu interjected, unable to contain himself. "That is not true. Our teacher's assessment was terrifying. Taiko and I nearly met our end." Just recalling Moku Ben's assessment sent shivers down Yamada Shimu's spine, evoking a feeling akin to death itself. His words piqued the curiosity of Shikamaru and the others. Asuma furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who is your teacher?" Since Asuma had arrived at the classroom before Moku Ben, he had missed him. "It is Moku Ben Sensei," Yamada Shimu replied. Asuma paused for a moment, then frowned, unable to recall any jonin by that name in Kanagacore. "Moku Ben? I don't remember any ninja by that name in the village." Chapter 7. Asuma's attention. Yamada Shimu asked curiously. "Even Asuma-sensei doesn't know. Is our teacher truly obscure?" He felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he believed Moku Ben possessed formidable strength and should be a remarkable ninja. Sensing Yamada Shimu's disheartenment, Asuma quickly reassured him. "That shouldn't be the case. To my knowledge, all instructors responsible for a class of students are elite jonin. Your teacher is surely one of them. It's just that I may not be familiar with every ninja in Kanagacore." Upon hearing those words, Yamada Shuki felt a sense of relief wash over him. Although he had previously harbored a deep-seated fear of Makoto Kazuki during their joint evaluation, he was gratified to realize that his teacher was a formidable ninja. It was his belief that following a powerful ninja would expedite his own journey towards becoming a strong ninja. At that moment, Shikamaru inquired, "What was this ordeal you mentioned regarding your instructor's evaluation that nearly cost you your lives?" His curiosity piqued. He found it hard to fathom that a mere evaluation could be so severe. Asuma also turned his gaze towards Yamada Shuki, disapproving of any excessively cruel methods employed on students. Even Kakashi would never put his students in peril. Asuma felt concerned about Makoto Kazuki's harsh treatment of his pupils, a practice that, although not unheard of, was strictly prohibited in Kanagacore. Yamada Shuki glanced at Uraha and explained, "There wasn't anything particularly extraordinary about the evaluation. It seemed our teacher employed some form of mental ninjutsu that nearly shattered our spirits. Had it not been for Uraha, Tanji and I might have truly perished." Yamada Shuki had begun to realize that Makoto Kazuki's oppressive aura was primarily directed at Uraha. Otherwise, Makoto Kazuki would not have regarded Uraha so differently that it was likely that the brunt of Makoto Kazuki's pressure had fallen upon Uraha, leaving him and Tanji to endure only a fraction of it. Uraha, while savoring a piece of grilled meat, suddenly found himself the focus of Asuma, Shikamaru, and Ino's collective gaze. Uraha, momentarily taken aback, queried, "What's wrong?" He had been oblivious to the conversation among Yamada Shuki, Asuma, and Shikamaru, as the array of grilled meats on the table held far greater allure for him. Having lived in this world for 12 years without any friends, his pastimes primarily revolved around training and indulging in various delicacies. Observing the intrigued expressions of the others, Uraha felt perplexed. Asuma, likewise puzzled, recalled having reviewed Uraha's records, which revealed no remarkable achievements during his time at the Ninja Academy. How could it be that, in Yamada Shuki's account, he appeared to be an exceptionally capable individual? Contemplating this, Asuma asked Yamada Shuki, "What did you feel when your teacher cast that mental ninjutsu upon you?" After a brief moment of reflection, Yamada Shuki replied, "It felt as though I were trapped in a sea of corpses and blood, with countless ninjas surging towards me, as if I had been stabbed to death dozens of times, unable to escape that horrific environment." Upon hearing this, Tanji instinctively shuddered, haunted by the shadows cast by Makoto Kazuki's oppressive presence, a memory likely to remain etched in her mind for a lifetime. From Yamada Shuki's description, Asuma surmised the nature of the ninjutsu employed by Makoto Kazuki and began to deduce his identity. And no wonder I had never heard of him. He must be from the Umbu. Umbu? The others, except for Uraha, looked at Asuma with intrigue. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, Asuma explained, "Yes, the Umbu.it is a division within our village, dedicated to protecting Kanegakure from the shadows, comprised of numerous formidable ninjas." This revelation was novel to the group. Even Shikamaru and his companions, hailing from prestigious clans, were unaware of the Umbu's existence. Perhaps they simply did not pay attention to such matters. Shikamaru cast a deep glance at Uraha. Sensing the formidable presence of the Umbu from Asuma's description, the fact that Uraha could withstand the mental pressure exerted by such a ninja was astonishing. Asuma shared this sentiment as he observed Uraha, who remained engrossed in his food while the others had yet to touch theirs. The grilled meat on the table seemed far more enticing than the ongoing conversation, and he understood all too well the kind of power possessed by a ninja from the Umbu. And it was evident that all the instructors for this cohort were Jonin. This indicated that Uraha and his peers were being taught by a Jonin as well. Asuma was acutely aware of the strength of Jonin from the Umbu. The fact that Uraha could withstand such a ninja's mental oppression and emerge seemingly unscathed spoke volumes about his extraordinary capabilities. Meanwhile, Yamada Shuki was still reeling from Asuma's earlier revelation regarding the Umbu. Contemplating how powerful his teacher, Makoto Kazuki, must be, that it was only natural for him to hope that Makoto Kazuki could impart formidable ninjutsu upon him and guide him to becoming a powerful ninja. To achieve this, Makoto Kazuki's strength must be considerable. Shikamaru glanced at Asuma, who shook his head in response. Initially, Shikamaru had intended to inquire further about Uraha's circumstances, but Asuma's demeanor deterred him from doing so. Subsequently, Asuma refrained from pressing Yamada Shuki and his companions about their evaluation, instead committing the matter to memory for future discussion with Kakashi. That it was indeed peculiar that a student fresh from the Ninja Academy could withstand the Jinjutsu of an Umbu Jonin. How could that be? Furthermore, given Uraha's lackluster performance at the academy, how could he possess such formidable strength? Was it merely a matter of exceptional mental fortitude? All these questions warranted investigation. Uraha, however, remained oblivious to Asuma's contemplations. Even if he had noticed, it would not have concerned him that he did not consider his abilities to be particularly alarming. It was simply a case of possessing an extraordinary level of mental strength. After an enjoyable meal of grilled meat, Uraha, along with Ino, Shikamaru, and Yamada Shuki, found themselves growing more familiar with one another. As they made their way home that evening, Yamada Shuki turned to Uraha and said, "Uraha, my home is not on your way. Could you please escort Tanji back?" Without giving Uraha a chance to decline, he dashed off. Uraha was left momentarily stunned, while Tanji's fair face flushed with embarrassment. Frowning, Uraha wondered, what was that about? He assumed there must have been some pressing matter at Yamada Shuki's home. Tanji, feeling shy, lowered her head, her toes unconsciously tapping against the ground, remaining silent. Turning to Tanji, Uraha smiled and said, "I'll accompany you home. After all, it's nighttime. Although you have graduated from the Ninja Academy and are considered a ninja now, you are still a girl and a member of a wealthy family at that. Who knows if anyone might try to kidnap you?" Tanji shyly nodded in agreement. She had developed a fondness for Uraha when she witnessed him standing firm against Makoto Kazuki's oppressive presence during their training. Additionally, Uraha's handsome appearance only added to her admiration. At this age, children often begin to develop feelings for the opposite sex. Uraha, however, did not regard Tanji as an equal. Rather, he saw her as a younger sibling. After all, his mental age was that of an adult. Even if he found Tanji beautiful for a fleeting moment, it was merely an appreciative glance that he thought to himself how wonderful it would be to have such a lovely little sister. As the two walked side by side along the brightly lit streets, they appeared to onlookers as a pair of golden boys and jade maidens. Passers-by even turned their heads to glance at the two. With their striking looks, it was not uncommon for some pedestrians to mistake them for a couple that in this world. Both boys and girls tended to mature early, and it was not unusual for individuals their age to be in romantic relationships. Coupled with Tanji's bashful demeanor and rosy cheeks, it was impossible not to draw such conclusions. After walking for a while, Tanji mustered the courage to speak to Uraha. Uraha, what do you think of Ino? Uraha paused, curiosity piqued by her question. What did she mean by what do you think? Tanji's face turned as red as if she had a fever, yet she managed to voice the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Do you think she's pretty? After all, she's from the Yamanaka clan. I bet you boys are quite fond of girls like her, and in truth, Tanji was more attractive than Ino, and her gentle demeanor made her particularly appealing to boys. Uraha, however, was unaware of Tanji's underlying motives for asking this question, that he had always assumed that Yamada Shuki and Tanji shared a closer bond. The reason he was accompanying Tanji home was that Yamada Shuki had an urgent matter to attend to. After pondering for a moment, Uraha replied, Ino is indeed quite beautiful. That Tanji's response was one of urgency, as she turned to Uraha and asked, So, do you like her? Uraha was taken aback and replied, We are friends, so of course I like her. That I don't mean like as in friends. Do you like her in a romantic sense? Tanji pressed nervously. Well, definitely not. I just met her today. Why do you ask? Uraha inquired, intrigued by Tanji's insistence. Upon hearing Uraha's answer, Tanji exhaled in relief, smiling as she said, Because I noticed she seemed particularly interested in you compared to the other boys. That I can tell she has a soft spot for you. Uraha chuckled. You're overthinking it. Ino treats all good-looking boys that way. Tanji was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Uraha would make a joke. She then playfully patted him on the shoulder and teased. So, does that mean you think you're quite handsome? Uraha laughed. Am I not handsome? You are. On this night, Benyi Tianzi chuckled. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Beneath the streetlight, their actions were unmistakably suggestive. At this moment, the bond between them undeniably grew closer. For Yu, Benyi Tianzi was a playful companion, while for Benyi Tianzi, she discovered a different side of Yu. He was not the aloof and unapproachable person he seemed. As they joked, they quickly arrived at Benyi Tianzi's doorstep. Gazing at the grand entrance before them, Yu jested, indeed, a luxurious abode. It seems that Shumu was right. Tianzi, your family is quite affluent. That I in the heart of Konoha. A place where every inch is precious. There existed a residence resembling a mansion, indicating wealth beyond the ordinary. Beyond the ninjas, Konoha was home to many ordinary citizens, as ninjas did not engage in productive labor. The village relied on these ordinary folks for sustenance, and some affluent families or nobles from the Land of Fire chose to reside in Konoha for safety reasons. This also served as a source for the numerous low-ranking missions in Konoha. Of course, the village's primary income stemmed from military funding allocated by the Land of Fire. Hearing Yiyu's words, Benyi Tianzi grew apprehensive, fearing that he might distance himself due to her family's circumstances. Anxiously, she grasped Yiyu's hand and implored, Yiyu, you don't dislike me because of my family, do you? Yiyu glanced at Benyi Tianzi's delicate hands, momentarily entranced by their softness. However, he swiftly replied, Why would you think that? Having a wealthy teammate is a good thing. Why would I dislike you for that? Upon hearing Yiyu's response, Benyi Tianzi sighed in relief and responded in the past. Many people hesitated to befriend me once they learned I was from the Benyi clan. That it's only gotten worse as I grew older. They feared they might hurt me, since entering the ninja academy. Only Shumu was willing to play with me. She spoke of this. Benyi Tianzi's spirit sank. Yu gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, From today onward, you have gained another friend. After all, we will be fighting side by side in the future, and I hope to entrust my back to you. Sensing Yiyu's sincerity, Benyi Tianzi nodded excitedly. Yiyu, I promise I won't hold you back. She was acutely aware of her limited talents, yet she believed in Yiyu's strength and hoped to work harder, striving not to become a burden within their team. Yiyu smiled. That won't happen. Both you and Shumu are quite capable. I should be heading back now. It's getting late. You should go inside. Benyi Tianzi nodded, already regarding Yiyu as someone significant in her life. The hearts of children are easily swayed. Capable of both affection and aversion. This day, Yiyu still perceived Benyi Tianzi merely as a child. After Yiyu departed, Benyi Tianzi lingered at the entrance until his figure was no longer visible. Is that your teammate from the class? A voice suddenly broke the silence, startling her. Turning around, she discovered it was her mother. Mom, how did you approach without making a sound? You nearly scared me to death. Ben Yi Tianzi's mother, named Qin Shouming, bore a striking resemblance to her daughter. Standing around 1.7 meters tall, with waist-length golden hair tied in a ponytail, she appeared youthful, seemingly in her 20s despite nearing 40. Her demeanor was dignified and graceful, and her beauty was extraordinary. Most importantly, she bore the surname Qinsho, that if Yu were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for in his experience, he had never encountered anyone bearing the Qinsho name in Konoha. However, he did not believe the Qinsho clan had been eradicated. Such a powerful family, with such high prestige in the village, could not have vanished within a few decades that if they had, they would surely be frequently mentioned. Much like the Uchiha clan. Yet, Yu had never heard any mention of the Qinsho clan in Konoha. Thus, he speculated that they had merely integrated into the village. After all, Tsunade did not carry the Qinsho surname, suggesting that many members of the clan may have abandoned it. Reality aligned with Yu's assumptions. Indeed, many members of the Qinsho clan in Konoha had forsaken their surname, but this was only a portion of them. However, since the days of Qinsho Zhu Jian and Qinsho Fei Jian, the clan had not produced many exceptional talents comparable to them. Besides those who had chosen to assimilate into Konoha, many still retained their surname. Their presence could be found throughout various important sectors of the village. Yet, Yu had rarely interacted with others in Konoha, hence his lack of awareness. This was quite normal. He had also seldom encountered anyone from the Sarutobi clan. Having only met Asuma Sarutobi and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, throughout the years. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan emerged in significant numbers that in everyday life, ninjas from these families seldom made appearances. In the narrative, only those characters relevant to the plot would surface, while others were preoccupied with their own affairs. Naturally absent from the storyline, that it is worth noting that Konoha had thousands of ninjas. And with the addition of ordinary civilians, the population swelled to tens of thousands. The size of Konoha itself was so vast that it resembled a large city rather than a mere village. With training grounds stretching 20 kilometers in diameter, illustrating just how expansive Konoha truly was. Ben Yi Tianzi's mother was a member of the Qinsho clan. Although she retained the surname, she was not a ninja. Chapter 9. He is a mysterious individual. Ben Yi Tianzi gazed longingly at the spot where Yu had vanished, her heart heavy with reluctance. Qin Shouming discerned her daughter's feelings and smiled. It seems you have a special fondness for this companion. What kind of person is he? At her mother's inquiry, Ben Yi Tianzi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What do you mean by special? Qin Shouming chuckled softly. Well, you were staring at that boy just now. I have never seen you look at Shumu like that. Ben Yi Tianzi turned her gaze to the dimly lit road, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't know him well yet, we just met. Qin Shouming raised an eyebrow in curiosity. You just met? ISNT in your class. She assumed Yu was a transfer student. Konoha did indeed have students transferring from other small ninja villages in the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire was not limited to Konoha. It housed several smaller ninja villages. Ben Yi Tianzi shook her head. He's in our class that I just never noticed him over the past 6 years. Nor did I know him. How is that possible? You've been in the same class for 6 years and never interacted. Qin Shouming found it hard to believe. Didn't you even exchange a single word? That boy has a very low presence. Ben Yi Tianzi replied with a smile, lower than mine. Qin Shouming was taken aback, struggling to comprehend how someone could possess such a lack of presence. After a moment, she furrowed her brow. Is he perhaps difficult to get along with? Concern etched on her face, as she feared for her daughter, being that in her understanding. A student with such low presence would likely have a solitary personality, possibly making them hard to approach. However, Ben Yi Tianzi shook her head earnestly. No, Yu is quite easy to get along with. That I don't know why he was like that before, but his personality is genuinely nice. Seeing her daughter's eyes light up as she spoke of Yu brought a twinge of worry to Qin Shouming. Could it be that my silly daughter has developed feelings? Children in the world of Naruto tend to mature early. Despite just graduating from the Ninja Academy, they were already aware of what affection entailed. Coupled with Ben Yi Tianzi's exceptional background, her father being a wealthy man from the Land of Fire, and her mother belonging to the Qinsho clan, her beauty was remarkable. Even at a young age, it was only natural for some boys to harbor feelings for her. Qin Shouming cautiously inquired, what feelings do you have for him? Are they akin to what you feel for Shumu? Ben Yi Tianzi, unlike Naruto, understood her mother's implications. However, she was conflicted. Having known Yu for merely a day, although she felt a spark of affection. It was not yet definitive that it was merely a budding fondness. After a moment of silence, she raised her head and contemplated before responding. It's probably different that I consider Shimu a good friend, but my feelings for Yu are somewhat distinct. Yet, having only just met him, I'm uncertain why I feel this way. Qinshu Ming furrowed her brow, as her worries had indeed come to pass. Perhaps it was merely curiosity that drew you to him. After all, you were strangers prior, which might have sparked your interest, and nothing more. Qinshu Ming still harbored reservations about her daughter being easily deceived by a boy. From her perspective, such concern was entirely justified. Their family was unlike ordinary households. Though not a clan of ninjas, they were a wealthy family, and given her lineage from the Qinshu clan, their status was comparable to many of the ninja families in Konoha. They were, in fact, part of the elite class that if Benai Tianzi merely sought friendship, then whether it was Yamada Shimuki or anyone else, Qinshu Ming would wholeheartedly support it. However, if genuine feelings were involved, the other party's background and intentions would certainly warrant careful consideration. Observing her mother's anxious demeanor, Benai Tianzi smiled and asked, Mom, are you worried that I might develop feelings for Yu? Qinshu Ming, caught off guard, felt a tinge of embarrassment but nodded. You know, our family is different from others. You are our sole child, destined to inherit the Benai family, so you must choose your partner with utmost discernment to avoid unforeseen complications. Benai Tianzi sighed deeply at her mother's words. Mom, why not have another child with Dad? I wish for a little more ease, this child. How could she speak so freely? Qinshu Ming's cheeks flushed slightly, that in truth, she cherished her relationship with Benai Tianzi's father. Their love had blossomed from a free romance, and their bond had remained strong. Benai Tianzi smiled, saying, though I'm uncertain if I truly like Yu, he certainly feels different from my ordinary classmates. There is an air of mystery about him, yet I feel secure when I'm with him. Qinshu Ming sensed something amiss and inquired, mysterious. Do you mean he has an introverted personality? Not quite. Replied Benai Tianzi that Yu always gives off the impression that he is much more than he appears. Qinshu Ming's brow furrowed further. This was precisely the matter she was most concerned about. She promptly asked, do you think he has ulterior motives? Benai Tianzi paused for a moment, then smiled gently. Mom, if that were the case, do you think I would still hold any fondness for him? Although Benai Tianzi was calm and composed, much like Hinata, she did not extend kindness to everyone without discernment. She was capable of independent thought that if someone approached her solely due to her family's status, she would absolutely reject them, even with great disdain. Qinshu Ming nodded. She believed in her daughter's judgment. Though her demeanor appeared soft and introverted, she possessed her own thoughts and ideals. What could it be? Why does he give you such a mysterious impression? He is merely a newly graduated genin. Benai Tianzi shook her head and replied, Mom, I believe he is already far stronger than I and my classmates. Oh, is he truly exceptional? Why have I never heard the third Hokage mention him? I have impressions of the most outstanding students from this class, yet I do not recall anyone named Yu. As one of the top families in Konoha, Qinshu Ming was well informed, especially since her beloved daughter was among this class. Chapter 10. Exceptional Learning Ability. Benai Tianzi looked at her mother and said, That is why I said he is mysterious. Before the class assignment, I had no idea he existed, nor did anyone else seem to notice him. Qinshu Ming asked, You say he is strong. How did you come to that conclusion? Though not a ninja, being from the Qinshu clan, Qinshu Ming could still make assessments based on certain information. Benai Tianzi reflected on today's assessment. After the class assignment, our instructor put us through a test. It was a type of mental ninjutsu. I nearly couldn't endure it. My mind felt on the verge of collapsing. Yet you seemed unaffected. At the end of the assessment, our instructor mentioned that the mental techniques were primarily directed at him, and what we experienced was merely the residual impact of his jutsu. Even so, Yu appeared to feel no pressure at all, leaving our instructor astonished. When we relayed this to Asuma-sensei, he too found it incredible. As Qinshu Ming listened to her daughter's narration, her brow tightened further. This was indeed significant news. From what you describe, that child possesses extraordinary mental strength. Remember, your teacher is a genin from the ANBU. And those ninjas typically have formidable mental fortitude. If even he could not impose pressure on that boy, it indicates he possesses exceptional mental prowess. Such individuals often have precise control over chakra and may even possess an exceptionally large chakra reserve. As this thought crossed her mind, Qinsho Ming's gaze sharpened. This was an extraordinary matter. Though she was not a ninja, she was well-versed in the Qinsho clan's extensive records and had a solid understanding of the principles of ninjutsu. Moreover, given that the Qinsho clan members typically boasted substantial chakra reserves, she was acutely aware that a strong mental power would correlate with both a large chakra capacity and adept control. Withstanding the mental techniques of an Anbuj Nin required not only meticulous chakra control, but also a significant reserve to sustain the exertion. Otherwise, one could end up like Sakura, who, despite her precise chakra control, would be unable to resist genjutsu if the opponent's chakra exceeded hers. How could someone with such precise chakra control and substantial reserves remain unnoticed for 6 years, without any presence to speak of? It was quite perplexing. Furthermore, he was just a child, yet he had managed to remain concealed for so long. This child's thoughts were indeed extraordinary. Initially merely curious about Yu, Benai Tianzi was now equally astonished by her mother's analysis. She looked at her and asked, "Mom, so does this mean Yu is truly powerful?" Qinsho Ming regarded her daughter earnestly and replied, "It is still too early to confirm, but barring unforeseen circumstances, his future should be remarkable. Even the most outstanding graduate ninjas do not possess the ability to remain composed under the mental techniques of an Anbuj Nin. Tianzi, it seems that child is indeed mysterious. Until we uncover his background, it would be wise for you to maintain your distance." Although Benai Tianzi was somewhat reluctant, she recognized that her mother's intentions were for her own good. Moreover, after hearing Qinsho Ming's analysis, she too felt that Yu's strength exceeded her understanding. Regardless of her feelings for him, she had to heed her mother's advice. Meanwhile, Yu was unaware that the assessment had caused a rift between the mother and daughter. Even if he had known, he would not have been concerned. He had already mentally prepared himself for the revelation of his abilities during today's assessment. Upon returning home, Yu did not engage in his usual pre-sleep chakra refinement. Instead, he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His consciousness had entered the realm of awareness. You have been idle for a day. Your chakra has doubled, and your physical prowess has also doubled. You have acquired exceptional learning abilities. Any ninjutsu can be mastered at the pace of a top-tier genius, provided your body and chakra are sufficient. Suddenly, Yu felt a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body, so pleasurable that he nearly gasped aloud. His mind became clearer than ever before. It seemed that the previously perplexing knowledge of ninjutsu was not only vividly remembered, but fully comprehended. That it felt as if, with just a demonstration, he could learn ninjutsu as effortlessly as Uchiha Itachi. Emerging from the realm of awareness, Yu gazed in astonishment at the ceiling. Closing his eyes, he sensed an overwhelming surge of chakra coursing through him. A tangible essence of chakra swirling through his meridians. The sensation was exhilarating. With the doubling of his chakra, his reserves must now be at the level of an elite Nin. His physical capabilities should have reached the standard of a Nin specializing in taijutsu. This level of enhancement was truly terrifying. That it is rare for ninjas to focus solely on taijutsu. Achieving the level of a Nin in taijutsu is an accomplishment few can attain. Regrettably, he still lacked proficiency in any ninjutsu, which felt rather awkward. Upon reflection, I realized that my mastery of the body flicker technique may not be sufficient to match even a Nin in a real combat scenario. Yu harbors a profound desire to acquire a jutsu of tangible combat value. After all, he has obtained an AFK system, which necessitates that he first learn a technique before he can engage in idle training. It is impractical to contemplate automatic training without having mastered the fundamental skills required. Currently, he has only achieved proficiency in the body flicker technique. However, relying solely on this technique to survive in battle is exceedingly challenging, particularly against ninjas who are specialized assassins, adept in employing all manner of despicable and unscrupulous tactics. Think that one could confront a professional ninja with nothing but the body flicker technique is tantamount to courting death. Yu is not so presumptuous as to believe he has attained the strength to challenge a Nin. In fact, he harbors doubts about his ability to triumph over even a Nin. Nonetheless, the gains from this evening have been substantial. Possessing an exceptional capacity for learning, he is confident that he can grasp some basic ninjutsu with mere observation. After the completion of tomorrow's mission, He intends to visit the training grounds to see if anyone is practicing ninjutsu, at the very least. He wishes to learn some fundamental offensive techniques to enhance his combat repertoire. He has no desire to be merely a taijutsu specialist. Although the 8 Gates technique is formidable, Yu is not inclined to pursue it, regardless of whether an opportunity arises. The potential consequences of mastering the 8 Gates are too terrifying for him to contemplate. Moreover, it is a unique skill of Guy, seldom imparted to others. The only individuals capable of mastering the 8 Gates are Guy, Kakashi, and Lee. Kakashi is a close friend of Guy, while Lee is his direct pupil. What place does Yu have in such a lineage? He has no intention of pursuing that path. Chapter 11. Kakashi. A terrifying amount of chakra. At this moment, while resting at home, Uchiha Tomo suddenly opened his eyes and gazed toward the balcony. He coldly remarked, "Captain, it seems you are aware of that child's situation." And no sooner had Tomo spoken than a figure appeared on the balcony. "Tomo, I did not expect you to emerge from the Umbu to take on the role of an instructor," the newcomer said calmly. Under the moonlight, the figure became discernible that if Naruto and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Kakashi-sensei." The individual on the balcony was none other than Kakashi Hatake, the instructor of Team 7. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Tomo stepped onto the balcony, leaning against the railing while gazing at the moonlit night, and said softly, "Have you not emerged as well, remaining in the shadows for too long? It is indeed time to bask in the sunlight." Kakashi regarded Tomo and remarked, "It appears you are quite pleased with that child." "Indeed, he is quite an impressive little fellow," Tomo replied, a rare smile gracing his features as he recalled Yi Yu's performance earlier that day. However, Kakashi's expression grew serious. "You should understand that he may not be as simple as you perceive him to be," Kakashi cautioned. Tomo turned to look at Kakashi and, after a prolonged silence, stated, "In my view, he is merely a quiet child who dislikes drawing attention to himself. There is nothing particularly complex about him, that if he harbored any ulterior motives, I would have easily detected them, that I believe you are capable of discerning this." Kakashi paused for a moment, contemplating. Indeed, if Yu had any nefarious intentions, he would not have been easily probed by Tomo. Even so, it would be prudent to maintain some reservations regarding him. Tomo chuckled. "Do you still doubt my abilities? After all, I was part of the interrogation department. At first glance, I could tell that the child simply prefers to remain low-key. Unlike you, even at your age, you likely reveled in the praise of others." Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite Kakashi's current silence, he had not always possessed this demeanor, particularly before the tragic demise of Rin Noara. After a lengthy pause, Kakashi queried, "Regardless, I will keep a watchful eye on that child. Should any unforeseen events arise, I will intervene." Kakashi had not intended to voice this sentiment, as it implied a direct involvement in Tomo's affairs regarding Yu. Typically, such a declaration would not be well received. Yet, to his surprise, Tomo did not react with anger. Instead, he responded calmly, "Do as you wish, that if that child poses any threat to the village, I will personally eliminate him. However, until that time comes, he is my student, and I have great hopes for him. I will nurture him into a formidable protector of the village." Although Tomo had been stern with Yu and his companions earlier, he felt immense satisfaction towards Yu. Initially, he had not considered mentoring his team diligently, but Yu's presence ignited a desire within him to cultivate Yu into a powerful individual. Tomo. Yu was a genius, and a remarkably stable one at that. Upon realizing Tomo's intentions, Kakashi refrained from further comment, fully aware of Tomo's capabilities. While not among the strongest in the Umbu, given his background in the interrogation unit, his meticulous and cautious nature made him one of the least likely individuals to allow Yu to become a threat to the village. Nonetheless, Kakashi felt a sense of curiosity regarding Yu. After departing from Tomo, Kakashi made his way to Yu's residence. For someone of Kakashi's stature, gathering information on Yu was remarkably easy. He soon found himself on the balcony of Yu's home. However, at this moment, Yu was already fast asleep, completely unaware of Kakashi's presence. Although Yu's chakra levels were now nearly on par with Kakashi's. It was merely a matter of chakra quantity that in terms of combat experience and ninjutsu, he had no means of resisting Kakashi's prowess at present. Yu's strength could at best be likened to that of a nin. Slightly stronger than an average genin, capable of holding his own against a typical nin, but that was the extent of it. Thus, it was entirely implausible for him to sense Kakashi's presence. As Kakashi stood on the balcony, observing the slumbering Yu within the room, he took a moment before pulling up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three tomo spun within the depths of his blood-red eye. In an instant, Kakashi perceived the flow of chakra within Yu's being, and he was utterly taken aback. How is this possible? The chakra within this child is utterly terrifying. Kakashi nearly lost his balance, teetering on the edge of the balcony railing. The overwhelming chakra emanating from Yu left Kakashi feeling a sense of dread. Was it truly appropriate for a 12-year-old child to possess such a formidable amount of chakra? While Naruto's chakra reserves far exceeded Yu's, being hundreds of times greater, it was crucial to remember that Naruto belonged to the Uzumaki clan and was the host of the Nine Tails. Thus, it was understandable for him to have such an immense chakra pool. Even though the chakra from the Nine Tails that Naruto possessed was merely a fraction leaking from the 8 trigram seal, it still elevated his chakra levels to a magnitude that surpassed Kakashi's by a considerable margin. Naruto was a special case, endowed with the lineage of the Uzumaki clan and the status of a Jinchuriki, which accounted for his extraordinary chakra reserves. For a typical ninja, especially one whose parents did not hail from a ninja clan, it was inconceivable for Yu to possess such an abundance of chakra. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. His chakra levels are already around 60% of mine, approximately 20 times that of Sasuke. Kakashi's thoughts turned to Sasuke, whose chakra levels were also atypical for a ninja. As a member of the Uchiha clan and the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke inherently possessed a higher chakra capacity, second only to the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Given that he was the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke's chakra reserves were significantly greater than those of ordinary ninjas his age, that he had already reached a level where he could perform the fire release. Great Fireball technique, a jutsu that required a chakra expenditure beyond the capabilities of an ordinary genin. Yet, astonishingly, Yu's chakra level surpassed Sasuke's by a staggering margin, nearly 20-fold. Before encountering Yu, Kakashi had merely regarded him as a potentially profound genius. Now, he perceived Yu as an outright prodigy. The sheer volume of chakra he possessed defied all logic. Kakashi could not fathom how Yu could possess such an incredible amount of chakra. Upon closer inspection, Kakashi was once again taken aback. No, it is not merely the quantity. The quality of this chakra is also exceptional. This chakra is not typical and deviates from ordinary chakra. What Kakashi was unaware of was that the chakra emanating from Yu was a manifestation of natural energy. It was not merely ordinary chakra. Had Jiraiya been present, he would have instantly recognized it as Senjutsu chakra. This was because Yu's chakra was inherently composed of concentrated natural energy, and within his body, Senjutsu chakra formed quite naturally. Moreover, the formation of Senjutsu chakra did not render his physique peculiar. Rather, it nourished his body, enhancing it progressively, bringing him ever closer to the state of a sage. Chapter 12. Terrifying reflexes. Yu's chakra, being Senjutsu chakra, meant that although its quantity was merely at the level of an elite Genin, its quality had already surpassed that of elite Genin. Kakashi furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. Why did this child's chakra bear a resemblance to that of Lord Jiraiya? No, it was more akin to the chakra Lord Jiraiya exhibited when in a specific state. Kakashi had witnessed Jiraiya enter sage mode before, and the chakra surrounding Yu evoked the same feeling as that moment. This child indeed harbored numerous secrets that at this juncture, Kakashi felt somewhat conflicted. Logically, he ought to report Yu's situation to the third Hokage. However, having experienced many events in the past and spent years in the Umbu, Kakashi was acutely aware that once Yu's circumstances were disclosed to the third Hokage, his future would be far from pleasant. Regardless of whether Yu posed a threat to the village, he might even become a specimen for experimentation. With this thought, Kakashi regained his composure, hoping that Yu would not pose any threat to Konoha. Ultimately, he resolved to conceal Yu's situation in Konoha. Apart from the Hyuga clan, only Kakashi could discern the unique chakra within Yu as long as he remained silent, even if Asuma and the third Hokage spoke of it. The third Hokage would remain oblivious to Yu's distinctive chakra. Having made this decision, Kakashi vanished from the balcony of Yu's home. Unbeknownst to Yu, he had nearly been reported to the third Hokage by Kakashi. Yet, even if he had known, it would not have mattered to him. After all, he was living a second life. How his future would unfold was of no concern to him. He might even be treated as an experimental subject by the village. Yet he would remain unfazed that if he could resist, he would. If not, there was no need to worry at this moment. Yu's mindset was remarkably tranquil, that he had no grand ambitions, nor did he indulge in self-pity. He simply lived in a very ordinary manner. The following morning, he arrived early at the training ground, noticing that Benai Tianshi seemed somewhat distant compared to the previous day. Yamada Shimu, however, was unchanged from yesterday. He approached Yu and quietly inquired, "Yu, did you say anything to Tianshi when you returned yesterday?" Yamada Shimu asked with a hint of curiosity. Yu replied nonchalantly, "What would you like to hear?" Yamada Shimu wore a mischievous grin. Responding playfully, "You should know what I want to hear. Surely, there was nothing significant, right? What were you thinking?" Yu felt somewhat speechless. He had only just met Benai Tianshi. How could he possibly have exchanged any intimate words? Of course, even if he had, he would never share such details with Yamada Shimu. Yamada Shimu appeared disappointed, saying, "Can't you see that Tianshi has feelings for you? You missed such a great opportunity yesterday. You truly let me down. You don't think Tianshi is unattractive, do you?" Yamada Shimu's words left Yu exasperated. "What are you talking about? Was there really something going on at your home yesterday?" Yu suspected that Yamada Shimu was being deliberately evasive. There was likely nothing at home at all. Yamada Shimu gazed at Yu with a look of disappointment, then "Oh, more questions. I'm just very disappointed in you. You had such a wonderful opportunity, and you failed to seize it. Although Tianshi isn't from a prestigious ninja clan, she belongs to a prominent family in the Land of Fire. She's beautiful, gentle, and has feelings for you. If I were you, I would have confessed yesterday." Yamada Shimu placed a hand on his forehead, shaking his head in apparent dismay. Yet Yu found himself bemused. "What on earth are you thinking? Are you really 12 years old? While I understand that children in this world mature early, this is a bit excessive." Yu suspected that Yamada Shimu must be over 20 years old, given how deeply he pondered such matters. Yamada Shimu raised his hand, signaling for Yu not to speak to him. Disappointed. So disappointed. "Yu, I am very disappointed in you." Yamada Shimu adopted a mature demeanor that made Yu's lips twitch. "Perhaps you should focus your thoughts on training. If you were this serious about your training, you wouldn't still possess such mediocre strength." Among this graduating class, Yamada Shimu's abilities were considered average, and the same could be said for Yu. However, Yu's current prowess far exceeded that of Yamada Shimu. Benai Tianshi stood to the side, listening to their conversation, her face flushed as if it were about to bleed. She felt unable to voice her thoughts, especially since Yamada Shimu and Yu were speaking in hushed tones, clearly wishing to keep her from hearing. Whether Yu had feelings for her was unknown to her, but she had nearly confessed to Yu the previous night, only lacking the courage to voice it. Although she was now following her mother's advice to keep some distance from Yu, she still harbored feelings for him. As the three conversed, Yu suddenly sensed something amiss. Buzzing, clashing sounds echoed. Several metallic clangs resonated as Yu stood before Yamada Shimu and Benai Tianshi. A kunai gripped in his hand. Several kunai and shuriken were embedded in the ground on either side of him. Yu frowned, glaring into the distance. "Mikamoto T-Ichi, this is excessive. We are merely freshly graduated ninjas." Yu was somewhat displeased that an attack of that nature was simply beyond the capacity of ordinary genin to evade. Had Yu not intervened, Yamada Shimu and Benai Tianshi would undoubtedly have been turned into pincushions. From the bewildered expressions on their faces, it was evident what fate awaited them had Yu not acted. Yu was particularly irked that Mikamoto T-Ichi had nearly placed Yamada Shimu and Benai Tianshi in harm's way, or worse, in jeopardy of death. After voicing his concerns, Mikamoto T-Ichi emerged from behind a distant tree, clapping his hands. "Well done. I surmise correctly that this level of attack poses no threat to you." Mikamoto T-Ichi paid no mind to Yu's earlier reproach. That moment, Yamada Shimu and Benai Tianshi finally grasped the situation. They had just been attacked by Mikamoto T-Ichi. As they gazed at the kunai and shuriken at their feet, a chill ran through them. Had Yu not intervened, or had he failed to block the attack, they might have met their end before fully comprehending the situation. They looked toward Mikamoto T-Ichi, feeling a sense of dread that had begun the previous day. The aura he exuded, coupled with the pressure from yesterday and today's surprise attack, made them acutely aware of the severity of Mikamoto T-Ichi's methods. As they stared at Yu's figure, they perceived him as a towering presence, akin to a great mountain standing before them. Yet Yu's mood was far from agreeable to him. Mikomoto Ichi's actions signified a blatant disregard for their lives. Observing Yiyu's fury, Mikomoto Ichi approached slowly. If there's no need to be so angry. I was merely testing your reflexes that I would not place my students in danger. However, Yiyu rejected this rationale outright. Yet, as the three of them were unharmed, he felt there was little he could say. Unbeknownst to Yiyu, the way he had deflected Mikomoto Ichi's kunai and shuriken had deeply astonished him. Chapter 13. The first mission, although the art of throwing ninja tools had been taught in the Ninja Academy and was considered fundamental, most newly graduated ninjas lacked practical combat proficiency in this skill. Only prodigies like Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha possessed the ability to wield ninja tools effectively at the tender age of 6 or 7. Just now, Mikomoto Ichi had launched kunai and shuriken with full force, an assault that ordinary ninjas, particularly those below the Nin rank, would find challenging to withstand. Yet Yiyu not only managed to defend against it but also displayed remarkable reflexes, even tracking the flight trajectories of the thrown kunai and shuriken. This demonstrated that Yiyu possessed not only exceptional physical strength and coordination, but also extraordinary sensory perception and eyesight, setting him apart from his peers. At the very least, Mikomoto Ichi had not achieved such a level at Yiyu's age. Yiyu was unaware of Mikomoto Ichi's thoughts. He merely felt disgruntled. However, that was the extent of his discontent. He had no intention of taking further action. Given his current level of strength, he was powerless to do anything more. Mikomoto Ichi approached the three of them and declared, "Today, I will take you to accept your first mission." Upon hearing that they were to embark on a mission, both Benai Tianshi and Yamada Shimu, who had just been startled, became animated, completely forgetting their earlier fear. "Really, sensei? Can we take on a mission right now?" Mubentongi, with a blank expression, nodded slightly and remarked, "Of course, however, during this period, you are only permitted to undertake tasks of C rank or below. While you carry out these assignments, I shall also provide you with training. You must be mentally prepared. My training can be quite rigorous." Suddenly, his tone turned icy. He glanced at Yiyu, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "But I believe you are quite looking forward to it. Aren't you?" Yiyu regarded Mubentongi with a furrowed brow. "Teacher Tongi, you are currently mentoring only 3 students who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Such trials as you just demonstrated seem rather unnecessary." Mubentongi patted Yiyu's shoulder. "You're still concerned, I see. Perhaps for the other 2, the days ahead may not be easy. But for you, it should be a positive experience." That why Yiyu understood the implications of Mubentongi's words. Indeed, he was eager to learn what ninjutsu Mubentongi could impart. However, he felt somewhat sympathetic towards Yamamoto Shimu and Benyi Tianzi. After all, their innate abilities were rather average, and if Mubentongi were overly strict with them, they would undoubtedly struggle. Noticing Yiyu's silence, Mubentongi smiled and said, "Let us proceed to the Hokage building to receive our assignments." Yamamoto Shimu and Benyi Tianzi were oblivious to the exchange between Mubentongi and Yiyu, still reveling in the joy of being able to officially take on missions. After the 4 departed, atop a tree in the training ground stood Kakashi, who was supposed to accompany Team 7 to receive their tasks. He held a novel in his hands. Though his attention was far from the pages, he had been observing Mubentongi's test of Yiyu closely, to why Yiyu's performance surprised him, even after Yiyu and the others had left. Kakashi murmured to himself, "Not only does he possess a vast amount of chakra, but his reflexes are also significantly more acute than those of ordinary ninjas. His sight rivals that of my Sharingan." Kakashi believed that the kunai and shuriken launched by Mubentongi would have been beyond the reaction capabilities of even a standard Nin. Even if one were aware of the incoming projectiles, they would struggle to perceive their trajectory, making them impossible to evade. This level of reflex and vision was certainly not something an ordinary ninja could attain. Kakashi even began to ponder whether Yiyu might be capable of mastering his Chidori. Thinking of Yiyu's vision, akin to his own Sharingan, and his agile movements, Kakashi recognized that he would be exceptionally suited for the Chidori. However, considering that Chidori was an A-ranked forbidden technique, even if Yiyu were not his student, Kakashi would hesitate to teach it. Forbidden techniques not only possess tremendous power and lethality, but also pose significant risks to the user. Therefore, even if Kakashi were willing to instruct Yiyu, he would have to weigh the inherent dangers involved. The reason Kakashi had taught Sasuke was not only that Sasuke was his student, but also because he possessed the Sharingan. Even with the Sharingan, It had taken Sasuke a month of intense training to master it. Gazing at Yiyu's retreating figure, Kakashi murmured, "If you truly harbor no ill intentions towards the village, you are indeed a talent worth nurturing. With proper guidance, you may very well become the next fourth Hokage." At that moment, Kakashi's wariness of Yiyu had significantly diminished. This change stemmed from having witnessed Yiyu's genuine anger when Mubentomi harmed his teammates. Yiyu's emotional outburst had been sincere. Kakashi recognized that Yiyu valued his comrades, and such a person was one he was willing to trust. That why Yiyu reminded him of his younger self. No, in truth, he had not been as commendable as Yiyu. After all, he had succumbed to darkness for quite some time. Kakashi found himself somewhat envious of Togi, who had fortuitously discovered such a promising pupil. To Kakashi, as long as Yiyu did not falter along the way, his future achievements would undoubtedly rival Kakashi's own. Yet, the thought of his 3 troublesome students brought Kakashi a headache. Although both Sasuke and Naruto possessed immense potential, one being a member of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan, and the other a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails with Uzumaki blood, they were anything but easy to mentor. In fact, the third Hokage had assigned them to him with the intention of using Sasuke as Sharingan to keep Naruto in check. However, both Sasuke and Naruto had rather eccentric personalities. In comparison, Kakashi felt that Yiyu might be easier to teach. At least Yiyu appeared to possess a more mature mindset. Shaking his head, Kakashi vanished from the training ground. Soon, Yiyu and the others arrived at the Hokage building. The third Hokage did not detect anything unusual about Yiyu, and neither Asuma, Kakashi, nor Mubentomi mentioned Yiyu's existence to the third. Upon exiting the Hokage building, they encountered Team 7, who were also heading to receive their missions. Spotting Yiyu, Naruto cheerfully called out, "Hey Yiyu, what task did you get?" Naruto approached Yiyu with a bright smile. "Just a D-rank mission, really that it's only our first task, so it can't be too difficult." Naruto, however, was blissfully unaware of this, that a D-rank mission. "This time, we will definitely secure a C-rank assignment." Yiyu chose not to comment, simply replying, "Then I wish you good luck." Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Yiyu's performance had left a favorable impression on him. In his eyes, Yiyu was undoubtedly the student he desired most. Primarily due to their compatible personalities. Standing beside Kakashi, Sasuke looked at Yiyu with a hint of confusion that he had no deep recollection of Yiyu, not even remembering that they were in the same class. Sakura felt similarly. However, upon seeing Yiyu, she was taken aback. Externally calm, she thought to herself that he was not inferior to Sasuke in appearance. Who exactly was he? He seemed quite familiar with Naruto. How could someone like that have such a close relationship with him? In Sakura's mind, Naruto did not have a particularly strong social circle. Mubentomi merely exchanged a glance with Kakashi, nodding slightly as a form of greeting before leading the 3 away. Kakashi's gaze left Mubentomi somewhat speechless, wondering if Kakashi had taken an interest in Yiyu. That he had initially thought Kakashi was focused on Yiyu due to the latter's hidden strength. Had he known that Kakashi was envious of him, Mubentomi might have felt wary, for everyone desires a capable student. After Yiyu and the others departed, Sakura looked at Kakashi with curiosity. "Kakashi-sensei, who was that person?" Sakura had noticed Kakashi's intense focus on Yiyu, mistakenly believing they were well acquainted. Kakashi turned his head, responding nonchalantly, "Just a rather intriguing individual." "Now, let us proceed inside." Kakashi was unwilling to elaborate further. Since earlier, Sasuke had sensed an unusual pressure emanating from Yiyu, a sensation he had never experienced before. Throughout his time in the Ninja Academy, he had always been the top of his class, never regarding anyone else as a rival. The notion that a fellow student could pose a challenge had never crossed his mind until now. While Kakashi remained silent, Naruto cheerfully remarked to Sakura, "That's Team 11. The one who is just slightly less good-looking than me is named Yiyu. He's my friend." Although they had only recently met, Naruto had already embraced Yiyu as a friend. He seemed oblivious to Yiyu's emotional distance. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sakura shot him an exasperated look. "You thick-skinned fool, Naruto!" In her view, Yiyu's appearance was on par with Sasuke's, were it not for Sasuke's unique status in her heart. She might have thought Yiyu even surpassed him in looks. Meanwhile, Yiyu and his companions arrived at the back mountains of Konoha. Gazing at the imposing waterfall before them, Yamamoto Shimu and Benyi Tianzi wore despondent expressions. "Teacher, why have we been assigned such a task? And how are we supposed to collect the rubbish from underneath that waterfall?" Their task was to clean up the litter from the lake at the back of Konoha. As newcomers, they would naturally not be assigned combat missions. Yet the lake was situated beneath a towering waterfall that cascaded from a height of 40 to 50 meters, with a swift current making the task daunting. Mubentongi, his expression unchanging, stated, "Today, I will teach you how to use chakra to walk on the surface of the water without sinking." Upon hearing this, the previously disheartened Yamamoto Shimu and Benyi Tianzi instantly regained their enthusiasm. "Really, teacher? You're going to teach us a ninjutsu?" Yu turned to Mubentongi, who was also looking at him. Walking on water. It was indeed a fundamental yet immensely useful ninjutsu. Although basic, Yu had never mastered it due to his mediocre talent. But now he felt a sense of anticipation. Seeing Yu's interest, Mubentongi smiled slightly. "Follow me to the lakeside, and I shall demonstrate it for you," that a group of individuals gathered by the water's edge. A serene distance from the waterfall where the currents flowed gently. This spot proved to be an excellent venue for practice. Mikamoto Tohichi slowly extended his foot, gently pressing it against the water surface. "Observe closely. As your feet make contact with the water, you must control the chakra within you, allowing it to adhere to the soles of your feet, but be mindful of the amount of chakra you utilize. It must be precisely calibrated to support your body. Too much or too little will not suffice. Mastering this balance requires your own diligent practice." That as he spoke, Mikamoto Tohichi stood upon the water's surface, as stable as if he were on solid ground, without the slightest hint of sinking. This remarkable display left Yamamoto Shuki and Honyata Ko startled. "Wow, teacher, you are actually standing on the water without falling," they exclaimed. Both were not from ninja clans and had never witnessed such a jutsu before. Yu, observing Tohichi's steady stance on the water, felt a surge of astonishment. The difference between imagining and witnessing was indeed profound. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yamamoto Shuki took the initiative to try to approach the lake's edge, cautiously gathering chakra beneath his feet. Though Mikamoto Tohichi had demonstrated the technique and explained its principles, Shuki felt a twinge of anxiety as he prepared to step onto the water. With trepidation, he pressed his foot onto the surface. Just as he was about to exert force, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling into the water. "This is so difficult. Teacher, how do you make it look so easy?" Rising from the water and wiping his hair, Yamamoto Shuki looked at Mikamoto Tohichi with a sheepish expression. Witnessing Shuki's plight, Honyata Ko hesitated to attempt it herself. "Is it really that challenging? I thought it seemed quite simple when the teacher demonstrated," she inquired, glancing at Shuki. Emerging from the water, Shuki sighed. "It's simply unattainable." While the principle sounds straightforward, mastering the precise amount of chakra is incredibly difficult. Mikamoto Tohichi nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, although you have yet to master it, you have grasped the true essence of this jutsu. The crux lies in controlling the chakra with precision. This is something I cannot assist you with. You must train and explore this on your own." Shuki nodded. "It's far too challenging. I suspect it will take me a considerable amount of time to master." He felt overwhelmed by the difficulty of the task. "Just now, I didn't even sense a moment where I could stand on the water. It felt just like when I had no chakra gathered at all." "Teacher, how long did it take you to master this jutsu?" Shuki's curiosity about Mikamoto Tohichi's time frame was palpable, as he considered that Tohichi, being a Nin, must have been a prodigy from a young age. After all, a Nin represents the pinnacle of strength within a village, and their numbers are scarce even among the 5 great ninja villages, each being a paragon in their respective fields. Mikamoto Tohichi replied calmly, 2 days. 2 days. Even you needed 2 days, then surely we will require at least 10. Though Shuki was aware that his talent was average, he understood the theoretical aspects of ninjutsu quite well. Recognizing that his aptitude could never compare to Tohichi's, Honyata Ko, who initially considered giving it a try, withdrew her foot after hearing Shuki's words, as her talent was comparable to his. "Teacher, what about all that trash?" Honyata Ko pointed at the refuse beneath the waterfall, feeling a pang of trepidation at the sight of the formidable cascade. The sheer drop of dozens of meters could easily be lethal. Mikamoto Tohichi shook his head. "You must devise a solution. This is the purpose of this task, that if you cannot handle such a simple matter, you will find yourselves in peril against formidable foes in the future." Chapter 15. The terrifying talent Mikamoto Tohichi's icy tones startled both Yamamoto Shuki and Honyata Ko. Yu observed the two and shook his head. "Teacher, please don't frighten them." Mikamoto Tohichi, standing upon the water's surface, turned to Yu with a smile. What? Are you not going to give it a try? Tohichi was eager to see if Yu had mastered the technique. Yamamoto Shuki and Honyatako also turned their attention to Yu, both aware that he was slightly more capable than they were. Eagerly anticipating whether he would succeed in mastering this jutsu, Yu hesitated momentarily. In truth, he had fully comprehended the principles of the technique as Mukomoto Tohichi explained them, even calculating the necessary amount of chakra. However, he remained uncertain whether he could truly execute it. Curious about his own abilities, Yu stepped forward. Mukomoto Tohichi encouraged him. Give it AT, or Yu nodded. Approached the water's edge and began to circulate his chakra. In an instant, the chakra coursed through his meridians. Focusing intently, he placed his foot upon the water's surface. With a splash, the previously tranquil waters buckled beneath his foot. Just as the others anticipated him to plunge into the depths, the water surged upward, buoying his body above the surface. Subsequently, both of Yu's feet remained firmly planted on the water, with no indication of him sinking. Whoa, Yu, have you practiced this before? Yamamoto Shuki exclaimed in astonishment. Yu's immediate success left Shuki questioning whether he had prior experience. Honyatakeo's eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement. Mukomoto Tohichi stood in disbelief. You have mastered it? Yu himself was somewhat taken aback. Although he recognized that his physical capabilities and chakra reserves had significantly improved, he had not anticipated achieving success on his very first attempt. In that moment, Yu finally comprehended the extraordinary learning ability granted by the system. It was worth noting that even a genius like Sasuke required an entire day to master a similar technique, enduring considerable hardship in the process. Despite his surprise, Yu quickly regained his composure. I honestly don't know how I managed to learn it. The innocent expression on his face caused the three others to twitch their lips. Had the situation been more appropriate, they might have been tempted to pummel him. However, unbeknownst to them, Yu was speaking the truth. The moment Mukomoto Tohichi elucidated the principles, Yu's mind had deconstructed every detail of the jutsu, calculating every variable with precision. All that remained was to manifest the results of his mental calculations through chakra output, and his exceptional control over chakra allowed him to master it instantaneously. Mukomoto Tohichi regained his composure. Though still astonished, he managed to steady himself. He reflected inwardly on how unfathomable true genius could be. However, if Kakashi were to learn of his thoughts, he would surely argue, "No, this isn't genius. It's a monstrous talent." After all, Kakashi had spent an entire day mastering the water-walking technique at the tender age of 6, owing to his heritage from the Hatake clan, which had imparted the technique to him from a young age. Yu, on the other hand, had only just begun his training. Having previously only mastered the body-switching technique, Yu's talent was beyond comprehension. And no matter how gifted one might be, mastering a technique that demanded precise chakra control in a single attempt was simply implausible. Trembling slightly, Mukomoto Tohichi inquired, "You truly have not learned this before?" Yu shook his head. "I only learned the body-switching technique at school. That is the extent of my ninjutsu knowledge. It seems your previous experiences at the Ninja Academy may have hindered your development." Mukomoto Tohichi stated sincerely, genuinely believing that those years had stunted Yu's growth. However, without revealing your talent at the academy, how could it have been discovered? Mukomoto Tohichi smiled wryly. Yamamoto Shuki and Honyatako nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yu was rather inconspicuous during his time at school. Had you showcased your talent, I dare say even Sasuke would not have been your match. Yu waved his hand dismissively. I had no desire to seek trouble. Did you not see how many people Sasuke had to deal with daily? Listening to Yu, Mukomoto Tohichi asked, "Is this the reason you were reluctant to showcase your abilities?" Yu nodded. "Exactly. Why invite unnecessary complications? After all, I am to spend 6 years at the Ninja Academy. Certainly, the statement is inherently false. The genuine reason lies in the fact that Yu's talent was rather mediocre in the past, indeed lacking any remarkable aptitude. However, even if he had possessed exceptional talent previously, he would have behaved as he claimed, refraining from revealing his abilities at the Ninja Academy. It was not out of concern for potential adversities from the third Hokage or Danzo, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. This was Yu's heartfelt sentiment. Hence he spoke with particular sincerity, convincing Mukomoto Toshi. Little did he anticipate that the rationale behind Yu concealing his talents at the Ninja Academy was so straightforward. Yamada Shimu and Honyata Kozi found Yuyu's behavior quite absurd. Had they been endowed with his talents, they would have long since established themselves as the dominant figures within the academy. It is challenging for children to resist the urge to flaunt their uniqueness before their peers. Mukomoto Toshi shook his head, ruefully reflecting on his earlier speculations, realizing that the true reason behind Yuyu's concealment of his talents was so uncomplicated that he genuinely believed him, for Yuyu's earnestness was palpable. Having previously worked in the Umbu, tasked with interrogations, he could discern that Yuyu was not being deceitful. With an understanding of Yuyu's thoughts, Mukomoto Toshi truly lowered his guard, regarding him now as his own student. Well, since you have learned, go and try your skills in the flowing water, Mukomoto Toshi thought, eager to discover Yuyu's limits. Yamada Shimu and Honyata Kozi gazed at Yuyu with anticipation, although they had not mastered the technique. They were keen to see Yuyu grow stronger, as it would be advantageous to have a reliable ally during future missions. Yuyu nodded and gradually approached the area where the water flowed. The moment he neared the current, a myriad of data flooded his mind. Various positional calculations conjured instantaneously by his brain. Simultaneously, his body emitted an identical chakra. The three observers on the shore watched in astonishment as Yuyu traversed the flowing water. Standing firmly on its surface, they were all dumbfounded. Even Mukomoto Toshi stared, incredulous. This fellow is a monster, he thought. Yamada Shimu and Honyata Kozi, though unaware of the full extent of Yuyu's prowess, sensed his formidable nature. Teacher, is it not more challenging to stand on the surface of flowing water compared to still water? Mukomoto Toshi's mouth twitched at the obviousness of the question. Of course, consider that standing on flowing water requires dynamic chakra control. It could be said that maintaining balance on a flowing surface is tenfold more difficult than on a still one. Even I back in the day struggled for about 10 days before I could barely manage it. This fellow is truly a monster. Mukomoto Toshi thought gravely that he sensed that it would not be long before he could no longer teach Yuyu. Such a challenging ninjutsu was being swiftly mastered by Yuyu. Learning other techniques would undoubtedly be even easier for him. The precision required to walk on water demanded impeccable chakra control, surpassing the difficulty of learning a C-rank ninjutsu. The enormity of Yuyu's talent was becoming increasingly evident. Chapter 16. Complete Mastery of 5 Chakra Types. Yuyu did not halt at the center of the lake, but instead proceeded toward the base of the waterfall that he too wished to test the limits of his abilities. However, when Mukomoto Toshi observed Yuyu advancing toward the waterfall, he was taken aback and hurried to intervene, exclaiming, "Yuyu, that's enough. Do not venture any further. It is too perilous." Yet, Yuyu did not cease his progression. As he drew nearer to the waterfall, the thunderous crash of water against the lake and the splashes that followed quickened his heartbeat. Nevertheless, he steeled himself, eager to ascertain his boundaries. Mukomoto Toshi, witnessing Yuyu's unwavering determination, rushed toward him, yet halted a few meters away, recognizing the seriousness etched on Yuyu's face, that he understood Yuyu's intent. Though deeply concerned, he respected Yuyu's resolve. The deafening roar of the waterfall reverberated, and the splashing water had already drenched Yuyu's garments. Yet he maintained an expressionless demeanor as he approached the point of impact. His body rose and fell with the tumultuous waves, yet he stood steadily atop the water's surface. Beneath his feet, chakra clung tenaciously to the water. When he was merely 5 or 6 meters from the waterfall's cascade, Yuyu halted. Not because he had lost his footing, but because the sheer force of the splashing water made it increasingly arduous to advance. Nevertheless, Yuyu had tested the limits of his abilities. Even if I step into the heart of the waterfall, I won't submerge. However, I might be forced into the water by the impact. Yuyu mused that he was acutely aware that while he could maintain his stance on the turbulent surface, the overwhelming force of the waterfall would inevitably plunge him into the depths. The power of the waterfall was far too formidable for him to withstand at this moment. After all, he was merely testing his limits, not risking his life. Yuyu did not wish to meet his end here. After stepping back a few paces, Yuyu turned to face the vigilant Mukomoto Toshi, who appeared ready to spring into action to rescue him. At that moment, Yuyu fully acknowledged his teacher. Despite his cold demeanor, Yuyu sensed genuine concern emanating from him. Yuyu smiled. "Teacher, it seems I have mastered it." Mukomoto Toshi breathed a sigh of relief, approaching him and observing his soaked attire. He patted Yuyu's shoulder. "You are quite reckless. Even if you wish to ascertain your limits, this is far too dangerous. You are still a novice, and the force of this waterfall is beyond your current capability. Yiyu remained silent, merely smiling. The two returned to the shore, where Yamada Shumu and Honyata Kozi stood in stunned silence. Their minds were still replaying the image of Yiyu approaching the raging waterfall. At that moment, Yiyu seemed nothing short of divine. They had never anticipated such a vast disparity between themselves and Yiyu. Mother, Yiyu is certainly not someone untrustworthy, that I in that instant. Honyata Kozi repudiated her mother's advice to distance herself from Yiyu. Yamada Shumu, too, gazed at Yiyu with unbridled admiration. The spectacle they had just witnessed was utterly breathtaking. He could hardly believe that Yiyu, like him, was merely a recent graduate of the Ninja Academy. Yiyu, how on earth did you accomplish that? I was utterly terrified. Yet, he could not fathom how Yiyu had managed to stand so steadily on the water surface under such circumstances. Yiyu did not respond, only offering a slight smile. Having mastered the water-walking technique, Yiyu found the task of cleaning the lake considerably simplified. Even refuse located near the waterfall could be retrieved using kunai tied with wire. At the Ninja Academy, aside from the body flicker technique. Yiyu had also honed his skills in the art of weapon throwing to great proficiency. After unlocking the chakra restrictions and acquiring exceptional learning abilities, he had become adept at utilizing ninja tools. It was likely that Mukamoto Toshi's own proficiency in weapon throwing paled in comparison to Yiyu's expertise. After a busy afternoon, they finally managed to clear the lake of debris. The trio rested beneath a tree on the shore. Yamada Shumu and Honyata Kozi were drenched in sweat, while Yiyu, apart from his wet clothes, felt no fatigue. He suspected he could have completed the task even faster alone. Nevertheless, the mission required their collective efforts to achieve its objectives. The completion of the task was not of utmost importance. What mattered was that Yiyu and his companions gained valuable experience. That must have been exhausting. This task was relatively simple and posed little danger. When you receive combat missions, then you will truly grasp the hardships faced by ninjas that as dusk approached. He added, "All right, let us turn in our mission report, and afterward I shall treat you to barbecue." Yamada Shumu, who had been panting from exhaustion, instantly perked up at the mention of barbecue, exclaiming, "Long live the teacher. Let's go eat barbecue." Dining on barbecue, even for ninjas, was considered a rather extravagant indulgence that if one were to overindulge, they could easily deplete A.J. Nin's wallet. Naturally, none among Yiyu and his companions could rival the veracity of Choji. Yiyu also stood up, smiling, "Teacher, it's rare for you to be so generous." Honyata Kozi followed suit, adding, "Indeed, I used to think you were quite hard to get along with." Mukamoto Toshi chose not to respond that in the past, he had indeed been a rather unapproachable individual, quite serious in demeanor. However, given that these three were his first students, and particularly his satisfaction with Yiyu, whom he even contemplated taking as his direct disciple, he naturally treated them differently than others. After submitting their mission report and finishing their barbecue, Yiyu returned home to rest. Lying in bed, he delved into his consciousness space. Your control over chakra has doubled. Today, you have acquired 5 types of chakra. Hearing the reward, Yiyu nearly leaped from his bed. "Oh my, 5 types of chakra? What a bountiful reward! Does this mean I now possess chakra of every attribute?" Only the 2 chakra attributes of yin and yang remain, yet even in their absence, possessing chakra of the 5 elemental types is already a rare treasure. Throughout the entire ninja world, there are very few ninjas who possess chakra of all elements. Otherwise, Kakuzu would not have slain so many ninjas solely to acquire chakra of the 5 elemental types. Who would have thought that he would obtain it all at once? How could Yiyu not feel exhilarated? Previously, Yiyu was unaware of his chakra attributes, but that is no longer of consequence. He now possesses chakra of all 5 types, which means he can learn any ninjutsu that does not require the yin and yang attributes at this moment. Yiyu feels even more thrilled than when he gained the ability to lift the restrictions on his chakra. After all, possessing chakra of all attributes is the hallmark of the protagonists in the 4 great ninja wars. Although Naruto's chakra is primarily of the wind type, in the end, both he and Sasuke attained chakra of all types. With this level of achievement, acquiring the yin and yang chakra attributes in the future is not beyond possibility. This idol system is indeed somewhat terrifying. Named as an idol system, who would have anticipated it would offer so many capabilities? Chapter 17. Kakashi wishes to personally teach. Yu Makoto Uchiha appeared once more on his balcony. Observing the figure on the balcony, Makoto shook his head and remarked, "Kakashi, my house is not without a door." Kakashi paid no heed to Makoto's jest. Gazing at the moonlight outside, he casually inquired, "It seems you are quite pleased with that boy. I have never seen you attend a gathering before." Makoto stepped onto the balcony, replying, "It seems you are also quite attentive to that boy. But as you should know, he is my student." Makoto turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled. "Why so tense? Are you worried I might steal him away?" Makoto admitted, "I do harbor concerns, for that boy far exceeds my expectations. That I presume the person in the woods today was you," Makoto continued, having detected Kakashi's presence earlier. After all, Makoto was once an elite Umbu. And despite being part of the interrogation department, his sensory abilities were exceptional. Using shadow clones to lead your students, if they were to find out, they might feel disheartened. Moreover, none of your students are ordinary. Kakashi paid little mind to Makoto's teasing. "Haha, that boy has changed you significantly. The old you would never have spoken this way," Kakashi mused. "Indeed, that boy has made me realize that if I do not teach him well, it will be a lifelong regret," Makoto conceded. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not expected Makoto to be so candid in his acknowledgement, nor had he anticipated the high regard in which Yiyu was held in Makoto's heart. However, recalling Yiyu's fearless approach towards the waterfall earlier, undeterred by the possibility of being swept away, Kakashi found himself envious of Makoto. "That kid's talent surpasses even mine," Kakashi lamented. Once a prodigy of Konoha, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, became a Chunin at 6, and attained the rank of Jonin by 12, subsequently carving out a formidable reputation as the copy Ninja Kakashi in the ninja world. He was undoubtedly an unparalleled genius, even more so than Itachi Uchiha. Still not as accomplished as Udate T12, you had already become a Jonin, while he is merely a newcomer, Makoto remarked. "Come now, if he had my resources, he would have reached Jonin status by now. His 6 years at the Ninja Academy have hindered him." Kakashi retorted that he always believed that Yiyu's choice to conceal his talents at the academy was unwise. Yet, the thought of Yiyu possessing such humility at such a young age, adeptly hiding his abilities, was something even he could not manage. "What do you intend to teach him? Are you planning to instruct him in ninjutsu now?" Kakashi asked, looking at Makoto. Makoto paused for a moment. "That I have not yet made a decision, that in truth, I believe my ninjutsu may not be suitable for him. Most of my techniques are related to interrogation, and I do not wish for him to enter the Umbu." Makoto sighed. Though he longed to teach Yiyu many powerful combat techniques, he simply did not possess them, aside from some basic elemental ninjutsu. He lacked the arsenal of powerful combat techniques. "That I truly do not know what else I can teach him after covering the basics." Seeing the dilemma on Makoto's face, Kakashi remained silent for a moment before suggesting, "If you are willing, I could lend you a hand." Makoto was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. "You would help me? Are you not concerned that the Hokage might disapprove?" After all, the third Hokage had entrusted Sasuke and Naruto to Kakashi for proper instruction. If Kakashi were to become distracted with Yiyu, the third would surely have objections. "Then simply don't let him know. We will primarily be executing missions in the village for the time being. With that child's talent, I am confident that before he is able to venture out on missions, I can ensure he possesses the strength of a Jonin," Kakashi asserted. Makoto gazed at Kakashi, somewhat incredulous. Though he was aware of Kakashi's high regard for Yiyu, he never anticipated that he would go to such lengths. After all, Kakashi was known as the copy ninja, possessing mastery over thousands of jutsu through his Sharingan. Yet he still wished to be the one to teach Yiyu ninjutsu. However, considering that apart from a few B-rank techniques, all his A-rank techniques were interrogation-related, Yiyu learning them would serve little purpose. "What are your conditions?" Makoto asked, fully aware that nothing comes without a price. "That my conditions are simple. During our missions, I may occasionally require him to assist me," Kakashi replied. Makoto paused momentarily. "You do not intend to take him on perilous missions, do you?" Kakashi nodded. "You should know well that one cannot cultivate strength within a greenhouse." To AT-12, "I was already accompanying the 4th Hokage on missions. He is he, and you are you. You underwent training. And despite his talent, he is still merely a rookie fresh from the academy." That Makoto's agitation was palpable. "What are the missions you undertake?" "None are below B rank. I cannot allow my student to accompany you into danger." Kakashi had already taken a step back, yet Makoto still shook his head. "Impossible. Do not even think about it." I will never allow him to venture into peril without the ability to protect himself. Son, you have changed significantly. The old you would not have reacted this way, Mikoto observed, gazing at Kakashi. And have you not changed as well? Kakashi retorted. Chapter 18. Under attack. Calm down, Mikoto. With me here, I will ensure his safety. Kakashi said, exasperated that it was the first time he had witnessed Mikoto in such a heightened emotional state. He could understand, for Mikoto had truly come to regard Yu as his disciple. How many of your comrades have perished alongside you? While Umbu ninjas should be prepared for such days, I do not wish for him to join their ranks, that I simply want him to become a protector of the village, living freely under the sun. Kakashi fell silent, Mikoto's words reminding him of Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara. This was a burden he had carried for many years, that I am taking him along to facilitate his growth, not to treat him as a mere teammate for missions. If a truly dangerous task arises, I would never bring him along. Surely, that is acceptable? Kakashi had made a concession. Yet Mikoto shook his head once more. No, do not even consider it. I absolutely will not allow him to take risks without the means to protect himself. Mikoto, you have changed significantly. The old you would not have been so adamant, Kakashi observed, looking at Mikoto. You are now entirely different from when you were in the dark depths. After speaking, both fell silent. Indeed, they had both changed. This transformation was due to Yu. They both understood that with Yu's innate talent, given proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force for the protection of the village in the future. However, their opinions diverged on the methods of instruction, that why Yu remained oblivious to all of this. Naturally, I would not take him on missions until he possesses sufficient self-defense capabilities. That let's make a pact. When he attains the strength to defeat you, I will take him out, Kakashi earnestly proposed to Mu Ben Tong-e. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Ben Tong-e nodded in agreement. His acquiescence stemmed from the fact that he was not a combat-oriented ninja. In terms of battle prowess, he was merely at the level of an ordinary J-nin. Yet, should Yu manage to defeat him, it would at least demonstrate that Yu possesses J-nin level strength. If their conversation were overheard by others, they would undoubtedly be deemed as indulging in fanciful delusions. After all, Mu Ben Tong-e was a J-nin, while Yu was merely a novice who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Setting aside whether Yu could indeed defeat Mu Ben Tong-e, it was uncertain whether he could even become a J-nin. After all, in any ninja village, J-nin are the elite among ninja. Not everyone can ascend to that rank. Once one becomes a J-nin, regardless of whether they are combat-oriented, they generally possess the fundamental capabilities of a standard J-nin. The ninjas who attain the rank of J-nin are truly rare. Selected from thousands. Even among the 5 great ninja villages, the number of J-nins scarcely exceeds 100. In essence, Kakashi implied that Yu should, within less than a year, acquire the strength to defeat a J-nin. This was nothing short of a pipe dream that a rational person would consider it sheer folly. However, both Kakashi and Mu Ben Tong-e, who understood Yu's talent, found it entirely plausible. They believed Yu could attain J-nin level strength by the time he was eligible to undertake missions outside the village. Typically, a newly formed team in Konoha is permitted to venture out on missions after completing 3 months of assignments within the village. The following day, after accepting and completing a D-rank mission, Yu mastered the art of tree-climbing ninjutsu. The pressure Yu exerted motivated Yamada Shuki and Benyi Tianzi to work diligently. However, due to their average talents, they still struggled to grasp the various ninjutsu taught by Mu Ben Tong-e. While walking home one evening, Yu suddenly halted on an empty street. With his heightened sensory abilities, he observed the desolate thoroughfare with a grave expression. Despite not seeing a single soul, Yu had an unsettling premonition that advancing further would be perilous. Just as he was about to turn and take a different route, a flurry of shuriken and kunai hurtled toward him. The whistling sound of the projectiles sent a chill through Yu's spine. In an instant, as dozens of shuriken and kunai were about to strike him, Yu's gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the spot. The barrage of kunai and shuriken missed their target, embedding themselves into a wall several meters away, creating a shower of sparks as they lodged with tremendous force. Such a terrifying impact, if it had struck a human body, would have instantly pierced flesh and bone. Now several meters away, Yu turned to see where the kunai and shuriken had struck, gasping in disbelief that if I had been hit, I would have been doomed. Unbeknownst to Yu, the assailant perched atop a tree several dozen meters away was equally astonished. The speed displayed had reached the level of body flicker technique. This boy certainly had a sharp mind. Just moments ago, Yu had concentrated chakra beneath his feet, allowing him to propel himself several meters away in an instant. Akin to the principles of body flicker technique, despite having never learned it. This indicated the formidable level of Yi Yu's chakra control and physical prowess. Regaining his composure, Yi Yu focused on the direction of the assailant. With no one else around, he drew a kunai, adopting a combat stance that he could not linger here. He needed to find a chance to escape. From the earlier attack, it was evident that this individual's strength far surpassed his own. In an instant, Yi Yu assessed the disparity between them. Yet he dared not turn around. Doing so would likely result in an immediate attack from behind that Yi Yu did not intend to engage the assailant. At present, he knew not a single ninjutsu, and even his taijutsu was far from proficient. Relying solely on the few basic ninjutsu he had learned would be utterly futile against the assailant. This reality had been clear to Yi Yu from the outset. The question now was how to escape, which required careful consideration. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent, save for the evening breeze. The absence of streetlights plunged the area into darkness, inducing a shiver down Yi Yu's spine. His gaze remained fixed on the assailant's location that he had sensed the general vicinity of his attacker, but dared not make a rash move. Suddenly, Yi Yu felt a surge of chakra behind him. So fast, Yi Yu froze. In the blink of an eye, the assailant appeared directly behind him, leaving him no time to react. That in a split second, Yi Yu regained his focus. This time, he refrained from teleporting away. He understood that the assailant's speed surpassed his own. Attempting to teleport again would be tantamount to seeking death. In that instant, Yi Yu executed a roundhouse kick. With a dull thud, the figure behind him was instantly kicked apart, dissolving into a cloud of white smoke. Oh no, a shadow clone. Yi Yu realized the predicament. Just then, the ground beneath him gave way as he felt himself sinking. The street transformed into a swamp, its sticky grip quickly pulling Yi Yu down into its depths. Soon, half of his body was submerged, and he continued to sink in a mere 3 seconds. Only Yi Yu's head remained above the surface. However, the hidden assailant did not reveal themselves. Just as the swamp engulfed Yi Yu's head, a puff of white smoke emerged. The Yi Yu trapped in the swamp transformed into a piece of wood. A replacement technique? Yi Yu marveled at the proficiency with which he had applied the ninjutsu he had learned. It turned out that just moments before, he had used the replacement technique to evade the assailant's earth technique. Meanwhile, Yi Yu's true form had already appeared several meters away. Yet he felt far from at ease, his expression grave as he gazed at the direction of the assailant. This individual is far too powerful. I am no match for them. Who could it be? I shouldn't have any enemies, should I? I hardly know anyone in the village. Who would want to harm me? Yi Yu felt vexed, as the recent ninjutsu attempts had clearly aimed to bring about his demise. What grievances could there be? He could not recall having offended someone of such strength. While Yi Yu pondered over who might be attacking him, a figure emerged from the shadows of the trees. Indeed, it seems you have already attained the strength of a Nin. Upon seeing this person, Yi Yu's anxiety intensified. The darkness obscured the newcomer's features, and he could not discern their identity. Yet the aura emanating from this individual was immensely powerful, surpassing even that of his teacher by several folds. That if this individual truly intended to kill me, I would likely not be standing here. But what could their purpose be? This is the village. Would they dare to commit murder in the streets? Though ninjas frequently undertake assassination missions, this is a village with order. Even ninjas would hesitate to harm others recklessly. Moreover, with such strength, this person could easily eliminate me without any trouble. Yi Yu knew this well. He contemplated. The figure approached him. I don't believe I have wronged you. Have I? Yi Yu refrained from making a move, wanting to ascertain this person's identity. The assailant glanced at Yi Yu and replied coolly, "Come with me." With that, he turned and began to walk away. That moment, Yi Yu felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet, considering the disparity in their strengths, he ultimately abandoned the thought. This person likely did not intend to kill him. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. But what could their aim be? In a moment of hesitation, Yi Yu decided to follow. There was no alternative. He was no match for the assailant, who could eliminate him in an instant. Resistance would be futile. Furthermore, Yi Yu was curious to discover who this person was and what their intentions might be. In the darkness, The two walked at a distance of several meters apart, gradually making their way to the back mountains of Konoha. As they entered the secluded area, Yu initially hesitated to follow. Yet he ultimately decided to accompany the figure, and he sensed that this individual likely would not kill him. They arrived beside the lake that Yu and his companions had cleared the previous day. Bathed in moonlight, the figure's white hair caused Yu to squint. Could this be Hitaki Kakashi? Yu scrutinized the individual closely, and the resemblance became increasingly apparent that in no way, I don't believe I have wronged him. Could it be that Tong-E Sensei offended him during his time in the dark? Is he seeking to punish me as a means of avenging my teacher? After deducing that this individual was Kakashi, Yu concluded that it must be due to Muben Tong-E offending Kakashi in the Umbu, prompting Kakashi to take revenge as a means of warning Muben Tong-E. However, given that this person was likely Kakashi, Yu felt assured that he would not be in any danger. Indeed, it turned out that this person was Kakashi. During the day, he had been accompanying Naruto and Sasuke on a mission, though in reality, it was Naruto and Sasuke who completed the task while he merely indulged in a novel. Kakashi, after all, was a devoted fan of Jiraiya's works. Upon reaching the lakeside, Kakashi removed his mask. Yu let out a sigh of relief. It was truly Kakashi. Once he confirmed Kakashi's identity, Yu chose to remain silent, eager to uncover the grievances between Kakashi and his teacher. The attacks Kakashi had launched earlier would have turned any ordinary Chunin into a corpse. Yu did not blame Kakashi. He understood that since it was Kakashi, acting out of vengeance for his teacher, he must be aware of Yu's approximate capabilities. Otherwise, given his character, he would not have struck so casually. Kakashi was not a villain, though Yu was somewhat curious and wished to know what animosities existed between his teacher and Kakashi in the Umbu. After a long silence, neither spoke, creating an awkward atmosphere. Eventually, Kakashi broke the silence. Jingwen Yu, your performance just now was commendable. Yu remained silent, quietly observing Kakashi standing by the lake, exuding an air of profundity. Kakashi, not receiving the response he desired, felt a tinge of embarrassment. Though being an elite jonin, he quickly composed himself. Are you perhaps wondering why I attacked you? Yu nodded that I can't imagine that Kakashi-sensei would simply be bored enough to toy with me. Kakashi felt somewhat awkward. Yu seemed entirely uncurious about his motives that in fact, he was remarkably composed, even more so than Kakashi himself. Sasuke, too, would not have exhibited such calmness that Sasuke's usual depth stemmed from his pride. While Yu's serenity appeared to be rooted in an innate sense of control over the situation that in truth, Yu was unaware of the underlying reasons for his calm demeanor. It was simply because this individual was Kakashi, and he felt assured that no harm would come to him. Yu's understanding of Kakashi granted him immense peace of mind, and he believed that Kakashi's actions were undoubtedly tied to his teacher. After all, Yu had had little prior interaction with Kakashi, whereas his teacher had once been an Umbu ninja, suggesting that there must have been some past conflicts between Kakashi and Muben Tong-E. Disappointed at not receiving the reaction he had hoped for, Kakashi did not lose sight of his purpose. Turning around, illuminated by the moonlight, his silver hair stood out remarkably. Earlier attacks would have been insurmountable for a typical Chunin, indicating that your strength surpasses that of an average Chunin. That he continued, however, that's as far as it goes. If I were to escalate my power further, you would surely be defeated. Yu nodded. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei is a jonin. I can sense that you could have defeated me from the very beginning, that in your presence. I possess no capacity for resistance. That I am acutely aware of this. Yu harbored no doubts. He recognized that if Kakashi truly intended to subdue him, he would not have had a chance to retaliate. Although the difference between Chunin and Jonin was merely one rank, the disparity in strength was monumental. During the mission in the Land of Waves, two Chunins had appeared as mere jesters before Kakashi, who dispatched them effortlessly. Yu would not be swayed into believing that he could challenge Kakashi simply because Kakashi acknowledged his Chunin-level capabilities. Chapter 20 Become a Jonin within 6 months? Kakashi smiled slightly and nodded. Correct, and you possess a clear sense of self-awareness. As he spoke, Kakashi's demeanor grew serious as he gazed at Yu. I was once a colleague of your teacher. Are you aware of this? Yu remained silent, naturally deducing as much. Kakashi refrained from probing further and instead shared his decision regarding Yu and Muben Tong-E. So, what are your thoughts? Although the two could determine the course of Yu's life, Kakashi still sought his opinion. Yu pondered for a moment. I suppose I have no choice but to accept. No, I wish to know your thoughts. Your perspective is significant. Kakashi insisted that I have no particular feelings about it. Having an additional teacher is quite fine. Yi replied nonchalantly. Kakashi appeared puzzled. Do you not feel elated? After all, you are aware of your teacher's experiences and should understand how rare it is to have a jonin from the Umbu as your mentor. That I understand. But having one more teacher does not particularly excite me. Yu stated. Leaving Kakashi bemused, he initially assumed you might not appreciate him, that I believe my abilities could teach you many things. That Yu nodded. I trust that considering you are Kakashi-sensei, your influence is indeed vast. Interestingly, Yu's confidence did not stem from memories of his past life. Kakashi was indeed renowned in Konoha, aside from Naruto, who was somewhat oblivious. Any competent ninja had heard of Kakashi's reputation. Kakashi was even more perplexed. If Yu acknowledged his prowess, why did he display such indifference? Kakashi-sensei, for me, the most vital thing is to be a stable ninja, that I do not harbor an obsession with becoming exceptionally powerful. This was Yu's honest sentiment, albeit a mixture of truth and fabrication. He genuinely felt that way, as he possessed little competitive spirit. His main aim was merely to survive peacefully in this world. The falsehood stemmed from his knowledge of the system. He was aware that even without a mentor, he could become powerful, albeit requiring more time and effort. Kakashi felt somewhat speechless. Yu's mindset seemed lacking in ambition. Yet, reflecting on his own past, he questioned his right to criticize Yu. Why do you not have any dreams? Kakashi could not help but inquired at why Yu chuckled. My dream is to navigate my ninja career with stability. You should understand how short-lived the ninja profession can be. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. While this statement was truthful, Yu was different. At least in Kakashi's eyes, that he regarded Yu as a talented individual worthy of nurturing. Someone destined to become a critical asset in protecting Konoha. How could he lack ambition? Is there nothing you wish to protect? Kakashi persisted, unwilling to relent, hoping to instill some sense of aspiration in Yu. A ninja without ideals could hardly achieve anything. Or so Kakashi believed based on his experiences. That Yu contemplated and replied, naturally, if I possess sufficient strength, I desire to protect what is precious to me. Kakashi finally smiled. Then why did you express such despondent sentiments earlier? Yu shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, I do not consider what I said earlier to be disheartened. I merely express my desire to navigate my ninja career with stability. Without implying that I lack the will to strive, the to live steadily necessitates becoming stronger. But as long as I can safeguard the most cherished things, that suffices. There is no need for an endless pursuit of strength. As for whether I can achieve it, I am indifferent. The act of striving is what matters. Kakashi chuckled helplessly. At your young age, how can you speak with such an air of wisdom? Very well. I do not wish to introduce myself further. You likely already know enough about me. After all, you are not like Naruto and the others. Sasuke and Naruto were indeed less acquainted with Kakashi. Naruto was one thing, but Kakashi had previously been a colleague of Uchiha Itachi, and it was surprising that Sasuke was also unfamiliar with him. Kakashi found it quite exasperating. Sometimes he wondered if Itachi had ever shared any details about him with Sasuke. Kakashi was not mistaken. Itachi had indeed refrained from discussing matters concerning the Umbu, let alone divulging information about Kakashi. Approaching Yu beneath the moonlight, Kakashi, standing at a height of 1.8 meters, was only slightly taller than Yu, who at the tender age of 12 already stood at over 1.6 meters. Among the other children, most of whom were under 1.5 meters, he was quite tall. In contrast to his typically aloof demeanor in public. Kakashi did not exhibit such coldness in front of Yu. He placed a hand on Yu's shoulder and stated solemnly, from this day forth, I shall also be your teacher, and I hope that within a year, or even 6 months, you can attain Jonin level strength. Once you achieve that, I will take you along on certain missions. Yu, who had previously maintained a stoic expression, was momentarily taken aback. You intend to take me on missions? Attain Jonin level strength within 6 months? Yu's lips twitched slightly. How highly do you estimate my abilities? Who can achieve Jonin level strength in just half a year? Moreover, you are aware of the nature of your missions. They are not tasks that ordinary ninjas can undertake. Although Yu believes that his strength will improve rapidly with the system, he is not so arrogant as to think he can reach the level of a Jonin within 6 months. It is important to understand that although there is only a single rank difference between Chunin and Jonin, the disparity in combat power is as vast as that between heaven and earth. Generally speaking, a Jonin can easily overpower a group of Chunins. Moreover, unless one resorts to unfair advantages, a Chunin facing a Jonin faces the grim fate of slaughter. Furthermore, possessing the ninjutsu power of a Jonin does not inherently grant one the abilities of a Jonin. Relevant combat experience is also necessary. This aspect is what Yu places the utmost emphasis on. While ninjutsu can be practiced, combat experience must be genuinely accumulated through real battles. The Yu is acutely aware of how Otsutsuki Kagaya was ultimately sealed by Naruto and Sasuke. Essentially, it was Kagaya's lack of combat experience that led to her downfall. While she was undoubtedly far stronger than Naruto and Sasuke, being sealed for a millennium rendered her nearly foolish. And ultimately, her second sealing was a disgrace for a final boss that in fact, the Otsutsuki clan generally exhibits this flaw, relying primarily on sheer strength to crush their opponents, when encountering adversaries several ranks below. This brute force is indeed exhilarating. However, when faced with an opponent of equal rank or merely one rank lower, but with extensive combat experience, the likelihood of defeat becomes significantly high. Yu is fully aware that his practical combat experience is currently non-existent. Achieving the strength of a Jonin will require considerable time. In truth, Yu's expectations of himself may be overly ambitious. His earlier response to Kakashi's attack had already demonstrated strength far beyond that of an ordinary Chunin. The vast gap he perceives between himself and Kakashi stems not from practical experience, but rather from the considerable difference in raw power. Yu mistakenly attributes this gap to a deficiency in practical experience. After acquiring an extraordinary talent for learning ninjutsu, Yu's practical level is actually much stronger than that of an average person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess strength surpassing that of an ordinary Chunin with just a few basic jutsu he has recently learned. Chapter 21. Kakashi's Shock. Upon witnessing Yu's reaction, Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. You truly are different from the others. While other children hearing such words might feel overly self-important, thinking I have great expectations for them, you exhibit no trace of arrogance whatsoever. Kakashi had not anticipated Yu would display such maturity. Yu furrowed his brow, saying, believing oneself to be impressive is misguided. I am well aware of my own abilities. Achieving the strength of a Jonin within 6 months is unattainable, and accompanying you on missions is equally impossible. That I wish to live well. Kakashi chuckled. Yet both I and Shin believe you possess that capability. You must be overestimating me. I certainly do not possess such abilities, Yu replied, shaking his head. Well, whether you have such abilities remains to be seen, Kakashi said, not dwelling on the matter, that he genuinely believed Yu had the potential to become a Jonin within 6 months. Afterward, Kakashi retrieved a piece of white paper from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Yu. This is a chakra test paper, which can determine the attributes of your chakra. Yu hesitated for a moment before accepting the chakra test paper. However, Kakashi did not notice that Yu was reluctant to let Kakashi know he possessed 5 chakra attributes in the ninja world. Possessing 5 chakra attributes is exceedingly rare. In Konoha, the only individuals Yu knew to possess such a trait were Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage. Input your chakra into it, and you will find out. Give it Yu's gaze sharpened as chakra surged from within him into the chakra test paper in his hand. Kakashi intently observed the test paper, eager to discover how many chakra attributes Yu possessed. Most individuals have only 1, and possessing 2 is already quite remarkable. Many Jonin originally possess only 1 chakra attribute, with an additional 1 often developed through training. However, chakra attributes acquired through training are inherently inferior to those that are innate. Kakashi hoped Yu would possess lightning chakra, as that would enable him to teach him Chidori. Just as Yu infused the chakra into the test paper, it was immediately split in 2. One half displayed water stains that dampened the paper, while the other crumpled into a ball, subsequently ignited by a flame that burned a hole through one portion, while the remaining parts crumbled into powder. Kakashi was left speechless, rendered momentarily dumbfounded. Yu was also slightly astonished. Although he had long known he possessed 5 chakra attributes, this was the first time he had verified it in practice. Once he regained his composure, Kakashi gazed at Yu with astonishment. You actually possess 5 chakra attributes. This is truly unexpected. It has been years since Konoha has seen a ninja with 5 chakra attributes. Yu are destined to become a great ninja, akin to the 4th Hokage. Yu, observing Kakashi's excited demeanor, felt somewhat speechless. While it was indeed shocking to possess 5 chakra attributes, Kakashi himself also had 5. What was there to be so excited about? Moreover, Kakashi was comparing him to the 4th Hokage. Although Yu believed he would surpass the 4th Hokage in the future, the 4th Hokage currently seemed like an unreachable figure. Kakashi-sensei, you are being overly dramatic, aren't you? Is my chakra attribute truly that rare? Yu refrained from revealing his understanding of chakra attributes, as such knowledge was not typically accessible to a mere genin. Although he had learned about chakra attributes in ninja school, he had never studied or used chakra test paper. The Yu's comment brought Kakashi back to reality. Kakashi chuckled. You see, possessing 5 chakra attributes means you have access to all chakra types. Don't you think that is worth getting excited about? At this time, Kakashi was still not well acquainted with the yin and yang chakra types, and assumed Yu would react with the same enthusiasm upon learning he possessed all chakra attributes. However, Yu exhibited no signs of excitement, merely nodding calmly. That is indeed quite good. Does that mean I can learn ninjutsu of all attributes? Kakashi was left speechless. You really are different from other children your age. Regardless, you are correct. Possessing 5 chakra attributes means you can learn ninjutsu of all 5 chakra types. Do you know how rare it is to have 5 chakra attributes? Seeing Kakashi's earlier excited expression, it was evident that it was quite uncommon. Kakashi nodded. Indeed, very rare, that's why I was so thrilled. Currently in Konoha, to my knowledge, aside from you and me, the only other ninja with 5 chakra attributes is the 3rd Hokage. Yu chuckled. So you also possess 5 chakra attributes? That makes sense, considering your reputation as the copy ninja. Without the corresponding chakra attributes, it would be quite difficult to replicate an opponent's jutsu. Kakashi nodded. Right. While having the Sharingan allows one to copy many jutsu, not every jutsu can be replicated. That if the user lacks the corresponding chakra attributes, replication is impossible. Additionally, some forbidden techniques and bloodline limits cannot be copied. And taijutsu is also difficult to replicate. At this moment, Kakashi placed great importance on Yu, even explaining the characteristics of the Sharingan. Although this was not a secret, most ninjas, especially lower-ranked ones like Yu, were unlikely to know such details. Thus, it was evident how much trust Kakashi placed in Yu. Yu was already aware of everything Kakashi said, so he was not surprised. Kakashi, feeling a sense of pride, patted Yu's shoulder. From today onward, I will subject you to the most rigorous training, ensuring you master the necessary ninjutsu in the shortest time possible. Be prepared. Yu nodded. I am indifferent to that. However, I can only do my utmost. Kakashi smiled, feeling elated. Yu's innate talents were simply extraordinary, akin to a precious, uncut gem, one that would become a beautiful jewel with just a bit of refinement. Chapter 22. Chakra growth doubled. Kakashi was quite pleased, but Yu inquired, Kakashi-sensei, do you really have the time to teach me? After all, you are still the instructor for Naruto and the others. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I will do my best to coordinate the time for both. Yu was reluctant to ponder over how Kakashi would proceed. That's good, he remarked. Today we have reached an agreement. Starting tomorrow, you shall come here every evening. I will be waiting for you, unless I have other commitments. Otherwise, you must come daily. Can you guarantee this? Kakashi gazed at Yu, who nodded in affirmation. I have no objections. After all, I have little to occupy my time each day, and I lack friends. The two conversed for a while longer before parting ways. That on his way home, Yu felt a sense of surrealism. Contemplating, Kakashi will actually be teaching me. Does that mean I am benefiting from the influence of my teacher, Yamato? Yu believed that had it not been for the professional relationship between Yamato and Kakashi, the latter would never have agreed to instruct him. However, he was mistaken. He was unaware of the profound impact his talent had on Kakashi. Kakashi's willingness to take on Team 7 was primarily due to the 3rd Hokage's insistence. After all, Kakashi had once been a disciple of the 4th Hokage and had served as the captain of the 4th's Umbu squad. It was even during the time when Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was pregnant with him that Kakashi had acted as her bodyguard. Moreover, with the 9 tails sealed within Naruto, Kakashi, the strongest jonin in Konoha, was deemed the best choice for the task. Additionally, the team included Sasuke Uchiha. Although the 3rd Hokage had hesitated regarding the massacre of the Uchiha clan, which significantly contributed to their demise, he still wished to nurture Sasuke, and Kakashi possessed expertise in the development of the Sharingan. Thus, while Kakashi did not reject the role of Team 7's instructor, it was not entirely voluntary. Yet he genuinely admired Yu. Yu's talent reminded him of his own youth, perhaps even surpassing it. The difference lay in Yu's tranquility, for while Kakashi appeared humble, he harbored a deep-seated pride, having excelled far beyond his peers, graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and attaining Jonin status at 12. Such experiences were exceedingly rare in the ninja world. Kakashi recognized that Yu's potential eclipsed his own, which undoubtedly fueled his expectations for him. The more talented a ninja, the more critical proper guidance becomes, for failure to instruct could lead to dire consequences. Kakashi, having set aside his pride to consult Yamato about personally mentoring Yu, did so not only out of genuine affection, but also with the hope of preventing any future missteps in Yu's path. After parting from Yu, Kakashi arrived at Yamato's residence. Upon seeing Kakashi appear on his balcony, Yamato shook his head in resignation. "Must you always enter this way?" Kakashi leaned against the balcony railing, stating, "We have already made arrangements. His innate abilities far exceed what you and I have previously observed." Yamato paused momentarily before a smile of understanding graced his face. "That I am not particularly surprised." Kakashi chuckled. "I believe you would not have anticipated this, though." Yamato turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the trees outside and continued, "I assessed his current strength. His performance was astonishing. I fear that an average Chunin would no longer be a match for him. Just today, he had just learned to utilize chakra with you. Yet during our spar, he demonstrated remarkable proficiency and skill that he has already attained Chunin-level strength, and a rather formidable one at that. At this point. He simply lacks destructive jutsu. Once he masters those, his power may swiftly rival yours." Kakashi marveled, still somewhat in disbelief, that Yu's talent was extraordinary, surpassing his expectations. Yamato smiled. "This boy, although unexpected, I find it quite gratifying, as I genuinely regard Yu as my own disciple. Were it not for my lack of combat proficiency, I would have never entrusted him to Kakashi." Kakashi continued, "There is one more thing you would never guess. Yu possesses chakra of all 5 elemental natures." The smile that had adorned Yamato's face froze in shock. "What? He possesses chakra of all attributes?" Yamato exclaimed, taken aback. While he had been surprised by Kakashi's mention of Yu's Chunin-level strength, it was not beyond the realm of imagination. However, the notion of possessing chakra of all attributes was exceedingly rare. Generally, such a trait was indicative of a hereditary bloodline. The rarity of possessing chakra of all attributes was even less common than that of certain Kekkei Genkai users. Currently, only Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage in Konoha possess this capability. One could even argue that having chakra of all attributes constitutes a form of Kekkei Genkai itself. That Yamato's expression became serious. "You haven't disclosed this to anyone else, have you?" Kakashi shook his head. "I am well aware of how sensitive this matter is, and thus, I would not speak of it. While possessing chakra of all attributes is advantageous, its rarity makes it susceptible to attention." Both Kakashi and Yamato had backgrounds in the Umbu and understood that Konoha harbored not only visible light, but also shadows concealed beneath its roots. Moreover, Yu was merely a commoner, devoid of the protection afforded by a clan. Who could say whether someone might not attempt to abduct him for inhumane experiments? Yamato sighed in relief. "While you instruct him, be cautious that it would be best for him to utilize only 2 elemental jutsu for the time being." Kakashi nodded. "I will advise him accordingly." In this regard, both Kakashi and Yamato shared the same sentiment. Until Yu acquired the means to defend himself, it was imperative that no one learned of his all-attribute chakra. Upon returning home, Yu lay on his bed and immersed his consciousness into his inner space. Soon, a voice echoed in his mind. "You have been idle for a day. Your chakra has doubled. Your physical strength has increased by 1%, and your speed has doubled." As he regained his senses, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Reflecting on his progress, a smile crept onto his lips. "The growth of my chakra is astonishing. It has become so abundant that it nearly rivals Kakashi's." He pondered whether the doubling of his speed resulted from his rudimentary mastery of the body flicker technique. Typically, the body flicker technique is quite simplistic, relying on the application of chakra to the soles of the feet to enhance movement speed. Thus, it is classified as a D-rank technique, easily learnable by any genin. Chapter 23, Kakashi Treats. What surprised Yu the most was the remarkable increase in his chakra. His chakra levels were now approaching those of Kakashi, whose chakra reserves were among the highest for Jonin. The perception that Kakashi often appeared to lack chakra during battles stemmed from his inability to fully utilize the Uchiha bloodline, causing a mismatch between his body and the Sharingan, which could not be deactivated and thus consumed excessive chakra. Had it not been for the toll taken by the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra capacity would undoubtedly rival that of any S-rank ninja. At the tender age of 12, he could effortlessly unleash the Earth Release, Earth Wall technique, a B-rank jutsu covering a vast area. One can only imagine the magnitude of his chakra, if not for the Sharingan's strain. Now, Yu astonishingly possessed chakra levels comparable to Kakashi's. The increase in chakra also led to a significant enhancement in Yu's mental energy and physical strength. After all, while others extracted chakra from within, Yu drew his from the natural world. Therefore, the greater the chakra quantity, the more it nourished his being. Since Yu's chakra stemmed from the transformation of natural energy, his body needed to be resilient enough to bear such a vast amount. Perhaps it was merely the beginning, and thus, the rapid growth of chakra would eventually stabilize. That Yu speculated that the current rapid increase in chakra was due to his insufficient foundational strength, resulting in a limited chakra base. Yet he failed to consider that his current chakra levels were already comparable to those of Kakashi in his 20s. While he was merely 12, it is worth noting that even Naruto, disregarding the chakra of the Nine Tails, only matched Kakashi's levels, attributable to the fourth Hokage's sealing technique, which converted the leaking chakra of the Nine Tails into Naruto's own. One can only fathom the extent to which Yu's chakra had become formidable. The following day, after completing a D-rank mission with Yamato, Kakashi awaited him early at the training grounds. Upon seeing Kakashi perched atop a tree with a book in hand, Yamato felt exasperated. That I must say, you are rather eager. Do you truly believe I would prevent Yu from leaving? Although it was already known that Kakashi would later teach Yu, he did not anticipate Kakashi's urgency. They had just completed a mission and were waiting in the training ground. To this moment, Yamada Jimoku and Benyati Yanzi had already returned home. Kibamoto Teichi had intended to keep Yu behind to impart some ninjutsu to him. Despite his lack of combat prowess, learning a few interrogation techniques would prove quite useful. However, Kakashi did not grant him that opportunity. Standing beside Kibamoto Teichi, Yu gazed awkwardly at Kakashi perched in the tree. Although he was aware that Teichi had already given his consent, the simultaneous presence of both instructors made him feel as though he was betraying Teichi. Kakashi stowed away the novel in his hands and leaped down from the tree. I simply have some free time today as I didn't take on any missions. Come on, Yu. Kakashi approached Yu, who glanced at Kibamoto Teichi. Kakashi added nonchalantly, your teacher has agreed. There is no need for concern. Kibamoto Teichi, though somewhat resigned, had hoped to teach Yu a technique. Yet, with Kakashi's arrival, he had no choice but to let Yu go. That he patted Yu on the shoulder and advised, make sure to learn well. Though he may appear rather laid back, his strength is indeed remarkable. That in Konoha, aside from the third Hokage, he's already the strongest ninja, given that Tsunade and Jiraiya were absent from Konoha. Teichi's statement held no ground for dispute. Having said that, he turned and vanished from sight, fearing that remaining any longer would compel him to retain Yu. Watching the spot where Teichi had disappeared, Yu remarked, Teacher Teichi holds Kakashi-sensei in high regard. Kakashi smiled faintly and replied, he hopes that you will soon possess formidable strength and grow to become a pillar of protection for the village. Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi embarked on a brief lecture. Yu, unperturbed, nodded in agreement. I shall not disappoint him. Kakashi-sensei, didn't you undertake any missions today? Kakashi nodded. Indeed, we just completed a task, and I allowed them some time to rest. Well then, before we begin training, let me take you out for a meal. You cannot train effectively on an empty stomach. Yu looked at Kakashi in surprise. You don't expect me to treat you, do you? Yu was well aware of Kakashi's frugality. Kakashi paused, taken aback by Yu's incredulous expression. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, it seemed that his reputation for stinginess had reached Yu. Why would you think that? Come on, it is my treat. Yu's lips twitched slightly. Let us hope so. While he had no qualms about treating someone, Yu was also living off the inheritance left by his parents. Having just completed a D-rank mission, he was not flush with cash. However, since Kakashi intended to teach him ninjutsu, it was only fair for him to treat him. Kakashi sighed. Is this how you perceive me? Yu laughed lightly and walked on. Soon, the two arrived at Ichiraka Ramen. Upon seeing Kakashi, The owner, Handata, and his assistant, CHBU, greeted him warmly. Ah, Kakashi. Kakashi was quite well known in Konoha, but Handata was surprised to see Yu, as he had not previously associated with Kakashi. Yu. What would you like to eat today? CHBU asked with a smile. Leaning against the counter, Yu responded with a smile. I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Kakashi sat beside Yu and inquired, is one bowl sufficient? Yu nodded. Since he did not extract chakra from his body, he did not need food to replenish his energy. Kakashi was skeptical. With the rigorous training ahead, one bowl might not suffice to no need. One bowl is enough. Yu was quite aware of his own condition. Nevertheless, Kakashi insisted to Handata. Please add 2 more bowls for him. 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and for me, 3 bowls of beef ramen. Kakashi understood the significant consumption that would occur during training and believed Yu was unaware of it, though Yu felt reluctant. He could only acquiesce. After all, he could not disclose that he did not rely on food to maintain his chakra. The interaction between Kakashi and Yu left Handata in shock that he could discern that Kakashi treated Yu differently, almost like a father would his child. However, he found it perplexing since the two had no prior interactions. Yet Handata was also aware that inquiries into a ninja's affairs were best avoided. Otherwise, he would not have successfully operated this establishment for decades without failing. Chapter 24. 2 options soon enough. 6 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Yu turned to look at Kakashi, who asked curiously, Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and eat. Yu remained silent. Kakashi soon realized what Yu was contemplating, exclaiming in disbelief, You too find this boring, huh? He understood that Yu was eager to glimpse his true face beneath the mask. Yu smiled. Curiosity. Although Kakashi was undoubtedly handsome, Yu was keen to discover just how handsome he was to elicit such reactions from Handata and Ch. Kakashi shook his head and slowly removed his mask, revealing his true visage. Upon seeing Kakashi's true appearance, Yu was momentarily taken aback. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi, no wonder you wear a mask. Otherwise, the girls in Konoha would surely be crowding your doorstep. Kakashi was indeed strikingly handsome, and Yu understood the allure such looks held over young women. As expected, Handata and Chichibu gazed at Kakashi with starry eyes upon seeing his true face. Kakashi shook his head and began eating his ramen. Hurry up and eat. Yu did not linger on idle chatter and began his meal. However, merely halfway through, several individuals entered the establishment. Initially, Yu paid them no mind, but upon recognizing Kakashi, one of the newcomers shouted, startling Yu into nearly drawing a kunai in preparation for combat. Kakashi, what a surprise to see you here. Yu felt a headache coming on as he observed the newcomers. Kakashi also wore a resigned expression as he faced the individual clad in a tight green jumpsuit. His bright white teeth on display, Guy, he muttered. The newcomer was none other than Mike Guy, flanked by his 3 students, Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and Ten. At the moment they entered, Niji's gaze was fixated on Yu. Unbeknownst to Yu, Niji had sensed an intense feeling of threat emanating from him, something he had never experienced among his peers before. Guy, ever the extrovert, sat next to Kakashi, while Niji and the others settled beside Yu. After taking a seat, Guy noticed Yu's presence and, glancing at Kakashi, exclaimed in surprise, Kakashi, is this your student? As Guy had been away on missions, he was unaware of Kakashi's students. Kakashi paused, nodding in affirmation. Guy, oblivious to Kakashi's expression, immediately exclaimed, Kakashi, your student looks quite energetic. How about learning some taijutsu from me? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. No thanks. I can teach him myself. Guy laughed heartily, knowing he was merely jesting. However, should Yu genuinely wish to learn from him, he would be more than willing. In the ninja world, taijutsu practitioners were scarce, and adding another was a welcome prospect. Moreover, if Yu trained with Guy, it would signify a victory over Kakashi in that regard. Something Guy would relish. Ten, seated beside Yu, looked at him curiously. Hello, I'm Ten. So, you are Kakashi-sensei's student? Hello, I'm Yu, he replied. As Ten greeted him, Rock Lee and Niji approached. I am Rock Lee, a student of Guy-sensei, aiming to defeat talented ninjas, Lee declared, flashing a radiant smile reminiscent of Gui. Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness at the similarity. Niji, on the other hand, simply stated, I'm Hyuga Niji. Did I sense something different about you? Niji was blunt. Yu gave him a peculiar impression. Yu did not engage further, merely chuckling. Is that so? Kakashi, noticing Niji's serious demeanor, quickly interjected. Guy, stop chatting and order something. The owner has been waiting. Guy, not thinking much of it, began placing his order. Kakashi turned to Yu, urging, hurry up and eat. Yu was acutely aware of Kakashi's concerns. After all, Niji possessed the Byakugan. Should he employ it to scrutinize Yu's physique, he would undoubtedly uncover the extraordinarily vast chakra residing within him. Yu nodded and swiftly polished off 3 bowls of ramen. Upon finishing, Kakashi led Yu out of the Ichiraku ramen shop. While Guy remained oblivious, Niji's interest had been piqued. Yu exuded a distinctly different aura compared to his peers, an unmistakable sense of threat that Niji could not misinterpret. Once outside the ramen shop, Kakashi remarked as they walked along the street, Niji noticed you just now. Did you feel it? Yu nodded, acknowledging that Niji's attention had been unwavering and somewhat peculiar. Kakashi sighed. Niji is the top student from the previous class and wields the Byakugan. Over the past year, his abilities have risen to the level of a CH that he has developed a ninja's intuition. Yu nodded in agreement. I have indeed heard of him. His reputation was quite prominent during our time at the Ninja Academy. Yu had attended the same school as Niji for 5 years. Albeit a year behind him, as the Ninja Academy spanned 6 years. Previously, Yu had been of mediocre talent and had deliberately kept a low profile, which resulted in Niji paying him little heed. Kakashi observed Yu. If he discovers the immense chakra within you, it could lead to complications. Guy is notoriously loose-lipped, making it impossible to keep such matters concealed. This is also why Guy sought entry into the Umbu. Yet the third Hokage refused him. He is suited for straightforward missions but generally not entrusted with confidential tasks. Yu nodded. I can sense that. However, given your urgency to leave, it seems unlikely Niji would overlook it. Kakashi replied with resignation. There's no choice. If we linger any longer, I fear Niji will indeed activate his Byakugan. Yu chuckled softly. In truth, even if he were to find out, it may not pose much of a problem. Given Niji's character, I doubt he would speak carelessly. Kakashi nodded. That is indeed unlikely, but it is prudent to remain cautious, just in case. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain of Konoha, near a lake beneath a waterfall. Kakashi stood before Yu, his expression serious. I have 2 plans I would like you to choose between. Yu looked at Kakashi. Please, go ahead. The first option is for me to teach you a high-level ninjutsu directly, allowing you to elevate your current strength significantly. The second option is for me to start with fundamental ninjutsu and gradually increase the difficulty. After speaking, Kakashi silently awaited Yu's response. Yu pondered for a moment before calmly stating, I choose the first option. Yu had anticipated Kakashi might be displeased. Yet to his surprise, Kakashi smiled and said, as expected, you chose the first option. I, too, hoped you would make that choice. After all, you are not like ordinary individuals. To treat you as such would be detrimental. Chapter 25. Understood. After just one listen, Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder and turned to walk toward the lake. Do you think I could gain a certain reputation in the ninja world solely due to my Sharingan? Yu approached Kakashi's side, gazing at the lake as he replied, aside from the Sharingan, there must also be a highly destructive ninjutsu involved. After all, you are a J-nin. It is implausible that you lack powerful techniques. Kakashi looked at Yu and smiled. Indeed, I once developed a ninjutsu that, without the Sharingan, was exceedingly perilous. However, with the Sharingan, that technique transforms into one of immense lethality. Recalling the time he first developed the Chidori, he remembered how dangerous it had been without the Sharingan's assistance, as a moment's lapse could easily lead to being countered by an opponent. Kakashi sighed. Had it not been for a dear friend who transplanted the Sharingan for me, I would not have reached my current standing. Although the Sharingan indeed consumed a considerable amount of Kakashi's chakra, it significantly raised his potential. Kakashi's innate combat talent compensated for the chakra drain, allowing him to utilize the Sharingan effectively as long as he meticulously managed his chakra expenditure. Yu regarded Kakashi thoughtfully. Assuming Yu was curious about who had transplanted the Sharingan, Kakashi explained, would you like to know who gifted me this eye? Kakashi chuckled lightly. Normally, he would not divulge such information to others. But since Yu was someone he intended to take as a disciple, he felt no need to conceal anything. In a sense, Kakashi placed more importance on Yu than on Sasuke or Naruto. Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had merely been lost in thought. However, since Kakashi had misunderstood, he chose not to clarify and nodded. I am indeed somewhat curious. Kakashi sat by the lake and patted the ground beside him, inviting Yu to sit. Once Yu was settled, Kakashi began. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, due to my young age, I struggled to connect with my teammates. It wasn't until my classmates from the same year graduated that I was finally able to form a team. In a way, I didn't truly graduate early. He shared a smile, and Yu listened with rapt attention, initially expecting Kakashi to instruct him in ninjutsu rather than recount past experiences. This indicated a level of trust Kakashi had in him, as he would not share such personal anecdotes lightly. This was transplanted to me by my friend, Obito Uchiha. Back then, Kakashi recounted his past with Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara, although Yu had been aware of the general story. Hearing the specific details was a first for him. This is Obito's legacy and has been of tremendous assistance to me. Yu maintained a stoic expression, yet internally mused that if Kakashi were to learn of Obito's current actions, he would likely find his earlier words quite awkward. Kakashi, observing Yu, said, "I hope you will cherish and protect your friends in the future. Do not end up like me. Losing friends is an excruciating experience." Kakashi spoke sincerely, genuinely wishing for Yu to avoid his fate. Yu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Kakashi then stood up. "All right, let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. Do you know why I intend to teach you the Chidori? Without the Sharingan, this technique is inherently perilous." Kakashi studied Yu, eager to discern whether he understood his intentions. Yu contemplated before responding. "You believe my dynamic vision is exceptionally acute, perhaps even rivaling that of the Sharingan?" Kakashi chuckled, placing a hand on Yu's shoulder. "Indeed. When I tested your skills last night, I discovered your dynamic vision is remarkably sharp, even surpassing that of an ordinary Sharingan. The Chidori requires rapid movement and exceptionally strong dynamic vision. You are capable of it." Yu nodded. "However, I suspect this technique is quite challenging to master. Indeed, the Chidori has an A-rank difficulty level, and without formidable dynamic vision, it would be classified as S-rank. Before learning this technique, one must elevate their physical movement to a high standard. Moreover, this ninjutsu consumes a significant amount of chakra. However, that should not concern you. Your chakra levels have already reached J-nin standards. You could execute it roughly 10 times a day. That I can manage 20 times, and your chakra levels are already half of mine." Kakashi was unaware that Yu's chakra had further increased. Nonetheless, the chakra consumption of Chidori was still lower than that of Raikiri. The difficulty of learning also varied, with Chidori being A-rank and Raikiri S-rank. Currently, Kakashi could only use Raikiri 4 times a day, underscoring how much chakra it consumed. Yu listened attentively, not interrupting Kakashi. Satisfied with Yu's eagerness to learn, Kakashi continued. "Although the learning requirements for Chidori are high, you already possess all the necessary conditions: dynamic vision, physical prowess, and chakra quantity. You are exceptionally strong in these aspects and require no further training. That I can teach you Chidori directly. Now, let me explain the principles behind Chidori. Once you master it, I will teach you its advanced version. Raikiri." Kakashi harbors high expectations for Yu. He does not believe that Yu will take a long time to learn Chidori. Therefore, he directly informs him that the ninjutsu following Chidori is Raikiri. After explaining, Kakashi elucidates the principles of Chidori. Compared to ordinary ninjutsu, Chidori is indeed exceedingly complex. That it is truly worthy of being a technique developed by Kakashi himself. Most people would struggle to comprehend it, let alone master it. After speaking for over 10 minutes, Kakashi turns to Yu. He cannot guarantee that Yu will grasp it on the first attempt. That if he does not understand, I can explain it again. It is quite intricate, and it is normal not to grasp it on the first try. Yu nods. I understand. To prevent Kakashi from doubting him, Yu breaks down the principles of Chidori, demonstrating a clear understanding of the intricacies of this technique. One might think he has mastered it for a long time. Indeed, Yu comprehended it after just one explanation. His cognitive abilities have significantly improved compared to before, especially in the realm of ninjutsu. Kakashi, upon hearing this, is left speechless. Were it not for the fact that I have never taught you, I would have assumed you had mastered this technique for decades. Your proficiency is astounding. Chapter 26. The Terrifying Chidori. Yu chuckles. Perhaps I am simply more interested in this type of ninjutsu, which enhances my understanding. Kakashi, however, remains skeptical. After all, Chidori is an A-rank technique, and not just any A-rank. Lightning release techniques are inherently more challenging to learn than others, and when Kakashi developed Chidori, he was not particularly old. Thus, many of the theories involved are quite intricate. Even he found it difficult to comprehend back then. The fact that Yu understood it after just one explanation, and was not only familiar with its details, but had even simplified several steps, is a capability that Kakashi believes cannot merely be attributed to a slight enhancement in understanding. Nevertheless, Kakashi is pleased. Yu resembles an unfathomable treasure trove, perpetually bestowing him with surprises. Regaining his composure, Kakashi says, "Let me demonstrate how to execute this ninjutsu. Pay close attention. It is extremely dangerous, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences." Yu nods. He is well aware of the peril associated with this A-rank technique. Kakashi approaches a towering boulder over 2 meters high. The boulders near the lake are incredibly hard and not easily shattered. Standing before the boulder, Kakashi narrows his gaze and transforms his hand into a claw. Chakra instantly coalesces in his palm. In an instant, several blue arcs of electricity appear in Kakashi's hand. The chakra has even manifested into a physical form, with the blue arcs multiplying rapidly. They swiftly morph into serpentine bolts of lightning, crackling ominously. The terrifying arcs incinerate the leaves surrounding Kakashi into a SHIT. This moment, Kakashi seems to be enveloped in a tempest of thunder, with the vibrating arcs resembling serpents struggling against their restraints. Yu, standing aside, is astonished by this spectacle. That it is the first time he has witnessed such a formidable ninjutsu since arriving in this world. The terror of Chidori far exceeds his previous impressions. The dense lightning illuminates the area for dozens of meters. Even standing several meters away from Kakashi, he feels the hair on his body stand on end, as if charged with static electricity. Gazing at this horrifying scene, Yu swallows hard. He is experiencing, for the first time, the true terror of an elite J-nin. All of this transpires in the blink of an eye. Kakashi instantly generates the lightning, resembling the piercing cries of countless birds. Even more terrifying, lightning release. Chidori with a low chant from Kakashi. He transforms into a flickering afterimage, a flash darting past. Kakashi appears several dozen meters away. While the boulder before him has been reduced to rubble, countless fragments scattering chaotically, the explosion echoing throughout the canyon, sending ripples across the tranquil lake. Yu stands dumbfounded. He has already leaped several dozen meters away. Yet, despite this distance, he still feels the overwhelming power of the ninjutsu. It is truly terrifying. Is this the might of an A-rank technique? It is incredibly fearsome, and it is hard to believe that such a technique was developed by a mere 12-year-old. Yu comprehends the immense talent Kakashi possesses. 12 years old. To have created such a formidable ninjutsu, he deserves the title of genius. After releasing Chidori, Kakashi stands up and shakes his hand, glancing at Yu, who remains several dozen meters away. He smiles. "You certainly are quick on your feet. So, did you understand? Would you like me to demonstrate it again?" Kakashi is already accustomed to the power of this technique. Yu, on the other hand, is still in shock, for the power is far greater than he had anticipated. It can be said that the destructive force of Chidori affects the area within dozens of meters from the epicenter. Furthermore, this is merely the residual energy. One can only imagine the despair of being struck by the full force of this technique. That it is likely that an average person would be reduced to mere fragments if they were to be hit. Regaining his senses, Yu jumps down from the tree. Earlier, he had been concerned about being affected, so at the moment Kakashi launched his attack, he utilized body flicker technique to move to a tree dozens of meters away. Observing the boulder that has been shattered into pieces, Yu exclaims, "The power of this ninjutsu is exceedingly terrifying. That it must consume an immense amount of chakra. I reckon an average Shishnin would be drained of chakra after a single use." Kakashi explains. Yu nods in acknowledgement. Kakashi inquires, "So, have you gleaned anything from this?" Yu closes his eyes, and when he opens them, a glimmer of enlightenment flashes within. Despite the complexity of this ninjutsu, Yu now understands how to execute it. He nods at Kakashi. Kakashi is momentarily taken aback, then shakes his head with a wry smile. That it makes sense. While this technique may be difficult for others, it may not be as challenging for you. Today, focus on practicing this ninjutsu. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Kakashi steps aside, leaning against a tree as he observes Yu's training. Yu approaches another boulder. The lakeside is abundant with stones. Kakashi's gaze remains fixed on Yu, eager to see if he can master it tonight. Yu himself is uncertain, yet he feels he has fully grasped the essence of this ninjutsu, that he even has the sensation of having mastered it for decades. feeling remarkably familiar with it. However, Yu chooses not to voice this, suspecting it might merely be an illusion. Standing before the boulder, Yu begins to concentrate chakra into his right hand, that in an instant, the chakra within him condenses into his hand. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupts that in an instant, dozens of lightning bolts, as thick as a person's arm, coalesce around Yu, far thicker than the lightning Kakashi had just conjured, while Kakashi's lightning was the width of chopsticks. The lightning surrounding Yu is astonishingly the diameter of an adult's arm. Moreover, the color of the lightning is entirely different. The lightning Yu generates is actually golden. This spectacle leaves Kakashi, who stands not far away, utterly stunned. What is happening? How is Yu able to generate such chakra? The chakra of Yu is entirely distinct from that of an ordinary ninja, while the chakra of a typical ninja manifests as a blue entity. Yu's chakra astonishingly materializes in a golden hue. Consequently, when this chakra transforms into lightning, it retains its golden color. Even more terrifying is the fact that the lightning conjured by Yu emits merely a faint crackling sound, devoid of the sharp, piercing shriek characteristic of the standard Chidori technique. Adding to the peculiarity, the golden arcs of electricity seem almost sentient, slithering around Yu at remarkable speed, akin to a colossal python. Unbeknownst to Yu, his manifestation of Chidori differs significantly from that of Kakashi. His gaze is entirely fixated on a boulder several meters away. Chapter 27. Yu's golden lightning upon completing the formation of his jutsu. A glimmer flickered in Yu's eyes. Lightning release. Chidori. With a resounding crack, a thunderous boom ensued. At the very moment Yu launched his attack, the surrounding area trembled violently, akin to a meteor colliding with a planet. The explosion radiated a blinding light that illuminated the vicinity for thousands of meters, as if it were midday. Countless golden bolts of lightning cascaded to and fro, transforming the area around Yu into a veritable thunderous realm. The sheer magnitude of energy unleashed was reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. This terrifying display of lightning persisted for a full 10 seconds, wreaking havoc upon the back mountains of Konoha as if struck by a high-concentration tail beast bomb. The ground shook, mountains crumbled, and everything within the vicinity of Yu's jutsu was utterly obliterated. The aftermath was staggering. When the tempest of thunder subsided, it left behind a pit hundreds of meters wide and several dozen meters deep, with Yu lying motionless at its center. Moments later, Kakashi appeared by his side, swiftly carrying him away before they could linger any longer, lest Yu find himself confined within a prison. Indeed, mere moments later, several ANBU operatives adorned with animal masks materialized around the immense crater. The commotion was akin to the cataclysmic explosion of a tailed beast bomb. The ANBU ninjas, gazing at the gaping abyss before them, collectively inhaled sharply. Who could have done this? Could it be that the Nine Tails has broken free from its seal? The magnitude of destruction seemed only attributable to a tailed beast. Not even the third Hokage could instigate such devastation. Was it possible that an external adversary had invaded? However, this theory was swiftly dismissed. The barrier remained undisturbed, and no ninja, regardless of their strength, could breach it without a trace. The conclusion drawn was that it must have been an internal incident, likely instigated by the Nine Tails. Perhaps the host had succumbed to a fit of rage. The ANBU operatives quickly directed their focus toward Naruto, for in Konoha, he was the sole individual capable of unleashing such power. Or rather, it was his inner Nine Tails that could bring about such destruction. They resolved to return and report to the Hokage. As the night deepened, ninjas traversed the rooftops of the village, the magnitude of Yu's disturbance echoing the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails rampage. Meanwhile, Kakashi, having safely returned Yu home, hurried to convene at the Hokage's office. As an elite jonin of Konoha, his absence would undoubtedly raise suspicions that on his way to the Hokage's tower, Kakashi wore a solemn expression. What was the source of the power within Yu? It was profoundly frightening, even more so than the Nine Tails residing within Naruto. Kakashi felt genuine concern for Yu, who had yet to regain consciousness. He harbored trepidation regarding the nature of Yu's extraordinary power. It did not resemble a tailed beast, yet the arcs of electricity he had unleashed appeared almost alive, exhibiting a terrifying potency. Despite Yu's chakra being seemingly limited, he had unleashed an overwhelming quantity of chakra. Kakashi understood that the force Yu had just unleashed could only be rivaled by a tailed beast bomb, in terms of destructive capability. Such power was sufficient to alter the very landscape. Kakashi remained unaware of the immense strength possessed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, whose might surpass the current ninja's comprehension. Even Kakashi could not fully grasp the terror embodied by Hashirama and Madara. Of course, even if these two were present, they would be left astounded by the force Yiyu had displayed. That it was important to note that Yiyu was merely 12 years old and had unleashed a concentrated torrent of natural energy. Indeed, the power Yiyu had manifested was indeed a high concentration of natural energy. The destruction wrought was due to the volatile nature of natural energy before it was transformed into Sage Chakra. Moreover, it was uncontrollable. However, the natural energy Yiyu had released was not only of high concentration, but also manageable. Had it been uncontrollable, the moment he unleashed the lightning, his body would have been reduced to ashes. Fortunately, at the moment of unleashing the thunder, an equally potent shield of natural energy enveloped him, safeguarding him from the ravages of the lightning. These energy shields exhibited a consciousness of their own, driven by the instinct to protect Yiyu from harm. Yet, despite their protective nature, Yiyu remained unconscious due to the total depletion of his strength. In truth, Yiyu had experienced a setback. His inability to regulate his chakra led to the complete extraction of the natural energy within him, triggering a violent upheaval of the surrounding natural energy. The quantity of chakra within Yiyu was insufficient to provoke such catastrophic destruction. The catalyst was the excessive output of natural energy from within him, which subsequently affected the natural energy in the environment. However, Kakashi was unaware of this. He mistakenly believed that Yiyu harbored a latent power. Moreover, he was cognizant that Yiyu's chakra was akin to the Sage Chakra exhibited by Jiraiya in Sage Mode. Kakashi pondered aloud. It seems that Yiyu may possess an innate Sage Chakra. Sage Chakra wields far greater power than ordinary chakra. Perhaps it is the very essence of his Sage Chakra that resulted in such an outcome when he exerted the same amount of chakra. Kakashi had found a rationale, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that even if all of Yiyu's chakra were Sage Chakra, it would be utterly impossible to unleash such terrifying power. Not even Jiraiya could accomplish such a feat, nor could Yiyu himself. Soon enough, Kakashi arrived atop the Hokage building, where dozens of ninjas had gathered, all of whom were at least of special Jonin rank. Upon spotting Kakashi, Guy approached him, bearing a grave expression. Even he was evidently perturbed by the terrifying force unleashed moments ago, a power rivaling that of a tailed beast. Kakashi, what do you think it was? Upon encountering Guy, Kakashi hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose Yiyu's circumstances to the third Hokage at present. He could not ascertain whether the power within Yiyu posed a threat to the village. However, recalling Yiyu's demeanor during their conversation earlier that evening, he opted to withhold information from the third Hokage. After all, he had kept a watchful eye on Naruto, the Nine-Tails host, and felt he could do the same for Yiyu. Especially considering Yiyu was far more stable than Naruto, it was highly plausible that a formidable intruder had breached Konoha. Guy shook his head. I don't believe that's the case, as the village's barrier remains undisturbed. Moreover, why would a powerful intruder refrain from attacking the village? Chapter 28. Who could have done this? Kakashi regarded Guy. Then what do you believe it to be? Guy, his expression solemn, replied, I suspect it could be the Nine-Tails. At that moment, Guy was unaware that Naruto was Kakashi's student. Kakashi fell silent, fully aware that Naruto was not the culprit. Kakashi, I feel that the Nine-Tails host has gone berserk. Kakashi shook his head. I don't believe that's the case. Guy appeared puzzled. Who else could possibly cause such widespread destruction? The explosion just now altered the landscape of Konoha's back mountains. Apart from a tailed beast bomb, no one else could achieve such a feat. Had Guy known of the existence of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would not have made such a statement. As the two conversed, the third Hokage approached them. Kakashi, what is the current status of Naruto? The third Hokage shared the suspicion that it might have been Naruto who had gone berserk, as such occurrences were not uncommon among the 5 great ninja villages. The phenomenon of a Jinchuriki losing control was a frequent occurrence. Not every Jinchuriki could attain perfect control. Kakashi contemplated before responding, Hokage-sama, I believe it should not be Naruto. The third Hokage furrowed his brow after listening that he suspected that Kakashi was shielding Naruto. Nonetheless, he did not blame Kakashi. He had always held high hopes for Naruto, as evidenced by his decision to place him in Team 7, in the third's estimation. One of the members of Kakashi's Team 7 was destined to become Hokage in the future. Although Naruto was the Jinchuriki, it was evident that the third placed significant importance on him, in fact, in the third's mind, the next Hokage candidate was already determined when he assigned Kakashi to lead Naruto and his companions. Essentially, it would be a choice between Naruto and Sasuke, as previous Hokage had been selected in a similar manner. The reason the third paid particular attention to Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, was that the Uchiha clan was now extinct. Even if Sasuke were to ascend to the position of Hokage, he would not be influenced by the Uchiha legacy. Thus, despite the awkward status of both Sasuke and Naruto within Konoha at this moment, they were in fact both candidates for the next Hokage in the eyes of the third. Naturally, the third did not wish for Naruto to engage in actions that might threaten the village. However, the terrifying explosion in the back mountains of Konoha could only be attributed to a Jinchuriki. Even if he wished it were not Naruto, much evidence pointed toward him. The third gazed seriously at Kakashi. Kakashi, I hope you understand the gravity of this situation. Kakashi, however, shook his head. Lord Hokage. If it was indeed Naruto, who could have stopped him? At present, aside from you, there is no one in Konoha capable of restraining a rampaging Naruto. Not to mention, the release of such a terrifying jutsu indicates that Naruto was completely out of control. The Nine Tails is on the verge of breaking free. Yet, in reality, apart from the explosion, there had been no further sign of Naruto. The third was momentarily stunned that Kakashi's reasoning was undeniably sound, that if it truly was Naruto, who could have intervened? Moreover, Kakashi had provided a compelling excuse. Originally, the third did not want people to associate the incident with Naruto. Now, he could use this as a pretext to absolve Naruto of any responsibility. I will ensure that the Umbu investigate this matter thoroughly, and the village's vigilance must be heightened, the third stated after agreeing with Kakashi's analysis. After speaking, the third, accompanied by Konoha's elite J-Nin, proceeded to the back mountains. Upon witnessing the massive crater, even the third could not help but gasp in shock. Such a level of destruction could only be wrought by a tailed beast bomb, or perhaps only by those two individuals. The third pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. He had indeed acknowledged Kakashi's analysis earlier. Now that he was here, he felt no trace of the Nine Tails chakra. The Nine Tails, being a tailed beast, would invariably leave a strong chakra signature at the scene of its rampages. Yet there was none here. That he had completely concurred with Kakashi's reasoning. But if it was not Naruto, then the implications were far more terrifying. While it was understandable for a tailed beast to cause such destruction, for an ordinary ninja to achieve it would require a level of power akin to that of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama. Could Konoha possibly contend with a monster of such caliber? Contemplating this, the third's expression grew exceedingly grave. The sight of the enormous crater left the elite J-Nin accompanying him in stunned silence. They struggled to fathom what kind of horrifying jutsu could have caused such devastation. Even Guy's demeanor was remarkably solemn. Even if I were to open the seventh gate, I could not produce such destruction. It is truly terrifying. Kakashi surveyed the vast crater, and even upon seeing it for the second time, he felt a lingering dread. Yu had somehow survived amidst such jutsu. That it was evident that he harbored some formidable power, though he himself was unaware of it. Had he known, Yu would not have unleashed it. Asuma, Kurenai, and others gazed at the crater with solemn expressions, rendered speechless. The scene before them left them at a loss for words. The third shook his head. I cannot ascertain whether it was an outsider or an insider, that I hope it was an insider, possessing such terrifying power. If it were an outsider, it would mean that another ninja capable of rivaling those two has emerged in the ninja world. Although the destruction wrought by an insider ninja also indicated that this ninja was undoubtedly a threat, the third still hoped that such a powerful ninja belonged to Konoha, that if it were an insider, there was at least a chance to win them over. However, if it were an outsider who could unleash such devastation upon Konoha, it was easy to imagine that this individual held no goodwill toward the village. After observing for a while, the third, with a stoic expression, turned and spoke to the Umbu ninja beside him. Maintain close surveillance of the back mountains during this period, and keep tonight's events confidential. Attributing the incident to Umbu conducting an experiment on a certain jutsu. The few Umbu ninjas standing beside the third nodded in agreement. The third then glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi, please accompany me. Kakashi nodded, and soon, the two vanished from the back mountains of Konoha. Many villagers who had been anxiously awaiting news in the dead of night felt relieved to learn that it was merely Umbu conducting an experiment. They had feared an attack on the village. However, such an excuse might deceive ordinary villagers and regular ninjas, but it would not fool Danzo, the headquarters of Root, leaning on his cane, with one eye bandaged. Danzo regarded the ninja kneeling before him. Was it the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who rampaged? Danzo's voice inquired. The Root ninja replied, there was no trace of the Nine-Tails chakra at the scene. However, the destruction caused could only be achieved by a tailed beast bomb. Danzo was somewhat taken aback. Not the Nine-Tails? Given the lack of Nine-Tails chakra detected at the scene, it should not have been. Danzo rose, his expression grave. If it was not the Nine-Tails, then who could it be? And does this person pose a threat to Konoha? With this thought, Danzo could no longer sit still. What is Hizashi doing? Could he have developed some secret weapon? Danzo worried that the third might have created some powerful weapon that would threaten him. Chapter 29, Genius. Danzo had always kept a watchful eye on the position of Hokage, that he believed he had a chance to become Hokage precisely because he controlled the roots of Konoha. In Konoha, his authority was second only to the third, that if the third were to develop some formidable weapon, Danzo's influence within Konoha would plummet significantly. Of course, Danzo's concerns stemmed from the third's previous indecisiveness. In truth, given the third's reputation and strength, if he were to resolve to eliminate Danzo, Danzo would have little power to resist. Meanwhile, the third and Kakashi arrived at Naruto's home. Naruto remained blissfully asleep, undisturbed by the commotion of the night. Observing Naruto's peaceful slumber, the third was entirely convinced that the events of the night were in no way connected to him. After quietly leaving Naruto's residence, the third and Kakashi made their way to the back of Hokage Rock. Standing behind Hokage Rock, overlooking the entirety of Konoha, the third's voice resonated softly. Kakashi, that individual is connected to you, isn't he? The third spoke calmly, yet Kakashi sensed the certainty in his tone that Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. The moment of Kakashi's distraction only served to reinforce the third's conviction that in truth, the third had just realized that Kakashi had been somewhat different tonight. He was unnaturally calm, that in prior incidents, Kakashi would never have remained so composed. Thus, the third began to suspect a possible connection to Kakashi. Kakashi, it seems you do not trust me, the third said solemnly. Kakashi remained silent. However, recalling Kakashi's past as an Umbu ninja, the third could empathize. Kakashi had indeed learned too many things about him. The third continued, Kakashi, you should understand that now that I have deduced this, you cannot hide it for long, that if the individual poses no threat to the village, I will ensure their protection. Although I do not wish for internal strife within the village, it does not mean I will compromise without limits. As long as that individual does not pose a threat to the village, I can guarantee their safety, even in the face of Danzo. The third turned to Kakashi, speaking in a serious tone. Kakashi still hesitated to reveal the truth. However, considering the third's words, it was evident that he had already set his sights on him. The exposure of Yiyu's situation was merely a matter of time. Kakashi sighed. You have indeed seen through it. The third's gaze sharpened. So they are indeed from our village? Kakashi raised his head and nodded. Correct, I was previously concerned for his safety. At present, he lacks the ability to protect himself. The third was taken aback. Are you implying that someone capable of unleashing such a powerful jutsu is unable to defend themselves? The third could hardly believe his ears. It was worth noting that even he could not execute the jutsu that had just been unleashed. Kakashi nodded earnestly. Indeed, the jutsu he just released was actually Chidori, which I taught him. However, I do not know why the effect was so terrifying. The third was flabbergasted. Are you saying that the jutsu just now was Chidori? Were it not for Kakashi's own words, the third Hokage would never have believed it. Although Chidori is an immensely powerful A-rank ninjutsu, it could not possibly possess such a level of destructive force that at most, it could penetrate a massive boulder several meters thick. Yet the ninjutsu displayed moments ago was sufficient to shatter a mountain. That was a technique on par with the tailed beast bomb, far beyond the capabilities of Chidori. Despite his disbelief, the third Hokage nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is Chidori that he remained silent for a considerable time, struggling to digest such perplexing information. Eventually, he inquired, are you suggesting that you are teaching this individual ninjutsu? Who precisely is it? Chidori is your exclusive secret technique. How could you possibly teach it to someone else? Currently, only Kakashi in the entire Hidden Leaf village had mastered Chidai, and it was a technique of his own invention, and no one could compel him to teach it. The very fact that Kakashi had imparted this technique to another person indicated the significance of that individual to him. Even more crucially, Kakashi's decision to teach this person ninjutsu suggested that they were undoubtedly quite young, not a prodigy. The term flashed through the third's mind. Such formidable strength at such a tender age was characteristic of a genius. Moreover, the fact that this individual had gained Kakashi's trust enough to receive his secret technique spoke volumes about their character. After all, even if Kakashi had reservations about him, the third Hokage recognized Kakashi's loyalty to the village. The third felt a surge of excitement. The Hidden Leaf was currently in a transitional phase. Had there been someone capable of succeeding him, he would have stepped down long ago. Initially, Kakashi was the candidate he had focused on to become the next Hokage. This was precisely why Kakashi had been appointed as the lead jonin of Team 7, for Naruto and Sasuke were the candidates for the next Hokage. The succession of the Hokage title typically followed this pattern. A not-so-secret well known among the higher-ups. This knowledge was precisely why Danzo harbored such animosity towards Naruto and Sasuke. Beyond the fact that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Sasuke hailed from the Uchiha clan. The most significant concern for Danzo was the third's perception of these two as potential Hokage candidates. Even nurturing two young children, the third had never considered himself, and Danzo, naturally, held a disdain for Naruto and Sasuke. However, whether it was Kakashi, Naruto, or Sasuke, the third was not entirely satisfied. Kakashi was undoubtedly powerful and could contend with an average Kage-level ninja. Yet his presence lacked the necessary gravitas to truly embody a Kage. As for Naruto and Sasuke, he valued them highly, but both harbored flaws that if Naruto were unable to control the Nine Tails in the future and could not become a perfect Jinchuriki, he would be fated to be unworthy of the Hokage title. If Sasuke were to succumb to the same madness that afflicted other members of the Uchiha clan upon reaching adulthood, he too would be unfit for the position. The likelihood of either scenario occurring as they matured was quite high. The third Hokage understood the formidable nature of the Nine Tails. Controlling it was no simple feat furthermore. Sasuke's current personality issues raised concerns that he might grow to resemble Uchiha Madara, making him equally unfit for the role of Hokage. Yet, these two were already the most outstanding candidates of their generation. Despite Naruto being at the bottom of his class, the third knew that only by becoming a ninja could he unlock his true potential. However, if a more exceptional individual were to emerge, the third would undoubtedly include them in his considerations. Observing the serious demeanor of the third Hokage, Kakashi pondered before speaking. It is the same student. The one serious third Hokage paused in surprise. What did you say? The same student. Which one? Yamamoto Shuki or Honya Taiko? It couldn't possibly be Honya Taiko, could it? The third was so certain because, although Honya Taiko did not come from a ninja clan, her mother was a member of the prestigious Senju clan, it was entirely plausible for Honya Taiko to inherit the Senju genes. After all, Naruto, the child of the commoner Minato and the Uzumaki clan's Kushina, had inherited the Uzumaki lineage. Moreover, the level of ninjutsu demonstrated earlier required an immense amount of chakra, and the Senju clan was known for their substantial chakra reserves, making it a fitting match. Chapter 30. He possesses all attributes of chakra. However, the third had overlooked the existence of Yeyu while considering the two individuals. One can only imagine how inconspicuous Yeyu must be. Even the third, who paid close attention to the younger generation, was unfamiliar with him. Kakashi shook his head. Neither. The third furrowed his brow. Not Honya Taiko? Then it must be the third child. The third couldn't even recall Yeyu's name and could only refer to him as the third child. Kakashi nodded. It is indeed Yeyu. You? I must admit, I have little recollection of this child, the third said helplessly. Kakashi was not surprised and chuckled wryly. Your lack of recollection is understandable, as even his classmates from 6 years at the Ninja Academy are not very familiar with him. The third furrowed his brow. Follow me to the office. With that, the third vanished. Kakashi followed closely behind. Soon, they found themselves in the office. The third retrieved the files of the current students. In truth, there were not many, as this year's cohort consisted of only 30 students, of which only 12 had passed the assessment to become genin. Originally, only 9 were supposed to pass, but Yeyu's presence allowed Team 11 to succeed. This meant that had you not been there, Yamamoto Shuki and Honya Taiko would not have been able to become ninjas. The reason for the low graduation rates at the Ninja Academy each year is that many ninjas do not come through the academy at all. Many clan ninjas can simply pass the village's assessment to become ninjas without spending 6 years at the academy. The third quickly found Team 11's records when Yu's information appeared before the third. He initially thought he was mistaken. The information was exceedingly sparse and ordinary. Are you truly speaking of this child? The third looked at Kakashi skeptically. Kakashi nodded. It is him, that he has been concealing his talents throughout his 6 years at the academy, which led to no one discovering his abilities. Why would he hide his talents? How could such a young child possess such thoughts? The third questioned, filled with doubt. Kakashi explained, this child exhibits a rather precocious intellect. But his demeanor is somewhat, how should I put it, a bit lackadaisical. The image of Shikamaru suddenly flashed through the third's mind. Lackadaisical, you say? Kakashi nodded. He does not wish to be disturbed by his classmates at school. He dislikes the feeling of being the center of attention. That I have tested him, and he speaks the truth. The third, who had initially harbored doubts, now found them dispelled. Another troubled child. Is it? The third sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Why was it that so many talented ninjas had their own peculiar issues? It was rare to find a true gem like Minato, who had emerged after all these years. Minato was, thus far, the most normal and talented ninja the third had encountered. Others, to varying degrees, seemed to possess some quirks. Where is he now? The third asked Kakashi. Kakashi pondered before responding. He is at home. After releasing that ninjutsu, he fainted ditto. What happened? The third inquired. The ninjutsu Yu performed was likely an accident, which drained all of his chakra at once that he remains unconscious. The third expressed concern. Why didn't you take him to the hospital? I have checked. He fainted solely due to chakra exhaustion, and there are no injuries, Kakashi clarified. The third furrowed his brow. How could a mere 12-year-old possess such a vast amount of chakra? This was the question the third truly wished to ask. Kakashi reflected for a moment before replying. His chakra reserves are indeed immense, but the ninjutsu he released tonight likely did not rely solely on his own chakra, though his current chakra levels are substantial. They only reach the level of a jonin, and are evidently insufficient to support the technique he performed tonight, that I suspect there lies a powerful force hidden within him, one he is unaware of. Furthermore, his chakra differs from that of ordinary ninjas. It resembles that of Jiraiya-sensei when he enters sage mode. The third was taken aback. Could it be the innate sage body? He was somewhat shocked. The third had witnessed Hashirama Senju in action and had even been his student. Thus, he was acutely aware that Hashirama was indeed an innate sage body. This was a physique even more terrifying than the Sharingan. If he truly possessed the innate sage body, then the hidden leaf would have a chance at revival. The third understood that, even within the Senju clan, only Hashirama had ever possessed the innate sage body. Kakashi, however, was entirely unaware of its significance. Lord Hokage, what exactly is the innate sage body? The third Hokage contemplated for a moment before elucidating to Kakashi the concept of a naturally born sage body. A naturally born sage body is a physique that possesses the characteristics of a sage from the moment of birth. Such ninjas typically wield a chakra that far surpasses that of ordinary ninjas, coupled with an extraordinary vitality. Moreover, they possess the innate ability to utilize senjutsu, their bodies brimming with sage chakra. The first Hokage was a naturally born sage. He was once revered as the god of shinobi. The destructive power of the first Hokage's ninjutsu was nothing short of terrifying, capable of altering landscapes that at that time, only the Uchiha clan's ninjas could rival him. Every encounter between these two was akin to cataclysmic upheaval, shaking the very mountains and filling the seas. Kakashi was left in disbelief. Could such individuals truly exist? His skepticism lingered, as he had never encountered someone of that caliber. However, he recalled the jutsu Yu had unleashed that very night, which had indeed reached such formidable heights. The third sighed. Of course they exist, that I end their heyday. Their sheer power left the strongest in the shinobi world gasping for breath, that if Konoha were to produce another first Hokage, it would ensure our village's peace for decades to come. The third gazed at Kakashi. How long have you been in contact with him? What do you perceive of his talent? To what extent has he progressed? There was a hint of anticipation in the third's voice. The reason the third felt little apprehension towards Yu was that he hailed from a commoner background, devoid of the pathological lineage characteristic of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi pondered briefly before responding. I've only interacted with him for a few days. He hadn't learned many jutsu at the Ninja Academy and was quite similar to other graduates. Before I taught him Chidori, he could only perform the body flicker technique and utilize ninja tools. After that, when I taught him to walk on water and climb trees, he grasped it with remarkable speed, mastering it after just one demonstration. Tonight marked my first formal instruction in ninjutsu. Had it not been for the unexpected events, he would have indeed mastered it. Furthermore, he possesses chakra of all attributes. The third paused in astonishment. He possesses chakra of all attributes. Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Chapter 31. The conscious Thunder III was taken aback. To possess chakra of all attributes was a talent of extraordinary caliber. The fact that he could learn a technique as intricate as Chidori in just one attempt demonstrated remarkable learning ability. His chakra reserves were also considerable. It seemed he truly had the potential to match the first Hokage's legacy. Although Kakashi was unaware of the full extent of the first Hokage's might, the third's high regard indicated his formidable strength, possibly even surpassing that of the third himself. After all, the third had mentioned that the first Hokage's techniques could reshape terrain, an ability Kakashi had only associated with tailed beasts in his mind. The third, however, was the most astounded of all. He had high hopes for Naruto and Sasuke, which was precisely why he had appointed Kakashi as their guiding jonin. Little did he know that Konoha harbored a ninja who could potentially rival the first Hokage. In the third's eyes, Konoha's revival might be imminent. Observing the third's composed demeanor, Kakashi felt a sense of unease. Lord Hokage, I believe we should keep Yu out of the public eye until he has developed sufficient self-defense capabilities. Kakashi worried that ninjas from other villages, or even within their own, might target Yu. Even though the shinobi world was currently at peace, Kakashi had witnessed the Third Great Ninja War and understood that other villages would not stand idly by while Konoha nurtured a potential threat. Moreover, Kakashi believed Yu might one day reach the level of the fourth Hokage. The fourth had been formidable enough to deter all other villages single-handedly that if they were to learn of Yu's existence, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate him. Kakashi was resolute in his desire to prevent such a fate. Furthermore, there would be individuals within the village who would wish to see Yu removed, such as Danzo, who would certainly not permit the emergence of a potential threat to the village that in Kakashi's eyes. Danzo merely desired to eliminate anyone who might vie for the Hokage position. The third was well aware of this, nodding in agreement. That I understand your concerns, that I entrust Yu's future to you. I hope you can nurture him into a pillar of support for Konoha. Additionally, ascertain the nature of the power he possesses and assist him in mastering it. The third had no intention of personally instructing Yu. Doing so would be tantamount to revealing Yu's uniqueness to others. Upon hearing the third's plan, Kakashi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had feared the third might summon Yu to his side, which would place him in grave danger. Even if the third meant no harm, Danzo would not allow him to thrive. Now, go check on him. I must address the aftermath of this incident. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Kakashi made his way directly to Yu's home. Once Kakashi departed, the third stood by the window, gazing at the night sky over Konoha. He reflected on the events of 12 years prior. He couldn't help but wonder if that child would grow to be another Hashirama or become like Uchiha Madara. If he were to become like Madara, there would be no first Hokage in this era to counterbalance him. Though the third held high hopes for Yu's potential, he recognized that if Yu were to attain the strength of Hashirama Senju, Konoha would be left without anyone capable of restraining him. Conversely, if Yu were to become a figure akin to Uchiha Madara, Konoha would face dire peril. That was indeed a gamble. The third's expression turned grave, for he could not foresee what the future held for Yu. Whether it would be for better or worse often hinged on a single thought. Kakashi, I hope your judgment proves sound. Naruto, Sasuke, will you be able to match his strength in the future? The third held particularly high expectations for Naruto and Sasuke, that he envisioned a future where Naruto mastered the Nine Tails, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki, and Sasuke awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, wielding godlike powers. Together, they might possess the strength to counterbalance Yu. Alternatively, should either of them falter, perhaps Yu could serve as a counterbalance. Initially troubled by Yu's potential future, the third felt a sense of reassurance when he considered Naruto and Sasuke that I in his view. Both possessed immense potential, that he believed that a formidable alliance between Naruto and Sasuke could very well yield the strength necessary to restrain Yu. The third was acutely aware of the vast potential inherent in the Nine Tails and the Sharingan. Kakashi arrived at Yu's residence, finding him still unconscious. However, his vital signs appeared stable. Kakashi stood by the bedside, observing the slumbering Yu, and sighed. I informed the third about your circumstances that I hope you won't hold it against me when you awaken. The third had already discerned the truth. If Kakashi continued to conceal it, the third would only grow more suspicious of whether Yu posed a threat to Konoha. Kakashi felt helpless that he had initially intended to keep Yu's situation under wraps. But the events of that night had taken an unforeseen turn. Just recalling the commotion Yu had caused made Kakashi uneasy. Gazing at Yu's somewhat youthful visage, he marveled. How can someone of your age possess such an overwhelming amount of chakra? That jutsu was comparable to a tailed beast ball. Chidori could not unleash such devastation. Ultimately, it resembled a lightning technique akin to Chidori, although the lightning he had generated vastly exceeded that of natural lightning. Perhaps it was the energy characteristic of sage arts. Kakashi speculated that the thunder Yu had summoned might stem from the fact that the chakra he utilized was sage chakra, which inherently bore greater potency than ordinary chakra. Kakashi remained at Yu's bedside, vigilantly guarding him, while Yu's consciousness was entirely absorbed in his own inner realm. Within this space, Yu could only discern that his chakra and speed had doubled. Yet he received no explanation for the earlier occurrences that he pondered. Could it be that the reason lies within my chakra? Perhaps I released too much chakra, given that mine is distinct from ordinary chakra. It consists purely of natural energy, which is entirely controllable within my body. Yet when it spills out, it may go berserk. Yu conjectured. Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed hit upon the truth. The commotion of that night was entirely due to his excessive chakra output, which had triggered a violent reaction from the natural energy in his surroundings. That Yu's internal natural energy possessed a self-preservation mechanism. Upon sensing a threat to his life, it instantaneously absorbed the surrounding natural energy to create an energy shield, protecting him from the onslaught of lightning. Furthermore, since the lightning had originated from Yu himself, it possessed a degree of consciousness, and during the energy explosion, most of it had not been directed at him. Consequently, everything around Yu bore the brunt of the unleashed thunder. The overwhelming majority of the thunder's energy had been released toward the ground surrounding Yu. Chapter 32. I will master that power. What Nightwing was unaware of was that the chakra within him was entirely composed of natural energy, intricately bound to his consciousness. His chakra possessed a form of awareness. However, due to his current lack of understanding, he was unable to control it with ease. Nonetheless, he was quite pleased that tonight, both his chakra and speed had doubled once more. Now, his chakra had reached the level of Kakashi, although his speed still lagged behind. Yet, he estimated that it would not be long before he could match it. The chakra within him was different from that of ordinary individuals, and he needed to clarify the nature of his chakra. Otherwise, the uncontrollable surge would be of no use. Nightwing certainly did not wish for a repeat of the events from that evening, that he also pondered how the village would react to the commotion he had caused. Surely, he wasn't already confined in a cell in Konoha, he mused. Lost in thought, Nightwing remained in a state of unconsciousness, oblivious to the external circumstances. After a considerable time, his consciousness drifted into slumber, lasting until early the next day. The moment his awareness returned, he opened his eyes to find Kakashi leaning against the windowsill, engrossed in a novel. Sitting up, Nightwing inquired, Kakashi-sensei, did the village's ninjas discover anything last night? This was his foremost concern. Kakashi glanced at Nightwing and chuckled. How did you awaken so swiftly? I thought you might lie down for a few days. Kakashi was somewhat astonished. After all, Nightwing had exhausted his chakra the previous night. For a ninja, such a condition was perilous. Those in a better state might rest for several days, and in severe cases, it could even lead to death. Rubbing his head, Nightwing remarked, I feel a bit dizzy. What exactly transpired last night? You don't recall what happened? Kakashi asked, puzzled. Nightwing shook his head. I only remember gathering chakra, and just as I was about to manifest Chidori, my chakra went awry. And then I lost consciousness. Kakashi furrowed his brow. You don't even remember? You unleashed a jutsu comparable in power to a tailed beast bomb last night. Nightwing was taken aback. A tailed beast bomb? Seeing Nightwing's stunned expression, Kakashi assumed he was unfamiliar with the concept and proceeded to explain. A tailed beast bomb is a sphere of chakra condensed by a tailed beast, possessing immense destructive power capable of obliterating a mountain with a single strike. The jutsu you unleashed last night was nearly as potent. Fortunately, we were training in the back mountains. Had you released it in the residential area, you wouldn't be here conversing with me now. Nightwing was astonished. Is it truly that exaggerated? My chakra should not have been sufficient to unleash such a terrifying jutsu. While he acknowledged the significant disturbance he had caused, he did not believe it could rival a tailed beast bomb, which was an actual cataclysmic event that he felt certain that with a chakra capacity inferior to Kakashi's, he could not possibly unleash such a powerful technique. Kakashi approached Nightwing, observing him for a moment before saying, "You possess a latent power within you, one that even you may be unaware of. The jutsu you executed last night likely activated that hidden strength." Nightwing was momentarily taken aback. Did a hidden power within him? How could he not be aware of it? Perhaps it was due to the uniqueness of his chakra compared to that of ordinary individuals. This revelation left Kakashi somewhat astonished. You know your chakra differs from others? He was aware that Nightwing's chakra was special due to his Sharingan. Yet how did Nightwing know his chakra was distinct? Nightwing looked up at Kakashi and calmly replied, "I've always known. My chakra quality is significantly superior to that of an average person. It's just that I was unable to experience the differences before mastering ninjutsu." Kakashi remarked, "I thought you were unaware." Nightwing smiled slightly. "My perception of chakra is stronger than the average person's, which allows me to sense the differences. Previously, I used my Sharingan to observe your chakra, which should be Senjutsu chakra, that I have seen Lord Jiraiya's chakra. When he enters Sage mode, his chakra resembles yours. That is what Senjutsu chakra is. What surprises me is that you have likely never studied Senjutsu, let alone entered Sage mode. Yesterday, I informed the third Hokage about your situation, and he mentioned that your physique might be akin to that of the first Hokage, a natural sage body." Hearing that Kakashi had shared his situation with the third Hokage, Nightwing furrowed his brows, regarding Kakashi with a look of confusion that he had initially believed Kakashi to be trustworthy, but was disappointed to find otherwise. Realizing Nightwing's misunderstanding, Kakashi clarified the events of the previous day. "In that situation, had I not spoken of you, it would have placed you in even greater danger. Fortunately, the Hokage does not view you as a threat and has allowed me to teach you in the future." Nightwing's expression turned serious. However, considering that he had no ambitions, no matter what the third Hokage decided, he would not be easily subdued. With these thoughts, Nightwing chose not to dwell on the matter further. Kakashi continued to observe Nightwing. Initially, when Nightwing's expression was grave and he exhibited distrust, Kakashi felt a pang of guilt. However, as Nightwing quickly regained his composure, Kakashi felt a sense of admiration that he recognized that Nightwing had come to a realization. At Nightwing's age, such significant matters could not be resolved in an instant, that at least in terms of temperament. Kakashi felt he could not compare to Nightwing. After coming to terms with it, Nightwing turned to Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, you should return to rest. You surely didn't sleep last night." Nightwing felt grateful that Kakashi had watched over him throughout the night, and he wanted Kakashi to know that he held no resentment. Kakashi sighed in relief. "It's nothing. For a ninja, going a night without sleep is not an issue." Yet Nightwing insisted, "You should still rest, that I have no tasks today, and I wish to understand what is happening with my chakra at home." Kakashi approached and said, "That power within you may be quite formidable, and it might be difficult to control." Nightwing nodded. "I can understand that. It went out of control last night. Even though I had gathered Chidori, the chakra erupted just as I was about to unleash it. However, I believe I can control that power. Last night was simply a matter of my insufficient mastery over that chakra, which led to its explosion." Chapter 33. What? Nightwing did it. Although Kakashi wished to converse with Nightwing a bit longer, he recognized that Nightwing needed rest and said, "Then take a good rest. Once you feel better, we can resume training." Nightwing nodded. Kakashi said nothing more and vanished from the room. Once Kakashi's chakra was no longer detectable, Nightwing let out a sigh of relief. Examining his hands, he furrowed his brows. What is happening? Under such precise control, it still went awry. This chakra within me is indeed quite peculiar. After a while, Nightwing gradually began to gather chakra in his hands. Soon, the chakra manifested physically, coalescing in Nightwing's palms. Unlike the blue hue he was accustomed to, this time, Nightwing's chakra was golden. This revelation left him even more astounded that MY chakra is indeed different from others. Could this be the Senjutsu chakra Kakashi mentioned? However, Senjutsu chakra seemed to also be blue. Moreover, this heavy sensation felt significantly more potent than ordinary chakra. Nightwing felt somewhat estranged from the chakra within him. Furthermore, his control over chakra should have been exceptional. How could it have erupted last night? He found it utterly perplexing. This system is excessively mechanical. I can't even inquire. He thought that it seems I must rely on myself to unravel this mystery. After departing from Nightwing's home, Kakashi sought out Yamato. Upon hearing that the commotion from the previous night had been caused by Nightwing, Yamato was taken aback. Did Nightwing really do it? Yamato found it hard to believe. Although he recognized Nightwing's exceptional talent, the magnitude of the disturbance last night was something even he could not achieve. And no matter how strong Nightwing was, he could not have possibly created destruction on par with a tailed beast bomb. Yet Kakashi nodded in affirmation, confirming the event that Yamato's heart was in turmoil. What exactly is going on with Nightwing? This matter indeed surpasses the imagination of Komodo Teichi, who had initially thought that the commotion from the previous night was triggered by Naruto's rampage. Although the third Hokage claimed that it was the Umbu conducting experiments with forbidden jutsu, the elite shinobi of Konoha were largely aware of the general circumstances surrounding the events of last night. Almost all of them believed that the cause was the Nine Tails going berserk. The third Hokage had sealed the information, ostensibly to protect Naruto, who was already despised by the villagers as a Jinchuriki. Should the villagers discover that the uproar was caused by Naruto's rampage, they might resort to hostile actions against him. Such a fate had befallen other Jinchuriki in the past. For instance, Killer Bee had even been assassinated by his own villagers, in comparison, Naruto's treatment had been significantly better. After all, no one had hurled eggs at him, nor had anyone attempted to take his life. At most, they merely distanced themselves from him. It is important to remember that during the Nine Tails attack, many villagers lost their loved ones to the beast's wrath, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto, in a certain sense, symbolized the very enemy they loathed. Yet, despite this dire situation, Naruto was not without friends. Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, and Kiba remained loyal companions, willing to skip class with him. Even at Ichiraku Ramen, the proprietor, and Ayame bore no ill will towards Naruto. It could be said that, compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's status was akin to that of an ordinary person. However, had the villagers learned of Naruto's rampage, even the third Hokage's favoritism would likely prove insufficient for him to find acceptance among them. Who would wish to be near someone who could explode at any moment? They would likely implore the third Hokage to imprison Naruto. In such a scenario, even revealing that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage would be of little consequence. Minato Namikaze, after all, had only been Hokage for a few years, and his standing among the villagers was not particularly high, despite being hailed as the hero who saved the village. Yet, no matter how heroic he was, if his son was a potential walking disaster, no one would risk their lives for him. Thus, the elite shinobi of Konoha believed that the third Hokage had deliberately suppressed the information to maintain stability among the populace. Unaware that the one responsible for the previous night's chaos was his own disciple, Komodo Teichi's mind struggled to process this revelation, and he felt a surge of panic. Who else knew about this? His greatest concern was that Ya's situation might be discovered by others. Should that happen, he feared Ya's treatment would hardly differ from Naruto's. Kakashi hesitated before speaking. Only the third Hokage and I are aware of this matter. Komodo Teichi lifted his gaze, glaring at Kakashi. You informed the third Hokage? Komodo Teichi was furious that he understood all too well what fate awaited Ya should the third Hokage be informed. In a fit of rage, he nearly struck Kakashi. However, Kakashi quickly clarified. Rest assured, the third Hokage did not take him away, and he holds great hopes for Ya. There is no need for you to be so anxious. Yet Komodo Teichi was not easily swayed. You know well how unreliable the third Hokage's promises can be. As a member of the Umbu, he had encountered many of Konoha's darker truths. Kakashi, feeling helpless, replied, Given the circumstances of last night, do you believe it would have been beneficial for Ya if I had chosen to remain silent? Had I not spoken up, and the third Hokage discovered the truth himself, Ya would likely have been forced to live under constant surveillance by the Umbu for the rest of his life. The only way for him to secure his safety is to master the power within him as quickly as possible, demonstrating his worth to the third Hokage. Only then can he live in the light that Kakashi's emotions were evidently heightened, that he usually maintained his composure, but matters concerning Waya stirred a deep passion within him. Kimoto Ichi fell silent, recognizing the truth in Kakashi's words that if the third Hokage were to investigate, it would be all too easy for Waya to be discovered in such a case. He would be viewed as a threat to Konoha. Even if he were not imprisoned, he would likely remain under the watchful eye of the Umbud. At that point, any sign of unusual behavior from Waya would prompt immediate action from the Umbu. After a prolonged silence, Kimoto Ichi finally spoke. What kind of power resides within Waya? How could it be so terrifying? He had witnessed the events of the previous night. That fearsome power rivaled the strength of the tailed beast bombs unleashed during the Nine Tails rampage. Fortunately, it had occurred in the back mountains. Had it been in Konoha, the central residential areas would have likely been reduced to rubble. This is no exaggeration. The epicenter of the explosion created a crater hundreds of meters deep, with a blast radius reaching several kilometers. Within that radius, countless trees, flowers, and soil were reduced to ashes. Such a terrifying force could only be matched by the tailed beast bombs. Consequently, many elite shinobi believed that the Nine Tails had gone berserk and that the explosion was caused by a tailed beast bomb. Did you witness that explosion? Kakashi inquired. The power within Waya must be Senjutsu chakra. When Lord Jiraiya enters Sage mode, he possesses that very chakra. Senjutsu chakra is significantly more potent than ordinary chakra. However, Waya has not learned Senjutsu. The third Hokage mentioned that Waya might possess a natural sage body, meaning his chakra is inherently Senjutsu chakra, coupled with the vast quantity of chakra he possesses. It is conceivable that he could unleash jutsu capable of such extensive devastation by draining all his Senjutsu chakra. Kakashi himself found this explanation somewhat far-fetched. Having witnessed Jiraiya's sage mode, he knew that while powerful, no jutsu had a range comparable to what Waya had unleashed the previous night. Moreover, Waya's jutsu had directly obliterated everything within a several-kilometer radius of the explosion's epicenter. It was evident that the destruction Waya wrought far surpassed that of Jiraiya. Yet, aside from this explanation, Kakashi was at a loss to account for the terrifying power Waya had displayed. Kimoto Ichi, who had not witnessed the process of Waya unleashing his jutsu, chose to trust Kakashi's words. That power had already reached the level of a tailed beast strength, that if Waya were to master that power, he would possess strength comparable to that of a tailed beast. Would he not? Kimoto Ichi regarded Kakashi, who frowned in response. It is unlikely to be so simple. Waya is still unable to control that power, and he does not fully understand its nature. However, I am somewhat relieved that although Waya's power may rampage, he remains conscious at all times. He does not lose his awareness as a Jinchuriki does when they go berserk, becoming completely controlled by the tailed beast. Therefore, I believe that the power within Waya is merely a vast chakra hidden within him, and as long as he continues to train, he will surely be able to master that chakra. However, it is unlikely that this will happen in a short period, that I will assist him. Kakashi concluded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Kimoto Ichi let out a sigh of relief, as long as that power was different from that of a tailed beast. He was less concerned that it might seize control of Waya's body. Kakashi shook his head. No, Waya simply cannot harness that power yet, which results in its rampage. Moreover, I find it hard to believe that Waya, who was at the epicenter of the explosion, emerged unscathed, with not even a scratch. After merely sleeping for one night following his chakra depletion, he fully recovered. This remarkable regenerative ability rivals that of Naruto. No, even Naruto likely does not possess such an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Kakashi mused. After spending the night vigilantly watching over Waya, he had contemplated many things. These were the thoughts he had formulated during that time. Thus, I believe that the power within Waya may indeed be the result of the natural sage body the third Hokage mentioned. The third Hokage has also stated that the first Hokage, who possessed a natural sage body, exhibited extraordinary regenerative abilities. That it was said that even when his body was pierced, he could recover to his former state in a remarkably short time. Kimoto Ichi listened to all of this as if it were a mythical tale. This hardly seemed human. It sounded akin to divine prowess, Kakashi reflected. I was equally astonished when I first heard it. However, the third Hokage lived through the era of the first Hokage. The way he described the first Hokage was indeed akin to that of a god. The chakra of the first Hokage was also tremendous, frequently unleashing jutsu comparable to tailed beast bombs during wars that it is unimaginable what other shinobi must have felt during the era of the first Hokage. The third Hokage has suggested that Waya may one day possess powers akin to those of the first Hokage. Komodo Ichi's expression grew grave. Wouldn't the third Hokage be wary of Waya possessing such potential? This is what concerns Komodo Ichi the most. The stronger Waya becomes, the greater the potential threat he poses to Konoha in the future, leading to even more substantial destruction. Does the third Hokage harbor no reservations? Kakashi shook his head, expressing a hope that the third Hokage would not harbor such thoughts, and that Yu could remain steadfastly loyal to Konoha in the future. As his teacher, it is our duty to steer him away from the path of opposing the village. However, I believe you can rest assured about this. Yu is unlike others. He possesses a calm demeanor and is not easily swayed. Makoto smiled knowingly, acknowledging, indeed, it is nearly impossible for others to deceive that boy. Furthermore, he is quite rational and will not form a negative impression of Konoha based on a few dark incidents. Ninja in the world of shinobi tend to be overly emotional, rarely approaching issues with a level-headed perspective. Many would doubt their village upon witnessing some of its darker dealings. Yet Yu remains unfazed. He is remarkably mature, even understanding the existence of such matters. After all, a ninja village, as the most crucial military organization of a nation, cannot be devoid of shadows. Numerous dark and sordid affairs are inevitable. Often, these grim realities are necessary to maintain the peace and stability for the greater populace. Makoto remarked, after all, his teacher is a ninja from the Umbu. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Naturally, he would not allow Naruto and the others to be exposed to such darkness. For their minds are still too immature, that if they were to learn of these truths prematurely, it could easily lead to their disillusionment. Likewise, Makoto would not permit Yamada Shuki and Ben Yatsi to be privy to such matters. After spending a while at Makoto's, Kakashi took his leave, for he was to take Naruto and the others on a mission today. Soon, the four gathered before the Hokage's office. Kakashi arrived late, prompting Naruto and the others to scold. Kakashi-sensei, you're late again. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed, realizing that he had momentarily been distracted by the presence of his students, who had recently graduated from the Ninja Academy, that Yu's maturity often led him to overlook the boy's age, forgetting the gap between them. Kakashi casually explained, my apologies. I encountered an elderly lady crossing the street. As usual, he was rambling, causing the three to roll their eyes. Naruto, exasperated, remarked, Kakashi-sensei, you really have a lot of excuses. Kakashi waved a hand dismissively. All right, let's just head out for the mission. The four proceeded towards the Hokage building, with Sakura walking beside Sasuke, cheerfully asking, Sasuke, did you see that explosion last night? Chapter 35. Leaving the village for a mission. Kakashi's concerns. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he nodded. Meanwhile, a bewildered Naruto approached, asking, What explosion? What are you talking about? Having slept soundly the previous night, the explosion had not disturbed him in the slightest. Sakura shot him an incredulous look, then turned her expectant gaze towards Sasuke. Although Sasuke typically maintained an aloof demeanor, he had indeed noticed the explosion, which was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was so terrifying that he had momentarily thought it might be an attack from another village. Uncertain, he pondered how even a Jonin would be capable of such a display. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. She only knew that the explosion had been deafening and had never considered the implications of it. Could it be that even a Jonin could not have done it? Kakashi-sensei couldn't have done it either? She glanced at Kakashi. Naruto, scratching his head, longed to interject, but was utterly clueless about the events of the previous night. Sasuke also turned his attention to Kakashi. It seemed as though Kakashi had not noticed their gazes. Remaining silent, Kakashi-sensei, you must be aware of what happened last night, right? Surely, you couldn't have done it? Under the scrutiny of Sasuke and the others, Kakashi shook his head. I could not have done it, but the explosion last night was the result of a test of new jutsu by the village's relevant departments. So there is no need for wild speculation. Sasuke listened thoughtfully, sensing that Kakashi's words were likely not the full truth. Yet, since this was a matter concerning the higher-ups of the village, he chose not to pry further. Sakura, observing Sasuke's silence, opted not to press the issue either. Naruto remained utterly baffled, still in the dark about what had transpired. The four soon arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Kakashi's team, the third Hokage turned his gaze towards Kakashi, who nodded slightly. They both understood the significance of this exchange. The moment Naruto entered the Hokage's office, he rushed to the third Hokage, complaining, "Old man Hokage, please stop assigning us those tedious and low-level tasks." The third Hokage sighed, looking at Naruto. "You are merely a newly graduated genin. You should gradually accumulate experience through lower-level missions. Besides, you have just become a genin and can only undertake D-rank tasks at most." Naruto shook his head defiantly. "But those D-rank missions are so boring. I want to take on higher-level tasks." Although the third Hokage was correct, Naruto was determined to avoid D-rank assignments, resorting to childish stubbornness. Meanwhile, while Sakura and Sasuke remained silent, their thoughts mirrored Naruto's. They too were unwilling to engage in low-level missions. Kakashi, resigned, thought to himself, "I knew he would throw a tantrum." That moment, his mind drifted to Yu. He wondered how the boy was faring. After having his chakra completely depleted, he had only rested for a night before waking up. He was concerned about any potential aftereffects that in an instant, Kakashi's thoughts wandered far afield. As Naruto continued his relentless pleading, the third Hokage found himself with no choice but to concede. "All right, I understand. I will assign you a C-rank mission." Hearing this, Naruto, who had been sitting on the floor with his back to the third Hokage, leaped up in excitement. "Really, what is the mission?" Observing Naruto's eager expression, the third Hokage smiled. "You are to protect a certain individual." Upon learning it was a bodyguard mission, Naruto's imagination ran wild. Protect whom? A feudal lord or a princess? Kakashi, witnessing Naruto's animated demeanor, couldn't help but feel exasperated. Protecting a feudal lord could hardly be classified as a mere C-rank mission, while Sasuke and Sakura may not have shared Naruto's fanciful thoughts. They too felt a sense of anticipation. They were eager to avoid menial tasks like finding lost cats. The third Hokage did not respond to Naruto's inquiries, but instead called out towards the door. "Please come in an instant." The four turned their attention to the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing an old man clutching a sake bottle, leaning against the doorframe as he surveyed the group. Taking a swig, he grumbled, "What do we have here? Just a bunch of kids, especially that short one. He looks incredibly foolish. Are you really a ninja?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Naruto chuckled. "Haha, who are you talking about?" "The short one who looks the silliest." As he spoke, Sakura and Sasuke quietly positioned themselves behind Naruto, and in an instant his grin froze. "You bastard. Who are you calling foolish? You old codger. I'm going to kill you. You jerk." Naruto lunged forward, only to be restrained by Kakashi. "Are you planning to harm the very person we are meant to protect?" "Fool." Ignoring Naruto's outburst, the old man declared, "I am the renowned bridge builder. Tazuna. During my time constructing the bridge, you must ensure my safety." Naruto was not fond of Tazuna, sulking with his arms crossed, unwilling to look at him. Upon learning it was a bodyguard mission outside the village, both Sakura and Sasuke felt a surge of excitement. This represented their first official task as ninjas. However, Kakashi furrowed his brow in concern. A mission outside the village? He felt a twinge of worry, not for the danger of the mission itself, but for Yuyu's safety in his absence. After all, who could truly say whether the third Hokage would honor his promise from the previous night? What if the third Hokage used this mission as a pretext to remove him from the village and act against Yuyu? Would Makoto be able to intervene? It was painfully clear that she would not be able to. Although Makoto was also a jonin from the Anbu, her standing in Konoha was nowhere near Kakashi's. The third Hokage held Kakashi in high regard, and he was indeed the strongest jonin in Konoha at present. With Tsunade and Jiraiya absent from the village, even Guy under normal circumstances would not stand a chance against Kakashi. Thus, Kakashi was the only jonin in Konoha whom the third Hokage valued. With Kakashi safeguarding Yuyu, the third Hokage would undoubtedly adhere to his words. However, if Kakashi were absent, would the third Hokage be coerced by Danzo and others into abandoning Yuyu? It was hard to say. Observing Kakashi's complex expression, the third Hokage understood his thoughts and said, "Kakashi, this mission will allow Naruto and the others to gain valuable experience outside the village. As their teacher, it is your duty to guide them." Kakashi furrowed his brow. The third Hokage was warning him, reminding him not to forget his current responsibilities. Yet the more the third insisted, the more Kakashi's concern deepened. Beside him, Naruto, upon hearing the third's words, chuckled and said, "Ha, old man, I will undoubtedly complete this mission perfectly, proving just how formidable I am." Kakashi remained silent. Just as they were about to depart, Kakashi could no longer contain himself. He turned to the third and said, "Hokage-sama, this mission requires us to leave the village, and I would like to take Jingwen Yeyu along with us. The esteemed shinobi of the village has entrusted me to take a student along during the mission." Chapter 36. Daring to confront the third. Upon hearing Kakashi's request, the third's expression shifted slightly, and he remained silent for a long while. The atmosphere in the office grew exceedingly cold. However, apart from Kakashi and the third, no one else understood what was transpiring, nor did they dare to speak. Even Naruto felt the weight of the oppressive atmosphere. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a contemplative gaze. After a prolonged silence, the third finally exhaled a puff of smoke and spoke slowly. "If that's the case, your team will have 4 members that it's merely one additional person." Kakashi did not back down, stating firmly, "Kakashi, should anything happen to him, you will bear the responsibility," the third said with a serious tone. Kakashi did not relent, replying, "I will take responsibility." Surprisingly, the previously stern third smiled and remarked, "It seems that Yeyu is quite fortunate that I in truth." The third was testing the depth of Kakashi and Yeyu's relationship. To his astonishment, the usually reclusive Kakashi was willing to go to such lengths to protect Yeyu, nearly leading to a confrontation. He did not perceive a threat. Rather, he felt a sense of joy. He understood Kakashi's character well. Someone he valued so highly would undoubtedly be trustworthy. Kakashi looked at the third, who nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "It appears that your mission reward will be divided among one more person." Kakashi sighed in relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The third nodded, "Go fetch him." Kakashi acknowledged the third with a nod and departed with Naruto and the others. After their exit, Iruka finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Hokage-sama, the Jingwen Yeyu that Kakashi mentioned, could it be the Yeyu who just graduated?" The third nodded in affirmation. Iruka felt puzzled. Yeyu did not seem to warrant the earlier tension between the two. This was a sensation Iruka had never encountered before. One was the strongest shinobi in the village, and the other was the Hokage, the highest authority in Konoha. Kakashi had always struck Iruka as mature and rational. How could he confront the third to such an extent? What had Yeyu done to provoke such a confrontation? "Hokage-sama, what has Yeyu done? You seem less than pleased with him," Iruka suggested. The third glanced at Iruka, stating, "I harbor no dissatisfaction towards him." Iruka remained silent, but his eyes betrayed his disbelief. The third chose not to elaborate further. Seeing the third's unyielding expression, Iruka hesitated to press on. But he ventured, "Isn't Yeyu under the guidance of the same shinobi? Why would Kakashi request to take him along?" The third replied coolly, "This matter is not for you to delve into, Iruka." Given the third's demeanor, Iruka refrained from further inquiry. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Naruto could no longer contain his curiosity. "Kakashi-sensei, why did it seem like you and the old man were about to come to blows just now?" Naruto's question resonated with Sakura and Sasuke, who were equally eager to know. Under that tense atmosphere, they had hesitated to ask. Furthermore, Sasuke suspected that Yeyu must possess some extraordinary qualities. Kakashi regarded Naruto, not intending to divulge the truth, that he merely replied, "You misinterpreted the situation." Naruto pouted. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm foolish in that atmosphere? You both were almost fighting, and you say I misread it," he continued. "Why are you taking Yeyu along? You are our teacher." After all, Naruto felt somewhat disgruntled, as Yeyu was not part of their class. Kakashi's decision to summon Yeyu seemed to suggest a lack of trust in their abilities. However, Sasuke viewed the situation differently. He believed Yeyu was far from ordinary and that Kakashi was aware of Yeyu's true capabilities. Most importantly, Kakashi's relationship with Yeyu appeared to be significant. Otherwise, how could he have confronted the third for Yeyu's sake? The thought left him feeling somewhat envious. Kakashi was their guiding shinobi, and yet he had almost clashed with the third over a ninja from another class. Sasuke felt that their standing in Kakashi's eyes might not even compare to Yeyu's. In moments of contemplation about revenge, Sasuke was simply a somewhat proud youth. After hearing Naruto's remarks, Kakashi pondered before saying, "Yeyu has also become my student, so he is indeed one of my pupils." The trio was taken aback by this revelation. What? Yu has become your student? They exclaimed in disbelief. Although they had their grievances with Kakashi, it was merely surface-level in truth during the trials at the training grounds. They had already recognized Kakashi's strength. Moreover, after hearing Shikamaru and others speak highly of him, they understood that Kakashi was one of the most powerful shinobi in Konoha. Thus, while they might not vocalize it, they felt a certain pride in this knowledge. Yet, now Kakashi claimed that Yu had become his student, and given the apparent regard Kakashi had for Yu, it was likely that he had imparted many techniques to him. The thought stirred a sense of imbalance within them. Naruto exclaimed, "Ah, that Yu is so cunning! Kakashi-sensei, you must have taught him numerous techniques, while you haven't taught us anything yet. How infuriating!" Although Sakura and Sasuke remained silent, their expressions mirrored their dissatisfaction. Kakashi maintained a calm demeanor, replying nonchalantly, "I haven't taught him any techniques, and I got to know him much later than I did you." The trio remained skeptical. Naruto scoffed. "Humph, Kakashi-sensei, are you trying to deceive us again?" Kakashi, unwilling to offer further explanation, simply remarked, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it." As they conversed, they arrived at Yu's residence. This was the first time Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke had come to Yu's home. Inside, Yu was engrossed in studying his chakra when Kakashi and the other sudden arrival caught him off guard. Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder, saying, "We have received a C-rank mission that requires us to leave the village. I requested the Hokage's permission to bring you along for some practical experience." Yu frowned slightly. "Leaving the village?" Kakashi nodded. Naruto chimed in, "This time, we have a task to protect someone." It was Sakura's first time observing Yu closely, and she was quite surprised. This guy is actually quite handsome, not inferior to Sasuke at all. Why hadn't I noticed this before? Of course, Sakura's thoughts stemmed from an appreciation for good-looking boys, not a romantic interest in Yu. After all, her feelings for Sasuke were unwavering and not easily swayed. Had it not been for Shikamaru and the others' encouragement, Sakura would not have confessed her feelings to Naruto. She had consistently made it clear that her affection lay with Sasuke, making it improbable for her to like anyone else. Sasuke also scrutinized Yu, trying to discern what set him apart. However, after a thorough examination, he found nothing extraordinary aside from being equally handsome. Chapter 37. His strength is already comparable to a Jonin. Before Yu could respond, Naruto pulled him outside, exclaiming, "What are you hesitating for? Let us hurry. This is a C-rank mission." How long would you have to stay in the village to receive a C-rank mission? Although Kakashi's regard for Yu sparked a tinge of jealousy in Naruto, he did not harbor any ill will towards him. After all, Yu was among the few who had never expressed disdain for him. That Yu was let out of his home. He glanced back at Kakashi, puzzled as to why he was being invited on a mission so suddenly. Kakashi had previously stated that he would only take him along once he had attained Jonin-level strength. Yu found it hard to believe that Kakashi would arbitrarily break his promise, curious to understand the situation. Yu listened intently as Naruto recounted the events that had transpired in the Hokage's office. After hearing Naruto's account, Yu grasped why Kakashi had chosen to bring him along. Understanding the circumstances, Yu felt no inclination to reject Kakashi's goodwill. Upon reaching the entrance of Konoha, Yagura spotted Yu and remarked with a smile, "Now that's what a ninja should look like, unlike this silly boy." Dazna, referred to as the kid, is none other than Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth, glaring at Dazna. The mere thought that Dazna was the target of their protection made him feel differently than he did in the Hokage's office. The journey was marked by a profound silence among the group, with only Naruto chattering incessantly. Sasuke's gaze was fixed on Yu, while Sakura harbored her own curiosity about him. Sasuke was eager to ascertain the extent of Yu's prowess, that he was well aware of Kakashi's strength. And it was evident that Yu, being held in such high regard by Kakashi, could not possibly be weak. However, he was keen to discover just how formidable Yu truly was, after walking for some time. They passed through a thicket and observed 2 puddles ahead. Yu glanced at Kakashi, who shook his head, signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. In truth, Yu had long forgotten the plot of the Land of Waves. Yet he sensed chakra fluctuations emanating from the 2 puddles, clearly indicating the presence of 2 hidden ninjas. The day was bright and sunny, with the ground around them parched, yet the water in the puddles showed no signs of evaporation, a striking anomaly. Though Kakashi and Yu recognized the situation, they continued to walk past the puddles with an air of calmness. Suddenly, after they had moved a dozen steps away, the two ninjas sprang from the puddles. With a resounding clash, chains lashed out, ensnaring Kakashi. By the time Yu and the others turned around, Kakashi's body had already been reduced to mere fragments. Blood and flesh scattered across the ground, staining it crimson. The horrifying scene left the inexperienced group momentarily paralyzed. Even Yu, witnessing such a gruesome display for the first time, felt a jolt of unease, despite knowing that Kakashi had evaded the attack using a substitution technique. The sheer terror of the sight unsettled him. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to nausea. Almost simultaneously, the two ninjas, believing they had successfully eliminated Kakashi, turned their attention to Yu and the others. Naruto was utterly stunned by the earlier spectacle. Sasuke, however, reacted swiftly. As the chain blades were hurled towards them, he launched several kunai, one of which embedded itself in a tree, pinning the chain blade aside. Yet this diversion was merely a feint. The true targets of the two ninjas were Dazna. In an instant, they appeared before Dazna at an alarming speed. Realizing he had been deceived, Sasuke shouted, "Sakura, be careful." He attempted to rush to her aid. But the distance was too great, and he was too late. Sakura, though lacking in advanced ninjutsu, remained composed and unswayed by the earlier horror. Drawing her kunai, she positioned herself in front of Dazna, displaying a reckless courage. The two ninjas, witnessing Sakura's futile stand, scoffed at her audacity. It was evident to them that her strength was insufficient to withstand their assault. However, just as they approached her, they were suddenly struck by an overwhelming force. Boom, boom. The sound echoed as they were propelled backward like cannonballs, crashing through 2 rows of trees before finally coming to a halt. Sakura, gripping her kunai, looked at the calm figure standing before her, Yu. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Sakura, her voice trembling, expressed her gratitude. "Yu, thank you." Though she could not discern his movements, it was clear that Yu had dispatched the two ninjas. Dazna, who had nearly resigned himself to death, came to his senses and gazed at Yu's back, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. He murmured to himself, "I told you this young man was reliable." Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been eager to uncover Yu's true strength, stared blankly at him, astonished in his heart. He pondered. Even the Sharingan cannot discern his movements. This guy must be a monster despite his pride. Sasuke realized that even with the Sharingan activated, he still could not perceive Yu's actions. Although his Sharingan had only one tomo, he could usually decipher the movements of most ninjas. Yet this individual's speed was so formidable that even the Sharingan failed to capture it. Kakashi, who had been observing from the shadows, was equally taken aback. While he understood that Yu possessed remarkable talent, exhibiting the strength of a Seichnin, the power Yu had just displayed was beyond that level. Even though Yu had merely kicked twice, using only taijutsu, Kakashi could clearly sense that Yu's prowess had escalated several fold since their earlier encounter. Upon reaching the two ninjas, now lying lifeless and mangled, Kakashi murmured, "What kind of strength did this kid use to inflict such damage?" These two were already devoid of any signs of life. They were Seichnin. Could it be that this young man possessed the capability to instantly annihilate 2 Seichnin? Kakashi found it hard to fathom. The speed at which Yu was progressing was astonishing. Previously, Kakashi had assessed Yu as possessing Seichnin-level strength, albeit at the upper echelons of that tier. Yet the power Yu had just demonstrated indicated he was capable of slaying Seichnin in a heartbeat. This signified that Yu had already attained the strength of a J-nin. This was still considering he had only utilized taijutsu. It was worth noting that Yu had learned the Chidori. Although it seemed he had failed to execute it that fateful night, Kakashi had clearly observed Yu successfully performing it, only for his chakra to spiral out of control, amplifying the technique's potency significantly. Even if Yu was currently unable to regulate his chakra, his taijutsu alone was not inferior to that of a J-nin. Chapter 38. Testing Yu's combat proficiency. Yet, Yu's ascent in strength was alarmingly rapid. Even when Kakashi had previously believed Yu possessed exceptional talent, with potential to rival the 4th Hokage in the future, he had not anticipated Yu's growth would occur at such a pace. Now, Yu merely lacked a few potent ninjutsu techniques. His aptitude for learning ninjutsu was exceedingly high, It would not be long before he truly possessed the strength of a J-nin, or even an elite J-nin. Shaking his head, Kakashi formed hand seals. Doton, Dori Heki. Instantly, several earthen walls materialized around the corpses of the two ninjas, entombing them within. Once he had resolved the matter, Kakashi emerged from the thicket, surveying the uprooted trees along the way. Even Kakashi was astounded. How much strength must this young man possess to break these massive trees? Merely the residual force had shattered so many trees. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjutsu. Approaching Yu and the others, Kakashi regarded Yu, who stood there with an air of tranquility. Upon seeing Kakashi emerge, Yu inquired, "What became of the two ninjas?" Kakashi sighed, "They are all dead. Do you know who they were?" Although Yu was aware that they were ninjas from the Mist Village, he still asked. They were two Sage-nin from the Mist Village, and their target was likely Mr. Dazna, correct? Kakashi scrutinized Dazna, knowing he had concealed the true difficulty of the mission from them. Having two ninjas, especially CH-nin, indicated that this was far from a C-rank mission. It was a B-rank mission, and Kakashi suspected that these two CH-nin were not the strongest adversaries they would face. It was evident that these two were sent as scouts. This mission might even encounter J-nin level threats, elevating it to an A-rank task. The disparity between A-rank and C-rank missions was substantial, with the remuneration differing greatly. A C-rank mission could yield a maximum of 50,000 Ryo, while an A-rank mission would require at least 150,000 Ryo. Yu turned his gaze to Dazna, under the scrutiny of two pairs of eyes. Dazna felt a wave of anxiety. "Why are you both staring at me?" Though he was nervous, Dazna attempted to maintain his composure and asked, "What is it?" Kakashi's voice turned cold as he said, "Mr. Dazna, those two ninjas were after you." Dazna adamantly denied. "Impossible. They were clearly targeting you." Kakashi frowned, sensing Dazna's displeasure. Noticing Kakashi's growing frustration, Yu interjected, "Mr. Dazna, if you do not clarify the specifics of this mission, we cannot guarantee our continued commitment to it. There is no need for you to conceal the truth that I suspect these two ninjas are not the last we will face, that if we abandon this mission, what fate awaits you?" Yu felt a pressing urgency to compel Dazna to reveal the truth. Otherwise, Kakashi might very well abandon the mission. Initially, Dazna had intended to withhold the details, but upon meeting Yu's earnest gaze, he sighed and eventually divulged the reality of the situation. After speaking, he looked at Yu and Kakashi, saying, "Our land of waves truly needs that bridge. That I know I concealed the difficulty of this mission, but our nation is impoverished, and we lack even ninjas, unable to afford the commission for an A-rank mission." Dazna implored the two to assist the land of waves. "Please," he pleaded, kneeling before them. Yu glanced at Kakashi, who remained silent, awaiting a decision from him, for it was Kakashi who held the authority to determine whether to proceed with the mission. After helping Dazna to his feet, Kakashi turned to Yu and the others, inquiring, "What do you all think? Should we continue with this mission or abandon it and return to the village?" Kakashi was still entrusting the decision to Yu and the others. Yu offered no opinion. That Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on Yu, still reeling from the shock of Yu's earlier display of power. Sakura, noticing Sasuke's silence, chose not to speak either. Naruto, on the other hand, stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. The silence heightened Dazna's anxiety. If Kakashi and his team were unwilling to protect him, the bridge in the land of waves would never come to fruition. Kato had hired a J-nin, and only a J-nin like Kakashi could possibly ensure his safety. Dazna had already placed considerable trust in Yu due to his earlier display of strength. In Dazna's eyes, as long as Kakashi and Yu were present, the hired J-nin would not be able to harm him. Kakashi observed Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, shaking his head. The three were still inexperienced and had been thoroughly intimidated by the earlier encounter. He turned his gaze towards Yu, who seemed somewhat exasperated. He had not intended to voice an opinion, as he was not a member of Team 7. This mission was theirs, not his. However, Yu felt compelled to speak. For if he remained silent, Kakashi might truly decide to lead the team back to Kakashi-sensei. "I believe we should continue with the mission. I am willing to trust what Mr. Dazna has said." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Since you've said so, we shall proceed with the mission. However, Mr. Dazna, you must inform us of the ninjas you believe wish to harm you, so we can take necessary precautions." Kakashi's willingness to continue the mission brought great relief to Dazna, who quickly divulged Kato's situation. mentioning that Kato had hired a powerful J-nin from the Mist Village. Kakashi muttered to himself, as expected, there truly is a J-nin. His expression turned grave. He had brought 4 genin with him. And while he could manage on his own, he harbored concerns for Yu. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were indeed genuine genin, and they stood little chance against a J-nin. Kakashi looked at Yu and said, Yu, I entrust Mr. Dazna's safety to you from here on. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you must stay close to Yu. If you become separated, it will be easy for the enemy to pick you off one by one. Though Sasuke was reluctant, Kakashi's words implied that Yu was stronger than they were. Remembering Yu's earlier display of power, Sasuke begrudgingly nodded. Sakura, too, was without objection. If not for Yu, she might have lost her life. Having been saved by him, and with Sasuke's agreement, she felt compelled to follow suit. Meanwhile, Naruto stood there, still in a daze. Kakashi turned to him with a sigh, asking, And you, Naruto? His words snapped Naruto back to reality. I have no objections that I in that moment. He felt the stark contrast between himself and both Yu and Sasuke. Although Sasuke had not performed as impressively as Yu, he had undoubtedly been the best among the 3. Yet Naruto had done nothing throughout the ordeal, merely standing by. Clenching his teeth, he felt a wave of shame for his earlier cowardice. Next time, I will definitely stand in front of Sasuke and Yu. I will surpass them. With that declaration, Naruto drew a kunai and stabbed it into his palm. Everyone was taken aback. Naruto's act of self-harm was entirely unexpected. Kakashi nodded sagely, remarking, although your performance was less than ideal. Acknowledging your shortcomings is a step in the right direction, that in truth. Kakashi was not particularly pleased with Naruto's earlier performance. However, it was his first mission outside the village, and encountering a life-or-death situation for the first time was understandably daunting. Now that Naruto recognized the need for self-reflection, he was not beyond redemption. In reality, Yu had not wished to intervene during the crisis. This was Team 7's mission, and it was meant to be a trial for Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura, if he intervened, it would defeat the purpose of their training. However, when the 2 ninjas were on the verge of killing Sakura and Kakashi remained hidden in the trees, Yu felt compelled to act. He understood that Kakashi likely wanted to see him in action to assess his combat capabilities. Chapter 39. Yu's reminder to Sasuke Naruto's actions warmed Kakashi's heart. Approaching him, he said, If you don't stop the bleeding, you may very well die. Initially resolute, Naruto panicked at the mention of death. I don't want to die, Kakashi sighed, preparing to bandage Naruto's wound. Yet when he grasped Naruto's hand, he was astonished to find the wound was already healing. Kakashi's heart raced. Is this the power of the 9 tails? Its regenerative abilities are indeed remarkable. Kakashi tended to Naruto's injury. Naruto incessantly questioned, Kakashi-sensei, am I really going to die? Kakashi shook his head. Enough that you're fine now. Once finished with the bandaging, Kakashi addressed the group. The upcoming mission will be perilous. Sakura, Sasuke, do you wish to return to Konoha or continue with this mission? Sasuke glanced at Yu, seemingly competing, and asserted, Of course, we shall continue the mission. Although Sakura was hesitant, having been frightened by the earlier encounter with the 2 ninjas, she declared, I will follow Sasuke's lead. Naruto approached with determination, stating, Next time, I absolutely won't be like before. Kakashi nodded. Very well. Then we shall proceed with the mission. The group resumed their journey. Throughout the trek, Sasuke's eyes remained fixed on Yu. Yu's earlier performance had far surpassed his own, despite Sasuke's own commendable efforts. He could not help but feel overshadowed. How could he possibly hope to defeat someone so formidable? Thoughts of his brother, Itachi Uchiha, ignited an even stronger desire within him. The shock of Yu's prowess had left a profound impact. Perhaps if he could defeat Yu, he might stand a chance against that in Sasuke's mind. Yu possessed a talent akin to that of his brother. After all, Itachi had annihilated their clan at the tender age of 13. Wielding enough power to obliterate the Uchiha clan, that if Yu were to know that Sasuke regarded him as a peer to Itachi, he would surely disagree, for he had no confidence in achieving such strength within a year. After all, he had yet to master a single lethal jutsu. Though he had seemingly succeeded in his first attempt at Chidori, from Yu's perspective, it was a complete failure due to his lack of control. Sakura, too, was captivated by Yu. She found herself curious about him. During their time at the Ninja Academy, she had been entirely unaware of Yu's capabilities, in fact, she had not even known of his existence. Back then, Yu had simply lacked a presence. Now, the strength he displayed indicated that he had concealed his abilities during their time at the academy. What kind of temperament could allow someone so young to suppress the urge to showcase their talents before their peers? Sakura found it difficult to comprehend that as she walked alongside Yu. She curiously asked, Yu, why don't I have any memories of you from the Ninja Academy? Yu replied nonchalantly, perhaps I was simply too unremarkable. Sakura shot him a disbelieving look. Unremarkable? I believe your strength now rivals that of Kakashi-sensei. In her eyes, Yu and Kakashi were nearly on equal footing, especially after witnessing Yu's stunning elimination of two Chunin. Yu waved his hand dismissively. You clearly do not understand Kakashi-sensei's true strength. He is the most formidable J-nin in our village. Despite his seemingly lazy demeanor, he possesses a formidable reputation in the ninja world. By our age, he had already attained the rank of J-nin and had established a remarkable record of accomplishments. At that time, his teacher was none other than the fourth Hokage. Initially, Sakura, who merely wished to understand the enigmatic Yu, was utterly astounded by his words. Although she had previously gleaned information about Kakashi's formidable prowess through Ino, she had only known him as a powerful shinobi. Ino had never mentioned that Kakashi was the most potent jonin in the Hidden Leaf Village. Sasuke, too, was taken aback by Kakashi's strength. Meanwhile, Naruto wore a look of disbelief. How is that possible? Kakashi-sensei is indeed a jonin, but how could he be this extraordinary? Moreover, his master is actually the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage was Naruto's idol. Although he was unaware that the fourth Hokage was his own father, he revered him as the hero who sealed the Nine Tails and saved the Hidden Leaf Village. It was this admiration that had fueled Naruto's lifelong ambition to become Hokage himself, to emulate the fourth Hokage's heroism, and to gain the acceptance of the entire village. Thus, when he learned that Kakashi was a disciple of the fourth Hokage, he was left in a state of shock. Yu glanced at Naruto and remarked, this information is not classified. Kakashi-sensei became a jonin at the tender age of 12, just like us, due to his remarkable achievements. He is renowned in the ninja world as the copy ninja, possessing an impressive aura of intimidation. Furthermore, the fourth Hokage was indeed Kakashi-sensei's mentor. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi-sensei was already widely recognized on the battlefield. He graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5 and became a Chunin by the age of 6. Yu recounted these accomplishments. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gazed at Kakashi in astonishment. The seemingly languid individual before them was, in fact, so powerful, they could scarcely believe it. However, the trio understood that Yu had no reason to deceive them. Even the protected Tazuna bore an expression of triumph, realizing that he had secured such a formidable ninja as his bodyguard while only paying for a C-rank mission. It was an incredible bargain. With Kakashi by his side, he felt confident that the jonin hired by Kato could not possibly harm him. Kakashi, on the other hand, felt a slight headache. All right, let us refrain from discussing the past. He said. Yu chuckled. It's merely casual conversation. In truth. Yu's words were primarily directed at Sasuke, who had been relentlessly pursuing power. For the sake of vengeance, he had even been willing to align himself with Orochimaru, risking his body being taken over. All in the pursuit of strength, Yu intended to convey to Sasuke that he could attain great power by following Kakashi. In Yu's view, what Sasuke truly needed was not cursed seals, but rather the development of his Sharingan. That if he failed to unlock its potential, no matter how potent the cursed seal, it would only allow him to reach the level of a Kage at best. While that might be exceptionally strong for an ordinary ninja, it would be inadequate in the face of the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 40. An Attack. Sasuke was indeed swayed by Yu's words. At that moment, he looked at Kakashi, his eyes brimming with a yearning for power. He believed that Kakashi could truly make him immensely powerful. Sakura, on the other hand, was curious about Yu, wondering how he knew so much about Kakashi. Just how significant was Yu to Kakashi? Kakashi-sensei, did you share all this with Yu? Sakura asked, her tone tinged with jealousy. Kakashi twitched at the corner of his mouth, glancing at Yu, who bore a bemused expression, feeling somewhat helpless. Not entirely. Much of this information he sought out himself, he replied. Sakura huffed. It's clear that Kakashi told him everything. It seems that in Kakashi-sensei's heart, Yu is more important than us. Naruto chimed in, casting a disparaging look at Kakashi. Yeah, Sakura is right. Kakashi-sensei, you're being biased. only telling you and not us. Sasuke remained silent but felt a twinge of discontent. After all, Kakashi was their teacher. Logically, they should hold more significance than Yu. It was surprising that Kakashi had disclosed so much information to Yu without sharing it with them. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. He knew Yu was being intentional. Tazuna, standing nearby, fanned the flames. Kakashi, it seems being a teacher is quite challenging. Kakashi could only explain, that's because we haven't had the chance to truly understand one another yet. Most of the information Yu gathered on his own, not from me. However, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura found Kakashi's justification hard to believe. Naruto exclaimed, "No way, Kakashi-sensei, you can't be biased. You need to teach us ninjutsu too. I want to learn the techniques that allowed Yu to defeat those two ninjas so effortlessly." Sakura nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto is right. Sasuke was somewhat speechless. He knew Yu hadn't employed any ninjutsu. Kakashi chuckled wryly. Yu didn't use any ninjutsu. He relied on taijutsu. Furthermore, I haven't taught him taijutsu either. Yet Naruto and Sakura remained unconvinced. That's impossible. If Kakashi-sensei didn't teach him, how could he be so strong? Kakashi looked at Yu, feeling exasperated that why Yu remained silent. Kakashi could only say, "When we have time, I'll take you all to train together." Upon receiving Kakashi's promise, Naruto and Sakura were overjoyed, and even Sasuke felt a sense of anticipation. After all, Kakashi's talent was said to be on par with that of Itachi Uchiha in his prime, if not slightly superior. After walking for a considerable time, they finally entered the Land of Waves. This small nation, situated on the periphery of the Land of Fire, had a sparse population and lacked even ninjas, indicating its dire poverty. However, the environment of this country was quite pleasant, with abundant lakes and forests, making it an excellent location for tourism development. Moreover, due to its coastal proximity, fishing could also be a lucrative endeavor, given its size. The economy of the Land of Waves could be sustained through tourism and fishing alone. Mr. Tazuna, your country has decent conditions, Yu complimented. Tazuna was momentarily taken aback, thinking Yu was being sarcastic. The Land of Waves was indeed small and weak, a consequence of its poverty. Yu shook his head. I speak sincerely. Though your country is small and its population limited, it boasts rich tourism resources. And combined with fishing, it could thrive. Currently, the ninja world is generally in a state of peace, which benefits the tourism industry significantly. Tazuna was taken aback. How could anyone possibly want to visit such a remote and impoverished place? He was skeptical. Yu shook his head. Such individuals are not uncommon. As long as people from other nations learn about this place and proper promotion is conducted, it can attract visitors. There are indeed wealthy individuals in the world. Tazuna pondered this. Although he was doubtful of Yu's assertions, he recognized that there was a degree of feasibility in the idea. However, all of this hinged on repairing the bridge. Without that, even the best resources would go unnoticed. Yu nodded. That is indeed the case. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed Yu with satisfaction. Ninjas belong to a nation's military sector, functioning as a detached organization. Generally, they need not concern themselves with economic matters, apart from the commissions for hiring ninjas. The state also allocates military funds. Financial issues are not typically their concern. However, if they offend a feudal lord, it becomes a different story as seen with the Sand Village. Normally, ninja villages and feudal lords maintain a mutually beneficial relationship. Feudal lords desire strong ninja villages to safeguard the interests of the entire nation. The Sand Village's weakness stemmed from its poor relationship with its feudal lord, resulting in minimal annual military funding, which in turn weakened its overall strength and left its number of ninjas far inferior to the other 4 great ninja villages. While ordinary ninjas need not worry about economic issues, high-ranking officials like Hokage must be acutely aware of them, as training ninjas requires substantial financial and material resources. Without a solid economy, a ninja village will only grow weaker. Many small ninja villages have faltered due to their nation's inability to provide adequate economic support. Yu's ability to consider economic aspects, coupled with his insightful perspective, pleased Kakashi greatly. However, it was evident that apart from Yu and Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were largely uninterested in such discussions. They remained far more focused on ninjutsu and the affairs of ninjas. Throughout the journey, Naruto was tense, not out of fear, but because he felt he had performed poorly earlier. He hoped to encounter a ninja so that he could personally defeat them and redeem himself. Just as they passed by a lakeside, Naruto noticed some movement in the nearby thicket. Excited as if he had discovered treasure, he hurled several shuriken into the underbrush, with the sound of slicing wind. It seemed he had struck his target. Overjoyed, Naruto dashed into the thicket, disregarding Kakashi's warnings. "Ha! I hit something." As he rushed into the foliage, eager to boast about his victory, he was met with the sight of several shuriken embedded in a rabbit. Blood streaming from its wounds that he felt a pang of embarrassment. Sakura, upon witnessing this scene, was furious. She delivered a punch to Naruto's head. "Idiot Naruto, what have you done?" It is evident that for a girl like Sakura, the gruesome sight of Kunai stabbing a rabbit to a bloody pulp is utterly shocking. Naruto, feeling quite awkward, apologizes. "I didn't know. I thought it was an enemy." Sasuke, Yiyu, and Kakashi, however, do not approach, standing resolutely beside Dazuna. Kakashi, with a sigh of exasperation, remarks to himself about Naruto's unchanging nature. Sasuke scoffs. Idiot. Yiyu merely smiles, finding Naruto's behavior entirely predictable. After all, it wouldn't be Naruto otherwise. Chapter 41. Sharingan. Just as Sakura was reprimanding Naruto, a large blade came hurtling through the air. Buzzing ominously, the blade sliced through the wind at an alarming speed. Sensing the impending danger, Kakashi immediately shouted, "Everyone, get down!" Although they were yet to comprehend the reason, they all complied without hesitation. The massive blade swept over their heads and embedded itself into a nearby tree. In the next moment, a ninja wearing the forehead protector of the Mist Village stood atop the blade. Facing away from them, confusion and alarm washed over the group as they beheld the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure. Kakashi, standing before them, regarded the ninja with a grave expression, recognizing him as the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village. It seemed they were in for considerable trouble. Seeing Zabuza, Naruto unsheathed his kunai and charged forward, shouting, "Finally, here you are. This time, I won't lose to Sasuke and Yiyu." Previously dissatisfied with his performance, Naruto now viewed Zabuza as an opportunity to prove himself. Kakashi, however, intercepted him, sternly warning, "Don't be reckless. He is not a ninja you can handle." Naruto frowned in protest. "Kakashi-sensei, this time I absolutely will not be like before." Kakashi furrowed his brow. Zabuza was an elite jonin, not just an ordinary chunin. Even he needed to tread carefully, for one misstep could lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Zabuza's demeanor shifted upon recognizing Kakashi, that it was indeed the infamous copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, that no wonder those two brothers had failed. Hearing Zabuza's words, Sasuke was taken aback. Sharingan? Kakashi possesses the Sharingan. Since the Uchiha clan's massacre, Sasuke had believed he was the sole survivor of his clan in Konoha. Sakura, oblivious to the significance of the Sharingan, had never seen Sasuke demonstrate it. "What is the Sharingan?" she inquired. Naruto, equally curious, asked Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, what is the Sharingan?" Kakashi remained silent, but Sasuke explained, "The Sharingan is a dojutsu that can see through ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu." Zabuza cast a glance at Sasuke and added, "Indeed, the Sharingan has such abilities, and it can also replicate an opponent's techniques. Kakashi Hatake, I have your information in the ninja handbook from when I was in the Mist Village. The copy ninja. Kakashi is known for his ability to replicate thousands of techniques, making him a dangerous adversary." To Zabuza's words, both Sakura and Naruto were left astonished. Although Yiyu had previously mentioned Kakashi's strength, they had lacked a tangible understanding of it. Now, Zabuza's comments made them acutely aware of Kakashi's formidable prowess. Sakura found herself in shock. So Kakashi-sensei is truly this powerful. Naruto, equally incredulous, gazed at Kakashi. "I can't believe Kakashi-sensei is this strong. 1,000 techniques." That is terrifying. That Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on Kakashi, not concerned with Kakashi's repertoire of techniques, but rather the fact that he possessed the Sharingan, a unique eye of the Uchiha clan. Yet Kakashi had yet to reveal it. Leaving Sasuke skeptical, Kakashi regarded Zabuza with a serious expression. "It appears this will be a fierce battle. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura form a protective formation to safeguard him are the Dazuna, the Yu. Today marks our first collaboration." The Yu stepped beside Kakashi, having already drawn a kunai. Although Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were reluctant, they understood that their strength paled in comparison to Yiyu's and thus formed a protective circle around Dazuna. Zabuza's gaze landed on Yiyu. He could not discern anything particularly special about the young man. You seem to trust this kid quite a bit. Is he your pupil? Kakashi remained silent, gradually lifting his forehead protector. Sasuke, who had been watching Kakashi intently, focused even more closely on his movements. Kakashi raised the protector, revealing his previously concealed left eye. A three-tomo Sharingan emerged, leaving Sasuke stunned. It was indeed the Sharingan, a three-tomo variant. Even among the Uchiha clan, only a few could awaken it. Could Kakashi be one of them? Sasuke mistakenly believed that Kakashi belonged to the Uchiha clan, as in his eyes, only members of the Uchiha possessed the Sharingan in Konoha. Sakura and Naruto, witnessing Kakashi's Sharingan for the first time, were equally astonished. What kind of eye is this? Why does it exude such a terrifying aura? Both Naruto and Sakura felt the murderous intent emanating from Kakashi. Moreover, Naruto experienced an inexplicable discomfort in the presence of the Sharingan. Kakashi did not respond to Zabuza. Zabuza continued, I am well aware of the information in the ninja handbook regarding you, so do you think I would engage you on favorable ground? As he spoke, a thick mist suddenly enveloped the area. The bizarre scene startled Sasuke and the others, prompting them to draw their kunai in preparation. That Yu remained calm. Despite the diminishing visibility, he could sense Zabuza's chakra, one of the uses of his own chakra. Kakashi furrowed his brow, using the mist jutsu to obscure my vision. Truly, Zabuza Momochi, if one isn't cautious, they could very well perish here. Kakashi glanced at Yu with concern. Yu, do not stray from my side. This is the Mist Village's silent killing technique. Be wary of the sounds around you. Ignoring Kakashi, Yu's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza, who was stealthily advancing toward them. Despite the thick mist, Zabuza's movements were completely within Yu's perception. When Kakashi unleashed his chakra in a fit of urgency, a powerful wave of energy dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing Yu's figure. Relieved to see Yu unharmed, Kakashi exhaled. Why didn't Yu respond? Yu glanced at Kakashi and smiled. I thought you could sense my presence, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi shook his head, feeling exasperated. Stay focused. Our opponent is an elite Jonin. We cannot afford to be careless. Meanwhile, as Kakashi released his chakra, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gazed at his back with fear. Is this the murderous intent that emanates from a battle between Jonin? In such an atmosphere, death seems preferable. The overwhelming pressure from the confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza rendered the trio paralyzed with fear. The terrifying aura affected their senses, with Sasuke nearly plunging his kunai into his abdomen, his mind clouded by the hostile energy of both Kakashi and Zabuza. Even Naruto's face bore a look of terror, completely stripped of the will to survive. Chapter 42. 1 against 2. Just as Sasuke prepared to harm himself, Yu's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed his chakra. A surge of golden energy erupted from Yu, instantly shattering the oppressive atmosphere of fear surrounding Kakashi and Zabuza. The trio, previously filled with dread, now felt as though they had encountered the warm embrace of sunlight on a frigid winter's day. The menacing atmosphere transformed into one of comfort. Sasuke halted his actions, regaining his composure as he turned to observe Yu, who wore a calm expression. This is Yu's chakra. It is incredibly powerful. Previously, Yu had only demonstrated his taijutsu, but now the terrifying chakra he emitted left Sasuke utterly astonished. Naruto and Sakura also regained their senses, though they remained unaware that it was Yu who had dispelled the chilling, murderous intent. Meanwhile, within Naruto, in a dimly lit prison, an enormous red fox slowly opened its eyes. This familiar yet strange chakra, could it belong to that bothersome individual? This fox is none other than the nine tails sealed within Naruto's body. Just moments ago, when Yu released his chakra, he sensed a familiar, yet subtly different aura. Given his acute sensitivity to chakra, he felt a weighty solemnity that if it truly is that man, what are his intentions? Recalling the time when he was sealed by Hashirama Senju, the nine tails wore a grave expression. The chakra emitted by Yu bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Hashirama Senju. Though there were some differences, it was imbued with a rich vitality. Such chakra is exceedingly rare, surfacing only in Hashirama Senju, the sage of six paths, and his two sons. The Nine Tails had long harbored grievances regarding its initial sealing by the first Hokage. However, observing the seal that bound him, the Nine Tails merely shook its head and closed its eyes, returning to slumber. Meanwhile, the chakra explosion from Yu left Zabuza, lurking in the shadows, momentarily stunned. The overwhelming pressure from that brief moment of chakra was something he had never encountered before. Most notably, Yiyu's chakra was so formidable that it dispersed the murderous intent shared by him and Kakashi in an instant. The combined killing intent of two elite jonin was effortlessly shattered. The magnitude of Yiyu's chakra was astounding. This young boy is indeed extraordinary. Kakashi's decision to include him in the battle seems to affirm his prowess. Kakashi glanced at Yiyu, understanding the reason behind his chakra explosion. The clash of chakra between him and Zabuza had already placed considerable pressure on Sasuke and the others. Without Yiyu's intervention, Sasuke might have truly plunged a blade into his back. Kakashi, however, did not anticipate that Yiyu's chakra had intensified significantly. This boy is indeed a monster. Could it be a result of that fateful night? Kakashi speculated that perhaps Yiyu's chakra had grown following that explosive incident. Yet, the rate of his growth had far surpassed Kakashi's expectations. Yiyu turned to the concealed Zabuza in the distance and declared, "Kakashi-sensei, you take the lead. I will support you from the side." Kakashi turned his head to glance at Yiyu, inquiring, "Can you discern his position?" Yiyu nodded affirmatively. "I can sense his chakra." Kakashi was taken aback. Sensory ability. To detect Zabuza's chakra is a skill reserved for sensory-type ninjas. Yiyu possessed a remarkable sensing ability, allowing him to accurately pinpoint Zabuza's location. This indicated that Yiyu's sensory prowess was formidable. Unbeknownst to Zabuza, Yiyu had already uncovered his whereabouts. With no further concerns, Kakashi was prepared to unleash his full capabilities in battle to I am on the lake's surface. Yiyu stated calmly. Kakashi focused his chakra, employing his Sharingan to survey the lake's surface that in an instant, he spotted Zabuza standing upon the water at that moment. Zabuza remained oblivious to being discovered, having created a water clone. However, Kakashi did not notice this. Just as Kakashi was about to launch an attack on Zabuza, the latter suddenly appeared before Tazuna. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were momentarily caught off guard as Zabuza swung his deadly sword towards Tazuna. The trio attempted to intervene, but their bodies were immobilized, leaving them powerless as Zabuza's oppressive killing intent rendered them completely paralyzed in a flash. Zabuza halted his movement, a force pushing Tazuna aside as Zabuza's blade remained suspended in midair. As they focused intently, they saw Yiyu standing before Zabuza, his kunai already embedded in Zabuza's chest. Yet, Yiyu's expression bore no trace of triumph. He remained composed. Moments later, a cascade of water dripped from Zabuza's chest. But not a single drop of blood was shed. Yiyu regarded Zabuza with no surprise, for this was merely Zabuza's water clone. The next instant, the water clone dissolved into a pool of clear water. Sasuke, seated on the ground, along with Naruto and Sakura, stared blankly at the scene before them. Meanwhile, Kakashi, rushing towards the lake, witnessed Yiyu's actions and smirked. "Well done, Yiyu." Although it was Zabuza's water clone that attacked Tazuna. Had they not intervened, the trio would have been utterly incapable of contending with it, that if left unchecked, the water clone would have indeed slain Tazuna. Lying on the ground, Tazuna exhaled a sigh of relief. When Zabuza swung his blade, he feared for his life. Observing Yiyu, who calmly stowed away his kunai, Sasuke wore a grave expression. "How could the gap between us be so vast? If I cannot surpass Yiyu, how could I possibly defeat that scoundrel? I must grow stronger. I must become formidable." Naruto was taken aback, unable to fathom the enormity of the gap between himself and Yiyu. Back in the Ninja Academy, Yiyu had been virtually unremarkable. They had all graduated not long ago, yet how could the disparity have widened so drastically? Naruto struggled to reconcile this within himself. Despite being the same age and having just graduated from the Ninja Academy, why was Yiyu so much stronger? Sakura, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of security. Upon witnessing Yiyu swiftly dispatch Zabuza's water clone, Zabuza was taken aback. How could that boy be so powerful? He should merely be a genin, yet the combat experience and speed he displayed rivaled that of an elite jonin. Who on earth is he? A prodigy nurtured by Konoha. Zabuza found himself overwhelmed by Yiyu's strength. Originally, he only needed to contend with Kakashi and 3 genin. Now, he faced Kakashi, an elite jonin, and Yiyu, a ninja with undeniable jonin-level prowess that was akin to facing 2 opponents simultaneously. Chapter 43. The First Ninjutsu. Water Style. Water Dragon Jutsu. Having neutralized Zabuza's water clone, Yu called out to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, focus on confronting his true form. I will handle things here. Kakashi smiled faintly. Bringing Yu along was indeed a wise choice. Yuyu's display of strength had brought him great satisfaction. From previously dispatching 2 Chunin to now overcoming Zabuza's water clone. Yu had yet to employ any ninjutsu, yet his demonstrated prowess had already reached elite Jonin levels. Moreover, Kakashi could sense that Yuyu's taijutsu had significantly improved since their earlier encounter. Had Yuyu possessed such taijutsu skills that night, he could not have been so easily defeated. This was particularly remarkable given that Yuyu had never formally studied taijutsu. Up until now, Yuyu had primarily relied on instinctive combat. Lacking any formal training, one could only imagine how formidable he would become should he formally master taijutsu. Zabuza regarded Yuyu with a serious expression. This vexing little brat is indeed a formidable opponent. Zabuza understood that if he did not eliminate Yuyu, he would never succeed in killing Tazuna. While he felt little pressure in a one-on-one confrontation with Kakashi. Despite the latter's illustrious reputation, Zabuza considered himself an elite Jonin and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He believed there to be little difference between himself and Kakashi. However, the addition of Yuyu made it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Tazuna. After all, the objective of this mission was not to compare strengths with Kakashi, but rather to execute Tazuna. As Kakashi advanced towards Zabuza. The latter grimly swung his deadly sword. The clash of weapons echoed over the lake. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, one wielding a deadly sword, the other employing kunai. The sounds of metal striking metal filling the air with sparks. The sheer speed and power displayed in this clash of elite Jonin left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura utterly astonished for the first time. Sasuke felt his insignificance. Did I ask this what it means to be a Jonin? Yuyu was right. Kakashi is indeed exceptionally strong. Naruto clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. Why am I so weak? I can't be of any help at all. Sakura stood vigilantly beside Tazuna, acutely aware of her own limitations. In this setting, she felt the weakest. Even Sasuke and Naruto were unable to engage in the fierce battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. Naturally, her participation was out of the question. Her gaze, however, was fixated on Yuyu. The impact he had made on her was nothing short of astonishing. From effortlessly dispatching 2 Chunin to saving her, and now eliminating a Jounin's water clone. Yuyu had rescued the 4 of them with remarkable prowess. His strength had eclipsed theirs by a considerable margin. It was perplexing, as he had been virtually invisible during their time at the Ninja Academy. Yuyu's focus was entirely on the clash between Zabuza and Kakashi, a confrontation that promised immense growth for him. After all, it was a duel between 2 elite Jounin, and even a mere contest of taijutsu could impart invaluable insights. In fact, by observing this battle, Yuyu had even learned some taijutsu techniques. Previously, he had possessed no skills in this area, relying solely on his physical attributes for combat. Zabuza, witnessing Kakashi's increasingly fierce assault, realized that if the battle continued in this manner, regardless of the outcome, he would be unable to eliminate Tazuna. With a mighty swing of his cleaving sword, he unleashed a terrifying force that sent Kakashi flying. Zabuza leapt backward, and in midair, his hands flew through a series of hand seals, completing a jutsu in the blink of an eye. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A thunderous roar echoed from the water's surface as several columns of water erupted from the lake, coalescing midair into a colossal water dragon measuring over 10 meters in length. The dragon surged toward Yuyu with astonishing speed. As Kakashi, having just been hurled away, regained his composure. A chill ran down his spine. This was bad. Yuyu still lacked proficiency in ninjutsu. However, the water dragon was too swift. In an instant, it was upon Yuyu and the others. After casting the jutsu, Zabuza smirked. No matter how formidable your taijutsu, it will be difficult to withstand this ninjutsu. Ha! The water dragon roared ferociously, its speed unparalleled, as it lunged to engulf Yuyu and his companions. Kakashi attempted to intervene, but there was no time. Yuyu furrowed his brow as he watched the roaring water dragon approach. Truly, it was an impressive ninjutsu. In a fleeting moment, Yuyu's hands moved rapidly. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Just as Zabuza's water dragon was about to strike, Yuyu completed his hand seals at lightning speed. Instantly, droplets of water began to swirl around him, coalescing into a gigantic water dragon that dwarfed Zabuza's creation. The massive water dragon lunged from above Yu, resembling a terrifying leviathan emerging from the sea, roaring as it charged towards Zabuza's water dragon. The two water dragons collided with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground for dozens of meters around them, creating a spiderweb of cracks. In that instant of impact, Yuyu's colossal water dragon obliterated Zabuza's dragon into mere spray, while the massive creature Yuyu conjured remained unscathed. The dragon, as if imbued with life, surged towards Zabuza, its enormous maw poised to devour him. Zabuza was momentarily paralyzed with disbelief. Impossible! How could he wield such a jutsu? At his age, it was inconceivable for him to possess such chakra reserves. Moreover, Yuyu's water dragon bullet technique had been created from nothing, completely independent of the lake's water. Where could this child have acquired such formidable chakra? Why was my water dragon bullet technique inferior to that of a mere child? Was he even human? In the blink of an eye, countless thoughts surged through Zabuza's mind. Yet as he beheld the enormous dragon opening its jaws wide, he had no choice but to utilize the body flicker technique to evade. The massive dragon crashed into the lake where Zabuza had just stood, creating a tidal wave that surged several meters high. Zabuza found himself a considerable distance away, watching the water dragon wreak havoc upon the lake. Feeling a lingering sense of dread, even as one from the blood mist, such a terrifying water dragon bullet technique. Its power far surpassed his own that if struck, it would likely reduce his body to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had moved closer to Sasuke and Naruto, stared incredulously at Yu that he muttered to himself. Could it be that he learned that water dragon bullet technique from watching Zabuza? The moment that thought crossed Kakashi's mind, he was gripped by a chill. Such a capacity for learning was nothing short of terrifying. What was most alarming was that after mastering it, Yuyu's version of the jutsu was far more potent than Zabuza's. Kakashi himself doubted he could replicate the caliber of water dragon Yuyu had just unleashed. Chapter 44, just a tenth of chakra. As Yuyu's water dragon plunged into the lake, it extended over 100 meters in length. Its thunderous roar resonating for hundreds of meters around, that it was as though a true dragon had appeared. The once tranquil lake was now tumultuous, generating towering waves that spread for hundreds of meters. Inundating the shore, the ground trembled within a wide radius, a testament to the immense power of the jutsu. Once the technique was executed, Yuyu felt as though 1/10 of his chakra had been expended. Lowering his hands, he remarked, "Truly, a B-rank ninjutsu consumes an incredible amount of chakra." Unbeknownst to him, Kakashi and Zabuza would have been infuriated to hear this that Yuyu's water dragon bullet technique had not relied on the lake's water. It was entirely produced from his chakra. The sheer volume of water he conjured would have drained the chakra of an ordinary jounin. During the battle between the second and third Hokage, when the second created a water barrier on the rooftop, it had astonished the Umbu jounin. Yet Yuyu's water dragon bullet, in terms of difficulty, scale, and power, surpassed that of the second Hokage and was entirely conjured from chakra. The second Hokage had resorted to using chakra to generate water due to the lack of available resources. But Yuyu had chosen to rely solely on his chakra because it was his first time executing the technique. Even so, the power of Yuyu's water dragon bullet far exceeded Zabuza's. Had Yuyu's chakra not been derived from natural energy, requiring significantly less than standard chakra, he would have expended much more than just 1/10 of his total. As Yuyu pondered this, Sakura stood beside him, utterly astonished. "Yuyu, your ninjutsu is far superior to Zabuza's." When Yuyu had unleashed his technique, Sakura and Dasna had been shielded by a wall of water, the body of the water dragon itself. Therefore, she had witnessed the entire spectacle. Zabuza, an elite jounin, had been unable to overcome Yuyu's water dragon bullet. Sakura was at a loss for words. Previously, she thought Yuyu's taijutsu was vastly superior to theirs. But now it was evident that he surpassed them in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and chakra reserves. Even without knowledge of the water dragon bullet technique, she understood that the overwhelming pressure of Yuyu's dragon indicated a tremendous chakra expenditure. After all, it was a massive dragon over 100 meters long, and it appeared as if it possessed a life of its own, in stark contrast to Zabuza's creation that Sakura's curiosity about Yuyu deepened. How could someone so powerful have gone unnoticed during their time at the Ninja Academy? It was one thing to be unassuming, but she hadn't even realized that a classmate named Jingwen Yuyu existed until just before graduation. Yu shook his head. It's merely because it was my first time using this ninjutsu, and I hadn't quite mastered it. Sakura was taken aback. This response left her stunned. You mean that was your first time using this jutsu? Yu nodded. How is that possible? Your hand seals were so quick and proficient. How could it be your first time? Yu chose not to elaborate further. There was no need to explain himself to Sakura, who was still struggling to comprehend that as he remained silent. Sakura's astonishment only grew. She realized that Yu could not possibly be deceiving her. After all, given his character, he had no reason to lie. He had always been so discreet at the Ninja Academy, and it was implausible for him to suddenly seek attention now. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more astonished she became. To unleash such formidable power on his first attempt, and to claim he had yet to master it. What would it be like once he truly grasped it? Would he be able to unleash it without hand seals? The more I ponder, the more terrifying it becomes. Although she is of the same age as me, she can no longer catch a glimpse of Yu's figure. The disparity between the two of them has indeed reached such an alarming extent. Kakashi approached Yu, exclaiming, "Your control has significantly improved. At least the power is no longer so overwhelming or uncontrollable. It seems you are progressing rapidly." Yu nodded slightly. Perhaps it's because this jutsu is relatively easier, requiring less control. Yu understood Kakashi's implication. Although the water dragon bullet technique he had just unleashed was indeed formidable and had astonished Kakashi, it paled in comparison to the shock of the Chidori he had released that fateful night. Had Yu employed the Chidori just now, it was likely that no one here, apart from Yu, would have survived. That was a force capable of instantly engulfing everything within hundreds of meters, that if Kakashi hadn't fled swiftly upon sensing the imminent danger that night, he would have either perished or sustained severe injuries. While the water dragon bullet technique he had just executed was indeed powerful, it was now entirely controllable, offering considerable practical value. However, Yu's assertion that the water dragon bullet technique was easy was surprising. After all, it was a B-rank jutsu, typically wielded only by elite jonin. For an average chunin, a single use would likely deplete their chakra entirely, in the heat of battle. Only a jonin would dare to use it several times, relying on advantageous terrain, as maintaining sufficient chakra was crucial for sustained combat. The water dragon bullet technique was highly chakra-intensive. Yet, Yu's version was not only immensely powerful, surpassing the conventional water dragon bullet, but he also conjured it solely from his own chakra. Even Kakashi, with his substantial chakra reserves, though consistently drained by his Sharingan, could only manage to release it 2 or 3 times, without the burden of the Sharingan. Kakashi's chakra would undoubtedly be at the level of a Kage. This had been evident since the Fourth Shinobi World War. Unencumbered by the Sharingan, he could execute various large-scale techniques with ease. The water dragon bullet technique was no trivial matter. Its B-rank difficulty posed a significant challenge even for chunin. Yet, Yu had learned it on the spot and executed it with remarkable proficiency. Reflecting on Yu's ability to master the A-rank Chidori on his first attempt, had his chakra not gone berserk that night, he would have succeeded. Kakashi smiled at Yu, remarking, "That must have consumed a lot of chakra." Yu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it drained about 1/10 of my chakra in a single use." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. "Only 1/10? Yu questioned, "Isn't that considerable?" This response left Kakashi speechless, his lips twitching as he replied, "I had thought it would deplete at least 1/3 of your chakra. That if that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying that why Yu struggled to understand that him losing 1/10 of his chakra seemed significant. The notion that Kakashi assumed it might be 1/3 was perplexing. After all, it was merely a B-rank jutsu. He could accept such a depletion if it were an A-rank or S-rank technique. Chapter 45. If Zabuza doesn't flee, Kakashi observed Yu's bewildered expression, feeling somewhat exasperated. However, upon considering that Yu's chakra was Sage Chakra, it made sense. Sage Chakra is indeed of a superior quality compared to ordinary chakra, so it was reasonable that it would require less of it for the same jutsu. "You just learned the water dragon bullet technique, didn't you?" Kakashi inquired. Yu nodded. I could sense his chakra flow as he formed the hand seals. And given that the technique isn't particularly difficult, I decided to give it a T, or why to my surprise, I succeeded. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. This technique was no small feat. B-rank jutsu were typically reserved for jonin. Although Kakashi acknowledged this, Yi remained unfazed. He did not perceive the on-the-spot replication of the water dragon bullet technique as a daunting challenge in fact, the jutsu posed no difficulty for him. He could distinctly sense the flow of chakra within Zabuza's body, in a sense. Yi was not much different from those possessing the Sharingan or Byakugan, in the distance. Zabuza regarded Yu with a grave expression. This young boy was indeed formidable. If he and Kakashi joined forces, the mission would be exceedingly challenging. To eliminate Tazuna, he had to first deal with Yu. Even if he could defeat Yu, Kakashi would undoubtedly intervene. Contemplating this, Zabuza resolutely abandoned the assassination attempt. "Little brat, when we meet again, I will surely kill you," he declared before vanishing across the lake surface. Yu watched the lake where Zabuza had disappeared. Murmuring, "When we meet again, it may not be you who kills me." Yu despised being threatened. And through this battle, he had gleaned a rough understanding of Zabuza's strength. He indeed possessed the prowess of an elite jonin. Had it been a one-on-one confrontation between Yu and Zabuza, it was likely that Yu would be the one who fell. However, with Kakashi's presence, the odds were in their favor. It was Zabuza who would likely meet his demise. Once Zabuza departed, Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. After all, among the students he had taken under his wing, apart from Sakura, all were individuals of utmost importance to Konoha. Naruto, without a doubt, was the son of the 4th Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Sasuke was the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, favored by the 3rd Hokage, who hoped to see him develop his Sharingan and ultimately control the Nine Tails within Naruto. Yu, however, was Kakashi's most valued pupil, regarded as his own disciple. Yet if Zabuza had not retreated, he would have likely failed in his assassination attempt on Tazuna. Although Yu's strength might not match Zabuza's, with his presence, Zabuza's capabilities would not surpass the combined strength of Yu and Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto approached, their gazes toward Yu markedly different from before. The power Yu had displayed in battle dwarfed their own. They were no longer on the same level. Kakashi-sensei, have you been teaching Yu a plethora of techniques? He has surpassed us by leaps and bounds, Naruto remarked with a pout. Naruto believed Yu's prowess stemmed from Kakashi's clandestine lessons. However, Sasuke disagreed that he sensed that Yu's combat style was entirely distinct from Kakashi's. Moreover, he surmised that even Kakashi would struggle to replicate the water dragon bullet technique Yu had executed. Being from the Uchiha clan, he was acutely aware that the jutsu Yu had performed exceeded the inherent power of the water dragon bullet technique itself. Yu, like him and Naruto, undoubtedly possessed some unique attributes. Kakashi regarded Naruto's disgruntled expression and clarified, "I have not taught him that technique." Naturally, Naruto was unconvinced. Impossible. The hand seals for that jutsu were incredibly complex. Could he have developed it on his own? Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder and said earnestly, "Is it not possible he merely imitated Zabuza's execution?" Kakashi-sensei, do you take me for a fool? That's simply not feasible. If it were that easy to learn just by watching, I would have mastered countless techniques by now. Naruto indeed failed to acquire any substantial knowledge during his time at the Ninja Academy. Had it not been for the favor bestowed upon him by the 3rd Hokage, he would have undoubtedly been expelled based on his dismal academic performance, frequently receiving zeros in various subjects. He graduated without even mastering the most fundamental jutsu, the shadow clone technique, which is a basic skill that every student at the Ninja Academy should be able to learn. The students selected for the academy are generally outstanding individuals. Konoha has but a single ninja academy, which admits only a handful of students each year. Given the vast number of ninjas in Konoha, which exceeds 10,000 following the 4th Great Ninja War, it is evident that not all of them can have emerged from the academy. In fact, most ninjas in the ninja world do not originate from such schools but are rather chosen through a selection process. Similar to the Chunin exams, not all Chunin must participate in the exams to be promoted. Most are recognized by their villages, and if a village deems a ninja's abilities to be on par with a Chunin, they will be promoted accordingly. The participants of the Chunin exams are typically the elite of each village. The exams are not mere assessments. They serve as a competition to showcase the exceptional talents of the younger generation from each village. Likewise, entry into the Ninja Academy is highly competitive, and ordinary individuals are seldom granted admission. Yet, Naruto not only gained entry into the academy, but also managed to remain despite his abysmal grades, indicating the extent of the favoritism extended to him by the 3rd Hokage. However, Naruto appeared oblivious to these circumstances that he truly learned little during his time at the academy. Not only did he fail to grasp any ninjutsu, but he was also lacking in even the most basic theoretical knowledge. In contrast, Sakura proved to be a genuine prodigy in theoretical aspects of ninjutsu, surpassing even Sasuke in that realm. During the Chunin exams, many questions left both Sasuke and Naruto stumped, while Sakura managed to answer them all, showcasing her remarkable aptitude for gathering intelligence as a ninja. Consequently, Naruto believed that the notion of learning ninjutsu merely by observation was utterly preposterous. Sasuke, however, was well aware of its validity, having witnessed it firsthand. The individual in question was his older brother, Itachi Uchiha, who demonstrated the same jutsu after merely observing their father perform it once, while Sasuke required extensive training to achieve similar results. As Sasuke gazed at Yu, he felt a sense of familiarity with the prowess of Itachi. Was Yu's talent comparable to that of his brother? No, perhaps Yu's abilities eclipsed even those of that man. After all, Yu had learned a B-rank jutsu amidst battle, and the power he wielded surpassed that of his original instructor. If I can defeat Yu, then I will undoubtedly be capable of overcoming that man. Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Yu. Yet now, he had come to regard Yu as his target for surpassing. Chapter 46. Is there confidence to defeat Zabuza? Kakashi, noticing Naruto's disbelief, refrained from further explanations. Recognizing the uniqueness of Yu's situation, he turned to Dazna and inquired, Mr. Dazna, how many Jonin has Kato hired, aside from Zabuza? Dazna pondered for a moment before replying, I'm not quite certain. I have only heard that Kato hired some Jonin, but I do not know which ones. Kakashi fell silent, contemplating whether they should proceed with the mission. Dealing with Zabuza alone was already troublesome. An additional Jonin would complicate matters significantly. Kakashi glanced at Yu, seeking his opinion. Yu nodded, stating, given the circumstances, we must continue that I will do my utmost to at least hold off one Jonin, with your strength. Kakashi-sensei, as long as I can delay one, you should be able to defeat Zabuza, that if they only have Zabuza as their Jonin, we can team up and he won't stand a chance. Kakashi considered this and replied, very well, then we shall proceed with the mission. During our time protecting Mr. Dazna, I will make sure to teach you some ninjutsu. You already possess the strength of a Jonin, and your combat experience is commendable. Adding a few lethal jutsu will make you a true Jonin. Kakashi's assessment of Yu's abilities was devoid of any exaggeration. That I will do my best. Yu concurred with Kakashi's suggestion. Naruto chimed in. Kakashi-sensei, don't forget about us. We are your students too. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, I am well aware, but you are not yet ready to learn ninjutsu directly. You must first establish a solid foundation. Naruto, perplexed, asked, what foundation, Kakashi-sensei? Do you not want to teach us? He suspected Kakashi was merely making excuses for not wanting to instruct them. Kakashi felt a sense of exasperation. They must first build a solid foundation. They hadn't even mastered chakra control, let alone the intricacies of ninjutsu. Yu, having already demonstrated adept chakra control, did not require further instruction in that area. Naruto, however, continued to feel that Kakashi was biased. Sasuke, in contrast, regarded the situation thoughtfully, recognizing the validity of Kakashi's perspective. Meanwhile, Sakura observed Yu with admiration, noting his calm demeanor despite his formidable strength. She glanced at Naruto, who had turned away, pouting in frustration. Kakashi felt a mix of helplessness and resolve. He truly did not favor one student over another. While he placed greater emphasis on Yu, Naruto was still the son of the fourth Hokage and had been entrusted to Kakashi's tutelage by the third Hokage himself. From every angle, Kakashi showed no favoritism. The reality was that Naruto's foundation was virtually non-existent, leaving Kakashi unsure of what he could teach him. It was likely that even if he attempted to teach Naruto, he would struggle to grasp the concepts, especially since Naruto had difficulties even with the shadow clone technique. The third Hokage had gone to great lengths to ensure Naruto mastered that technique, even allowing him to steal the crucial sealing technique scroll with relative ease. Despite mobilizing numerous ninjas to locate him, they were unable to do so, highlighting the extent of the third Hokage's efforts. Those sent to search for Naruto likely feared that if they inadvertently captured him, they themselves would face punishment. Kakashi felt powerless, realizing that Naruto would not believe him regardless, and chose not to elaborate further. The group continued on their journey until they finally arrived at Dazna's home. Inside, they were greeted by three individuals: Dazna's daughter Tsunami and his grandson Inari. Inari regarded Kakashi and Yu with a gaze filled with skepticism. During dinner, Dasna recounted the events of their journey to Tsunami and Inari. Initially suspicious of Kakashi and his team, Inari's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at Kakashi and Yu. You really can defeat Kato's ninjas? Inari could not contain his curiosity and asked Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head and replied, we should be able to. Upon seeing Kakashi's lack of confidence, Inari's hope shattered once more. Was it truly impossible? Those ninjas were incredibly powerful. How could they possibly defeat them? Hearing this, Naruto became indignant. Don't be so disheartened. I'm going to become the Hokage's ninja. Even if Zabuza is formidable, I will surely defeat him. However, Inari showed little interest in Naruto's passionate proclamation, even scoffing, if your teacher lacks confidence, how can you possibly succeed? Naruto clenched his fists and declared earnestly, it's just Zabuza. I can defeat him. Sakura and Sasuke, seated nearby, exchanged glances, unimpressed by Naruto's fervent display. Inari, completely unconvinced, retorted disdainfully, Kato is far stronger than you realize. Anyone who stands against him is certain to perish. Inari's emotional outburst suggested he had experienced some painful memories. As he shouted in anguish, Naruto was momentarily taken aback by Inari's outcry, puzzled as to why they were there to help him while he reacted in such a manner. After finishing his tirade, Inari ran outside. Dasna sighed deeply. Kakashi remarked, that child must have endured some difficult experiences, and it likely relates to Kato. Dasna explained his father was killed by Kato while resisting him. Ever since witnessing his father's murder at Kato's hands, Inari has lost faith in anyone's ability to defeat Kato, viewing those who aspire to be heroes as foolish. Inari had always held his father in high regard. The tragedy had left an indelible mark on him. After hearing Dasna's account, Naruto, who had initially intended to confront Inari, fell silent. Tsunami, sitting beside Dasna, sighed, that child wishes for someone to rise against Kato, yet no one has managed to do so over the years. It wasn't just Inari. The entire land of waves longed for a hero to vanquish Kato. Naruto looked earnestly at Dasna and stated, I will certainly defeat Kato and change Inari's perspective as soon as Naruto finished speaking. Dasna did not look at him, but directed his gaze towards Kakashi and Yu. Kakashi, Yu, do you truly have confidence in defeating Zabuza? Naruto was infuriated. However, he acknowledged that during the previous battle, both Kakashi and Yu had indeed exhibited formidable strength. His own performance had not been commendable. Yu remained silent, feeling it was not his place to speak. Kakashi pondered for a moment and replied, if it were just Zabuza alone, I would be confident in defeating him myself. Moreover, with Yu by my side, if it truly is only Zabuza we face, he would stand no chance against us. However, if Kato were to hire another Jonin, the outcome would be uncertain. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Dasna appeared somewhat anxious that it was already exceedingly rare to have Kakashi and Yu on this mission, especially for the remuneration of a C-rank task, that he felt it inappropriate to make further demands. Chapter 47. Allowing Haku to confront Yu after conversing with Dasna for a while, Kakashi gathered Yu, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura for a meeting. Within the room, Kakashi sat before the four and stated, regarding this escort mission, I need to make some arrangements. Since we must protect Mr. Dasna while also focusing on training, I plan to divide you into two groups, alternating to safeguard Mr. Dasna. When one group is protecting him, the other will train with me. Upon hearing Kakashi's plan, Naruto immediately raised his hand and exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, I request to be in the same group as Sakura. Sakura's lips twitched in annoyance as she retorted, I don't want to. Her straightforward rejection left Naruto heartbroken. Sakura, we should be a team, he pleaded. Despite Sakura's consistent expressions of disdain towards him and her affection for Sasuke, Naruto remained undeterred at this moment. Sakura was the goddess in his heart. His behavior almost resembled that of an infatuated suitor. However, the more affectionate Naruto became, the more Sakura distanced herself, reiterating her refusal. I don't want to. I want to be in a group with Sasuke. Sasuke, on the other hand, showed little reaction. He was indifferent to which group he was assigned. Yu felt similarly. Kakashi gazed at the two with a headache. Fine, Sasuke and Naruto will be one group, and Yu and Sakura will be the other. It is settled. Naruto leapt up in anger upon hearing this arrangement. Why should I be in a group with Sasuke? He was fuming, as Sasuke was the person he despised the most. Sakura was momentarily taken aback. While she did not mind Yu, She preferred to be with Sasuke, leaving her somewhat dissatisfied. However, upon observing Yuyu's calm demeanor, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's disdainful gesture directed at him, retorted, "Who wants to be in a group with the bottom of the class?" Naruto clenched his fists and glared at Sasuke. Seething, "You bastard, we are not in the Ninja Academy anymore. Do you really think you are stronger than me?" Although Sasuke wanted to retort, he ultimately held his tongue, not out of fear of Naruto, but rather to avoid further annoyance. With Sasuke silent, Naruto turned his ire towards Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, you are being biased. Why pair Yu with Sakura? Sakura ain't even on the same team as Yu." Yu's expression remained tranquil. He was indifferent to which group he was placed in, even preferring to be with Sakura. Kakashi glanced at Naruto and explained, "This arrangement is made because Yu possesses the strength necessary to protect Sakura. Although you and Sasuke may not be exceptionally strong individually, together you can still defend yourselves." Naruto paused. Looking at Sasuke, "I refused to partner with Sasuke." Yet he felt a surge of happiness. After all, Kakashi acknowledged his strength. Sasuke nodded in agreement with the grouping. However, Sakura expressed her frustration. "Kakashi-sensei, does this mean you think I'm the weakest?" Although this was indeed the case, Naruto had performed poorly in the previous battle against Zabuza. Yet he had still surpassed Sakura. She was acutely aware of her own limitations in combat, possessing only basic transformation techniques and a handful of ninjutsu, rendering her significantly weaker than Naruto. Kakashi chose not to respond to Sakura's question, implicitly affirming her concern. Once the groups were established, the individuals took their leave to rest. Meanwhile, after Zabuza's retreat, he returned to his quarters in the forest, sitting in contemplation after placing his executioner's blade down. Zabuza was interrupted by the entrance of a strikingly beautiful figure. Upon seeing this individual, Zabuza remarked, "Next time, you must take action as well. You witnessed the entire battle, did you not?" The person nodded, their expression serene. This figure was none other than Zabuza's aide, Haku. With an exquisite appearance, one might mistake Haku for a beautiful woman. Yet he was indeed a boy, a ninja from the Yuki clan of the Hidden Mist Village. Possessing the ice-release bloodline limit, his strength was undoubtedly at the level of a jonin. Were it not for his demeanor, he would be considered exceptionally powerful among jonin. Haku stepped beside Zabuza and said, "I observed that individual's strength is formidable, certainly not weaker than mine." That Zabuza's expression turned grave. "Indeed, his prowess matches yours. To accomplish this mission, we must delay the boy as long as we can hold him back. I can ensure Kakashi's demise and fulfill this task." Reflecting on Yu's performance in battle, Haku remarked, "It appears to be his first real combat experience. Although he demonstrated considerable strength, he clearly lacks experience." Zabuza nodded. "That boy is likely Kakashi's student, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. That if he survives, Konoha will gain a powerful ninja. However, this is of no concern to us. To complete our mission, that boy must die." Haku fell silent, reluctant to take a life, especially since he bore no enmity towards Yu. Zabuza, understanding Haku's nature, said, "Haku, you must realize that if that boy lives, we cannot complete our mission. That we must see this through. Your mercy should not extend to him." Haku remained silent. Despite this, he was still unwilling to resort to killing. Yet he understood, as Zabuza had stated, they had to fulfill this mission. They had been relentlessly pursued by the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village. Making it challenging to remain in one place and accept tasks to survive, they had to complete Kato's assignment. Haku knew he would ultimately have no choice in the matter. While Haku and Zabuza conversed, the door was suddenly kicked open. Two warriors wielding long swords appeared at the entrance. Zabuza frowned, displeased by the forceful entry. The two warriors, sensing Zabuza's icy glare, trembled in fear. They were well aware of Zabuza's reputation and quickly stepped aside, allowing Kato to stride in without a hint of trepidation. Upon entering, he shouted angrily, "Zabuza, why have you not killed that old man Dazna? Are you not a jonin of the Hidden Mist Village? I paid you a handsome sum. Why have you failed to complete the task?" Zabuza cast a cold glance at Kato, the icy aura causing Kato to take a step back. However, his position as the employer compelled him to stand firm. Glaring back, "I hired you because I heard of your strength. You have greatly disappointed me." Kato spoke coldly. Just as Kato was about to voice more complaints, he suddenly felt a sharp edge against his throat. Looking down at the executioner's blade poised at his neck, Kato panicked, trembling as he stammered, What do you intend to do? You dare to kill your employer. If you do, your reputation will be ruined. You will never receive another task in the ninja world. Zabuza coldly warned. If you dare to keep babbling, I will sever your head right now. Feeling Zabuza's overwhelming murderous intent, Kato swallowed hard, genuinely frightened. He sensed that Zabuza was indeed capable of killing him. Chapter 48. Kakashi's provocation. He certainly did not wish to meet his end here. Haku intervened, having noted Zabuza's murderous intent. Lord Zabuza, he is still our employer. Zabuza glanced at Haku, but chose not to respond further, lowering his executioner's blade. Nevertheless, the chilling aura emanating from him made Kato acutely aware of the terror of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kato retreated a few steps, stating, if you do not eliminate Dazna before he completes that bridge, do not expect to receive the remaining payment. After uttering a harsh remark, Kato hurriedly fled from Zabuza's residence. Although Kato is indeed a notorious villain, he pales in comparison to Zabuza, who graduated from the Ninja Academy only to massacre his classmates. Once outside, Zabuza turned to Haku and inquired, why did you prevent me from eliminating that scoundrel? Haku approached Zabuza and explained, killing him will undoubtedly incite chaos, leading to a pursuit by the Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village. Zabuza chose not to respond further. Meanwhile, in the forest behind Dazna's house, Kakashi stood before Nightwing, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, addressing them. It is time for your training to commence. That a highly effective method for chakra training is tree climbing. That as soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto chuckled. Kakashi-sensei, who can't climb a tree? Is that truly considered training? Ignoring Naruto, Kakashi walked to the base of a large tree and placed one foot upon it. Gradually, he lifted his other foot to rest on the trunk that moment. Kakashi stood perpendicular to the tree, as if he were glued to it. This astonishing sight left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura utterly dumbfounded that Kakashi-sensei is actually clinging to the tree. Naruto exclaimed incredulously. Sasuke appeared contemplative. Kakashi slowly ascended to the top of the tree, even hanging upside down from the trunk. This spectacle left Naruto and the others in utter amazement. Kakashi, inverted, explained, you must concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet. Mastering the precise amount is crucial. For too little or too much will result in a fall. That if you can replicate my feat, your control over chakra will undoubtedly reach a new level. With that, Kakashi descended from the tree. Now, give it a try, he instructed Sasuke and the others. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, dashed toward a large tree, followed closely by Sasuke. Sakura selected a tree situated between the two boys, while Nightwing remained stationary, having already mastered the technique. Kakashi said nothing, as he intended to teach only Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura this method, fully aware that Nightwing had already grasped it. Naruto, attempting his first step, promptly fell from the tree, resulting in a painful bump on his head. Ouch, that hurts, he groaned, writhing on the ground. Sasuke managed to ascend a few steps, but lost control of his chakra midway and plummeted down, though not as clumsily as Naruto. Surprisingly, Sakura succeeded on her first attempt. Now sitting atop the tree trunk and greeting the others below, to Kakashi-sensei, I've made it. Naruto, still sprawled on the ground, gazed up at Sakura in envy. Sakura, you're amazing. You truly are the girl I admire, he shouted, though a twinge of jealousy lingered within him. Despite Sakura being his crush, he couldn't help but feel a sense of rivalry. Sasuke regarded Sakura with a furrowed brow that he bore no jealousy toward her. Having already known her chakra control was exceptional, that he merely wished to inquire about her secret, but felt too proud to ask, given his typically aloof demeanor. Kakashi observed Naruto and Sasuke with a smile. Who would have thought it would be Sakura, of all people, to achieve this first? Clearly, she excels in chakra control. He cast a glance at Sasuke. That it seems the Uchiha clan isn't as remarkable as one might think. With that, Kakashi playfully teased both Naruto and Sasuke, not intending to insult them, but rather to spur them on. Both boys possessed strong pride, making this approach particularly effective. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto became animated. Kakashi-sensei, that was merely a mistake. I will definitely succeed next time. Sasuke remained silent, resolutely preparing to try again. As Naruto approached the base of the tree, he noticed Nightwing still standing beside Kakashi, unperturbed. Nightwing, aren't you going to train? He asked, puzzled. Kakashi interjected. Nightwing has already mastered it and succeeded on his first attempt. That Naruto's mouth twitched. He regretted asking, fully aware that Nightwing was far superior to them, having undoubtedly practiced this technique long ago. Sasuke continued to climb the tree in silence, while Sakura perched above, observing her two companions. She too had noticed Nightwing, and he must have learned it ages ago. After all, he's so strong. What a peculiar person. So exceptional, yet seemingly unnoticed during our time at the Ninja Academy. Reflecting on the moments when Nightwing had saved her, Sakura felt a sense of fondness for him, albeit as a friend, considering him her savior. She now found herself curious about Nightwing, despite having been classmates for 6 years. She realized she knew little about him, that as Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura continued their training, Kakashi turned to Nightwing and said, "While they practice, I will guide you in your training." Nightwing nodded in agreement. They departed from the rest and ventured to a nearby lake. Several hundred meters away, standing by the water's edge, Kakashi reminisced, "I recall that night, when we were also by the lake. Had your chakra not surged uncontrollably, you would have succeeded." Nightwing nodded. "It was quite unexpected. But I believe I have mastered it now." Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you have mastered it." Nightwing glanced at Kakashi and replied with a smile, "Shall I give it a try?" Kakashi took a few steps back, cautioning, "If your chakra surges again, the consequences could be significant." Nightwing shook his head. "I assure you, I am confident this time." Kakashi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Go ahead and try. I will keep watch from a distance." With that, Kakashi retreated several dozen meters, mindful of the potential repercussions from Nightwing's previous outburst. Once Kakashi had distanced himself by about 100 meters, Nightwing approached the lake. Should he lose control again, the water would help mitigate the explosion's force. Standing at the lake's edge, Nightwing began to concentrate his chakra, channeling it into his hands that in an instant, a substantial amount of chakra coalesced in his palm, transforming into crackling lightning. The air crackled and fizzled as golden arcs of electricity erupted from Nightwing's hands, swirling around him. Within a radius of several meters, bolts of lightning danced like serpents in the sky, with Nightwing at their center. Even in broad daylight, the multitude of lightning bolts emanated a blinding golden light, akin to the sun itself. Kakashi, observing from 100 meters away, swallowed hard. This dazzling spectacle, even though I've seen it before, remains astonishing. This is no longer the standard Chidori. Both the form of the lightning and the energy of the chakra far exceed that of an ordinary Chidori, that I wonder about its true power. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, noting that Nightwing's Chidori was markedly distinct from his own, exhibiting far greater potency. Despite the significant commotion, the sound was surprisingly subdued. The thunderous noise dissipated after only several dozen meters. After all, Chidori is a stealthy technique, and excessive noise would undermine its greatest advantage. Nightwing watched as the arcs of lightning converged in his palm. The serpentine bolts that had danced around him merged into his hand, gradually consolidating all the lightning into a concentrated mass. The golden energy within his palm pulsated violently, and the surrounding brilliance faded, revealing Nightwing's figure. All the lightning had coalesced in his grasp. Kakashi was astonished. He has managed to condense all the dissipated chakra into his hand. Such terrifying control over chakra. Even I cannot replicate that. This kid continues to surprise me. Though the lightning in Nightwing's hand appeared smaller than at the outset, it was now a concentrated embodiment of the earlier bolts, each containing formidable energy. Nightwing gazed at the concentrated lightning in his hand, then turned to look at Kakashi in the distance. Seeing Nightwing's gaze directed at him, Kakashi momentarily froze. What does this kid intend to do? Kakashi was utterly perplexed by the gaze of Yu. However, it did not take long for him to comprehend the situation, that a slight smirk played at the corners of Yu's mouth as he exerted force beneath his feet. Propelling his entire body skyward with remarkable speed, he soared into the air like a cannonball, instantly reaching a height of several dozen meters above the lake's surface. Meanwhile, the ground from which he had just leapt crumbled beneath him, revealing a sprawling web-like crack that spread over 10 meters in diameter. Now hovering above the lake, Yu unleashed the Chidori he held in his hand toward the water below. Lightning release, Chidori, he bellowed, and in an instant his figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning, hurtling towards the lake's surface. Crack! Boom! In a heartbeat, the ground trembled violently within a radius of hundreds of meters. The expansive lake erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Its waters vaporized into mist by the terrifying force of the lightning that a blinding flash illuminated the scene as a massive crater, 100 meters wide, formed at the center of the lake. The water within it violently dispersed. It took several seconds for the displaced lake water to gradually flow back into the newly formed chasm. This moment, Yu had already landed at the lake's edge. Faint golden arcs of electricity still crackling around his hand. Observing the water rushing back towards the center, he smiled and remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it?" By now, Kakashi had approached Yu, eyeing the arcs of electricity dancing from his right hand and the lake water swirling back towards the center. His lips twitched slightly. "Did I ask this the Chidori I taught you?" he asked, skepticism etched across his face. Yu chuckled. "Of course. The power should be satisfactory, right?" Kakashi regarded Yu with a raised eyebrow, his lips curling in disbelief. "Satisfactory? This is beyond mere satisfaction. Even my Raikiri could not achieve such power. Moreover, your speed of attack surpasses my own. This ninjutsu is undoubtedly of S-rank caliber." Taken aback, Yu inquired, "Is there truly an S-rank?" While he recognized the potency of the Chidori he had unleashed. The classification of S-rank was typically reserved for those of the highest echelon, such as the Kage. Kakashi nodded earnestly. "That it absolutely qualifies as S-rank. That my Raikiri possesses considerable strength, yet it pales in comparison to the destructive capability of your technique." Pondering for a moment, Yu continued, "Actually, when I was executing the Chidori earlier, I contemplated that with a slight modification, this ninjutsu could be adapted for long-range use." Kakashi blinked in surprise. "At long-range ninjutsu?" Yu nodded. "I have an idea, though I'm uncertain about its feasibility." "Please share it," Kakashi urged, confident in Yu's adept understanding of ninjutsu. Yu promptly relayed his thoughts on Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon. Kakashi acknowledged, "Indeed, this idea is entirely feasible, although it would diminish the power of the Chidori." True to his reputation, Kakashi grasped the implications of Yu's proposal immediately. Yu grinned. "Sacrificing power for increased range is still worthwhile." Kakashi acquiesced. "For me, the enhancements may not yield significant benefits, but for you, they could prove exceedingly advantageous. Your chakra reserves are substantial, and the power of your ninjutsu is formidable. Even with a reduction in potency, it remains quite powerful." After exchanging ideas for a while, Yu resolved to test his modifications. That he was uncertain how Sasuke had originally executed it, yet he had devised his own approach to the Chidori. He paid little heed to whether his method mirrored Sasuke's. This time, Kakashi remained close to Yu. Given Yu's evident mastery over the power within him, Kakashi felt no need to distance himself. Standing by the lakeside, Yu raised his right hand, and in an instant, countless arcs of electricity coalesced around it. That was Kakashi's first experience witnessing Yu conjure lightning at such proximity. The power radiating from the golden lightning was so formidable that even a seasoned elite Nin like Kakashi felt a twinge of apprehension. Observing Yu's earnest demeanor, Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Yu was progressing rapidly, and he felt he had little left to impart. After all, Yu had already mastered Kakashi's most potent ninjutsu. The only thing Kakashi had left was a Sharingan, which he could hardly part with. Thus, Kakashi believed he had little more to teach Yu, at least in terms of ninjutsu. However, he was acutely aware that Yu still had much to learn regarding a ninja's experience. Chapter 50. You have already surpassed your teacher. Yu was oblivious to Kakashi's proud expression. After gathering his chakra, he focused it to a point and launched it as he had envisioned. Lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. Ziz, PSSHT boom. In an instant, a golden beam shot forth from Yu's hand, piercing through the forest hundreds of meters away and creating a gap several dozen meters wide on the opposite shore of the lake. Trees were cleaved asunder by the lightning, dozens of trunks crashing to the ground with smooth, mirror-like cut surfaces. Kakashi stood in shock. This ninjutsu was unexpectedly powerful that he had never anticipated such a tremendous force. The range was impressive enough, but the terminal impact had created a vacuum several dozen meters wide in the forest. Initially, Kakashi had thought that if the Chidori Sharp Spear could reach 10 meters, it would be remarkable. Yet, Yu had managed to achieve a range of several hundred meters, while still retaining S-rank lethality at the terminal point. Moreover, its speed was astonishingly rapid, rivaling that of natural lightning. The speed of lightning conjured through chakra by a ninja could not compare to that of nature. However, the lightning Yu had just unleashed could indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with natural phenomena. From a lethality standpoint, Yu's modified Chidori Sharp Spear had reached the level of an S-rank ninjutsu, and it was remarkably practical. The attack range was simply too vast, hundreds of meters, and it was instantaneous. Judging by Yu's demeanor, he appeared to have expended little chakra, and Yu himself was surprised by the power of this ninjutsu, feeling it surpassed that of the original Chidori. After all, who would prefer close combat when they could engage from a distance? The power truly exceeded my expectations, Yu remarked, frowning. Kakashi chuckled. You don't seem particularly pleased. Yu shook his head. I am happy, yet it feels surreal that my control over my power is still lacking. I cannot accurately gauge the strength of the ninjutsu I unleash. In the heat of battle, such a shortcoming could prove fatal. Kakashi hesitated, unsure of how to respond to Yu's troubled expression. If any other ninja possessed such overwhelming power, they would likely be boasting about it. Yet, Yu remained humble and was quick to identify his weaknesses. No wonder he had been so reticent during the 6 years at the Ninja Academy. Mastery over one's abilities takes time. There's no need to rush. Yu nodded, aware that he had been overly fixated on his shortcomings. How could he expect to master all his powers at once? What about chakra? The subsequent ninjutsu can be quite taxing. Kakashi inquired with concern. Having just unleashed 2 S-rank ninjutsu in succession, and given their immense power, Kakashi knew that he himself would have depleted his chakra reserves after just 1 day. Yet, Yu showed no signs of fatigue. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at the sheer volume of chakra Yu possessed. At this rate, your chakra reserves could rival Naruto's. Kakashi mused. Yu continued to gather chakra. He replied, not quite. After all, Naruto has the 9 tails sealed within him. Only a select few within the village are privy to the fact that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage. However, the knowledge that he is the host of the 9 tails is common among the villagers. This is also a primary reason for Naruto's ostracism. It is a common plight for hosts of tailed beasts in every village, until the hosts fully master the tailed beast within them. The villagers remain apprehensive and maintain their distance. After all, a mere slip from the host could lead to catastrophic consequences, wreaking havoc and destruction. A host who has not completely tamed their tailed beast is akin to a bomb poised to detonate at any moment. No one would willingly gamble their life on such a risk. Upon hearing that Yu considers the 9 tails within Naruto as his own chakra, he felt somewhat helpless. After all, the 9 tails chakra is unparalleled. Who could possibly rival it? No one in the entire ninja world could. Kakashi is unsure of the 1st Hokage's chakra capacity, yet he does not believe it surpasses that of the 9 tails. In fact, the chakra of the 1st Hokage is indeed less than that of the 9 tails. As soon as Yu finished speaking, he conjured a surge of lightning in his hand. Lightning release. Chidori Senbon. The air crackled with energy, and with a swift motion, hundreds of lightning needles materialized before him. Under Yu's command, these needles shot forth in an instant, piercing through the air and vanishing into the forest across the lake like raindrops. The lethal power of Chidori Senbon lies not in explosions, but in its remarkable penetrating ability. Shall we take a look over there? Yu suggested, sprinting across the surface of the lake. Kakashi followed closely, eager to discern the differences between this technique and the previous Chidori Sharp Spear. Upon reaching the forest on the opposite side of the lake, they observed several large trees riddled with charred holes. Yu surveyed the damage with satisfaction. The penetrating power was impressive. To traverse hundreds of meters and still pierce such thick tree trunks was no small feat if it were a human target. The result would be no different from that of the trees. Having previously witnessed the might of Chidori Sharp Spear, Kakashi was not as astonished by the destruction wrought by Chidori Senbon. After examining a dozen trees, Yu gauged the maximum power of Chidori Senbon, approximately capable of piercing through 15 trees, which was indeed commendable. Kakashi chuckled wryly. Commendable. You must realize that these are lightning needles that have traveled hundreds of meters. Yet they still manage to penetrate a dozen trees. The power is truly terrifying. As long as you can adeptly employ these 2 techniques in real combat, even Elite J-Nin will not stand a chance against you. The thought of a 12-year-old Elite J-Nin was astonishing. I was not mistaken before. Your talent far surpasses mine. Your strength has undoubtedly eclipsed that of Mu Ben Tong. Yu shook his head. This is merely ninjutsu. I do not believe my combat experience matches that of Teacher Tongi. Although he had mastered 3 S-rank techniques, Yi was acutely aware that Mu Ben Tong he was an Umbu J-nin, possessing far more combat experience than he did. Kakashi regarded Yi Yu's calm demeanor with a sense of exasperation. Your greatest flaw is your excessive caution. With your current strength, even if your combat experience is lacking compared to Tong Yi's, your raw power has already surpassed him by a significant margin. The gap in raw strength is so vast that experience alone cannot bridge it. That it won't be long before you surpass even me. Kakashi lamented. Yet, he felt no jealousy towards Yi Yu. Instead, he was filled with pride. After all, Kakashi had taken Yi Yu under his wing as a direct disciple, hoping he would become a ninja as formidable and illustrious as the fourth Hokage. He believed wholeheartedly that Yi Yu's character would enable him to achieve that. Chapter 51. I'm going to learn sage techniques. Without delving into other matters, just the 3 techniques Yi Yu has mastered are more than sufficient for any J-nin to use as a trump card. Furthermore, the potency of these techniques, when wielded by Yi Yu, far surpasses that of an ordinary J-nin. Particularly, the destructive power of Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon is extraordinarily formidable. The advantages of long-range capability, speed, and terrifying penetration make these 2 techniques exemplary of S-rank ninjutsu, placing them among the most powerful in that category. Comparatively, typical S-rank techniques pale in comparison to his. Kakashi mused, only you could achieve such feats. Other ninjas, even elite J-nin, would find a single use of chakra insufficient. They could never replicate your results, nor could I. Kakashi spoke the truth. Yi Yu's ninjutsu was derived from the transformation of natural energy. However, it differed from sage chakra in that Yi Yu's chakra inherently carried consciousness, resulting in the material he conjured possessing a semblance of life, akin to the wood release of the first Hokage. Yet, Yi Yu remained unaware of this distinction, and neither did Kakashi. Yi Yu shook his head. The strain of using these 2 techniques is considerable. With my current chakra reserves, I can manage just 2 more uses. So you currently possess enough chakra to utilize 5 instances of S-rank ninjutsu? Kakashi assumed Yi Yu's chakra was nearly depleted, given that he had consecutively unleashed 3 S-rank techniques. Considering the lethality of Yi Yu's techniques, it was evident they consumed more chakra than standard S-rank ninjutsu. Even so, the fact that he could still release chakra was astonishing. His chakra reserves had evidently surpassed Kakashi's. Realizing this, Kakashi inquired, does this mean your chakra has now exceeded mine? He distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, Yi Yu's chakra was less than his own. Even if Yi Yu's chakra was sage chakra, such a rapid escalation seemed implausible. Yi Yu contemplated for a moment, then replied, I believe my chakra is now slightly greater than that of teacher Kakashi. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. How have you managed to grow your chakra so rapidly? Yi Yu pondered, perhaps it is due to the hidden reserves of chakra within me. Kakashi considered this, recalling that Yi Yu indeed harbored some mysterious power within. May I use my Sharingan to examine your chakra? Kakashi inquired, his concern evident. He worried that Yi Yu's rapid chakra growth might not bode well, that if chakra increased too swiftly, it could overwhelm the body. Kakashi was apprehensive about whether Yi Yu could endure such a tremendous influx of chakra. Yi Yu nodded, his body held no secrets. His chakra had indeed multiplied several times over in recent days. Even if he were to refuse, no one could prevent Kakashi from looking, given his Sharingan. Upon receiving Yi Yu's consent, Kakashi activated his Sharingan. Instantly, he was met with the staggering sight of Yi Yu's immense chakra reserves. This is beyond comprehension. Your chakra volume is now alarmingly close to that of Naruto's. It is essential to note that Naruto's chakra consists not only of his own, but also that of the Nine Tails. Although most of the Nine Tails chakra has been sealed by the fourth Hokage, the 8 trigram seal allows the chakra that escapes to be converted into Naruto's own chakra. Over the years, Naruto's chakra reserves have significantly increased due to this leakage, at just 12 years of age. Naruto's chakra already exceeds Kakashi's by more than double that if one were to factor in the Nine Tails chakra. The difference would be staggering, possibly hundreds of times greater. Yet, Yi Yu's chakra had now reached a level alarmingly close to Naruto's, suggesting that Yi Yu's reserves were approximately double that of Kakashi's. Just days prior, Yi Yu's chakra had been merely at the level of an ordinary J-nin. This rapid escalation occurred within mere days. And notably, Yi Yu had just unleashed 3 S-rank techniques. The power of the techniques Yi Yu had performed far exceeded that of Kakashi's Raikiri. This indicated that, had Yu refrained from using those three techniques, his chakra would have already surpassed Naruto's, excluding the Nine Tails chakra. What caliber of strength was this? It was undoubtedly at the level of a shadow. Yet, the more impressive Yu's growth became, the more Kakashi worried. According to Kakashi's understanding, chakra requires the body to sustain it. With Yu's chakra ballooning so rapidly, could his body withstand it? Kakashi gazed at Yu, his concern palpable. Are you feeling any discomfort? With such a sudden increase in chakra, your body must be struggling to cope. Observing Kakashi's worried expression, Yu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I believe my physical conditioning has significantly improved since that night when my chakra surged. It was during that night that my chakra truly began to flourish. The Yu understood that if he did not provide a suitable reason, Kakashi would undoubtedly harbor suspicions. After contemplating for a moment, Kakashi found no fault in Yu's reasoning, that he had always sensed a formidable power hidden within Yu, and perhaps that outburst from that fateful night was a manifestation of that power. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the ninja world, where various peculiar physiques could be found. However, it was indeed rare to encounter someone as potent as Yu. Kakashi could empathize with him. Yet he expressed concern, stating, I worry that if your chakra continues to grow, your body may not withstand it, that I will seek out Jiraiya-sama. Perhaps he could guide you in cultivating senjutsu, which might allow you to fully harness the power within you. Yu was momentarily taken aback, that Jiraiya-sama. Seeing the look of confusion on Yu's face, Kakashi assumed he was unfamiliar with Jiraiya, although he had often mentioned him in front of Yu. It was not surprising that someone from Yu's generation might not be aware of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. In truth, Yu was merely puzzled as to why Kakashi believed Jiraiya would be willing to teach him senjutsu. There was no familial bond between them, and senjutsu was not something that just anyone could learn, that he did not believe Jiraiya would be inclined to take him under his wing. Jiraiya had brought Naruto to train because Naruto was the son of his disciple, essentially making him his grand-student. That it was reasonable for him to train Naruto, but Yu had no such connection with Jiraiya. Kakashi elaborated, Jiraiya-sama is one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, renowned throughout the ninja world. During the Second Great Ninja War, he, along with Orochimaru and Tsunade, were collectively known as the Sannin of Konoha. All three possessed strength comparable to that of a Hokage. Jiraiya-sama was a disciple of the third Hokage and a mentor to the fourth. He wields exceptionally powerful senjutsu. The third Hokage once remarked that your physique might be a natural senjutsu body. The chakra within you should be senjutsu chakra. I believe that once you master senjutsu, you will be able to control the chakra within you and prevent it from harming you. Chapter 52. Reluctant to become a rogue ninja, Yu gazed at Kakashi, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he found Kakashi's perspective rather naive, how could Jiraiya possibly agree to teach him senjutsu? He could sense the sincerity in Kakashi's words. Kakashi genuinely wished for him to master the power within him and was genuinely concerned for his safety. In that moment, Kakashi treated Yu as a cherished disciple. Yu fell into silence. Kakashi, thinking Yu had not comprehended his words, reiterated his point. Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, Kakashi-sensei, I understand your meaning, but I truly believe that Jiraiya-sama would not be willing to teach me senjutsu. Since you have stated that senjutsu is a formidable power, one that few manage to learn, do you think Jiraiya-sama would take me on as a student? We are not related in any way. Observing Yu's skeptical expression, Kakashi chuckled. Jiraiya-sama is quite enthusiastic that he recognizes your immense potential, and for the sake of the village's future, he would not refuse you. Yu turned to Kakashi, a half-smile on his face, and asked, but what if he perceives my power as a threat to the village? Would he then wish for me not to master senjutsu? I suspect that the third Hokage would not remain so calm if he were aware of my current abilities. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, that he had been so focused on the chakra within Yu that he had entirely overlooked the implications for the third Hokage. Based on his understanding of Jiraiya, it was indeed possible that Jiraiya would share Yu's concerns, believing that his rapid growth in strength could pose a danger to the village. After a long pause, Kakashi mused, however, the Chunin exams are approaching, and the third Hokage will surely become aware of your situation. Yu shrugged nonchalantly, saying, then I suppose I will leave it to fate. He could not think of any effective means to evade scrutiny. Konoha possessed numerous methods to detect the unusual chakra within him, from the Hyuga clan to the Yamaska clan, not to mention sensory-type ninjas. There was no way to hide from them. Therefore, Yu had resolved not to conceal himself. He was rather accepting of the prospect of defection. As long as he was not driven to desperation, he would not consider it. After all, he had no desire to wander the ninja world. Seeing Yu's cavalier demeanor, Kakashi felt a pang of worry that we cannot allow the third Hokage to discover that you have mastered those lethal jutsu. While I trust the third Hokage, I do not believe he would be entirely at ease with you. As long as he remains unaware that you have mastered those destructive techniques, he should not pose a threat to you. Rest assured, both I and the others will support you if the third Hokage were to take action against you. We would not stand idly by. Listening to Kakashi's words, Yu merely smiled. He understood that Kakashi was prioritizing the village. He did not believe that Kakashi would betray the village for his sake. Nevertheless, Yu was indifferent. If he truly could not remain in Konoha, he would have no choice but to take that path, despite his reluctance to become a rogue ninja. Although he did not harbor grand ambitions, he certainly did not wish for his life to end before its prime. Having previously envisioned a detailed plan for Yu's future, Kakashi now felt devoid of ambition. His sole desire was to ensure Yu's safety. He did not want Yu to suffer a fate akin to Yamato's, spending his life in the shadows of the Umbu, or to end up like the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, perpetually under surveillance. That if one were to speak of the misfortunes of the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, it was not Naruto who suffered the most, but rather his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, as an outsider. Kushina endured constant scrutiny by the Umbu before marrying Minato Namikaze. For most of her time, she was confined within a barrier, unable to leave the designated area. At one point one can only imagine her plight. At least Naruto was free within Konoha, perhaps too free, even defacing Hokage Rock without consequence. Such behavior, in the case of an ordinary person, would likely result in immediate execution or imprisonment. That it was only because of the third Hokage's deliberate leniency that he was allowed such liberties. When it comes to loneliness, what Jinchuriki does not experience solitude? However, few possess the freedom that Naruto enjoys. The most absurd aspect was that during the Nine Tails rampage, many villagers lost loved ones to the beast. Yet the citizens of Konoha remained rational enough not to assassinate Naruto. For comparison, Killer Bee often faced assassination attempts from his own village due to the destruction caused by the previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. The fact that Konoha's villagers could be so level-headed was truly astonishing. Being monitored by the Umbu was far from pleasant. Kakashi, having spent considerable time within the Umbu, was acutely aware of this, as he had been dispatched by the fourth Hokage to protect Kushina Uzumaki. While it was termed protection, there was an underlying motive of surveillance that, of course, Minato Namikaze had no ill intentions toward Kushina. He merely feared that she might lose control due to her pregnancy. Regardless, being under the watch of the Umbu was undeniably uncomfortable. Kakashi did not want Yu to live such a life in the future. However, he could not conceive of any viable solutions to assist Yu. His only recourse was to help conceal Yu's mastery of the 3 S-rank jutsu from the third Hokage. Nevertheless, Yu did not seem overly concerned. After all, he was still a ninja of Konoha. As long as he did not openly oppose the village, the third Hokage would not take action against him. If a genius were to emerge in the village, and the third Hokage eliminated them, Konoha would have crumbled long ago. Looking at Kakashi, Yu smiled and said, "There is no need for such concern." I do not believe the third Hokage would act in that manner. That Kakashi's expression was intricate. He certainly did not harbor as much confidence in the third Hokage as Yu did. Having spent an extensive period in the Umbu, he was acutely aware of the darker facets of the third Hokage's character. Nevertheless, Yu was not entirely wrong. After all, Yu was indeed a ninja of Konoha. Aside from the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage had not been excessively extreme towards other ninjas of Konoha, at least not to the extent that Danzo was. Yet, Danzo's extremism was primarily directed at the Uchiha clan. As long as others did not impede his ambition to become Hokage, he would largely disregard them, even those who did not align with his ideology. No matter how powerful, were unlikely to be integrated into Root, such as Guy. Guy had implored Danzo to allow him entry into Root, but Danzo firmly declined. The third Hokage and Danzo's approach to the Uchiha clan stemmed from the ideologies inherited from the second Hokage, who perceived the Uchiha clan as excessively radical and potentially unstable. Aside from their treatment of the Uchiha, these two had not engaged in any extreme actions against other clans in Konoha. Even their hostility towards the Uchiha was primarily a consequence of the Nine-Tails incident. After all, when the Nine-Tails rampaged, it bore witness to two Sharingan, making it difficult for the third Hokage to avoid targeting the Uchiha. The villagers had nearly all seen it that night, and disbelief towards the Uchiha was simply untenable. However, Yu was different. Hailing from a commoner background, he was devoid of any familial influence, but he could potentially become a figure akin to the fourth Hokage in the future, which contributed to Yu's lack of concern. Although the third Hokage could sometimes be cunning, he was not deranged enough to eliminate those with high potential indiscriminately. Chapter 53. Combined Ninjutsu. Originally, Kakashi intended to wait for Jiraiya's return to the village and ask him to take Yu to Mount Myaboku for sage training. However, after his recent conversation with Yu, he reconsidered. Perhaps when they embarked on missions in the future, they could seek out the locations of the three great sage realms. Surely, someone in the ninja world must know their whereabouts. Although it seemed unlikely to ask Jiraiya for assistance, Kakashi had not entirely abandoned the idea of finding a place for Yu to cultivate sage arts, that he was concerned that if Yu's chakra continued to grow, his body might not be able to endure it. Approaching the lakeside, Yu calmly stated, "I believe you are overthinking this. I do not currently feel any discomfort. Given my current physical condition, I should manage this amount of chakra without any strain." Yu was fully aware of the state of his chakra, that if his body could not withstand such an abundance of chakra, it would not exist in such quantities within him. When the day came that his body could no longer accommodate more chakra, it would signify the cessation of chakra growth within him. At present, Yu's chakra was still increasing at an exponential rate daily. Yet he sensed that in a matter of days, this growth would plateau. At the very least, it would no longer increase at the current rate. Kakashi approached Yu, grave in demeanor. "You must not be complacent. Matters regarding chakra are not trifles. Many ninjas in the ninja world have sustained severe injuries due to their physical condition failing to keep pace with their chakra. Speaking of the three great sage realms, you should have your own summoning beast by now." Yu glanced at Kakashi and replied, "I don't think it is necessary yet." Kakashi sighed, "Unfortunately, my summoning beast is primarily reconnaissance-oriented, which may not suit you." The mere thought of his future summoning beast being a pack of ninja dogs made Yu feel uneasy. "How about you first sign a summoning contract with my beast? There are no restrictions on summoning beasts. For instance, Sasuke has two different summoning beasts that it depends on whether your chakra can summon them." Yu awkwardly chuckled, "I think I'll pass. Your summoning beast might not suit me." Kakashi pondered this as well. "Once we locate the three great sage realms, you can consider signing a summoning contract with them." The fourth Hokage's summoning contract was established with Mount Myaboku, as was that of Jiraiya-sama. Yu looked puzzled and asked Kakashi, "Sensei Kakashi, logically speaking, as the disciple of the fourth Hokage, shouldn't your summoning beast be similar to his?" Jiraiya-sama was the fourth Hokage's mentor. His summoning beast was akin to that of the fourth Hokage. "Why didn't you inherit this aspect?" Kakashi smiled. "Because my summoning beast is perfectly suited to me. I have no need for another type." "You must have guessed what my summoning beast is?" After Kakashi spoke, he regarded Yu with a grin that he suddenly realized that when Yu had indicated his summoning beast was unsuitable for him, it seemed he already knew what Kakashi's beast was. Yu, however, did not conceal the truth and candidly admitted, "Yes, I discovered that while researching your profile. The Konoha library contains information on many renowned ninjas, albeit mostly common knowledge." Therefore, Kakashi did not find this revelation surprising. Save for the fact that Yu appeared to disdain his summoning beast. "So, you don't like my summoning beast?" Kakashi's gaze turned icy as he studied Yu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu turned his attention to the lake's surface. "Sensei Kakashi, please teach me some water-style ninjutsu. You surely know many water techniques that a rather clumsy attempt to change the topic." Kakashi chuckled. "You are still too young. Do you think having ninja dogs as summoning beasts is not cool?" Yu hastily denied, "No, I think it's quite good." While Yu did not particularly favor Kakashi's ninja dogs, it was not due to any disdain for the dogs themselves. Rather, they lacked lethality and offered no enhancement to Yu's combat capabilities. It was likely that in battle, Yu would need to protect them. Kakashi was naturally unconvinced, snorting dismissively, "You are being disingenuous, but it does not matter. You will understand in due time. What water-style ninjutsu do you wish to learn?" Yu contemplated for a moment and replied, "I wish to learn some defensive water-style techniques." "Defensive water techniques, you say? Let me think. I have it. I will teach you the water barrier technique. this is a B-rank ninjutsu. With moderate difficulty, for you it should pose no challenge whatsoever. Listen closely as I explain the principles of this technique. After explaining the technique, Yu comprehended it. Instead of demonstrating, Kakashi inquired, if I do not demonstrate for you, do you think you can figure it out on your own? Given your capabilities, I believe you should have no issues. Kakashi was curious to ascertain the extent of Yu's talent. After all, Yu had previously learned the Water Dragon Jutsu on the spot against Sabuza. Yu did not decline. He nodded and approached the lake's edge. Standing by the lakeside, Yu focused intently, channeling chakra within him. Suddenly, Yu clapped his hands together and rapidly formed seals. Splash, water style, water barrier technique. As Yu activated his chakra, the lake water surged as if drawn by an unseen force, rushing toward him. Boom! The torrents of lake water encircled Yu, spiraling around him in a frenzied dance. Whoosh! Soon, the swirling water formed a massive water vortex around Yu. The vortex even sparked a small storm, causing the grass by the lake to flatten against the ground. The ground, impacted by the rushing water, was carved into a gully that a water vortex spanning over 10 meters now surrounded Yu. Observing this scene from a distance, Kakashi's mouth twitched. Is this really the water barrier technique? This resembles a combined ninjutsu. There are clear signs of wind manipulation involved, and the scale is simply enormous. However, Kakashi was not particularly astonished by this ninjutsu. After all, compared to the three techniques Yu had previously unleashed, this water barrier technique was relatively weaker, although it was indeed more powerful than a standard water barrier. At the vortex's center, Yu brought his hands together and focused intently, gathering chakra once more. The previously swirling water around him quickly came to a halt. Subsequently, the lake water coalesced before Yu, forming a colossal water curtain towering several meters high and dozens of meters wide. Kakashi chuckled. Now this is the water barrier technique. Your earlier technique clearly exhibited an offensive nature enhanced by wind manipulation. The massive water curtain Yu had summoned was indeed the true water barrier technique. The earlier technique he had executed was evidently aggressive in nature. Kakashi deduced that Yu must have spontaneously decided to incorporate wind manipulation into it. For ordinary ninjas, altering ninjutsu in such a manner could be perilous, with serious repercussions such as backlash from the technique itself. However, Yu faced no such issues. His control over chakra was exceedingly precise. Kakashi had previously harbored some concern, but given that Yu had adeptly manipulated a dangerous lightning technique, it was no surprise that he could create a combination of water and wind techniques now. Chapter 54, Uchiha Itachi. A colossal curtain of water lingered before Yu for a brief span of several seconds before he withdrew his chakra. With a resounding splash, the immense water curtain collapsed instantaneously in the absence of Yu's chakra, transforming the surrounding area into a small lake. Such a vast volume of water necessitated a substantial amount of chakra to sustain it. To maintain a curtain of this magnitude, at least the chakra level of a high-ranking ninja was required. Impressive, far more formidable than I had anticipated. Moreover, you seamlessly integrated wind release into that water barrier. Did you not? Kakashi remarked as he approached. That Yu gazed down at the flowing water and nodded. I feel that such ninjutsu might not hold great efficacy in combat. Kakashi chuckled. This is a defensive type of ninjutsu, and it proves quite useful against fire release techniques. The ninja world harbors many adept users of fire release, such as the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage is proficient in all 5 elemental releases, his expertise lies primarily in fire and earth releases. The temperature of his fire release technique surpasses that of the Uchiha clan by a considerable margin, possessing even greater lethality. Ordinary water release techniques would hardly withstand his fire. Yet I believe your earlier water barrier could hold its ground, Kakashi conceded, acknowledging the strength of the third Hokage's fire release techniques, which could indeed pierce through elemental weaknesses and completely overwhelm water release. One can only imagine the sheer power of his fire release. That Yu recalled the undeniable might of the third Hokage's fire release during his encounter with the first and second Hokage's Edo Tensei. The third's fire release could even counterbalance the second Hokage's water release. That it is worth noting that the second Hokage was renowned for his mastery of water release techniques. The fact that the third Hokage could match the second Hokage's water release, despite the elemental disadvantage, was remarkable. Kakashi-sensei, is the Uchiha clan particularly adept at fire release? Yiyu inquired, feigning ignorance. Unaware of Yiyu's knowledge regarding the Uchiha clan, Kakashi explained, the Uchiha clan is the most formidable family of fire release users in Konoha. They possess numerous self-developed fire release techniques that far exceed those of other ninja. Self-developed fire release techniques. Yiyu asked, intrigued. Kakashi nodded. Indeed, for instance, the Great Fireball technique, which the Uchiha clan has refined into the Fireball technique. It is essentially a single technique, but the Fireball technique is vastly more powerful than the Great Fireball technique that I once witnessed Uchiha Itachi employ. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback. Uchiha Itachi? When mentioning Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi's expression turned somber as he was drawn into memories. Yes, Uchiha Itachi was once my colleague in the Umbu. He was an exceptionally gifted ninja, but unfortunately, he ultimately betrayed the village and his family. Kakashi remained unaware of the reasons behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. While he knew the truth was undoubtedly more complex than what the village's higher-ups claimed, he was not a member of the Uchiha clan and did not delve deeper into the matter. He merely felt a sense of loss, as Itachi was a promising ninja from Obito's family. Had Kakashi known that it was Obito and Itachi who orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan, he would likely have regretted his sentiments of loss. Yiyu pondered for a moment before speaking. I wonder why Uchiha Itachi chose to spare Sasuke. At that time, Sasuke probably lacked the ability to resist. Didn't he? Kakashi glanced at Yiyu because Sasuke is Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, and it is precisely for this reason that Sasuke harbors deep-seated hatred for Itachi. When I previously asked him about his dreams, he expressed that his dream was to personally kill Uchiha Itachi. Yiyu fell silent, unsure of what to say. It was undeniable that Sasuke's plight was tragic. Had the Uchiha clan not been annihilated, Sasuke would certainly not have developed his current disposition. Before the massacre, Sasuke was quite cheerful and sunny. Although he maintained a cool demeanor at school, it was fundamentally different from how he is now. His aloofness then was a facade, stemming from his status as the most outstanding and exceptional student in class, a prideful aloofness. However, since the Uchiha clan's destruction, his cool demeanor has transformed into a desire to ignore the outside world. Solely focused on growing stronger to avenge his clan by killing Uchiha Itachi, he has concealed his emotions, compelled to do so. In truth, Sasuke has always been a kind-hearted individual. In a certain sense, Naruto is indeed in a far better situation than him. At the very least, Naruto has had the third Hokage watching over him, and friends like Shikamaru, CHG, and Kiba who willingly accompanied him in skipping classes. He has never known the affection of a family, remaining oblivious to what it feels like. Even in sorrow, it does not affect his resolve. In contrast, Sasuke once had an incredibly happy family, a strict father, a loving mother, and an older brother whom he idolized. Yet in the end, it was his most admired brother who slaughtered his entire family, sparing not even their parents. Furthermore, before leaving, Itachi replayed for him the harrowing scene of their clan's massacre. Such torment compelled Sasuke to seek strength. You could discern that Sasuke harbored feelings for Sakura. When they were ambushed earlier, Sasuke instinctively shielded Sakura. It was worth noting that this was Sasuke's first real battle. The disparity between real combat and routine practice is monumental. Yet he acted without hesitation to protect Sakura. This alone demonstrated that, despite his lack of overt expressions of affection towards Sakura, he undoubtedly harbors feelings for her deep within. Yiyu empathized with Sasuke's suffering. He could barely fathom whether he would lose his sanity had he experienced the same ordeal as Sasuke. He might have become even more extreme than Sasuke. Originally, upon arriving in this world, Yiyu found it exhilarating to grow alongside Naruto, as he had been profoundly moved by Naruto's fervor in his previous life. However, after spending 6 years in this world alongside Naruto, he found himself less interested in him. Initially, Yiyu admired Naruto's ability to remain untainted in such a dark environment. However, after witnessing many of Naruto's actions and the friends surrounding him, Yiyu found it impossible to empathize. For individuals in Naruto's position, Yiyu had encountered many in his past life, many of whom did not possess the same advantageous circumstances as Naruto. After all, Naruto had the third Hokage looking after him. As a Jinchuriki, he could roam freely within the village, and his mischief was particularly grandiose that he had the audacity to deface the Hokage rock. Yiyu had once deeply respected Naruto for managing not to succumb to darkness. Yet, after becoming his classmate for 6 years, Yu realized that Naruto's resilience against darkness was not particularly surprising. Surrounded by friends, lacking for nothing, consistently skipping classes, and scoring 0 in every exam without facing expulsion, such treatment was akin to that of the Prince of Konoha. Why would he become dark? Countless orphans from the wars in Konoha, many of whom lost their lives during the Nine-Tails Rampage, bore far harsher fates than Naruto. The Ninja Academy only admitted 30 students each year, making it evident how many were ineligible for admission. Yet, Naruto not only gained entry, but also managed to avoid expulsion despite his abysmal grades. That Yu felt that, were he in Naruto's position, he would not only avoid darkness but revel in his fortune. Sasuke, on the other hand, witnessed Uchiha Itachi murder his parents with his own eyes. Itachi replayed for him the gruesome scene of their clan members being systematically slain. The terror, despair, and confusion on the faces of those family members as they faced death would have shattered the young Sasuke, who was merely 6 years old at the time. Although Naruto did not witness the death of his parents at the hands of the Nine-Tails, Sasuke saw firsthand how Itachi slaughtered the very clan members who had cared for him. That blood-soaked night. Had it been Yu in that situation, he likely would have descended into madness. Kindness, having endured such experiences, Yu felt that as long as he could acquire the power to eliminate Uchiha Itachi, the lives of countless others were of no consequence. After going through such turmoil, it is impossible for one to remain rational. At least Yu was acutely aware that he could not resign himself to maintaining his inner goodness. Yet, Sasuke managed to do so, that he held a profound love for his family and his clan. Thus, he fervently sought power, even at the peril of being possessed by Orochimaru. Nevertheless, during his time with Orochimaru, Sasuke never resorted to indiscriminate slaughter, not even against ninjas unrelated to him. Most importantly, he was shaped by Orochimaru, and his ability to retain such a disposition speaks volumes about the purity of his heart. Unfortunately, there was no mature individual to guide him along his path in life. That Kakashi's philosophy was indeed quite mature. Yet he lacked sufficient strength. Before arriving in this world, Yu admired Naruto. However, upon his arrival, his admiration shifted to Sasuke. That, of course, Yu had no intention of meddling. His admiration for Sasuke would not compel him to alter the latter's future course. Life only holds significance through personal experience. The truths one comprehends themselves are those that remain unforgettable. Observing Yu's demeanor, Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. Now you understand why Sasuke turned out the way he did. Still, I hope you can influence him. Yu was taken aback, looking up at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Me? Kakashi nodded. Indeed, when I was lost, it was my comrades who pulled me back. I hope you can do the same, and you possess enough strength. Sasuke is a proud individual. The impact of your words will be markedly different than if they came from Naruto. However, Yu shook his head. I would be willing to do so, but I do not believe interfering with Sasuke's choices is wise. Especially at this age, the more one interferes, the more one provokes rebellion. Most. I can only guide him. Excessive interference may push him further in the opposite direction. Kakashi sighed. Am I not aware of that? I simply do not wish for him to stray from the right path. In pursuit of power, he may engage in numerous acts that violate the village's regulations. Yu remained silent. Indeed, Sasuke would eventually defect from Konoha. Yet, he was surprised to learn that Kakashi harbored such thoughts. It seemed he truly understood Sasuke well. Compared to Naruto, Kakashi was evidently more concerned about Sasuke. Yu could comprehend this, as Kakashi's combat and ninjutsu styles were more suited to Sasuke. Coupled with the influence of Uchiha Obito, Kakashi's heightened focus on Sasuke was entirely reasonable. Moreover, Kakashi truly had little to impart to Naruto. Soon after, during the Chunin exams, Jiraiya returned to the village. Yu did not believe Jiraiya's return was merely coincidental. It was unlikely that Jiraiya would decide to personally train Naruto simply because of a few words. If it were another ninja seeking Jiraiya's tutelage, given Jiraiya's temperament, he would likely tell them to leave. Thus, Jiraiya's return for the Chunin exams was evidently to personally train Naruto, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Would Kakashi dare to refuse him? Observing Kakashi's worried expression, Yu chuckled. Kakashi-sensei, you are overthinking it. Given Sasuke's character, even if he were to commit acts that contravene Konoha's rules in the future, I doubt he would engage in anything heinous. His nature remains quite normal. Kakashi replied helplessly. I hope so. Speaking of Sasuke, I still need to teach you how to counter the Sharingan. beyond its ability to replicate jutsu. The most crucial aspect is its capacity to cast jinjutsu. This is of paramount importance. Even if your ninjutsu prowess is formidable, if you do not know how to counter jinjutsu, you can easily find yourself in dire straits. Yu Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kakashi's words that it was undeniably true, though countering jinjutsu was indeed quite challenging, particularly when it originated from the Sharingan. He vividly recalled how Yugao, a master of jinjutsu, was swiftly countered by Uchiha Itachi. Despite her lackluster performance in her confrontation with Itachi, she was among the strongest in jinjutsu among Jonin, having risen through the ranks on the strength of her jinjutsu abilities. Moreover, she was not merely a special Jonin, but a fully fledged Jonin, on par with Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy. One could easily deduce that her strength was formidable, especially in jinjutsu as her primary combat style. Even such a master of jinjutsu was swiftly overwhelmed by Itachi in an instant. This battle not only showcased Itachi's mastery of jinjutsu, but also highlighted the overwhelming capabilities of the Sharingan. The Sharingan has long been a source of concern within the ninja world, prompting many ninja villages to develop specific countermeasures. One can clearly see the trepidation that ninjas harbor toward the Sharingan, as well as its formidable power. Yu possessed an immense chakra reserve and had already mastered 3 S-ranked ninjutsu. In a straightforward confrontation, he was not afraid of most Jonin. However, the Sharingan could effortlessly nullify all of Yu Yu's combat abilities with just a glance, merely a single gaze, and no matter how powerful one's ninjutsu, it must be able to be executed and landed effectively. Kakashi remarked, "It isn't as if there are no methods. Over the years, the ninja world has developed various strategies to counter the Sharingan. However, many of them are not particularly effective. You possess a natural advantage, which is your exceptional perception ability." Yu paused for a moment. "Are you suggesting that I should close my eyes and rely on my perception to combat the Sharingan?" Kakashi nodded. "Precisely. For other ninjas, this may be difficult to manage, but I am well aware of your perception abilities. They are extraordinarily strong, to the point of effectively replacing vision. Moreover, they rival the dynamic visual acuity of the Sharingan. Just as when you utilize Chidori, you can move at incredible speeds, yet still accurately strike your target. Such an ability is unique to you. Even I am incapable of replicating it." Chapter 56. Yu Yu's remarkable chakra recovery. Yu Yu contemplated this, recognizing that his perception abilities had indeed become extraordinarily potent. However, he had grown accustomed to this and did not view it as anything particularly special. Relying on perception for combat felt somewhat unfamiliar. Although Yu Yu's perception abilities were strong, he had never primarily fought using them, that he only employed them as a supplementary ability while using Chidori. After validating the effectiveness of Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Thousand Books, Chidori was no longer considered a primary offensive technique for Yu Yu. After all, Chidori necessitated close combat, which was not highly efficient and left him vulnerable to counterattacks. Kakashi stated, "Then you must train. Your perception abilities are exceptional and should not be squandered. Considering the possibility of facing a Mangekyou Sharingan or even Rinnegan in the future, it would be wise to practice. After all, the Sharingan is the most significant bloodline limit in this world." The Fourth Great Ninja War was instigated by several individuals wielding the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Rinne Sharingan. Lacking a Sharingan, Yu naturally could not pursue the path of enhancing his eyes. Instead, he could follow Naruto's route, relying on his formidable chakra and ninjutsu to contend with the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although Yu Yu himself lacked the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he believed that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he would not necessarily be weaker than Naruto, that he had faith in the system's capabilities. Yu nodded, saying, "I will, Kakashi-sensei. Please continue to teach me a few elemental ninjutsu." Seeing that Yu Yu was receptive, Kakashi felt quite pleased. This was one of Yu Yu's virtues. He did not possess the peculiarities that Naruto and Sasuke exhibited. Yu Yu's demeanor was entirely normal, devoid of any bizarre thoughts. The two trained by the lakeside for several hours, concluding only as darkness fell. Throughout those hours, Kakashi was nearly drained of chakra since he needed to demonstrate certain ninjutsu for Yu Yu learned rapidly. Each ninjutsu was explained by Kakashi, and after a brief demonstration, Yu Yu would grasp it. Consequently, within a few hours, Yu Yu had already mastered several A-rank and B-rank elemental ninjutsu. Fortunately, not every ninjutsu required a demonstration from Kakashi. Otherwise, even if he were to exhaust himself. It would be impossible to provide enough chakra to unleash so many A-rank and B-rank ninjutsu in such a short time. Kakashi was nearly depleted of chakra, yet Yu had not even consumed 1/3 of his own. On the way back, Kakashi observed Yu's unperturbed demeanor and felt somewhat exasperated. "Aren't you tired at all?" Yu chuckled. "Not at all. You just unleashed over a dozen A-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. That must have taken a considerable toll on your chakra." Kakashi speculated that Yu shook his head. "Actually, I didn't expend much chakra. My recovery is quite rapid. One of the remarkable strengths of Yu lies in his remarkably swift chakra recovery. This is due to the fact that his chakra is not derived from his own body, but rather absorbed from the natural energy surrounding him. Although the natural energy in the environment is not inexhaustible, it is evident that it provides Yu with a substantial amount of chakra without imposing any strain. That it is noteworthy that after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto extracted sufficient natural energy to match the chakra drawn from eight-tailed beasts by Sasuke. In comparison, Yu's chakra seems rather trivial. Furthermore, natural energy is perpetually renewable, as long as the energy of this planet is not entirely depleted. Natural energy will continuously regenerate. The reason Yu's chakra remains at the level of a shadow is not because he can only absorb chakra at that level, but rather because his body currently can only withstand that amount. Beyond this, his body would be unable to cope. After all, Yu's physique was not initially exceptional. It began to strengthen gradually after acquiring the system. Presently, his chakra levels are quite impressive, comparable to Naruto's. However, due to the nature of natural energy, Yu requires significantly less chakra than an ordinary ninja to perform the same jutsu. Kakashi was unaware of this particular ability of Yu and expressed curiosity. "You recover particularly quickly?" "Indeed, after I unleashed 3 lightning-style jutsu, my chakra was nearly depleted, yet it replenished in no time." Kakashi, skeptical, activated his Sharingan and discovered that Yu's chakra had already regained 80% of its capacity. Kakashi's lips twitched. "You just released over a dozen large-scale jutsu, yet it seems your chakra has hardly diminished." Yu chuckled. "I am not entirely certain. My chakra recovers at an astonishing rate." Kakashi shook his head. "Indeed, it is rather disheartening to see someone surpassing me. Your chakra not only exceeds mine, but recovers even more swiftly. What is more, your jutsu are evidently more powerful than mine. Who, then, is the true teacher?" Yu regarded Kakashi earnestly and remarked, "If a student cannot ultimately surpass their teacher, then what purpose does it serve to be a student?" Kakashi paused, contemplating Yu's earnest expression. A smile of understanding formed on Kakashi's face. "Indeed, if a student cannot surpass their teacher, it would signify my failure as an instructor. Yet, it is only you who can utter such words, as not everyone possesses the capability to surpass me." This was not Kakashi's arrogance, but rather a reflection of his innate genius. Had he not faced a period of decline previously, his strength would have undoubtedly been far superior to what it is now. Of course, even at his peak, he would only reach the level of a shadow. Yet, how many shadow-level ninjas truly exist in the ninja world? It is not only the shadows. Even among elite J-nin, the majority of ninjas will never attain such heights. For most ninjas, becoming a Chunin marks the pinnacle of their careers. However, Yu is different in Kakashi's view. Yu's talent has already far surpassed his own. Kakashi believed that Yu now merely lacks practical combat experience. Once the gap is bridged, Yu's strength will undoubtedly exceed his own. Kakashi felt a sense of pride to Yu, aware that Kakashi was not being arrogant. Nodded in agreement. Of course, after all, Kakashi-sensei's strength is formidable. There are very few who can achieve such power. Yu offered a small compliment. Although Kakashi was indifferent to flattery, he appreciated the praise coming from his disciple. "Let us go see how Naruto and Sasuke are faring in their training," Kakashi suggested. Yu replied with a smile. Both of them possess remarkable talent, harboring immense power within. Kakashi nodded. Indeed. While Sakura excels in chakra control far beyond them, her chakra reserves are limited. Naruto and Sasuke, however, contain vast amounts of chakra, as long as they can master their chakra. Their strength will increase rapidly. Kakashi was well aware of how to instruct the two, but regrettably, one ended up with Jiraiya, and the other with Orochimaru. Chapter 57. Did I actually question him? Kakashi had long formulated his own educational methods for the two. But Jiraiya's appearance and Sasuke's insatiable thirst for power exceeded his expectations. They arrived at the location where Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were training. Although night had fallen, they observed that both Sasuke and Naruto were breathless. Standing atop a tree, Sakura stood below, watching them. As Yu and Kakashi approached, Sakura came over, scrutinizing Yu with curiosity, and inquired, "Yu, did you really engage in training? I couldn't tell at all." "Oh, how did you deduce that I had not trained?" Yu responded. As Sakura circled around him, she remarked, "Your clothes aren't even wrinkled. How could you possibly have trained? You didn't spend the afternoon slacking off with Kakashi-sensei. Did you? That wouldn't do. Even though you are powerful, if you don't exert yourself in training, you might fall behind Sasuke or even Naruto." Yu merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Kakashi interjected, redirecting the conversation. "How are they faring?" He asked about Sasuke and Naruto. Sakura replied with a smile, "They've both mastered it. Even Naruto is working diligently on his training." As she spoke, she glanced at Yu, evidently directing her words towards him. She held no ill will towards Yu, but rather expressed concern that he might become complacent and fall behind. Yu recognized her intentions, but felt no need to address them. Kakashi raised his gaze to the panting figures of Sasuke and Naruto, who were clearly engaged in competition. They are impressively quick. It's remarkable that Naruto has grasped it so rapidly, just like Sasuke. Sakura, curious, looked at Kakashi and asked, "Kakashi-sensei, you two weren't slacking off? Were you? Finding a place to rest?" While Sakura suspected Yu might have been idle, she lacked the courage to confirm it. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "Do you really think he would? Even if I wished to rest, he wouldn't allow it." Sakura glanced at Yu with confusion. "But why does it seem that Yu has no signs of training?" Kakashi also regarded Yu, just then noticing the absence of any evidence of training on his part. Even Kakashi's own clothing bore several tears. Kakashi sighed. Indeed, there are no traces of training whatsoever. Such is the disparity. Kakashi spoke to himself about matters that Sakura could not grasp, leaving her bewildered as she observed both Kakashi and Yu. The precision with which chakra could be controlled is astonishing. Surpassing even my own, Kakashi mused at why Yu said nothing, merely offering a subtle smile. Sakura approached Yu and whispered, "What on earth is Kakashi-sensei talking about?" Yu answered, "Kakashi-sensei often speaks in ways that are difficult to understand." Sakura glanced between Yu and Kakashi, feeling that there was something the two were concealing from her. Seeing their reluctance to speak, she decided not to press the issue further. Instead, she leaned closer to Yu and asked, "Where did you two go to train?" "Earlier, there were several tremors, and I almost thought Zabuza had returned. Had the commotion not been so great, I might have believed it was him." Yu paused. "Tremors," Sakura nodded. "Yes, they were quite significant." Given that Yu and Kakashi had trained a considerable distance from Sakura, and with the forest obstructing the view, she was unaware that the tremors were caused by Yu's earlier usage of Chidori and several subsequent Earth Release techniques. Although Earth Release is primarily a defensive technique, it does generate considerable noise upon activation and consumes a great deal of chakra. This was also why Kakashi's chakra had been depleted so swiftly. The Earth Release techniques were particularly taxing. As Sasuke and Naruto perched atop the tree, since the arrival of Kakashi and Yu, they attempted to descend. Unfortunately, both had forgotten that their chakra reserves had already been exhausted. Thus, as they attempted to move down from the tree, they could barely take a few steps before their chakra gave out. "Sasuke, Naruto!" Sakura exclaimed in alarm as she witnessed the two tumble from the tree. Kakashi glanced at Yu, who nodded in response. Just as Sasuke and Naruto felt their minds go blank, almost fainting, Kakashi and Yu vanished from their positions in the next instant. Yu appeared beside Naruto, while Kakashi materialized next to Sasuke. They swiftly caught the two mid-fall. Instantly, Kakashi transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, landing on the ground, while Yu became a streak of golden lightning, also touching down. After setting Sasuke and Naruto down, Kakashi remarked with a smile, "Your speed has surpassed even mine." Naruto and Sasuke, who had been laid on the ground, finally came to their senses. They recalled how they had just been rescued by Kakashi and Yu, and exchanged glances, both feeling a profound sense of embarrassment. Initially, they had intended to flaunt their accomplishments from an afternoon of training in front of Yu and Kakashi, but their blunder had thwarted their plans. Naruto gazed at Yu, who had appeared before him in an instant, feeling as though he had merely blinked. This was Naruto's first direct experience of Yeyu's formidable strength. Sasuke, too, looked at Yeyu with astonishment. The moment he witnessed Yeyu materialize beside Naruto, the flash of golden lightning had been so swift that he had never seen Yeyu exhibit such prowess before. Sasuke had previously acknowledged that he was not yet Yeyu's match. But now it seemed the gap between them was insurmountable. The disparity was indeed vast. Sakura stood in stunned silence. While she could comprehend Kakashi's abilities as an elite jonin, Yeyu's instantaneous transformation into a bolt of golden lightning was astonishing, exceeding even Kakashi's speed, leaving her only able to perceive the afterimage of the lightning. Sakura murmured to herself, could it be that he learned such a jutsu from Kakashi-sensei just now? That must be a lightning release technique. He has never displayed it before, that I foolishly assumed he hadn't trained at all. How could he be so lazy? Sakura, you are truly naive, that if he were that kind of person, he wouldn't be so far beyond us. Sakura felt her earlier doubts about Yeyu were utterly foolish. Remembering Yeyu's mere smile moments before, she felt like a jester, now embarrassed by the recollection. For a moment, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura fell into silence. Neither Yeyu nor Kakashi noticed the trio's demeanor. Kakashi turned to them and remarked, your chakra consumption was excessive. The actions just now were exceedingly perilous. Chapter 58. What jutsu did Kakashi-sensei teach you? Kakashi's reprimand caused Naruto and Sasuke to bow their heads in shame. They had initially sought to impress Kakashi and Yeyu, but their attempts had backfired, allowing Yeyu to witness their disgrace. However, Naruto soon stood up, pointing at Yeyu, and exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, did you teach Yeyu some powerful jutsu? The technique he used to save me was unlike anything I've ever seen. Sasuke also stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes, yet his focus remained entirely on Yeyu, eager to understand what had transpired. He was particularly curious whether Kakashi indeed possessed some formidable jutsu, and if he might learn it himself in the future. Conversely, Naruto felt that Kakashi was showing favoritism. After all, he was Kakashi's student. Yet it seemed he was only teaching Yeyu and neglecting him. Observing Naruto's indignation, Kakashi replied, you haven't even mastered chakra control. How can I teach you jutsu? Once your foundation is solid, I will naturally instruct you in jutsu. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke silently nodded, realizing that the jutsu Yeyu possessed was indeed taught by Kakashi. Naruto, however, was too proud to ponder much deeper. He boldly declared, I've fully mastered chakra control. Kakashi-sensei, please teach me jutsu starting tomorrow. Kakashi shook his head. There is still much you need to learn. This is merely the beginning. Why can you learn while we cannot? We are your students, Naruto retorted indignantly. Kakashi frowned. I've stated that your foundations are lacking. There is still much for you to grasp. Furthermore, Yeyu is also my student. In fact, Kakashi was tempted to assert that Yeyu was his most important student, that if not for Naruto and Sasuke's significant roles in Konoha, he likely would not have brought them along. Sensing Kakashi's serious tone, even Naruto refrained from further protest, casting envious glances at Yeyu. Although Naruto would not harbor resentment toward Yeyu due to Kakashi's words, he certainly felt jealousy. After all, Yeyu was not originally part of their team. Kakashi had insisted on bringing him along for the mission. From Naruto's perspective, Kakashi's actions clearly indicated favoritism toward Yeyu, given his sensitive nature. Naruto was particularly attuned to such matters, even believing that Kakashi's differential treatment stemmed from his status as the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki. Yet he overlooked the fact that Sakura and Sasuke were also subjected to similar treatment, as they did not perceive Kakashi as favoring anyone. Both were acutely aware of Yeyu's remarkable strength. Evident from his earlier confrontation with Zabuza, Yeyu's power surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. They understood that. At the same age, Yeyu's superiority could only be attributed to either his greater effort or his exceptional talent. Sasuke believed that Yeyu undoubtedly worked harder than he did, refusing to concede that Yeyu was more gifted. Sakura, however, felt that Yeyu possessed immense talent alongside a strong work ethic. Naruto simply concluded that Kakashi favored Yeyu. Kakashi was among the few high-ranking ninjas who did not reject him and was also his teacher, leading Naruto to hold high expectations for Kakashi's regard, that he cared more about Kakashi's feelings than his abilities. Meanwhile, Yeyu felt a headache coming on upon hearing Kakashi's stern words, that he understood that Kakashi merely wanted to uphold his reputation. Yet such statements would only deepen Naruto's perception of favoritism, potentially causing resentment toward Yu. Despite his helplessness, Yu chose to remain silent, recognizing that further comments would only provoke Naruto's sensitivity. After a moment of silence, Kakashi finally stated, "All right, you all must be quite fatigued from training today. Let us return and rest." With that, he vanished without a trace. Yu surveyed the now empty space, his lips twitching as he thought. Is it just a matter of leaving me to handle this on my own? Yu felt exasperated. Kakashi was clearly aware of the group's tense emotions and likely intended for Yu to bond with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. However, given the current atmosphere, Yu had no desire to remain there. It was an irresponsible move on Kakashi's part. After mentally chiding Kakashi, Yu turned to the three and said, "Let us head out." Although he wished to use body flicker technique to leave, he knew that doing so would only exacerbate Sasuke and Naruto's feelings of imbalance. Sakura, sensing the awkward tension, quickly chimed in, "Yes, let us go. We're all quite tired." Within the team, Sakura and Yu had no entanglements, while Sasuke and Naruto viewed Yu as a target to surpass, especially for Naruto, who was determined to grow stronger and defeat Yu. Seeking Kakashi's acknowledgement as his most exceptional student. Due to their youth, Naruto believed that Kakashi favored Yu solely because he was stronger, but he thought that once he surpassed Yu, Kakashi would recognize him. This was a very genuine thought, typical for boys of such an age that as they walked through the forest. Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere tranquil save for the occasional calls of birds and beasts. After a while, feeling the tension was too thick, Sakura took the initiative to speak. This afternoon, Sasuke and Naruto were very earnest, mastering chakra control in just one day. "Yu, what jutsu did you learn with Kakashi-sensei? It must be impressive, right?" Sasuke and Naruto, lost in their thoughts, perked up at Sakura's question, eager to listen. Yu casually replied, "Just a few water release techniques." "Are they really that powerful?" Sakura inquired curiously. Yu glanced at the two, who were feigning indifference yet clearly intrigued, that he responded nonchalantly, "How powerful can water release techniques really be?" Hearing this, Sakura's lips twitched. "That aren't water release techniques formidable. The one you used against Zabuza was incredibly powerful. If he hadn't dodged, he would have been finished." She continued, "It's not that he missed. Zabuza is an elite jonin, just like Kakashi-sensei, that it's not easy to defeat him. You only saw that he almost got hit. In reality, he was far from being defeated. If elite jonin were so easy to defeat, there wouldn't be only a handful in a village, and some ninja villages might not even have that many." Yu spoke the truth. Elite jonin are the strategic backbone of a village, capable of participating in the pursuit of the village leader. The village leader is chosen from among the elite jonins. However, it was clear that Sakura and the others did not grasp this. Sakura insisted, "But that day, you really were close to winning. Zabuza fled because he feared you." Chapter 59. Because you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yu chuckled and replied, "That was because he believed that facing Kakashi-sensei and me together left him with no chance of victory. Had it been just me, he would not have escaped." Sakura nodded with a semblance of understanding, while Sasuke remained indifferent. After all, he had mastered several fire-style jutsu himself, all learned from the Uchiha clan's ninjutsu records. Sasuke did not perceive Nightwing's water-style techniques as significantly superior to fire-style, in his view. Whether it was water, fire, or earth, none were particularly decisive forms of ninjutsu. However, Naruto was quite displeased at present. Aside from the shadow clone technique, he did not possess any other jutsu. The shadow clone technique was something he had surreptitiously learned from a forbidden scroll during his graduation. Rather than from Kakashi, as it stood, Naruto had yet to acquire any combat jutsu. Thus, with a pout, he remarked, "Sensei Kakashi is indeed biased, as if we are not his students." Nightwing glanced at Naruto, understanding his sentiments. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child. Feelings of jealousy and rivalry were particularly pronounced at this age. In truth, Kakashi hoped for them to solidify their foundational skills before delving into more advanced jutsu. As their guiding jonin, having passed his trials, he genuinely regarded them as his disciples. As a teacher, he certainly did not wish for them to be overly impulsive. Why not ask Sasuke if he first mastered numerous foundational jutsu during his own training? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Nightwing would direct attention towards him. Naruto lifted his gaze to Sasuke, who was reluctant to speak. Yet, fulfilling Nightwing's request, Sasuke, despite viewing Nightwing as a benchmark to surpass, recognized that Nightwing was currently far superior. Thus, he yielded to Nightwing's words and nodded. Indeed, it is essential to grasp a multitude of foundational concepts. However, this explanation was but a mere statement. Naturally, Naruto did not absorb it. What foundational concepts? I learned the shadow clone technique in just one night. Nightwing chuckled softly. That is because the shadow clone technique is exceptionally suited to you, or rather, it seems tailor-made for your abilities. Back in the Ninja Academy, you couldn't even master the basic clone technique after 6 years. How is it that you suddenly learned the shadow clone technique overnight? Do you realize why the shadow clone technique? Oh right, why does the multi-shadow clone technique fall under forbidden jutsu? Naruto looked utterly bewildered. He had simply learned the first jutsu he encountered without any awareness of its classification. Moreover, he had no understanding of the restrictions surrounding such techniques. Sakura and Sasuke also turned their attention towards Nightwing, particularly Sasuke, who was genuinely unclear on how Naruto had suddenly mastered the shadow clone technique, given that he had previously struggled with even the basic clone technique. The shadow clone technique, after all, was significantly more advanced. Nightwing elucidated, the shadow clone technique requires an equal distribution of chakra from the original body, and upon its dissolution, the stamina expended by the clones returns to the original. For ninjas with limited chakra or poor physical constitution, utilizing the shadow clone technique can be exceedingly perilous, let alone the multi-shadow clone technique. However, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, your chakra reserves are vast, and your constitution has been greatly enhanced by the Nine-Tails, allowing you to withstand the drawbacks of the multi-shadow clone technique. Conversely, if one wishes to learn other elemental jutsu without mastering foundational knowledge, reckless attempts can easily lead to self-harm. The backlash from ninjutsu can indeed be lethal, especially when one's theoretical understanding is utterly lacking. Why do some individuals take a long time to master a jutsu, while others do so in mere days, beyond the disparity in talent? It also hinges on the strength of one's foundational knowledge. During your 6 years at the Ninja Academy, consider what you have truly learned. Do you believe your foundation is solid? Sakura comprehended, laughing. It's not just weak. He hasn't learned anything at all. He scores 0 on every exam, and I can't fathom how he manages that. Even a glance at the book should suffice. Sasuke regarded Naruto, pondering, so he learned the shadow clone technique because of the Nine-Tails. Yet Sasuke's understanding of the Nine-Tails was limited. After all, he had only just been born during the Nine-Tails rampage. Following the massacre of his clan by Itachi, it was even less likely anyone would inform him about the Nine-Tails. Naruto, placing a hand on his abdomen, wore a somber expression, but he believed Nightwing's words that in truth, during his childhood, Naruto had once lost control. However, he had been subdued before causing any harm to the village, resulting in few being aware of it. Yet Naruto knew of that power. He was acutely aware that, despite its malevolence, it was undeniably formidable. Nightwing, he gazed earnestly at him. Why was the Nine-Tails sealed within me? If it weren't for the Nine-Tails, the villagers wouldn't have treated me this way. Because of my identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I have been ostracized since childhood. Though not as harshly as others like Killer Bee, my status as an orphan has rendered me emotionally sensitive. Even if no one attempts to assassinate me or throws eggs at me, the mere act of being distanced from others is deeply painful at this age. Naruto could not comprehend why the villagers harbored such aversion towards him. He could only attribute it to the Nine-Tails within him, concluding that the villagers simply disliked him. Nightwing patted Naruto's shoulder, explaining, the Nine-Tails is a strategic asset for our Konoha village, in other words. You are of great significance to Konoha. Naruto shrugged off Nightwing's hand, angrily retorting, but I don't want that. If I am so important, why do the villagers reject me so? You have no idea what I've endured these years. They treat me like a monster, and no one likes me or acknowledges my existence. Perhaps it was Nightwing's words that triggered Naruto's emotional outburst, as he spilled forth the grievances he had endured over the years. Even shedding tears, Sakura and Sasuke observed Naruto. In that moment, they realized the immense pressure he had been under. Even Sakura, who often teased Naruto, looked at him with sympathy. Sasuke, too, felt a sense of empathy. Although he had not faced ostracism from the villagers and, due to his Uchiha lineage, was relatively well regarded among them, The massacre of his clan and the traumatic loss of his parents at the hands of his beloved brother caused him wounds that were perhaps even deeper than Naruto's experiences. In that instant, Sasuke and Naruto shared a similar emotional resonance. Sakura softly spoke, "Naruto, you do have friends like Iruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba. They're all your friends, aren't they? I used to think you were just a mean person when I saw you having fun with Shikamaru and the others. I never realized you had gone through so much." Chapter 60. Did the fourth Hokage truly think so? Sakura's words left Naruto momentarily stunned. Reflecting on it now, he realized, indeed, he had so many friends. Perhaps he was not as unfortunate as he believed. He had been too fixated on his own despair. The villagers may have shunned him, but as long as his friends did not, was that not enough? Seeing Naruto's emotions settle, Nightwing suggested, "What if there is a possibility that the villagers' disdain for you stems not primarily from your status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but rather from your frequent pranks that often lead to chaos in the village? Their annoyance might be the root of their rejection." Naruto found himself momentarily speechless. Night Feather's conjecture was not without merit. Although the villagers tended to distance themselves from Naruto due to his identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, harboring a sense of fear towards him, any disdain directed at him was primarily a reflection of his own actions. Naruto believed that his antics could capture the villagers' attention, yet in reality, such behavior only served to reinforce their preconceived notions about him. It further solidified the belief that Naruto, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, was inherently malevolent. This was evident during the Chunin exams. Whenever Naruto demonstrated his abilities without resorting to pranks, the villagers were entirely capable of accepting and acknowledging him. While other ninja villages might harbor genuine animosity towards their Jinchuriki, even going so far as to assassinate them, Konoha was evidently different. The previous generations of Jinchuriki in Konoha had rarely faced attacks from fellow villagers. After all, the first Jinchuriki was the wife of the first Hokage and seldom ventured outside. The second Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, endured a more tragic fate than her son Naruto, prior to marrying Minato Namikaze. She was constantly under surveillance by the Umbu and lived surrounded by defensive barriers. Yet she too never encountered assassination attempts from her fellow villagers that in comparison to Kushina, Naruto's circumstances were far more favorable. Devoid of restrictions such as being confined to a barrier. Throughout his upbringing, Naruto enjoyed the freedom to roam the village, and even his graffiti on the Hokage Rock resulted in nothing more than a reprimand to clean it up. Such leniency was undoubtedly a product of the third Hokage's protection. The Hokage Rock serves as a monument to the past leaders of Konoha, and Naruto's actions were akin to dancing on the graves of the departed, particularly on one of such immense significance. Yet the consequences he faced were remarkably mild. Had anyone else committed such an act, they would have faced severe punishment, if not execution. Thus, Night Feather concluded that the villagers' rejection of Naruto stemmed primarily from the extreme nature of his attempts to draw attention to himself, which only exacerbated the stereotypes they held a loss for words. Naruto pondered over Night Feather's insights. "Consider this," Night Feather continued, "the villagers' fear and distance from you, due to your identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is rather natural. However, if you refrain from your erratic behavior and pranks, would they not come to see you in a more favorable light? Think about Shikamaru, Iruka-sensei, Sakura, and Sasuke. They are all aware of your status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet they accept you. Why? Because they have spent time with you and understand that you do not wish harm upon others. The villagers, however, have had limited interactions with you, leading to fleeting impressions that shape their entire perception of you. The actions you display in those moments only deepen the image they have constructed in their minds. Their distance is a natural response. In fact, I would argue that their lack of hostility towards you speaks volumes about their inherent kindness." Listening to Night Feather's words, Naruto fell into a contemplative silence. Night Feather pressed on, "Therefore, if you can master the nine tails within you and transform that power into a force for the protection of Konoha, who would dare to reject you?" Naruto was taken aback. "Master the nine tails within me. But that is the nine-tails fox. How could it possibly be controlled by a human? I have no desire to associate with such a malevolent creature." Night Feather sighed, taken aback by Naruto's disdain. "Do you not realize the immense power that resides within you? The nine tails is the mightiest of the tailed beasts." Naruto nodded, acknowledging the truth. "I remember a time when the nine tails power erupted within me. The malevolence and strength of that force still linger in my memory. Nightfeather was surprised that Naruto could recall the feelings he experienced during his rampage. Tailed beasts are regarded as strategic weapons for every ninja village, and their Jinchuriki are exceedingly valuable. However, the constant threat of the tailed beast seizing control of their consciousness leads to widespread apprehension among villagers, resulting in their alienation of the Jinchuriki. Other villages' Jinchuriki often endure even harsher fates. You are fortunate to be able to move freely, as many others face assassination attempts from their own comrades. When a Jinchuriki loses control, the ensuing chaos can lead to countless casualties, and the blame for the destruction is invariably placed upon them, making them unwelcome. You are aware that the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails and save Konoha, correct? Naruto nodded solemnly, his face reflecting deep respect. The fourth Hokage has always been my greatest hero. I aspire to become a hero like him. Nightfeather queried. Why do you admire the fourth Hokage, given that he sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails within you? Naruto paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. He had never contemplated this before, but soon replied, it was for the sake of the village. Nightfeather chuckled. In truth, the fourth Hokage must have had expectations of you, hoping that you would one day master the Nine Tails within you. By harnessing that power, you would become immensely strong, mirroring the strength of the fourth Hokage, allowing you to protect the village and become its hero. Naruto gazed at Nightfeather in confusion. Did I ask that true? Did the fourth Hokage truly think that way? This was the first time Naruto had heard a connection between himself and the fourth Hokage, filling him with joy, as he had long admired the latter. Nightfeather nodded affirmatively, that if that were not the case, do you think he would have cast the sealing jutsu to convert the Nine Tails chakra into your own? Have you never wondered why your chakra is so abundant compared to others? Naruto, taken aback, replied, really? My chakra is truly greater than Sasuke's. His heart swelled with happiness, as he had always viewed Sasuke as his rival. Learning that his chakra surpassed Sasuke's was a delightful revelation. Sakura, intrigued yet skeptical, interjected, are you joking? Naruto's chakra could possibly exceed Sasuke's. In her eyes, Sasuke was exceptionally strong. Aside from Nightfeather, he was the most formidable among their peers that Tio Sakura. This implied that Sasuke must possess significantly more chakra than Naruto. Nightfeather nodded earnestly. This is not to be doubted. Naruto's chakra volume even surpasses that of Kakashi-sensei. This is one of the advantages of being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto, your hand is healed, hasn't it? Not even a scar remains. Naruto, puzzled by Nightfeather's inquiry, lifted his hand, curious. Why do you ask? Both Sakura and Sasuke were astounded to see Naruto's previously injured hand completely healed, that it had only been a few days since he had pierced his palm. And such a severe wound had miraculously healed without leaving a trace. Naruto, however, was unperturbed, having always healed quickly throughout his life, assuming others experienced the same. Nightfeather explained, this is a result of the changes brought about by the Nine Tails. Your recovery ability is extraordinarily swift. An ordinary person would require months to heal from such a grave injury, and scars would inevitably remain. But look at your palm. Do you see any scars? Naruto examined his hand and replied, indeed, there are none. Is this not the case for everyone? Before Nightfeather could respond, Sakura interjected, of course not. How could such a severe wound heal within days without leaving a scar? I truly envy you, Naruto. Her words were sincere. As a girl, she envied the ability to heal from such injuries without a trace. That Sasuke's gaze was fixed intently on Naruto's hand, equally astonished that he had not anticipated that Naruto possessed such remarkable abilities. This fool had access to such formidable power, a capability that Sasuke himself lacked. Such an ability was nothing short of terrifying, particularly for a ninja whose life depended on the edge of a blade. On the battlefield, it was akin to having several additional lives. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto felt a surge of pride and inexplicable joy. Really, does Sakura envy me too? Am I really that impressive? Ha ha! As Sakura gazed at Naruto's foolish grin, her initial envy dissipated suddenly. After all, this was a result of mental effort, and she felt no jealousy. Yu Yu shook his head in bemusement. This fellow's emotional fluctuations were truly rapid. Just moments ago, he was so despondent, and now he was beaming with delight. After a brief moment of laughter, Naruto turned to Yu Yu and inquired, so, How can I harness the power of the Nine Tails? Once I master the Nine Tails, will my strength truly rival that of the fourth Hokage? Sasuke and Sakura also directed their attention towards Yu Yu, equally intrigued. After all, Naruto had initially been the weakest in their team. While he had surpassed Sakura to some extent, he still fell short of Sasuke. Sasuke was unwilling to be outdone by someone like Naruto. Yu Yu waved his hand dismissively. How would I know? Don't get it twisted. I'm just like you, having recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. The knowledge I possess comes from Kakashi-sensei, that as from mastering the Nine Tails. Even Kakashi-sensei is in the dark that if he knew, the third Hokage would have taught you long ago, rather than leaving you to figure it out now. However, I have heard that the previous host of the Nine Tails controlled its power through sealing techniques. That previous host was the wife of the fourth Hokage, and, like you, belonged to the Uzumaki clan. Naruto paused for a moment, then a thought struck him that am I part of the Uzumaki clan. Although Naruto bore the surname Uzumaki, he had no idea there was an entire clan associated with it. He had always assumed it was merely his last name. Yu Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan once served as allies of Konohagakure. However, the clan has long been extinguished. Otherwise, they would have been quite formidable. Naruto was taken aback. Isn't the Uzumaki clan a family of Konohagakure? Sakura and Sasuke were equally curious. Initially, they were unaware that the Uzumaki clan existed within the village. Like Naruto, they had always thought it was merely his surname. Upon hearing that the Uzumaki clan had been annihilated, Sasuke regarded Naruto with a touch of sympathy, believing Naruto to be an orphan like himself. Naruto, on the other hand, had just begun to feel a sense of belonging to a family. Yet, just as he thought he had found his place, Yu Yu revealed that the Uzumaki clan had been destroyed and was not even a family of Konohagakure. Yu Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. No, the Uzumaki clan is a ninja family from the land of whirlpools, renowned for their expertise in sealing techniques. They were particularly well suited to be hosts for tailed beasts, which is why they were besieged by several great nations, leading to the clan's demise as they sought to seize their sealing techniques. Apart from a portion that was slaughtered, some members of the clan are likely scattered across the world. For example, there are still members of the Uzumaki clan in Konohagakure that I recall that the wife of the first Hokage was from the Uzumaki clan, and so was the wife of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, both of them served as hosts for the Nine Tails. This was not confidential information. Such details could be found in the public library of Konohagakure, though it was rarely attended to, as people were more focused on the Hokage than their wives. Nonetheless, due to their significance, these figures were mentioned in the village's historical records. Yu looked at Naruto and stated, "Thus, I believe that by mastering the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, you could control the Nine Tails within you." Just like the previous Hokage's wives, Naruto fell silent for a moment before asking, "But I have no idea where the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan can be found. Didn't you just say that the clan was wiped out? Where am I supposed to acquire those techniques?" Yu Yu replied, "I'm afraid I can't be of assistance. After all, I am not much stronger than you. Moreover, I suspect that the sealing techniques are classified village secrets, not something accessible to the average person. However, I believe the sealing technique the fourth Hokage placed on you is already quite powerful and beneficial. You simply need to grow stronger and make the most of the fourth Hokage's sealing technique. Eventually, you will surely be able to master the power of the Nine Tails. You must understand that the Nine Tails is immensely powerful. When it rampaged, it caused significant destruction to our village, which merely underscores the vastness of its power. Once mastered, it could potentially elevate your strength to that of a Hokage. After all, the Nine Tails is a formidable beast that the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal, and even the chakra it exudes is enough to surpass Kakashi-sensei's chakra reserves. Just think about it. If you were to fully master the chakra of the Nine Tails, your chakra reserves would likely exceed even that of a Hokage by several times. Furthermore, considering that the previous two hosts of the Nine Tails were from the Uzumaki clan, it stands to reason that your clan's physique is exceptionally suited to be a host for the Nine Tails, inherently possessing the power to suppress tailed beasts. You simply have yet to harness that power." Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination that he yearned to grow stronger, to surpass Yu Yu, and gain Kakashi's recognition. Hearing Yu Yu suggest that mastering the Nine Tails could grant him power equal to or even greater than that of the fourth Hokage ignited a fire within Naruto. Chapter 62. You must know about the Uchiha clan, right? Sasuke, observing Naruto's self-satisfied expression, furrowed his brow that if Naruto were to master the power of the Nine Tails, he would undoubtedly surpass Sasuke significantly. All along, Naruto had been the bottom of their ninja academy. But the mere thought of Naruto surpassing him was difficult for Sasuke to accept, that he was proud and could not bear the idea of being outdone by Naruto. Sasuke turned to Yu Yu. "Did you just use the jutsu that Kakashi taught you?" Yu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Sasuke was likely struggling with the possibility of Naruto surpassing him, hence his inquiry about Kakashi's teaching. Naruto also caught on, looking at Yu Yu with curiosity. Sakura shared the same sentiment, as they were all eager to learn what ninjutsu Kakashi had imparted to Yu Yu. Yu Yu contemplated for a moment before responding. "It's the body flicker technique. This technique simply requires you to master precise chakra control, and you'll figure it out on your own without needing instruction." The three frowned, confused by Yu Yu's statement. The principle behind the body flicker technique was quite simple. Akin to the training of tree climbing, it involved concentrating chakra at the soles of one's feet to enable rapid movement. Sasuke considered this. The principle was indeed not difficult, but achieving the speed you just demonstrated would likely be quite challenging. Sasuke was correct. Yu Yu had utilized the lightning body flicker technique, which required the incorporation of lightning chakra. Currently, Yu Yu's lightning body flicker technique approached the speed of lightning, surpassing Kakashi's version by a slight margin. Yet, Yu Yu would never admit this, replying, "With enough practice, you'll surely be able to achieve it." Sasuke, however, remained unconvinced, scrutinizing Yu Yu. "Your speed just now was slightly faster than Kakashi's. Furthermore, the lightning generated by your respective body flicker techniques is entirely different in color." Sakura nodded in agreement. "That's true. Yu Yu's speed does exceed that of Kakashi-sensei, and the lightning around him is of two different colors. Kakashi-sensei resembles a blue flash, while Yu Yu appears as a golden flash." Naruto chuckled. "Are you trying to pull a fast one on us? I'm not deceiving you. The difference in color is merely due to our differing chakra." Yu Yu replied that you'll understand in time. Sasuke asked, "How did Kakashi-sensei acquire the Sharingan? Is he not from the Uchiha clan? If Kakashi-sensei were indeed an Uchiha, wouldn't that mean you and he share a bloodline?" Naruto also looked towards Yu Yu. Yu Yu felt a headache coming on. His earlier comments were merely meant to steer the trio away from discussing Kakashi's teachings. Who would have guessed that Sasuke would bring up such a sensitive topic? The Uzumaki clan's history was documented in the library, which Yu Yu had previously read, so mentioning it was not unusual. However, the matters concerning the Uchiha clan had always been a village secret, and Yu Yu was reluctant to disclose anything. Sasuke gazed at Yu Yu with eager anticipation. He secretly hoped Kakashi might be from the Uchiha clan, as that would alleviate his feelings of solitude. He was the only Uchiha in all of Konohagakure. Noticing Yu Yu's apparent discomfort, Naruto inquired, "Is there something you can't say?" "Not exactly. It's just that I don't have much clarity on the Uchiha clan. However, I can tell you this. Kakashi-sensei is not from the Uchiha clan." Sasuke, who had been filled with anticipation, instantly felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Sakura, perplexed, asked, "If Kakashi-sensei isn't from the Uchiha clan, how does he possess the Sharingan? Could there be other families in Konohagakure with the Sharingan?" "I'm not sure about that," Yu Yu replied, unwilling to elaborate. Sasuke, however, answered for him. "Only the Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan in Konohagakure, and even among them, those who can awaken the Sharingan are quite rare. So why does Kakashi-sensei have it?" Naruto was filled with curiosity, and Sasuke could likely deduce the reason that it was undoubtedly a transplant. However, he felt a certain discomfort, considering it was the eye of his clan member, now possessed by Kakashi. Furthermore, who could ascertain how Kakashi acquired that Sharingan? Yu glanced at Sasuke, aware that he must have misunderstood Kakashi. Although Yu Yu was reluctant to discuss matters concerning the Uchiha clan, he also wished to prevent any misconceptions Sasuke might harbor about Kakashi. After a moment of contemplation, Yu decided to clarify the situation for Kakashi. The Sharingan was transplanted to Kakashi by a teammate of his during the Third Shinobi World War, when Kakashi's team fell into an ambush, resulting in Kakashi sustaining an injury to one of his eyes. The teammate, a member of the Uchiha clan, was fatally wounded by the enemy's earth-style ninjutsu, which shattered half of his body, in his dying moments. The teammate requested the medical ninja of the team to transplant his remaining healthy eye to Kakashi. It was at that moment that Kakashi acquired the Sharingan. That Uchiha clan member who donated his "I was a close friend of Kakashi's, that I assume you often accompany Kakashi to commemorate his friend," who was the one that gifted Kakashi the Sharingan. Upon hearing Yu recount the sequence of events, Sasuke, who initially questioned Kakashi, fell silent, as did Naruto and Sakura. What astonished the trio was not merely the fact that Kakashi possessed a Sharingan, but rather the profound friendship that compelled Kakashi's teammate to bestow such a precious gift upon him amidst the horrors of war. This only served to highlight the depth of their bond. Sasuke also felt that his earlier speculation was somewhat inappropriate. The realization that Kakashi had forged a formidable reputation in the shinobi world with the transplanted Sharingan prompted Naruto to remark, You are indeed correct. Kakashi-sensei is truly an exceptional ninja." Yu smiled and replied, "Naturally, Kakashi-sensei has been a prodigious ninja since childhood. By our age, he had already attained the rank of Jonin, and to achieve it amidst the chaos of war speaks volumes about his strength." Sasuke remained silent. Yet his anticipation for Kakashi grew. He wondered what powerful techniques Kakashi would impart to him in the future. Most importantly, Kakashi possessed experience with the Sharingan, and perhaps he would teach Sasuke how to develop it. Sasuke turned to Yu and inquired, "Yu, do you possess knowledge about the Uchiha clan? You must be well-versed, considering your familiarity with Kakashi-sensei's affairs and the secrets of the Uzumaki clan." That Sasuke's question stemmed from his own lack of understanding about many aspects of the Uchiha clan, including how to develop the Sharingan. Chapter 63. You Will Die. Sakura and Naruto also looked at Yu, sharing their curiosity about the Uchiha clan. They had often heard of the Uchiha clan's prominence in Konoha, and Sasuke's status as a survivor of that clan had garnered him considerable popularity. Naruto frequently noted that when others mentioned Sasuke, they would also reference the Uchiha clan. From what he gathered, it seemed the Uchiha clan was a remarkably powerful family. Yu, somewhat exasperated, looked at Sasuke and said, "You are a member of the Uchiha clan, yet you lack knowledge of it. How should I know?" However, Sasuke was not one to let Yu off easily. "You don't even know about the Uzumaki clan. Until recently, I hadn't even heard of them. That I refuse to believe you are unaware of the Uchiha clan." Sakura and Naruto nodded in agreement, saying, "Sasuke is right. You know about the Uzumaki clan, so how could you possibly not know about the Uchiha clan?" Yu responded, "My knowledge is largely on par with yours. Perhaps even less comprehensive." Sasuke pressed on, "Then do you know just how powerful the Sharingan truly is? If I continue to develop it, what level can I potentially reach?" This was the question that Sasuke yearned to ask. Under different circumstances, he wouldn't have posed such a question, but he had already acknowledged Yu's strength. He felt no embarrassment in asking him. Naruto and Sakura were equally intrigued, especially Sasuke, who, upon realizing his significant potential for the future, envisioned a time when he would surpass Sasuke and decisively defeat him. Hoping to impress Sakura and win her affection, that he had always believed that Sakura favored Sasuke because he was stronger than Naruto. Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I cannot say for certain. However, given the trepidation the shinobi world exhibits towards the Sharingan, it must indeed be formidable. Moreover, the Uchiha clan wielded considerable influence in Konoha, and their might and status were undoubtedly significant." Yet, despite Yu's words, Sasuke remained unsatisfied. Just how powerful could it be? Yu sighed, "I truly do not know. The strongest Sharingan I have witnessed belongs to Kakashi-sensei." This was indeed the truth, since arriving in this world. Yu had only ever seen Kakashi's Sharingan, never even having glimpsed Sasuke's. Although Sasuke was not pleased with Yu's answer, he realized that pressing further would likely yield no additional information, that he was unsure whether Yu genuinely did not know, or if he was withholding secrets. Upon returning to the home of Tazuna, Yu spotted Kakashi already seated at the dining table, a multitude of black lines adorning his forehead. To Kakashi-sensei, "You truly are an exemplary teacher," Yu remarked sarcastically upon encountering him. Kakashi was well aware of the implications behind Yu's words, understanding it as a complaint regarding his abandonment of Yu to tackle the inquiries of Sasuke and the others. Fortunately, Kakashi's mask concealed his expression. Kakashi greeted the four cheerfully. "Ah, you are back. Come, let's eat. Tsunami has prepared a splendid dinner for you." Tsunami, standing beside Kakashi, added bashfully, "It's just a simple meal. I hope it's satisfactory," despite his dissatisfaction with Kakashi's behavior. Yu engaged in polite conversation with Tsunami. Tazuna, seeing Yu, smiled and remarked, You truly are diligent, practicing until so late." Following the previous battle, Tazuna felt that only Kakashi and Yiyu were reliable, that he believed that as long as Kakashi and Yiyu were present, even if Zabuza were to appear again, he could not be assassinated. As for Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, Tazuna regarded them as complete novices, incapable of even protecting themselves, let alone others. Thus, he treated Yiyu with particular warmth. After the four took their seats, Inari peeked out from behind Tsunami, his gaze filled with derision. A bunch of fools. They'll surely meet the same fate as that person. Yiyu, hearing this, chose to remain silent and refrain from pondering who that person might be. Although he retained some memories of this mission, the specific details had faded from his mind, leaving him unaware of why Inari would make such a statement. Kakashi overheard the comment and appeared contemplative. He was not angry. Rather, he pondered why Inari would utter such words and who that person was. Kakashi glanced at Yiyu, noting his calm demeanor as he dined, seemingly oblivious to Inari's previous remarks. He thought to himself, this kid is remarkably composed. However, I am certain he is contemplating who that person is. After a mere glance at Yiyu, Kakashi resumed eating, maintaining his usual expression. Meanwhile, Yiyu and Kakashi exchanged no words. However, Naruto had caught wind of it. Though Inari's voice had been low, Naruto still heard it. Instantly displeased, he stood on his chair, shaking his fist at Inari. Who are you calling a fool? Speak clearly. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent. Yet their expressions were equally displeased. After all, they had continued with the mission out of goodwill, only to be insulted by Inari. Despite Sakura's outward calmness, her inner turmoil had erupted that Naruto's words only served to further provoke Inari. He no longer felt fear, jumping out from behind his mother to confront Naruto, shouting, I'm talking about you. Do you have any idea who your opponents are? They are ninjas capable of easily slaughtering a group of people. You think a few of you can defeat them. That's utterly foolish. What else could you be but fools? Especially you. You blonde idiot. Tsunami, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly intervened. Inari, you're being very rude. Apologize to these ninjas at once. Inari, tears streaming down his face, stubbornly retorted, I won't apologize. I speak the truth. How can these people possibly defeat those ninjas? They're just more souls destined for the blade. Fools, a bunch of fools. Wah. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, ultimately running out of the room. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, fuming to confront Inari. That little brat. How dare he say such things? I'm going to set him straight. As Naruto spoke, he dashed outside. Tsunami and Tazuna hurriedly offered their apologies to Kakashi, saying, We are truly sorry, Mr. Kakashi. Inari did not mean to speak so thoughtlessly. Please forgive his disrespectful behavior. I have already apologized on his behalf. Just as Tazuna and Tsunami were about to kneel, Kakashi quickly helped them up. There is no need for such gestures. Children can be rather candid, and we are not inclined to hold grudges against the young. He reassured them. However, it seemed there was more to the story. Chapter 64. Mastering the greatest power. Will I change? Tazuna sighed, recounting how that child's father had been killed for trying to stop Kato. He had always idolized his father, never imagining. After Tazuna finished explaining the situation regarding Inari and his father, Kakashi and the others finally understood that Mr. Kakashi, the bridge connecting the land, is of utmost importance. If it cannot be completed, the land of waves will forever remain under Kato's dominion, and its people will never escape his cruel rule. As he spoke, Tazuna could not help but shed tears. Father, with Mr. Kakashi and the others here, the bridge will surely be completed. Tsunami comforted her father. Observing Tazuna's distress, Yiyu felt a complex mix of emotions. The sorrow of a small man, possessing the power to command the ninja world. Yet those without power felt as insignificant as ants, even in times of peace. How desperate must ordinary people be during wartime? For the first time, Yiyu deeply experienced an overwhelming sense of helplessness. To Yiyu, Kato was merely a pest one could easily crush, but to the people of the Land of Waves, he loomed like a mountain that could easily crush them. The Land of Waves was impoverished, lacking even its own ninja village. Perhaps it would require no more than a few Chunin or even Genin to dominate this nation. Yiyu also began to comprehend why Tazuna ultimately named the bridge connecting the land after Naruto. Perhaps to others, Naruto was merely a Genin, but to the people of the Land of Waves, he was a hero who saved their entire country. Kakashi glanced at Yiyu, noting his contemplative expression, and nodded to himself. This was precisely what he hoped Yu would understand. Many people in this world live humbly, and the power Yu now possessed elevated him above many, whether he used that power to oppress the weak or to help them. To uphold order rested solely in his hands. Sasuke and Sakura did not share the same depth of feeling and could not empathize with Tazuna. Although Sasuke had experienced the destruction of his family, he had received special care from the third Hokage due to Itachi's presence, and he had never truly felt the weight of oppression, at least not within the village. Sakura was even less affected. After all, Konoha maintained order, and as a student at the Ninja Academy, no one dared bully her. After a brief conversation between Kakashi and Tazuna, the group decided to rest. That night, Yu sat on the balcony of the second floor. Bathed in the pale, silvery moonlight, the distant sounds of insects and birds resonated from the forest, creating a seemingly noisy yet remarkably tranquil atmosphere. Yu stared into the darkness beyond, his gaze unwavering, even though he could see nothing. After a long while, he sensed someone sit beside him. Without turning, he said softly, "Kakashi-sensei, what do you think I will become once I have become the most powerful person in the world?" Kakashi, taken aback for a moment, pondered before responding, "I believe in you." He did not mock Yu for harboring thoughts of becoming the strongest in the world, nor did he answer Yu's question directly. However, Kakashi's words brought a smile to Yu's face. "Do you truly believe in me, Kakashi-sensei?" he asked. "To be honest, the power I have gained over these past few days has left me feeling somewhat hollow, that I genuinely do not know what I will become when I am strong. Perhaps stronger than anyone else. The desires of humanity are boundless. Why do you think there were once individuals in the ninja world who could suppress an entire era? If such a person existed, what would their mindset be?" Yu pondered. Feeling lost, he understood that he possessed a system and that it was highly likely he would become the strongest ninja in the world in the future. Yet, when that day arrived, would he truly be able to remain true to himself? Did he possess no desire for power? When one can control an entire world, can they maintain the mindset of their youth? The utmost martial strength brings with it unparalleled power. The thought of having the ability to determine life and death, to exercise dominion over all in this world, was utterly intoxicating. Yu wondered if he would still be able to maintain the same relaxed attitude after reaching such heights. Everyone at different stages of their lives possesses varying resources and mindsets. Perhaps when he attained ultimate power, he would deem his current attitude of simply getting by as foolish. After all, he was still too weak to truly appreciate the beauty of absolute control. Naturally, he believed he would continue in this manner. But was that truly the case? Could he genuinely maintain such a mindset? Doubt crept into Yu's heart. Kakashi, glancing at Yu, sighed and turned his gaze toward the distant mountains. "Although I do not know what you will become in the future, I am certain you will not become consumed by greed, that I trust my judgment of character." Yu turned to Kakashi, smiling. "How can you be so sure?" "Because I believe in you," Kakashi replied earnestly. Yu chose not to respond further, lost in his thoughts. Kakashi continued, "That night, the third Hokage shared stories with me about the era of the first Hokage. Would you like to hear them?" "Yes," Yu nodded. Despite retaining some memories, the details had long since faded after 12 years. Kakashi began to recount the tale of the first Hokage's time, describing his immense power. Powerful enough to be revered as the god of shinobi. Kakashi slowly narrated the story of the first Hokage's era to Yu, who listened attentively. After a long while, as Kakashi concluded, he turned to Yu and said, "Yu, I believe you will one day be like the first Hokage. Previously, I was concerned that the power within you might pose a threat to the village. However, I am now more inclined to believe that you will harness that power wisely. You will become a hero who protects the village, not a demon who destroys it. Therefore, I will impart all my knowledge to you. I am betting everything on you." Yu chuckled that if I were to become the latter, "Kakashi-sensei, you would be in quite a predicament. That would be unavoidable, that I know that one day you will become immensely powerful. When that day comes, even if I am no longer your match, I will risk my life to stop you. But I am even more certain that you will be a source of pride for your teacher, not a figure who brings shame." With that, Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. As Kakashi returned to his room, Yu smiled to himself. "Whatever happens, I will deal with the future when it comes. For now, I will remain unchanged." Yu was uncertain of his future. Perhaps as he gained power, he would become stronger, yet his desires would also grow. And his carefree nature might change as well. but living well in the present was paramount. Wasting time fantasizing about events that had not yet occurred was meaningless and only served to increase his worries. Chapter 65. Sakura is kidnapped in the following days. Yu, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura formed pairs to take turns protecting Tazuna as he constructed the bridge. During this time, Zabuza had not reappeared. Kakashi remained with the group assigned to protect Tazuna. For Tazuna was the target of their mission, and Kakashi was not at ease leaving him unattended. As the days passed, Yu mastered dozens of jutsu, even completely mastering Raikiri. Now, he was learning sealing techniques alongside Kakashi. Yu's learning speed astonished Kakashi, despite having previously demonstrated an impressive capacity for learning to AT this point. Yu had acquired enough jutsu to qualify as an elite jonin, his fundamental strength sufficient for that status. He merely lacked practical experience. Yu placed great importance on practical experience, yet Kakashi did not share this view, that he believed that Yu already possessed the strength of an elite jonin, even without extensive real-world experience. Facing an elite jonin, it would be exceedingly difficult to defeat Yu. After several weeks of calm, one day Yu had just returned from training in the back mountains. He stepped onto Tazuna's doorstep. He sensed something was amiss. Yu paused at the entrance, his hand hovering in the air, ready to open the door. It's so quiet. Muttering to himself, Yu took a step back. With a whoosh, he vanished like a specter. Almost simultaneously, Yu reappeared in the room on the second floor where they had been residing for the past few days. Entering through the balcony, he gathered chakra beneath his feet. Treading silently on the wooden floor, observing the room's tidiness as usual, Yu turned and descended to the first floor. It was quiet, an unsettling silence. The house was devoid of tsunami bustling in the kitchen. Nor was Inari racing through the corridor. The little cherry blossom was also nowhere to be seen. As he made his way from the second floor to the first, he found no sign of tsunami. Inari, or the little cherry blossom, on the dining table. Yu discovered a letter. After a moment of hesitation, he gathered chakra in both hands, enveloping them in golden chakra that formed a sort of glove. Opening the envelope, a grave expression crossed his face. Indeed, trouble had arisen. It seemed a trap had been laid for him to fall into. This letter was unmistakably a kidnapping note. The sender had captured the little cherry blossom, Tsunami, and Inari, demanding a meeting at the back mountain that if Yu did not appear by sunset, they would kill the little cherry blossom, Tsunami, and Inari. After a brief contemplation, Yu hastened towards the back mountain. He did not notify Kakashi. Time was of the essence. As he sped along the path, his face was solemn, but he pondered how they could know the timing of his training's conclusion. It seemed they had been lying in wait for quite some time, aiming to detain him by taking the little cherry blossom and the others hostage. Their true goal was to assassinate Dazna, and it was likely that Zabuza had already made his move against Kakashi. Yu was acutely aware that after their previous clash, Zabuza would certainly recognize that neither Kakashi nor he was an opponent he could defeat alone. Thus, capturing the little cherry blossom and the others was merely a diversion to hold him back. Zabuza, aiming to assassinate Dazna, would find it considerably easier if he had no one but Kakashi to contend with. Even with this knowledge, Yu felt compelled to follow their trail. After all, he could not disregard the safety of the little cherry blossom and the others. And in truth, he was incapable of doing so. Soon, Yu reached the location indicated in the letter. Deep within the forest stood a small wooden cabin. Inside the cabin, the little cherry blossom, Tsunami, and Inari were bound to wooden stakes, their bodies adorned with a multitude of explosive tags. Before them sat 3 rogue ninjas from the Mist Village. The leader, a ninja with long green hair and sharp teeth, was none other than the defector from Mist Village, Kurohiro Raya, formerly one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 2 figures standing behind him were mid-level ninjas from the Mist Village, having learned of Yu's prowess rivaling that of A.J. Nin. Zabuza sought out Kurohiro Raya, another defector from the Mist Village. Kadu, in turn, paid a premium for an S-rank mission. Though it pained him, he still agreed to the remuneration to eliminate Dazna and thwart the construction of the Cross-Sea Bridge. Kurohiro Raya regarded the 3 captives before him with a detached expression, eagerly anticipating the moment Yu would arrive. When that boy arrives, I shall send you all to your demise, after your deaths. I will hold a grand funeral for you, he cackled maniacally. The little cherry blossom struggled defiantly, retorting, you green-haired monster will not succeed. When Kakashi-sensei and Yu arrive, they will surely defeat you. Ha ha, the ignorant little girl. Kakashi is likely dead at Zabuza's hands by now. As for that brat Yu, I acknowledge he possesses some skill. However, I hold all three of you hostage. Your foolish bond with your comrades will compel him to consider your safety. No matter how swift he is, he cannot outpace the explosion of the tags affixed to you. Such a pity. That talented boy will die trying to save someone as foolish as you. Kurohiro Raya sneered. Did I end the days leading up to this? Kurohiro Raya and his two subordinates had observed Yu closely. He was well aware of Yu's recent training successes. Had it not been for the hostage situation involving the little cherry blossom, Kurohiro Raya would not have felt confident in his ability to kill Yu. Yet now, with three hostages in his grasp, he had noted the strong bond between Yu and the little cherry blossom. Kurohiro Raya was convinced that Yu would not abandon her. This was his source of confidence. Armed with two Raikiri blades, he was a J-nin and one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen. The added power of the Raikiri blades ensured that his strength was not inferior to that of an elite J-nin, and with the assistance of 2 mid-level ninjas, he could hardly envision a scenario where he could be defeated. Meanwhile, Inari, upon hearing Kurohiro Raya's words, was reminded of his father. Wasn't that how he had perished? Reflecting on the words Naruto had spoken to him that day, despair washed over Inari. Indeed, there were no heroes in this world. Those who aspired to be heroes were fools destined to die. People are always so overconfident. Inari lamented through tears. Initially, after his conversation with Naruto, a glimmer of hope had ignited within him. But now, that hope had been extinguished, and Inari was utterly shattered that Tsunami's complexion had turned pale. She understood the implication of Kurohiro Raya's words. She knew that their deaths were imminent, that in her perspective, Yu and Sasuke were mere children. How strong could they truly become? Kakashi was likely entangled with another wave of ninjas. Her father might have already been slain by the enemy's assailants, having lost both her husband and father in quick succession. Tsunami fell into despair, rendered speechless. Chapter 66. Is Yu dead? Kurohiro Raya's words also plunged the little cherry blossom into despair. She had already grasped Zabuza's strength. Had Yu not been there to assist Kakashi, the latter might not have triumphed over Zabuza. That if Yu were delayed here, Kakashi could potentially falter against Zabuza, resulting in Dazna's death, and Yu could perish in his attempt to save her. Even if he survived this encounter, once Zabuza had assassinated Dazna and reached this location, facing 2 J-nin, the little cherry blossom doubted Yu could prevail. That it was a certain death sentence. With a heavy heart, the little cherry blossom refused to believe that Yu would fall for their trap. He will undoubtedly see through your scheme, she insisted. Kurohiro Raya laughed heartily. Little girl, even if he realizes this is my ploy, does he have a choice? Kurohiro Raya's words rendered her speechless. Indeed, even if Yu were aware, did he truly have a choice? Could he disregard his own life to rush to Kakashi's side? Observing the little cherry blossom's silence, Kurohiro Raya smirked. Would he choose to complete the mission or rescue his comrades? Based on my observations, he will likely opt to save you. To know, he wouldn't choose that. The little cherry blossom protested vehemently that he will definitely go to Kakashi-sensei. She shook her head, hoping Yu would not come. It was a certain death trap. Under normal circumstances, the little cherry blossom would have desired a more significant place in Yu's heart, wishing for a closer friendship. However, when it came to matters of life and death, she wished for Yu to survive, not to accompany her to her demise. The little cherry blossom could not bear the thought of Yu walking into this unmasked trap. Imagining Yu's arrival and the certainty that they would be blown to bits together, she wept. Even as the only ninja among the three, she could not restrain her tears. She did not want Yu to come to his death. You won't come, will you? You are an exceptional ninja, and you will prioritize completing your mission over us. That we are merely temporary teammates. How could I possibly be that important to you? She cried. Observing the little cherry blossom's tearful expression, Kurohiro Raya taunted, Isn't it a joyous occasion to have a talented companion accompany you to hell? Why are you crying? The little cherry blossom did not heed him. Her gaze fixed outside the window, silently praying that Yu would not come. She even wished for him not to see the letter. Little cherry blossom, have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said during your test? Just as Kurohiro Raya finished speaking, Yu's voice resonated from outside the wooden cabin. You came after all, Kurohiro Raya exclaimed, appearing behind the little cherry blossom in an instant, 2 Raikiri blades poised at her throat. The 2 mid-level ninjas also emerged behind Tsunami and Inari, kunai pressed against their necks. Upon hearing Yiyu's voice, the little cherry blossom experienced a fleeting moment of joy, quickly followed by despair as she cried out. Yiyu, why did you come? You must know this is a trap. Why did you come? Yiyu slowly stepped into the wooden cabin, calmly surveying the interior before stating with a hint of resignation. I know this is a trap, but as that man said, I have no choice. That why Yiyu shrugged his shoulders at this moment. He appeared remarkably calm. However, to the two Chunin from the Mist Village, he emanated an aura of imminent danger. As if he could extinguish their lives at any moment. They could hardly believe that he was merely a genin. Yet, recalling their observations over the past few days, both men swallowed hard, trembling with fear as they regarded Yiyu, apprehensive that a single move from him could lead to their demise. They certainly did not regard him as just a lowly genin. This young man was exceedingly perilous, possessing the power to annihilate them in an instant. Hikaru Rhea dared not underestimate the situation either. Sakura, tears streaming down her cheeks, gazed at Yiyu, wishing he had not come. To why Yiyu turned his attention to Hikaru Rhea, remarking, "It seems your strength is not much inferior to that of Zabuza. Is it? You must be a jonin. Mist Village certainly has an abundance of formidable rogue ninjas." The Yiyu appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, jesting with Hikaru Rhea. The latter's expression grew grave as he replied, "Kid, it appears you can only accompany this foolish girl to your demise. What a pity." Yiyu smiled and retorted, "How can you be so certain of my death? Haha, haven't you realized that something is amiss in his surroundings? I've been observing you for quite some time. Do you truly think I am unaware of your capabilities? I wouldn't foolishly engage you in a direct confrontation, as even if I were to win, it would cost me dearly. Within 100 meters of this cabin, I have deployed a plethora of explosive tags, and especially in this very cabin, hundreds of them are enough to leave you and this girl in utter ruin." Upon hearing Hikaru Rhea's words, Yiyu felt no surprise, for he had sensed the traps upon entering. The area surrounding the cabin was laced with tripwires connected to explosive tags that, if detonated, they could obliterate all life within hundreds of meters. Yet, with Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari present, what could he do? Could he simply ignore them? He could not. With all these explosive tags around, I doubt you could escape if they were triggered, Yiyu remarked. Do you really think I would be foolish enough to enter the fray in my true form? Hikaru Rhea clapped his hands. Well done. It seems you've done your homework on me, that you've laid out a trap from which I cannot escape. Enough of this. Boy, prepare to descend into hell with your foolish choices. With that, Hikaru Rhea, unwilling to waste further time in conversation, acted swiftly. Yiyu's gaze sharpened, and his chakra surged with rapid intensity. Lightning release. Lightning net. Wind release. Air burst. Water release. Water barrier. Crack. Buzz. The explosive tags detonated in unison, obliterating the cabin in an instant. The violent explosion created a mushroom cloud towering dozens of meters high, uprooting trees from hundreds of meters away. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air, and the earth trembled as if a great earthquake had struck. After a prolonged moment, the dust settled, revealing the pockmarked landscape. Hikaru Rhea and the two Chunin emerged from behind a tree, surveying the destruction. Hikaru Rhea chuckled. What a magnificent explosion. It's a shame about the fall of such a genius. Very well, allow me to host a grand funeral for you, granting you an honorable exit from this world. Chapter 67. How could she possibly still be alive? Hikaru Rhea approached the epicenter of the blast, where a massive crater had formed. As he peered into the pit, he was taken aback to see 3 shimmering golden orbs of water at its center. What is this? The two Chunin queried, puzzled that a sense of foreboding washed over Hikaru Rhea. Be cautious. That kid is not as easy to deal with as you think. His expression shifted to one of seriousness. Sensing that the explosion had not claimed Yiyu's life. How is that possible? Such an explosion should have been lethal, even to an elite. The two Chunin were incredulous, unable to grasp the reality of the situation. Hikaru Rhea drew his lightning blade, ignoring the Chunin's concerns, his gaze fixed on the golden water orbs. After a moment, seeing no movement from the orbs, he could not contain himself and launched an attack. Lightning release. Lightning strike, crack, crackle. Hikaru Rhea crossed his blades, and blue arcs of electricity surged forth. As he channeled his chakra, the arcs expanded into a thick beam, striking one of the water orbs. However, the overwhelming force of the lightning was wholly absorbed by the orb. As if it were a black hole, The bizarre scene left both Hikaru Raya and the Chunin dumbfounded. What on earth is that, a monster? One Chunin gasped. How could your lightning be absorbed so easily? Brother, Hikaru Raya's expression darkened as he pieced together the puzzle. Kid, stop hiding. I know it's your doing. His fury surged. Yu had survived his meticulously crafted death trap. Not only had he survived, but he had also left behind these enigmatic orbs to mock him. The desolate landscape was eerily silent. Hikaru Raya's demeanor turned grim as he sensed a prying presence. Previously, he had been the one lurking in the shadows. Damn it, troublesome brat. You survived a guaranteed death trap. What sort of monster are you? Brother Hikaru, you can't seriously believe that kid is still alive after such an explosion. The two Chunin's hearts raced at the thought that if Yu had withstood such a violent blast, he must be an unfathomable threat. Having shadowed Yu for days, they were acutely aware of his terrifying capabilities. Hikaru Raya disregarded the Chunin, focusing on the 3 water orbs in the crater. If you won't come out, I will force you. With that, he unleashed another lightning technique. Lightning release. Lightning Fong. As Hikaru Raya completed the jutsu, bolts of lightning coalesced in the sky, striking down with ferocious intensity. The resulting devastation obliterated everything in its path, a terrifying display of power. Finally, Hikaru Raya unleashes his full might. That kid who survived the blast will surely meet his end now, the two Chunin exclaimed, emboldened by the spectacle. Yet, even amidst the chaos, Yu remained absent. Instead, the 3 water orbs began to separate. The sound of cracking glass halted Hikaru Raya's assault. His eyes were fixated on the glowing orbs as the golden substance began to peel away, revealing their true forms. When Hikaru Raya laid eyes on the face emerging from one of the orbs, he was struck dumb. She is alive? That girl is still breathing. This is absurd. The realization hit him hard. Despite having affixed over 20 explosive tags to her, she had survived intact. Damn it. How could this happen? Hikaru Raya had never anticipated that beneath the water sphere lay Sakura. Even more astonishing was the revelation that she had somehow survived. Once the glass-like substance enveloping her fell away, her entire body was revealed, and he could discern not a single trace of injury upon her. That it was utterly unfathomable. Hikaru Raya could scarcely believe it, especially considering the multitude of explosive tags he had affixed to her. How could she possibly be alive? He was in disbelief. Absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion, a trick conjured by that boy. It cannot be. Hikaru Raya trembled, his hands shaking as he grappled with the bizarre reality before him. Those explosive tags had been firmly adhered to the girl. There was no way she could have removed them all in such a brief span of time. His worldview had been profoundly shaken. With a crack, as the water sphere around Sakura completely shattered, the 2 remaining spheres beside her began to dissipate, as well did that moment. Sakura herself was in a daze. Just an instant ago, she had believed she was dead, regretting that she had dragged Yu into it. Shaking her hand, the intense pain jolted her back to consciousness. This was not a dream. I am alive. I cannot believe I have survived the simultaneous detonation of so many explosive tags. But what of Yu? I wonder how he is faring. Chapter 68. He is still alive. Once the water spheres had fallen away, Tsunami and Inari stood in bewilderment. They glanced at their hands, utterly astonished that they were still alive, that we are not dead. What on earth is happening? Tsunami exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. The charred earth indicated they were standing in the center of a massive crater. Surrounded by scorched soil, steam rose from the ground, and the acrid smell of burning was unbearable. Yet, they were alive, and that overshadowed their concerns. That Inari's mind raced with the words spoken to him by Dazuna. It had to be him. He was the one who saved us. Inari suddenly thought of Yu. Previously, he had doubted Dazuna's assertions that he had not believed that Yu and the others could defeat the ninjas hired by Kato. After he and his mother were captured, his doubts solidified, even mocking Naruto's words from that day as laughable. But now, he was indeed alive, rescued by Yu, that he truly possesses the ability to save us. Why, given that Yu is nearly the same age as Naruto, is he so strong? If only my father had been as powerful as Yu, perhaps he would not have perished. Lost in thought, Inari suddenly realized Yu was missing. He scanned the area, unable to locate Yu's figure, only to see Hikaru Raya in the distance, fuming with rage. Mother, was it that person who saved us? Inari looked at his mother. Tsunami nodded. Who else could it be? Meanwhile, Sakura was also searching for Yiyu, her heart heavy with worry. Where are you? She called out, her voice tinged with desperation. She genuinely feared Yiyu had been caught in the blast that I in such a perilous situation. Knowing full well the risk of death, he still came to her AID that it was impossible for anyone to remain indifferent in such circumstances, especially considering Sakura and Yiyu were not particularly close. In her moment of utmost despair, Yiyu had appeared, risking his life for her. After a prolonged silence, when no response came, Sakura feared Yiyu might have perished. Weak and despondent, she knelt, murmuring, "It's all because of me that you." Before she could finish, a sudden flash caught her attention. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." Upon hearing this voice, Sakura's heart raced, and she looked up. Before her stood a figure reminiscent of Yiyu. "Yiyu, you're alive." "Ah, you're really not dead." Tsunami and Inari exclaimed in unison, astonished at Yiyu's miraculous survival amidst the chaos of the recent explosion. Overjoyed, Sakura leapt toward Yiyu, but he gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Calm down. Take care of Tsunami-san and Inari. After training for so long, I want to test the results of my efforts. That guy is a J-nin, and I'm not entirely confident I can defeat him. I must see if I can hold out until Kakashi-sensei arrives." Yiyu spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Though Sakura felt a twinge of disappointment at being restrained, she complied, positioning herself protectively in front of Tsunami and Inari. "Don't worry, I will ensure their safety," she assured him earnestly. Yet Yiyu was unconcerned. Sakura's strength was insufficient for the task. Sending her to protect Inari would merely mean she would be in the way, diverting energy that could be better spent in battle against Haihu at that moment. Tsunami and Inari were filled with confidence in Yiyu that if he could protect them through such a violent explosion, surely he would not falter now. Especially Inari, who, shedding his previous dejection, looked at Yiyu with admiration, raising his hand and shouting, "You do your best. I'll take care of my mother and not cause you any trouble." "Very well," Yiyu replied, acknowledging Inari's words. Sakura gazed at Yiyu's back, her expression shifting. He now radiated an aura of safety. "Yiyu, be careful that I will protect them. You just focus on fighting," she stated resolutely. Yiyu nodded, withdrawing a kunai from his tool pouch. With a crackle, golden arcs of lightning surged along the queue. That lightning. Yiyu and that's so cool." Inari exclaimed, mesmerized by the spectacle of Yiyu conjuring lightning with such ease. Sakura recognized the magnitude of Yiyu's strength. He had unleashed a formidable lightning release without even forming hand seals that he had surpassed them by a considerable margin. Among the 5 nature transformations, lightning release was known for its immense power, yet difficulty in control. Yet Yiyu had conjured it effortlessly. His prowess was on an entirely different level than theirs. Tsunami, equally stunned, marveled, "Is this what it means to be a ninja? How powerful. He seems even stronger than Zabuza." Having witnessed ninjas before, Tsunami had only seen them wielding their blades, but Yiyu's kunai summoned an abundance of golden lightning that did not harm him, a display of skill akin to a sage's technique in the eyes of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, in a frenzied search for Yiyu, Haihu caught sight of him standing at the bottom of the pit. His eyes narrowed. "You little brat, you've finally shown yourself that I can't believe you survived all those explosive tags. How infuriating. But since you refuse to die easily, I shall make you suffer painfully, torturing you slowly to experience a fate worse than death. That my lightning blade is ready to taste blood. This time, I will not allow you to escape. You too, employ the mist concealment technique to shroud this area." Haihu commanded the 2 Ch-nin. They exchanged a glance at the calm Yiyu below. Their throats tightened as they sensed the clash of momentum between Yiyu and Haihu. The oppressive killing intent sent chills down their spines. Why does this mere genin, this child, possess a presence that rivals that of Haihu? What kind of monster is he? It felt as though his strength was not at all inferior to that of Haihu. As the 2 Ch-nin began to form hand seals, they murmured, "With this, we shall." In an instant, the area within 100 meters was engulfed in dense mist. The atmosphere of impending doom was amplified by the thick fog. Chapter 69. He actually blocked it. The 2 Ch-nin, combining their powers for the mist concealment technique, created a denser and broader fog than usual. Haihu chuckled, as a ninja of the mist village. Moving freely through the fog is fundamental. Haihu laughed heartily, But just as he finished speaking, he heard Yu Yu's cold voice nearby. What a coincidence. This technique poses no restrictions on me either, with a crackle and a swoosh. A golden flash zipped past. The sounds of lightning crackled, followed by the anguished cries of the two Sichnin underlings, causing Haihu Rhea to tremble. Damn it, this guy is too fast, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. Haishu Lia leaped several steps backward, increasing the distance between himself and his two subordinate Chunin. Within the shrouded mist, Yu maintained a serene gaze directed toward Haishu Lia. Beneath his feet lay two fallen Chunin from the hidden mist village. Their lifeless bodies pooling in a crimson tide, utterly devoid of life, that a swift execution, an utterly horrifying instant demise that in a mere heartbeat. He had dispatched both Chunin, who had not been afforded even the slightest opportunity to struggle. The moment their bodies were pierced, a terrifying surge of electricity coursed through every fiber of their being, robbing them of all vitality in an instant. The Kanai, imbued with the power of lightning, possessed a lethality far surpassing that of a mere assassination. Haishu Lia was taken aback. Despite his prior knowledge of Yi Yu's formidable prowess, he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from such a considerable distance. This remarkable individual, had executed a teleportation that even he could not perceive, closing the gap of several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. The speed of this person's body flicker technique was astonishingly swift. Could it be that he was a disciple of the Yellow Flash? Memories of the legendary figure from the Third Shinobi World War flashed through Haishu Lia's mind. The name of the Yellow Flash. He was a being who could abandon a mission to return, if necessary, that Yu's velocity had transcended that of an elite Jonin, and his movement was accompanied by flashes of golden lightning, leading Haishu Lia to mistakenly believe that Yi Yu was a student of Minato Namikaze, assuming he was employing the Flying Thunder God technique. The sheer rapidity of Yi Yu's actions was staggering, so much so that it was beyond the realm of human perception. Haishu Lia, a master of lightning release, prided himself on his speed, yet found himself utterly unable to react to Yi Yu's swiftness. It was no wonder he mistook him for a disciple of Minato Namikaze. However, after his initial shock, he was consumed by rage. You little brat, don't think you're impressive just because you've killed two Chunin. There is an immeasurable chasm between Chunin and Jonin. With a fervent resolve, he executed the lightning release. Lightning feast, crossing two lightning blades into the ground, that in an instant, dozens of terrifying bolts of lightning erupted forth. Crack, boom, in a heartbeat, the lightning, resembling serpentine creatures, cleaved through the mist, hurtling toward Yu that in the blink of an eye, it surrounded him. Lightning release. Lightning net. Zivim, boom, in an instant, Yi brought his hands together. Countless golden bolts of lightning coalesced around him, forming a radiant golden shield that in that fleeting moment, the blue lightning collided with the golden barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic force that obliterated everything in the vicinity. The ground around Yu crumbled, debris flew wildly, and the stones caught in the electrical wave were reduced to mere powder that a blinding white light, akin to the sun, illuminated the area as if it were midday. The shockwave from the explosion whipped up a furious wind, creating a terrifying vortex of dust. Tsunami and Inari, displaced hundreds of meters away, were now shielded from the raging storm by Sakura, who covered her face against the onslaught of wind and sand. Gazing upon the spiraling tempest hundreds of meters away, Sakura was filled with concern. This is terrifying. Is this truly the power of a Jonin? Can Yi Yu withstand this, despite being so far from Yi Yu? The storm remained ferocious, tousling Sakura's hair and causing her clothes to flutter violently. She worried for Yi Yu, while Inari clenched her fists, her heart racing, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Yu in the distance. It felt akin to a clash of deities. The prowess of ninjas was indeed fearsome. How could someone so young possess such overwhelming power? Tsunami marveled at the scene. The battle between Yi Yu and Haishu Lia left Tsunami, who had never witnessed ninjutsu before, deeply shaken. To her, their conflict resembled a celestial confrontation, a display of might beyond human capability. Meanwhile, countless thunderous arcs of lightning continued to batter the protective shield Yi Yu had conjured, despite the immense destructive force. The golden barrier remained steadfast, unyielding to the onslaught. This was a defensive technique of Yi Yu's own design, born from his profound understanding of lightning release. Lightning release. Lightning net. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines. was equally astonished by the potency of this technique, that it was undeniably an S-rank ninjutsu, requiring an extraordinary comprehension of lightning release and an unparalleled precision in its execution. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. After grasping the principles behind the technique, Kakashi shook his head, acknowledging that even he could not master it. This technique likely belonged solely to Yu, for a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic backlash. Despite its formidable defensive capabilities, the technique required an immense reservoir of chakra. The potential for danger was significant. If mishandled, the user could be reduced to mere remnants, were it not for the fact that Yu wielded it with such ease. Kakashi would never have permitted him to employ such a perilous technique in battle. This ninjutsu was undoubtedly one that should remain sealed within the Forbidden Scrolls. Lightning Release. Lightning Net was even more hazardous than Lightning Release. Lightning Cutter. Several times over, after enduring the relentless barrage of lightning arcs, Haishulia fixed his gaze confidently upon the direction where Yu had been struck. Haha, kid, you should regret not dying earlier. You must be nothing more than minced meat now. Haishulia was brimming with confidence in the power of his lightning blades. The might of Lightning Release. Lightning Feast was indeed formidable, at least A rank. Yet as the dust settled, Haishulia's anticipation of seeing Yu's dismembered remains was dashed. Instead, he beheld a golden shield shimmering with light. Surrounding the golden barrier, the earth had crumbled, the terrain devastated by the ferocious lightning strikes, with fissures snaking out for dozens of meters. The flora had been reduced to charred remnants. The soil blackened and still emitting wisps of smoke. However, Haishulia paid no heed to these details. His expression was one of sheer astonishment as he beheld the golden barrier. Damn it, not again. Is that ninjutsu? You survived the explosion thanks to this technique, didn't you? What manner of ninjutsu is this, that it can withstand my lightning release? Haishulia could scarcely believe that someone could thwart his lightning release. Especially a mere genin. Chapter 70. The Final Gambit. As the golden shield gradually dissipated, revealing Yu within, it became apparent that he bore not a single mark from the earlier cataclysmic lightning strikes. His attire remained devoid of even the slightest dust, that Yu calmly regarded Haishulia in the distance, remarking, "Is that all your lightning blades can muster?" His taunting words incensed Haishulia. "You little brat. Don't you think that blocking one lightning feast means my lightning blades lack power? I will make you understand the might of the 7 ninja swordsmen." With that declaration, Haishulia charged toward Yu. His lightning blades crackling with azure electricity, an ordinary ninja. His speed was impressive. However, to Yu, it appeared painfully slow, Yu observed the oncoming Haishulia with calm composure, unperturbed even in the face of a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. An elite jonin in an instant, the two collided. Haishulia swung his dual lightning blades, aglow with electric energy, while Yu wielded but a single ordinary kunai. Clang, 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 crack, crack, crack. The fierce close-quarters combat erupted, the blue lightning of Haishulia's blades clashing with the golden lightning of Yu's kunai in a flurry of sparks. The two arcs of lightning continually clashed, golden and blue arcs colliding in a dazzling display. Minutes passed in this brutal exchange of physical techniques, and Haishulia was horrified to discover that Yu's prowess in taijutsu was not inferior to his own. Moreover, Yu's agility and strength far surpassed his own. His continued survival was merely a testament to his superior combat experience. Yet, even as they fought, Yu's combat skills appeared to be evolving, matching Haishulia's own. Previously relying solely on brute strength, Yu's fighting technique had grown to rival that of his opponent. This was terrifying that if the battle continued, it would surely spell disaster for him. Yet he found himself at a loss on how to create distance between them, Yu pressed him too closely. He had no opportunity to retreat. What kind of monster was this? How could someone so young possess such fearsome power? And his combat skills were improving at an alarming rate, that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. He had to find a way to distance himself and conclude the battle with ninjutsu. Yu, with an expressionless visage, engaged in a fierce duel with Haishulia, during which he acquired numerous combat techniques. After all, Haishulia was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, possessing formidable physical prowess. The 7 ninja swordsmen relied on their swords, which necessitated physical skills to be effective. Thus, their martial abilities were commendable. However, Yu's learning curve was astonishingly swift, Within mere minutes of combat, he had mastered the physical techniques of Haishulia at that moment. His combat skills were on par with those of Haishulia, while his strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of his adversary, leaving Haishulia feeling overwhelmed. After a few more minutes of combat, Haishulia gritted his teeth and unleashed a lightning technique, lightning release. Lightning ball. In the instant that their two lightning blades clashed with Yuyu's kunai, Haishulia released a lightning ninjutsu, in a flash. A sphere of electricity hurtled toward Yuyu's face. Yuyu's reflexes were remarkable. In an instant, he vanished from the trajectory of the lightning ball. Boom! The lightning ball missed Yuyu, crashing into a stone behind him, shattering it into debris. The power was terrifying. Seizing the opportunity, Haishulia distanced himself from Yuyu. When Yuyu glanced at Haishulia again, he had already begun to gather his ninjutsu. Lightning release. Lightning dragon tornado. In an instant, a lightning dragon, measuring several meters in length, coalesced before Haishulia. The dragon roared as it charged toward Yuyu with incredible speed. Yuyu's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly brought his hands together. Wind release. Storm dragon, without forming any additional hand seals. Yuyu unleashed an A-rank wind ninjutsu. With a mere gesture, a storm dragon soared over Yuyu, racing toward the lightning dragon released by Haishulia. The speed was astounding. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dragon and the wind dragon collided between the two combatants. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous roars echoed as the wind dragon and lightning dragon clashed multiple times before the wind dragon opened its jaws wide and devoured the lightning dragon in a single bite. The ensuing explosion shattered the earth within dozens of meters, creating countless fissures and ravines. After consuming the lightning dragon, the wind dragon, seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own, surged toward Haishulia. Haishulia's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Yuyu could use wind release, and his wind techniques were astonishingly powerful. He had observed Yuyu practicing lightning release for days, and had never anticipated that he would also master wind release. Both techniques were notoriously difficult to master. How could Yuyu, still merely a genin, possess such prowess? The combat prowess he had displayed was a grave insult to the rank of jonin. Boom! The wind dragon offered no respite for Haishulia's astonishment. In an instant, it was upon him, crashing into the very spot where he stood. The forceful impact created a massive crater measuring over 10 meters deep. As the storm subsided, a powerful gale swept through the area, capable of uprooting trees. Yuyu glanced in another direction. Acknowledging Haishulia's remarkable ability to flee, he chuckled softly at this moment. Haishulia's attire lay in tatters, his body marred by numerous wounds inflicted by the wind blades, bleeding profusely. Yet, it was evident that his life was not in imminent danger. However, he was in a state of utter disarray, lacking the imposing presence one would expect from a member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen or an elite jonin. With a grave expression and labored breaths, Haishulia stared at Yuyu, his hands trembling around the hilt of his lightning blade. A monster. This fellow was indeed a monster. Could he truly be just a genin? What kind of anomaly had emerged from Konoha? If this continued, he would surely perish. Having battled thus far, Haishulia realized he was no match for Yuyu. Initially, Yuyu seemed inexperienced in combat. Yet now, Haishulia felt completely suppressed by Yuyu's overwhelming skills. Especially concerning Yuyu's speed. It was astonishingly rapid, far surpassing his own, that he almost believed Yuyu had mastered space-time ninjutsu. Being proficient in lightning release already granted Haishulia considerable speed, yet Yuyu's velocity was on another level, often rendering Haishulia's eyes unable to keep pace. It was a terrifying realization. Yuyu could easily eliminate him, and the only reason he had not done so yet was toying with him. Though anger coursed through Haishulia, he could not deny Yuyu's superiority, that he was capable of ending his life. Unbeknownst to Haishulia, Yuyu had previously lacked the confidence to kill him, as he had never faced a jonin in battle. Kakashi and Zabuza had never fought him with their full strength, leading Yuyu to assume they had retained considerable power. Thus, he did not believe his abilities could surpass those of a jonin. Moreover, Yuyu still felt that Haishulia must possess some hidden technique yet to be revealed. Therefore, he was waiting for Haishulia to unleash his trump card, preserving his stamina and chakra for the ultimate move. However, Haishulia had no further tricks up his sleeve. He was left with only a suicidal ninjutsu. Yu hesitated to act recklessly, while Haisha felt that Yu was mocking him. Chapter 71. Haisha. Is he dead? What other abilities do you have yet to reveal? Come now, let me witness the might of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Haisha furrowed his brow. You insolent brat. Whom do you dare insult? Lightning blade technique. Falling thunder. Haisha, incensed by Yu's words, immediately summoned his chakra to unleash his final lethal ninjutsu. Instantly, 2 half-meter-thick arcs of lightning, akin to serpents, surged toward Yu. Their power significantly greater than that of his previous attack. However, if this was all he had, it would not be enough to defeat me. The 2 lightning serpents charged at Yu from either side. Clap! Yu clapped his hands together. Let us see how you fare against my lightning release. Lightning release. Meteor. In an instant, a blinding burst of golden lightning erupted from Yu, coalescing into dozens of golden bolts that hurtled toward Haisha. The 2 golden lightning arcs shattered Haisha's lightning serpents effortlessly, leaving them with no power to resist, reducing them to mere specks of light. Before Haisha could react, countless golden bolts crashed into him. Boom, boom, boom. In a heartbeat, the ground beneath Haisha erupted in a violent explosion. Dust and debris filled the air, and even in the darkness of night, the surroundings were illuminated as if it were daytime. The terrifying force sent tremors through the earth, triggering a minor earthquake. This cataclysmic scene resembled the end of the world. Even Sakura and her companions, hundreds of meters away, struggled to maintain their footing. With Sakura staring in disbelief, was this truly the power of Yu? It was utterly terrifying. Could he really be only 12 years old? Sakura found it hard to believe that such strength could belong to a mere 12-year-old boy. In fact, she felt that Yu's power had far surpassed that of Kakashi, having never witnessed him wield such a wide-ranging, devastating ninjutsu. After a long while, the dust settled, revealing a crater measuring 100 meters wide and several meters deep before Yu. The earth within the pit had been charred black by the lightning, still emitting wisps of smoke. Approaching the edge of the crater, Yu gazed down at the charred remains of Haisha, now a shattered husk, alongside the 2 fallen lightning blades that he was utterly stunned. Could this truly be Haisha dead? Yu struggled to comprehend that this was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Haisha had been defeated by a single ninjutsu of his own, and his body had been reduced to cinders. Surely, the real Haisha could not be this incompetent. Yu was unwilling to accept that Haisha possessed such limited abilities that he had been anticipating a grand display of power from him. Little did he know that a casual release of a lightning ninjutsu had resulted in Haisha's demise, that as he picked up the 2 fallen lightning blades, he found them quite unappealing. Initially, Yu had thought that these swords, being part of the 7 ninja swordsmen, must possess a significant portion of their strength. However, upon holding them, he realized they did not align with his aesthetic preferences. They were oddly shaped, and though he had considered keeping them, he had lost all desire to do so. I'll take them for now. Perhaps I can return them as a gesture of goodwill when relations with the Mist Village are restored. Currently, the hidden Mist Village remains sealed off. Thus, there are no avenues for return. Given the current strength of Yu, this lightning blade holds no significance for him whatsoever. Moreover, its appearance does not align with his aesthetic preferences. He would much prefer Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. For now, let us seal it away. With that, Yu retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This was a basic sealing scroll he had learned to create over the past few days while studying sealing techniques with Kakashi. Designed to seal ninja tools within it, essentially the scrolls used on a daily basis. After securing the lightning blade, Yu glanced at the charred remains of Haisha, which had been reduced to ashes and scattered fragments. It is indeed a pity for a legendary Jonin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, to meet such an unfortunate demise. What a disgraceful end, that he often officiated funerals for others. Now, let me see you off on your final journey. Haisha was the first Jonin Yu had slain, and an elite Jonin at that. Yet, he felt little joy in this achievement. Instead, he harbored some disappointment, as he believed that Haisha must have had a formidable move left unplayed. He had initially thought that Haisha would be able to withstand his jutsu. However, to his astonishment, not only did Haisha fail to defend against it, but he also lacked the capacity to evade. The lightning release, Meteor, is an A-rank ninjutsu, one of Yu's own developments. Yet, he had never employed it in actual combat, Until now, it was unexpected that his first application of this jutsu would result in the death of Heichue Leia. Even Yu had not anticipated that this technique could fell an elite jonin. Although in the end, it was Naruto who delivered the final blow that was due to Naruto's protagonist aura. In a serious confrontation, without unleashing the power of the Nine Tails, it would have been quite challenging for Naruto to defeat him. Moreover, at that time, Heichue Leia's mental defenses had been compromised by Lan Wan. Presently, however, Heichue Leia had not yet been affected by Lan Wan. He remained a genuine elite jonin, while Yu himself had not fathomed that he was already capable of slaying an elite jonin. Gazing at Heichue Leia's corpse, Yu shook his head, feeling a deep sense of regret. Regret that Heichue Leia had not unleashed his ultimate technique. Earth Release. Earth Quicksand. Yu formed hand seals and struck the ground. Instantly, a surge of earth erupted, transforming into quicksand that gradually buried Heichue Leia's remains, forming a small mound that a gravestone rose before the grave. Yu approached, inscribing the name Heichue Leia upon the stone. Despite having slain an elite jonin, Yu felt no joy within that he pondered the nature of his current strength. Why had Heichue Leia fallen before him? Yu questioned his own abilities. When he had dispatched Heichue Leia, he did not perceive it as defeating an elite jonin, but rather questioned whether this individual was indeed Heichue Leia. Previously, Yu had always believed his strength to be on par with an ordinary jonin, with a considerable gap between him and elite jonin. Therefore, when he had killed Heichue Leia with a single jutsu, consuming barely a fraction of his chakra, he was left in a state of bewilderment that felt as though he were dreaming. Regardless, now that Heichue Leia had been vanquished, it was evident that Yu's prowess had reached the level of an elite jonin. This is a significant tier. After all, theoretically, each village's elite jonin is eligible to be chosen as a Kage. Every Kage is ultimately selected from within the ranks of elite jonin. Even Naruto needed to invest time to ascend to jonin status before he could succeed Kakashi and become the 7th Hokage. Of course, Yu's current rank remained that of a genin. In a few months, the Chunin exams would take place, and perhaps that would be Yu's opportunity to advance to Chunin status. Chapter 72, Naruto Goes Berserk. Upon witnessing the cessation of battle in the distance, Yu had vanished. Sakura, fearing he might be in trouble, gritted her teeth and ran towards the battleground. Soon, she arrived at the edge of a massive pit. Staring into the approximately 100-meter wide chasm, her face was filled with astonishment that this the result of Yu's recent jutsu. How terrifying! Sakura struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Yu's power that could create such a vast crater. It surpassed her understanding entirely. This pit was even larger than the one created by the simultaneous detonation of thousands of explosive tags. However, Sakura's thoughts were not consumed by this. She looked toward the bottom of the pit, where Yu's figure emerged. She hurriedly dashed toward him. Upon reaching Yu, she found him standing before a grave. Reading the inscription on the tombstone, Sakura sighed in relief that Heichue Leia truly dead. She glanced at Yu that he calmly nodded. Sakura, who had been worried moments ago, smiled and said, "Yu, you are truly incredible. Even jonin are no match for you." Yu displayed no signs of joy. Turning to leave. Confused, Sakura wondered why Yu seemed so downcast despite his victory. Boys can be quite peculiar. Taking one last look at the grave of Heichue Leia, Sakura pursued Yu. Back on the surface, Yu glanced at the moon in the night sky, furrowing his brow that it was already night. He wondered how Kakashi-sensei was faring that I must go assist him. Sakura, go fetch Tsunami and Inari. We shall support Kakashi-sensei together. I cannot leave you here. Sakura nodded, eager to comply. Although she longed to ask Yu how he had grown so powerful in such a short time, she understood that this was not the moment for such inquiries. After summoning Tsunami and Inari, Yu led the three of them toward the bridge construction site. After some time, the four finally arrived at the construction site, where they stumbled upon Zabuza and Kakashi engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the overwhelming chakra emanating from Naruto caught Yu's attention. This malevolent chakra cannot be Naruto going berserk, can it? Yu turned his gaze toward Naruto. In the darkness, the red chakra was strikingly conspicuous. Kakashi, who was battling Zabuza, noticed Yu's presence and sighed in relief. This kid's strength has indeed surpassed that of a jonin. Perhaps he himself was taken aback by his own capabilities. Kakashi viewed Yu Yu's demeanor as overly cautious, akin to Shikamaru, often lacking interest in many matters. During their training sessions, Kakashi had already assessed that Yu Yu's strength had exceeded that of a Jonin. In a direct confrontation, he would not stand a chance against Yu Yu. Yet, Yu Yu remained unconvinced in his perception. Jonin were an unattainable pinnacle. While Jonin represent the elite fighting force of a village, they are not invincible. This concept had yet to dawn upon Yu Yu. Previously, he had heard Zabuza mention that Heichue Leia had gone to assassinate Yu Yu. Although Kakashi trusted in Yu Yu's strength, he was still concerned. While Yu Yu's raw power had indeed surpassed that of a Jonin, his combat experience was still lacking. Who knew what underhanded tactics Heichue Leia might employ? After all, ninjas are renowned for their unscrupulous methods, willing to employ any means necessary to complete their missions. In this regard, Yu Yu lacked experience. Many skilled ninjas had fallen victim to assassination. Those who took their lives often possessed lesser strength, but resorted to nefarious tactics that Kakashi's worry stemmed from this very fact. Since Yu Yu had appeared here, it indicated that Heichue Leia had failed. Yu Yu hurried to Naruto's side. He is in trouble, Kakashi shouted. Yu Yu glanced at Kakashi, then turned to remind Sakura to protect them. I will go check on him. Sakura, aware that she could not be of much assistance, nodded affirmatively. Don't worry. I will ensure their safety. Yu Yu said nothing further and sprinted toward Naruto. Meanwhile, Zabuza, engaged in combat with Kakashi, was taken aback by Yu Yu's sudden appearance. How did that kid end up here? What on earth was Heichue Leia doing? After releasing a jutsu, Kakashi addressed Zabuza. Things are not as you think. My disciple is far stronger than you can imagine. It seems even the 7 ninja swordsmen cannot defeat him. Zabuza frowned. Yu Yu's emergence was indeed unexpected in Zabuza's eyes. No matter how gifted Yu Yu might be, he was merely a genin, just a little brat who had recently become a genin. There was no way he could be a match for an elite jonin like Heichue Leia, especially with 2 chunin accompanying him. Zabuza could not fathom how Heichue Leia had met defeat. Yet, regardless of his disbelief, Yu Yu's presence signified that Heichue Leia had failed. Zabuza was left speechless, reflecting on how boastful Heichue Leia had been, claiming he could defeat that kid in under 10 minutes. Clearly, he was utterly unreliable. Looking at Kakashi, Zabuza coldly remarked, I do not understand why Heichue Leia did not stop that kid. But the Nine-Tails brat has gone berserk, that if this situation cannot be resolved, I fear you will bear significant responsibility. Kakashi. Kakashi gazed into the distance at the towering crimson chakra, his brow furrowed in concern. This was the most troubling matter on his mind at present. After the appearance of Yu Yu, he believed they could easily defeat Zabuza together. However, following Naruto's rampage, controlling the situation had become exceedingly difficult. In his childhood, Naruto had once gone on a rampage, resulting in severe losses for the Umbu. Had it not been for the 3rd Hokage mobilizing the entire sealing unit, the Umbu, and several elite jonin from the village, Naruto might have laid waste to the entire village to that time. The 3rd Hokage had even nearly resorted to the Shiki Fujin. Kakashi understood all too well that if Naruto lost his reason and the Nine-Tails completely took control of his body, it would be beyond his ability to manage. Kakashi did not wish for Yu Yu to confront Naruto, as it was exceedingly perilous. Yet he found himself entangled with Zabuza, unable to extricate himself. That Kakashi's thoughts were laced with worry. Yu Yu, please be cautious that if anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Tong? The very notion of Yu Yu encountering misfortune here left Kakashi contemplating how he could face Muben Tong-e, especially after he had so confidently vowed to protect Yu Yu. Yu soon reached Naruto's side. That moment, Naruto was entirely enveloped in the cloak of the tailed beast, a tail sprouting from behind him. The emergence of that tail indicated a dire situation. In his tailless state, Naruto's strength was approximately that of a jonin, but with the addition of a tail, his power had escalated to the level of an elite jonin. Of course, this referred to destructive capability. In terms of combat experience, they still had some distance to cover before reaching the jonin level. However, the combat prowess they exhibited at that moment was beyond the capacity of ordinary jonin to withstand. Only elite jonin like Kakashi could suppress them through superior practical experience. That moment, Naruto had erupted into his one-tailed state, exuding an immense chakra that radiated an oppressive aura, more terrifying than that of even shadow-level shinobi. This was not Naruto's chakra, but that of the Nine-Tails. Even Yu felt a profound shock from its presence. It is worth noting that Yu's chakra surpassed Kakashi's, having reached the level of a shadow after so many days. Yet, the chakra Naruto unleashed at this moment left Yu feeling inadequate. Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the Nine Tails is formidable, the most powerful among the nine-tailed beasts, possessing the greatest chakra. If we do not swiftly intervene and allow Naruto to unleash even more tails, it would be disastrous. That a Jinchuriki rampaging outside the village would bring great shame to Konoha, and if left uncontrolled, the embarrassment would only increase." Despite the looming threat Naruto posed, Yu found himself unable to act, for Sasuke lay on the ground, drenched in blood. That moment, Haku was also completely immobilized by the chakra emanating from Naruto's transformation. Chapter 73. Water Dragon vs. Nine Tails. This was Yu's first encounter with Haku, who wore a mask of the Umbu. Upon seeing Yu's arrival, Haku, summoning unexpected courage, shouted towards him, "Don't come any closer." His voice provoked the increasingly irrational Naruto. With a roar, the air around them trembled. It was evident that Naruto was on the brink of losing his sanity. Yu calmly remarked, "I wish I had learned more sealing techniques from Kakashi-sensei. The seals I know are utterly ineffective against tailed beasts." That a sense of helplessness washed over him. If only he had mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he could have immediately forced the Nine Tails chakra back into Naruto's body. Another roar erupted as Naruto charged towards Haku. The cloak of the tailed beast materialized the chakra of the Nine Tails, its blood-red hue exuding an aura of malevolence. Even Yu felt the intense threat emanating from this chakra. "No, do not harm the innocent," Yu exclaimed as he saw Naruto rushing towards Haku. Remembering certain events, Yu knew that Haku had never harmed the innocent. He was indeed a paragon of virtue. Yu was reluctant to involve himself, yet he could not allow Naruto to kill Haku. With a thunderous bang, Yu vanished from his spot, reappearing before Haku and intercepting Naruto's claws with a punch. The collision triggered a violent wave of energy, causing the ground beneath them to fracture and collapse. That moment, Naruto was shrouded in the blood-red cloak of the tailed beast, while Yu was enveloped in a golden armor of lightning. Engaging Naruto in close combat required caution, for the tailed beast's cloak could corrode him. However, Yu's lightning net provided formidable protection. After exchanging several blows with Naruto, Yu's expression grew grave. "The power he gains in this tailed state has truly intensified. It presents me with considerable pressure." Haku, standing behind Yu, was left agape to why Yu was actually engaging in close-quarters combat with Naruto in this state. Moments ago, Naruto had sent Haku flying dozens of meters away with a mere slap. The strength had left a deep impression on him, far surpassing that of Zabuza. Yet, Yu was holding his ground against Naruto's taijutsu without yielding in the slightest. What was this golden armor that enveloped him? Haku was unaware of the nature of Yu's lightning net. He could sense that the golden armor bore a similar function to Naruto's tailed beast cloak. Yet unlike Naruto's malevolent aura, Yu's armor radiated a vibrant, life-affirming energy. After exchanging several strikes, Yu contemplated that if this continued, it would undoubtedly be his stamina and chakra that would deplete first. He needed to find a way to restore Naruto's sanity. As a Jinchuriki, Naruto's chakra was currently leaking, and if he wasn't careful, the seal might be compromised. Yu had no intention of allowing such an event to transpire. In this state, he could still contend with Naruto, but if the Nine Tails broke free from its seal, Yu did not believe he possessed the strength to defeat it. With a swift kick, enhanced by the lightning net, Yu delivered a strike of incredible speed, which translated into overwhelming force. The impact sent Naruto hurtling hundreds of meters away, akin to a cannonball striking the surface of the sea, creating towering waves that soared dozens of meters high. Yu harbored no concern for injuring Naruto. At that moment, his body was entirely under the control of the Nine Tails. His physical form possessed the rapid regeneration capabilities of the Nine Tails. So even if he were harmed, the chakra would swiftly mend him. After sending Naruto flying, Yu clasped his hands together. Water style, Water Dragon Jutsu. He leapt off the bridge, combining his hands in midair to unleash the Water Dragon technique. Before his body even touched the ocean's surface, a colossal water dragon surged forth from the sea, soaring skyward. With a thunderous roar, the massive water dragon, stretching hundreds of meters in length, echoed through the sky. its voice resonating across the heavens, that it was likely that all creatures within several kilometers could hear the dragon's roar. Even Kakashi, who was engaged in battle with Zabuza in the distance, caught sight of the enormous water dragon ascending into the sky. Kakashi was left utterly stunned. This. You use water dragon jutsu? It was never this terrifying before. It must exceed 300 meters. Typically, a standard water dragon jutsu would only reach a few dozen meters at most. The water dragon Yu had previously summoned was indeed powerful, but it barely measured 100 meters. Yet now, the water dragon he conjured surpassed 300 meters in length. The most alarming aspect was that the water dragon had taken on a remarkably authentic dragon form. As if it were alive, soaring gracefully through the air. Zabuza, too, was taken aback. What sort of monster is that little brat? No wonder the Black Horiga failed. This kid is simply a monster. What on earth is happening in Konoha lately? With two such monstrous kids appearing in succession, the other monstrous child Zabuza referred to was none other than Naruto.